Remember, this is just fictional. Your likes and subscriptions help the continuous work. Thanks. Now let's get it started. Chapter 81 Damn Monkey. Sacrifice. Attribute Converter. Exchanges 50 assigned attribute points for a single upgrade stone, which can be used to rank up skills. Alex's grip tightened around the converter as he made his decision. He'd thought it through. Exploding Touch wasn't just his strongest skill, it was the one that could turn the tide of this fight. If it had been any other moment, maybe he would have picked something else. But now, against this smug, overpowered shaman, he needed something stupidly strong. Something that screamed overkill. Exploding Touch was already devastating, but with an upgrade, it'd be game-changing. Alex's eyes flicked toward the shaman, who stood watching him with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. Then, almost as if the elder was tired of waiting, the shaman raised its staff, dark energy crackling ominously. Alex didn't hesitate. He ran. The elder shaman's eyes widened in surprise, its dark aura momentarily faltering. Running away. Human, the shaman muttered, its lips curling into a sneer. Pathetic. The shaman floated into the air, its body unnervingly weightless, gliding after Alex like a ghostly predator. Alex darted through the forest, weaving between trees and ducking under low branches, his mind racing almost as fast as his feet. The elder shaman floated after him, its glowing eyes fixated, its staff crackling with ominous energy. The tension in the air was thick, each moment feeling like a countdown to an inevitable clash. What kind of skill is that? Alex wondered, glancing over his shoulder. The shaman's eerie flight was unsettling, its movements smooth and ghost-like. It was a stark reminder that he had no idea what other abilities this ancient creature possessed. How many more tricks does this old monkey have? But Alex wasn't running to escape. He was running for time. Time to execute his plan. As he sprinted, Alex flicked his fingers, pulling up his stats interface. The glowing panel hovered before him, displaying his current levels. Stats. Strength, 85. Agility, 95. Intelligence, 65. Vitality, 60. Stats points available, 100. Alex grimaced. According to the attribute converter, he couldn't just use his unspent stat points directly. He had to assign them to his attributes first before converting them. It was frustrating going through that stress. It's like whoever was behind the mechanics wanted the player to first taste the rise in his attribute points before he sacrificed it. What a sadist. But Alex didn't have time to complain. His eyes scanned his stats, his mind working furiously. He needed to figure out which attribute he could afford to weaken without ruining his chances in this fight. Strength? No, I need that for attacks. Agility? Definitely not. It's the only reason I'm not fried right now. Intelligence? Can't risk it. Too many of my skills depend on it. His gaze landed on vitality. At 60, it wasn't stellar, but it wasn't terrible either. If he had to make a sacrifice, this was a stat to cut. Vitality it is, Alex muttered, wincing at his decision. With his agility so high, Alex knew it was hard for anyone to land hit on him. He also had minor regeneration, which was enough to patch him up whenever he got nicked, letting him bounce back from injuries quickly. Unless, of course, the enemy managed to land a surprise attack. But that wasn't likely. Not with foresight keeping him one step ahead. Even so, the tension in his body was undeniable. Alex exhaled deeply, his focus divided between the glowing stats screen hovering in front of him and the elder shaman relentlessly pursuing him. The pressure was mounting, but he knew what had to be done. I'll lose so much HP, he thought grimly. But risks had to be taken. And this was worth it. With his decision made, Alex called out firmly. System, assign 100 points to my vitality. The moment he gave the command, his vitality stat climbed from 60 to 160. The effect was instantaneous. A warm, soothing sensation surged through his body, spreading from his core to his limbs like liquid sunlight. His breaths came easier, his muscles loosened, and for a fleeting moment, he felt like he was invincible, like he could take on the world. The numbers on his HP bar soared, rising steadily to reflect his increased durability. It felt incredible, like a massive weight had been lifted from his chest. But Alex didn't allow himself to bask in the rush for too long. He shook it off, his expression hardening. Don't get attached to the effect. This wasn't a reward. Alex then gripped the attribute converter, tightly, sweat trickling down his temple as he muttered the command. Consume 100 points from my stamina to create 2 upgrade stones, he said, his voice firm despite the knot tightening in his chest. The response was instant. 2 shimmering, upgrade stones materialized in his storage, glowing faintly. But just as quickly, the invigorating effect of his boosted stamina vanished, leaving Alex slightly winded. He grimaced, shaking his head to clear the fog creeping into his focus. No time to regret it. His gaze flicked back to the attribute converter in his hand, and he issued the next command, louder this time. Remove 10 points from strength, 20 points from agility, and 30 from vitality to create another upgrade stone. The attribute converter didn't hesitate. No confirmation. No, are you sure? It just took what it was told to take. Alex flinched as he watched the numbers drop from his stat screen, the changes striking like a physical blow. His strength loss was negligible. He could live with that. But the hit to his agility stung, and the drop in vitality was like a punch to the gut. He felt the effects immediately. His body felt heavier, and his breathing grew slightly more labored. Cruel indeed. Still, when the 3rd upgrade stone appeared in his storage, he couldn't help but feel a sense of grim satisfaction. 3 stones. Enough to turn the tide. Alex barely had time to process his victory when a wave of searing heat surged toward him. His instincts kicked in, and he leaped sideways just as a blazing attack crashed into a nearby tree, shattering it into a rain of embers. The elder shaman wasn't giving him any breathing room. Alex gritted his teeth, pulling one of the upgrade stones from his storage. The stone gleamed in his hand, radiating power that made the air around it buzz faintly. No more running. No more stalling. It was time to send that smug elder shaman straight to hell. Chapter 82 Damn Monkey, Rank S. A chime echoed in Alex's mind, accompanied by a glowing notification. Ding. Would you like to use upgrade stone on a skill? Yes, Alex growled, his grip tightening around the upgrade stone as he sprinted. Select skill. Exploding touch, he muttered, narrowly dodging a black flame blast from the elder shaman. The fiery attack slammed into a tree, reducing it to ash in seconds. The intensity of the monkey's onslaught had reached a dangerous peak, and Alex could feel the heat radiating against his skin. Would you like to use upgrade stone on exploding touch? Yes, Alex shouted, his voice raw with frustration. He leaped to the side as a flame dragon soared past him, the searing heat brushing dangerously close. The attack smashed into a nearby tree, devouring it in a swirling inferno. The pressure was suffocating. The air around him felt like it was boiling, every breath coming with an ache. Sweat dripped down Alex's face, and his movements were becoming more desperate as the shaman's relentless attacks forced him into a frantic dance of survival. The upgrade stone in Alex's hand glowed brilliantly before disintegrating into shimmering particles of light. Upgrade successful. Exploding touch is now rank B. Alex didn't pause to celebrate. He reached into his storage and gripped the 2nd upgrade stone tightly, his focus unwavering despite the chaos around him. Would you like to use the upgrade stone on exploding touch? Yes, Alex barked, his eyes fixed on the elder shaman, who floated ominously above the battlefield, its staff radiating deadly energy. The shaman snarled and waved its staff, sending a barrage of flame bolts toward Alex. Alex barely ducked in time, the fiery beast missing him by inches as it scorched the ground in its path. Boom! 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 Alex leaped into the air, twisting his body to avoid the searing attacks. He swung from tree branches like Tarzan, narrowly evading each deadly strike. Ding! Exploding touch is now rank A. The elder shaman roared, sending another black flame dragon hurtling toward Alex. The beast tore through the air, obliterating trees in its wake. Alex's heart raced as he grabbed the final upgrade stone. He couldn't afford to waste a second. Would you like to use the upgrade stone on exploding touch? Yes, he yelled, his voice cutting through the chaos. Ding! Exploding touch is now rank S. Alex skidded to a halt, crouched low as the forest around him burned with the aftermath of the shaman's relentless assault. He clenched his fists, feeling the raw, overwhelming power surging through him. A wicked grin spread across his face, his frustration melting into exhilaration. About time already, he muttered under his breath. It's time to go on the offensive. Though Alex didn't know exactly how much stronger Exploding Touch had become, he figured the best way to find out was simple. Use it and see the results firsthand. He dove into the ground using Earth Swim, his body seamlessly merging with the earth as though it were water. Boom, boom, boom. Multiple black flame projectiles struck the spot he had entered, scorching the ground and creating deep craters. The goblin shaman clicked his teeth in irritation, clearly annoyed at Alex's evasiveness. Narrowing its glowing yellow eyes, it turned its attention downward, trying to sense Alex's location through the earth. Alex then reappeared a few meters behind the shaman, bursting out of the ground with a cocky grin on his face. Miss me? Alex taunted as he flung a handful of blast shards toward the elder shaman. The crystalline explosives spun through the air, glinting ominously in the fiery light of the battlefield. But the goblin shaman scoffed, raising a shimmering barrier in front of itself. Puny tricks, the shaman sneered as the shards slammed into the barrier, scattering harmlessly against its protective field. He expected an explosion, but none came, and he gave Alex a suspicious. But Alex's grin widened, his expression full of mischief. Puny? Oh, your barrier better be tough enough to handle those, because these blast shards are definitely not puny. The shaman's smug confidence faltered for a moment as its ears twitched. What are you talking about, human? The monkey shaman scoffed, stepping onto one of the shards with confidence. What are you talking about, human? It sneered, clearly unimpressed. Alex's grin widened as he took a step back. Well, don't say I didn't warn you, he replied nonchalantly, and without waiting for a reaction, he snapped and activated Fast and Furious, his body becoming a blur as he dashed away from the impending explosion that was going to rocket. He wasn't about to stick around to feel the full force of his own upgraded skill, especially when he cranked to its limit from massive damage. The wind roared in Alex's ears as he sprinted, his heart pounding with adrenaline. He had briefly seen the effect of the skill, and it was rather terrifying. He glanced over his shoulder to check if the monkey shaman realized what was about to happen. But the arrogant still floating atop the shards about to give a chase. Alex smirked. Good. Then he pulled up the interface to inspect the details of his freshly upgraded skill once again before the blast heart exploded. Exploding Touch, rank S. The area you touch will explode in 5 seconds. The explosion is cataclysmic, capable of annihilating structures and severely damaging high-tier enemies. Features: M+++. Amplify the explosion's power and area of effect up to 10x, depending on your mana input. Pause+++. Pause and resume the timer with no limit on pauses, giving full control over detonation timing. Dismiss+++. Remove Exploding Touch or transfer it to another object or enemy within 20 meters. Transfers are instantaneous and unblockable. Gravitational Collapse. Create a devastating implosion that pulls in all objects within a massive radius before releasing a catastrophic shockwave. Mass Detonation. Mark multiple targets with Exploding Touch and detonate them simultaneously or on a staggered timer. Elemental Surge. Infuse the explosion with elemental properties, fire, ice, lightning, etc., for additional damage and status effects. Chapter 83 Damn Monkey. Disintegration. The monkey shaman growled in frustration as he saw Alex fleeing. Clicking his teeth angrily, he darted forward to give chase. But then he stopped abruptly. A strange, invisible force yanked him backward. What? The shaman hissed, his eyes widening as he twisted around to see the source. Behind him, 3 swirling mini black holes had appeared, their gravitational pull intensifying with every passing second. Objects around the forest floor, rocks, branches, leaves were already being sucked into the vortexes. The shaman gasped. Impossible. He fought against the pull, his feet digging into the ground as he struggled to move away. His energy surged as he tried to stabilize himself, but the gravitational force suddenly surged, its strength growing exponentially. Wind howled through the air as the black holes' pull became irresistible. Nearby trees bent and cracked, their roots tearing free from the soil before being swallowed whole. The shaman's body trembled as he fought harder, pouring his power into resisting. I won't be beaten by this, he roared, his voice full of desperation. But the black holes had no mercy. With a forceful yank, the shaman's resistance shattered. His body was violently dragged toward the swirling vortexes, unable to escape the overwhelming pull. The shaman screamed as the gravitational force began crushing him, his body contorting under the immense pressure. The swirling shards embedded within the black holes added to his torment, tearing into him with razor-sharp precision. The air filled with the sound of his agonized cries as his form was relentlessly pulled apart. And then silence. The black hole detonated with an ear-splitting roar, unleashing a wave of rageful heat that consumed everything in its path. The blast surged outward like an unstoppable nuke, obliterating anything it touched. Trees disintegrated into ash, the ground cracked and scorched, and the very air seemed to vibrate with the sheer force of the explosion. Alex kept running, his legs pumping furiously as he leaped over roots and debris. He glanced back over his shoulder, his eyes widening at the sheer scale of destruction unfolding behind him. The goblin base wasn't spared. Its once formidable architecture crumbled like sandcastles in a storm, each structure disintegrating into nothing under the relentless wave of heat and force. Even from a distance, Alex could feel the heat licking at his back like the breath of an angry dragon. Damn, he muttered under his breath, his heart pounding. For a moment, he marveled at the raw power of his upgraded skill. Destruction at its finest, but his awe was short-lived. He could hear the roar of the flames behind him, growing louder and closer. The explosion wasn't done yet. Flames surged forward, hungry and unrelenting, racing toward Alex like a living beast. His instincts screamed at him to move faster. "Oh no, you don't," Alex growled, activating Fast and Furious. He wasn't about to die to his own ability. His body blurred as he ramped up his speed, weaving through the thick forest like a streak of lightning. The heat was nearly unbearable, the flames close enough to make him break out in a sweat. Every step felt like a race against death itself. For a few agonizing seconds, Alex pushed himself to the limit, his lungs burning and his muscles screaming in protest. And then, boom! The explosion reached its peak and dissipated, the flames finally dying down. Panting, Alex skidded to a stop and turned back. His heart still raced as he surveyed the aftermath. Where the goblin base had once stood, there was now only a massive, smoldering crater. Smoke rose into the sky, and the landscape was nothing but charred earth and ruin. Alex stood frozen, his breath catching in his throat as he surveyed the aftermath of his attack. The once dense goblin base was now a vast clearing of scorched earth. The ground was blackened, trees reduced to ash, and nothing but smoldering embers remained where structures had once stood. He exhaled slowly, running a hand through his hair, the weight of the destruction sinking in. All that, from just 5 blast shards, he muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. The thought hit him like a freight train. Each shard had been amped to its absolute maximum, pushing the explosion's destructive force to a level he hadn't fully grasped until now. So this is how powerful Exploding Touch has gotten. He groaned, both in awe and with a tinge of unease. I've got to be careful with this. Before he could dwell on the implications, a familiar chime rang in his ears, and a notification panel blinked into view, flooding Alex's vision with its contents. Ding! You have killed Goblin Elder Shaman. You have received 20 stat points. You have received 5 power stones. You have unlocked a new skill, Black Flames. Black Flames unleash flames that never go out, burning anything and everything they touch. Alex's eyes widened at the description of a new skill. Flames that never die? That's terrifying. But the notifications weren't done. Another alert popped up. Apocalypse Baby kicking in. You have received an additional 20 stat points. You have received an additional 5 power stones. You have unlocked a new skill, Farsight. Farsight. Alex raised an eyebrow and focused on the skill's description. Farsight. Gain the ability to see over long distances with exceptional clarity. Alex exhaled heavily, his chest rising and falling as he processed the sheer amount of stat points he had accumulated. His mind raced with possibilities. With all these points, Alex muttered to himself, gripping his fists tightly, I could easily replenish the attributes I sacrificed, or buy another upgrade stone. His heart pounded at the thought. If he used another upgrade stone on Exploding Touch, it would reach SSS rank. SSS rank, Alex whispered, his lips curling into an almost maniacal grin. His imagination ran wild. picturing the devastating force of the skill. Entire landscapes obliterated in an instant. Mountains reduced to rubble. Armies wiped out in the blink of an eye. It would break all limits, he said, his voice trembling with both excitement and awe. It would devour entire lands. But before Alex could make a decision, a low, heavy thud echoed behind him. His excited expression barely faltered as he slowly straightened up. He had been expecting this. The faint hum of crackling electricity filled the air, and Alex's sharp ears picked up on it instantly. Turning on his heel, his eyes locked onto the imposing figure that now stood before him. It was the Monkey King. Its fur bristled with raw energy, arcs of blue lightning dancing across its body and surging along the length of staff it held in one massive, clawed hand. The Monkey King's eyes glowed with an intense, almost predatory light as they bore into Alex. Its gaze was a mix of fury and disbelief, as though it struggled to comprehend the human standing before it. "You," the Monkey King growled, its voice low and venomous, vibrating with suppressed rage. "Who are you?" Alex sighed, a subtle smirk forming as he tilted his head slightly. "A lot of people have asked me that question," he said, his tone casual, almost teasing. "But funny thing, it never ends well for them once they hear my answer." The Monkey King narrowed its glowing eyes, electricity crackling louder across its staff. "Answer me," it growled, clearly unimpressed with Alex's vague response. "Fine," Alex said, shrugging like it was no big deal. "I'm an anomaly." The Monkey King's brows furrowed, confusion flashing across its face. "Anomaly? That doesn't make any sense." Ignoring the disbelief in its tone, Alex pulled up his status screen. His finger hovered for a moment before he added 5 points to his agility. Ding! A notification flashed before his eyes. "You have awakened a movement skill. Dash. Increases speed by 20% at the cost of mana." "Oh," Alex muttered, slightly taken aback. Wasn't expecting that. He couldn't hide his surprise as the realization set in. So hitting 100 points in a stat unlocks new skills too, he mused. The ever-growing arsenal of abilities at his disposal just kept getting better. But before he could revel in his newfound speed, Alex's instinct screamed at him, and his body tensed. The world around him began to shift. Colors drained away, leaving everything in stark shades of white and gray. The crackling of the Monkey King's lightning fell silent. The trees stopped swaying, frozen mid-motion. Tummet stopped. Alex's brows furrowed, irritation flaring in his chest. He knew what this was. Another god wanted to talk. Chapter 84 Damn Monkeys. Rejection. Ding. You have caught the eye of the speed god, Savitar. Would you like to be bound to this god, becoming his legacy holder and venturing on the path of speed? I don't take many candidates, human. Be honored you're one of them. Alex didn't even pause to think and refused without any hesitation. No. This name Savitar sounded like a big deal, sure, but Alex wasn't about to sell his freedom. He had already turned down the Blood Monarch's offer for the same reason. Why? Because God be damned, he'd forge his own path. He didn't need to bow to some divine being to gain power. He'd get stronger on his terms. Speed God Savitar has decided to upgrade your skill. Dash has now become Zoom. Zoom. Your speed increases by 30% with reduced mana cost usage. Another notification followed. Will you accept Savitar's legacy? Human, if you accept, you could gain more skills like this. Alex stared at the message with a blank expression, unimpressed. He crossed his arms, letting out a small sigh. Was this supposed to be tempting? He wondered. What a joke. It was almost laughable how desperate the god sounded. Alex wasn't about to be lured by a few shiny upgrades dangled in front of him like bait, and Savitar seemed to have realized that as another new notification appeared, glowing faintly in the corner of Alex's vision. Ding! Speed God Savitar has decided to upgrade your skill. Zoom is now Blur. Blur. Your speed increases by 50% with even lower mana cost usage. Consider my generosity, human, and accept my offer. It won't get better than this. Alex rolled his eyes and scoffed. Though he was pleased with the free upgrades he was getting, he had no intention of accepting any offer. You and your generosity can go eat shit, he replied, his voice dripping with mockery. The system fell silent for a moment. Alex's lips curled into a mischievous grin. He wasn't done poking the bear, or in this case, the god. He wanted to push his luck just for the fun of it. You know what? Alex said, his tone playful. Maybe. Maybe if you upgraded the skill one more time, I'd think about it. The response was almost immediate. Ding. Speed God Salvador has decided to upgrade your skill. Alex snorted, barely containing his laughter. No way. This dumbass is actually doing it. The next notification came, and it seemed infused with a flicker of divine irritation. Blur is now. The message then cut off all of a sudden, and a new notification popped up. Speed God Salvador is about to lose his patience with you. Accept his legacy now or face the wrath of. Damn you. How dare a mere human toy with me? Do you think I wouldn't see past your trickery? Before the message could finish, Alex waved his hand dismissively, swiping the notification away like it was an annoying mosquito. Alex casually swiped the notification away like it was a pesky fly. Continue your adventure with my virtual library empire. He didn't care whether the so-called speed god, Salvador, was furious, offended, or ready to explode. Alex knew one simple truth. Gods had rules, and those rules bound them just as much as they bound mortals. Sure, maybe Salvatore would try for revenge later, but that didn't scare him in the slightest. Another string of notifications popped up in the corner of his vision, glowing with urgency, but Alex didn't even bother reading them. With a flick of his hand, he dismissed the messages entirely. It seemed the Oracle system had granted players the privilege to ignore even divine beings' message now. But Alex wasn't pleased. What he should be doing was prevent God from forcefully pulling players into a conversation. But whatever. He now had a powerful new speed skill, and the best part was that he didn't have to do anything to get it. Man, what a dumb ass, Alex muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. It was almost laughable how the speed god had upgraded his skill twice despite Alex outright rejecting him. Ego, Alex sighed dramatically. He could feel the god's growing rage. As Alex was snubbing his messages, the air around him grew heavy, charged with a crackling intensity, but the pressure wasn't as intense as that of the Blood Monarch. It seemed the Overseer had finally decided to enforce the rules. That bastard. Why hadn't he done anything to prevent this when the Blood Monarch brought an offer? He even let the god injure him before intervening. Seriously, the inconsistency was maddening. The thought of that smug rabbit-like figure toying with him sent a wave of irritation coursing through him. Suspicion brewed in Alex's mind. The Overseer's motives were never clear, but whatever the reason, he doubted it was anything good. Still locked in the temporary zone granted by the speed god, Alex's thoughts began to wander. What if I raised another one of my attributes to 100 points? His brow furrowed in thought. Would he be contacted by a different god, one tied to that new attribute? Would he receive another skill? Most likely, Alex reasoned. But getting points wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Every stat point he had earned had been hard-fought, and this new discovery meant he'd have to make a tough choice. Should he use his free stat points to push another attribute to 100? Or should he save those points and focus on using an upgrade stone to rank up one of his existing skills? The choice is obvious. Alex had no intention of dealing with any more of these overbearing gods. Avoiding them entirely seemed like the smartest play. It seemed the speed god, Salvador, had finally reached the end of his patience, or perhaps he had simply run out of time. The grip of his godly zone began to fracture. Cracks spread like spiderwebs across the frozen reality, and with a sudden snap, time resumed. The Monkey King, who had been frozen in place moments before, suddenly stirred. Its piercing gaze locked onto Alex, suspicion clear in its eyes. Have you been waiting for me? Alex asked like he was talking to a baby. Oh, you're such a good boy. The Monkey King frowned at Alex's antic. Chapter 85 Damn Monkey, Reckoning. Something weird had just happened, and the Monkey King could feel it. But he couldn't understand what it was, nor put into words. What just happened? The Monkey King demanded. What do you mean? Alex replied, feigning cluelessness. Most like the monkey had sensed the god's lingering presence. His tone was calm and playful, as if he was enjoying the moment. You know exactly what I mean, the Monkey King roared, its fur bristling as arcs of lightning crackled along its body. The air around it buzzed with raw energy, and the ground beneath its feet sizzled. The sight made Alex pause for a split second. The Monkey King looked like a literal thunder god. Wait, is there an actual thunder god here too? Alex wondered, his thoughts taking an absurd turn. His name better be Thor. He quickly shook off the thought, focusing back on the electrified primate glaring him down. Well, Alex began, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. I nuked your base. killed your precious shaman in the process. Tell me, how does that make you feel? The Monkey King's brow furrowed, its glare sharp enough to cut steel. Human, if you think you can provoke me, then you're sorely mista. Whoosh! Before the Monkey King could finish, Alex vanished. The suddenness of it was eerie. There was no dramatic sound or energy surge, just silence as he disappeared from where he stood. An instant later, Alex reappeared directly in front of the Monkey King. It was so fast, it seemed like Alex had teleported. His hand shot out, dangerous and deliberate, aiming directly for the Monkey King's face. Grabbing his opponent's face had practically become Alex's signature move at this point. He was ready to use Exploding Touch and end this fight once and for all. But the Monkey King wasn't just any opponent. In the split second before Alex's hand could connect, the Monkey King's instinct screamed at him. With a sharp twist of its head, it narrowly avoided the attack. Alex's hand sliced through the air, missing by mere inches. The Monkey King didn't waste the opportunity. It leaped backward, landing far from Alex with a startled yet controlled movement. For a moment, silence hung in the air. The Monkey King's chest heaved as it caught its breath. A cold chill ran down its spine, and its fur stood on end. That was too close. Way too close. The Monkey King's eyes remained locked on Alex, its sharp gaze betraying the shock it tried to mask. It was only pure instinct, honed through countless battles, that had allowed the Monkey King to dodge in time. Seriously, what is this human? Its mind raced as it tried to process the scene before it. Alex stood tall amidst the ruins of the battlefield, his silhouette framed by the scorched and steaming earth, a direct result of the devastating attack he had unleashed earlier. It was unnerving, terrifying even. For the first time, the Monkey King felt something it hadn't experienced in a while: fear. The very presence of Alex was suffocating. Every step he took, every motion of his hand, seemed to exude an aura of death. It wasn't just the destruction he caused, it was the way he carried himself, the way he stood there like he owned the world, like nothing could touch him. The Monkey King's hands trembled ever so slightly, and it hated itself for it. Sure, his base had been destroyed. Sure, he was furious. His second in command had been obliterated, and he wanted nothing more than to rip Alex apart for it. But as much as he burned with rage, his instincts screamed louder. This wasn't a fight he could win. How had it come to this? The Monkey King replayed the moment he first laid eyes on Alex. Back then, Alex had seemed like nothing more than an ambitious weakling, someone bold but ultimately powerless. How wrong he had been. This wasn't just a human. This was a demon in disguise. The Monkey King was only slightly stronger than the shaman, and he had seen what Alex had done to his subjectal. The shaman hadn't just lost. He had been erased, destroyed in a way that sent a cold chill down the Monkey King's spine. And now, standing face to face with Alex, that same fate felt far too close. No, the Monkey King thought, trying to steal himself. Find your next read and my virtual library empire. But no matter how much he tried to summon his courage, the image of Alex broke his resolve. The Monkey King's fur bristled, and the electricity around him flared, almost as if trying to drown out his fear. The more the Monkey King thought about it, the angrier he became. How could this happen? How could a mere D rank make me tremble? It defied logic. It defied everything he knew about strength, about power, about the hierarchy of the world. This was unacceptable. If he couldn't defeat the so-called demon standing before him, the one who had turned his entire domain into smoldering ruins, then he didn't deserve to be called king. The Monkey King's grip on his spear tightened. Sparks of crackling lightning danced along its length, their intensity growing with his resolve. His fierce gaze locked onto Alex, his golden eyes filled with fury and determination. No more hesitation. He would go all out from the start and end this swiftly. Alex watched the display with a calm, amused expression. His lips curled into a smirk as he saw the Monkey King readying his weapon. Oh, so you intend to fight after all? Alex grinned excitedly and activated foresight, his eyes glowing faintly as the ability kicked in. Time seemed to slow as countless possibilities unfolded in his mind. Each movement of the Monkey King lay bare before it could even happen. Crouching low, Alex placed one hand on the cracked, steaming ground using the power of his newly upgraded ability. He tilted his head slightly, his voice calm yet cold as he continued. What a pity. If you'd shown up earlier, this might have been more fun. But unfortunately, I've thrown all the hand I want to throw today. But now, Alex then rose to his full height, raising his hands lazily, his middle finger sliding over his index. Now all I want to do is destroy. Chapter 86 Damn Monkey. Transfer. Dismiss +++. Remove, exploding touch, or transfer to another object or enemy within 20 meters. Transfers are instantaneous and unblockable. Alex reread the description, his lips curling into a sly grin. His fingers twitched as a rush of excitement coursed through him. Instantaneous. Unblockable. The new effect was insane, and Alex intended to make full use of it. His eyes flicked to the ground at the bomb he had set earlier, still glowing with energy. A faint circular blue light surrounded it, the countdown frozen at 1 second, waiting to detonate. But these weren't ordinary bombs. These were gravitational collapse bombs, a devastating perk of his upgraded skill. Unlike normal explosions, these caused a violent implosion first, sucking everything in their range into a crushing vortex before releasing an explosive shockwave. With his recent skill upgrade, the bombs weren't just stronger, they were deadlier. Far deadlier. Alex flexed his fingers, his grin growing wider. The mere thought of transferring that explosive force directly onto an enemy, bypassing every defense, sent a thrill through him. The Monkey King stood a short distance away, his golden staff sizzling with arcs of electricity. Alex's voice dripped with menace as he declared, "Now all I want to do is destroy." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. The Monkey King's fur stood on end, his muscles tense, as if sensing the impending danger. His sharp instinct screamed that something was terribly wrong. But he had no idea what Alex was planning. Destroy. Hadn't this human already caused enough destruction? But when Alex grinned, a slow, unsettling curve of his lips, the Monkey King's unease spiraled into outright panic. It wasn't just an attack he felt coming. It was death. Something deep within him screamed one word. Run. And without a second thought, the Monkey King turned and bolted, abandoning all notions of pride. Electricity crackled around him, and his golden staff buzzed with raw energy as he channeled everything he had into escaping. The air shimmered with the speed of his retreat, trees blurring past as his powerful legs propelled him forward. He tore through the landscape, desperate to put as much distance as possible between himself and the demon he no longer dared to face. But then he felt it. It started as a cold, creeping sensation along his legs. A silent but certain promise of death. The Monkey King's eyes widened in horror as he realized he was too late. Boom! The implosion came first, ripping the air apart as a gravitational vortex formed around his legs. His body twisted unnaturally, yanked toward the epicenter of the attack. Gah! His scream echoed through the forest, raw and guttural. Before he could even comprehend the pain, the implosion reversed. A blinding explosion erupted, obliterating everything in its radius. Trees were flattened, the ground shattered, and the very air seemed to quake with the force of it. Alex's eyes gleamed with cold amusement as he watched the glowing, bluish bomb he had planted on the ground vanish as he used dismiss. And in an instant, it reappeared on the Monkey King's left side. The Monkey King froze mid-stride, its instincts kicking in. It sensed something, danger, death, and immediately attempted to flee. Lightning crackled around its form as it tried to bolt. But Alex was faster. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Alex triggered the bomb. The air itself seemed to twist unnaturally as the gravitational implosion activated, pulling the Monkey King toward the epicenter. Grh! The beast howled, its body contorting as the implosion crushed inward. And then, boom! The shockwave erupted outward, sending a rain of blood and flesh across the scorched battlefield. The ground quaked beneath the force, and a wave of hot air rippled outward, scattering debris like leaves in the wind. Alex lowered his hand and smirked, satisfied. He waited for the telltale notification of victory to pop up, but there was nothing. Interesting, Alex muttered, noting the skill the Monkey King had used to escape, and then activated, fast and furious, chasing. The Monkey King exhaled sharply, his chest heaving. If he hadn't reacted fast enough to create a clone at that critical moment, it would have been over for him. His clones were more than just copies of him. They were him. Each one shared his essence, his consciousness, like being in multiple places at once. And as long as one remained alive, so would he. This was how he had escaped creating a clone before his body was destroyed by the explosion. The Monkey King frowned. Initially, he thought Alex's explosions required physical contact, but after witnessing the bomb transfer directly to him, he realized how wrong he had been. This human was more dangerous than he'd ever imagined. He could feel Alex behind him, closing the distance at an alarming speed. The air practically hummed with the human's deadly intent. The Monkey King clicked his teeth in frustration. With no time to waste, he made his move. Electricity crackled around him as he summoned more clones, their forms materializing out of thin air. The forest was now filled with identical versions of him, each radiating the same fierce energy. The plan was simple but desperate: scatter. The clones darted in different directions, weaving through the trees, their lightning-charged steps ripping through the terrain. If Alex couldn't chase them all, one might escape. And if one escaped, he would survive. Alex, now in full pursuit, didn't falter. He watched as the Monkey King multiplied, his sharp eyes tracking every movement, and without even needing foresight, he understood the Monkey King's strategy. A grin tugged at the corner of his lips. Trying to escape? Dream on. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled several glowing blast shards into the air, each shimmering with a dangerous blue light. Your journey continues at my virtual library empire. Before the shards even landed, Alex activated Dismiss. The explosions transferred instantly from the scattered rocks to the Monkey King's clones. The clones had barely even begun to split up when Alex snapped his fingers. Boom! The blasts erupted in unison, the explosions ripping through the air. Each clone's head detonated with pinpoint precision, leaving behind nothing but smoking remnants. All except one. Desperation surged through him, and he created another set of clones, hoping to overwhelm Alex with sheer numbers. The clones darted in every direction, their movements frantic and erratic. But Alex didn't flinch. With another snap of his fingers, the deadly sequence repeated. Boom! 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 One by one, the clones fell, their heads obliterated in synchronized explosions. The Monkey King's heart raced. He tried again, creating even more clones, pushing his mana reserves to the brink. But the outcome was the same. Each time, Alex's blast shards connected flawlessly. The clones were annihilated in seconds, leaving only the original who was running ahead. It was hopeless. The Monkey King's breaths came in ragged gasps as he continued to flee, his mind racing. No matter how hard he tried, Alex countered every move with frightening accuracy. It was as if Alex could see into the future, predicting every step, every attempt at escape. You have so many tricks, Alex taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. How about you use one that actually works? The Monkey King didn't respond to Alex. It couldn't afford to, as his focus was solely on its survival. Its stamina was dwindling, and its mana reserves were almost depleted. The Monkey King couldn't keep this up much longer. Behind him, Alex calmly prepared his next move. He hurled another blast hard, the glowing rock slicing through the air with deadly precision. The Monkey King spun his staff, summoning a barrier of crackling electricity to shield himself, and the cackling energy whirled around him, forming a dome-like defense that hissed and sizzled against the shard's impending strike. But the Monkey King still hadn't learned that Alex was relying on an attack not visible to its eyes. Chapter 87 Damn Monkey, Blood Arrow. The Monkey King's heart sank as he felt again, a chilling, deathly aura clinging to its body. Its instinct screamed at him, and without hesitation, he summoned a clone who shot ahead, its original body erupting in a violent explosion. The force of the blast hurled the Monkey King forward, its clone obliterated as the real him stumbled away, its breaths ragged and uneven. The monkey didn't dare look back. Why don't you stay and fight? Alex is provoked, and the Monkey King's stomach churned. Running has never saved anyone from me, and it will not start with you. The words burrowed into the Monkey King's mind, each syllable heavy with dread. Its legs pumped harder, its body moving in sheer desperation. But no matter how fast he ran, the weight of Alex's gaze pressed on him, unrelenting. There's no escape, he thought, panic settling deep in his bones. The Monkey King could feel it, the creeping inevitability of death just a step behind him. Every step felt like it was getting harder, his muscles protesting as his breath came in ragged bursts. If I slow down just a bit, it'll be over. He pushed himself harder, forcing his legs to move, but deep inside, he knew that it was futile. As he sprinted through the dense terrain, something shifted in the air. The ground beneath his feet changed, the trees thickened, and the landscape seemed to take on a more wild, untamed energy. He was in Beast Lord territory. Even if he died here, the Monkey King had a sliver of hope. The Beast Lord won't forgive this human for causing chaos in its domain. The beasts that ruled these lands were powerful, stronger than the Monkey King himself. And if any of them noticed Alex, they hunt him down without a second thought. Behind him, Alex was relentless. His footsteps were steady, his movements almost lazy, as if the chase was a game to him. He could have used blur, a skill he gained from a certain speed god's foolishness, to close the gap in an instant, but he didn't. He had noticed a shift in the environment as well, and could tell they were in the domain of a powerful beast. He had maintained his pace, using the pursuit to recover the mana he had spent so far. There was a chance he'd get into another battle, and he wanted to fight at 100%, so he allowed his reserves to recharge. Your next chapter awaits on my virtual library empire. But now, with his mana fully restored, he deemed it was time to end this. He didn't plan to let the Monkey King escape. Not now, not ever. Alex activated Blur, his figure vanishing in a sudden burst of speed. In an instant, he consumed an immense distance, the ground beneath him trembling faintly from the sheer force of his step. The Monkey King felt a rush of air blow past him, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. He snapped his head to the side, searching for Alex, only to realize his presence was completely gone. Where? He whipped his gaze forward, and his heart dropped. Alex was standing directly in his path. The Monkey King screeched to a halt, his claws digging into the earth to stop his momentum. Panic surged through him as he prepared to veer off in another direction, desperate to put distance between himself and the human. But then Alex spoke a single word. Petrify. The Monkey King's body seized up instantly, as if invisible chains had wrapped around his limbs and locked him in place. He couldn't move. Normally, his rank and power would have allowed him to shrug off such a skill. But sheer terror coursing through him had shattered his resolve, leaving him vulnerable. His will to fight back had crumbled. Alex took a slow, deliberate step forward, his presence growing more menacing with each stride. The Monkey King's heartbeat thundered in his chest, each frantic beat echoing louder in his ears. The closer Alex got, the more his fear intensified, further fueling the skill's effect. The invisible chains tightened, solidifying as the Monkey King's panic deepened. He couldn't break free. The Monkey King's chest heaved as it panted, desperation etched across its face. There was no escaping this. Death was breathing down his neck. Alex stepped closer, his expression cold and unrelenting. He placed a hand firmly on the Monkey King's head, the weight of it sending an icy chill down the primate's spine. The Monkey King shuddered violently, dread washing over him as Alex's power seeped into his being. Alex smirked. Let me make this simple for you. With a flick of his fingers, Alex activated his ability, setting an implosion bomb directly on the Monkey King's head. A faint, ominous glow began to emanate from the spot, signaling the inevitable. Now, Alex said with a mocking tone, it doesn't matter what you do. You're already dead. The Monkey King froze, his trembling growing more intense. Be honored, Alex continued, his smirk widening. You get to experience my ability head first. Terrible pun, but whatever. The Monkey King's eyes widened in fear, his voice trembling as he stammered, You demon, you'll regret this. My death will draw the Beast Lord's attention. It won't treat you lightly. You can't win against it. Alex tilted his head, an amused glint in his eyes. What business does the dead have worrying about the future? He crouched slightly, lowering his gaze to meet the Monkey King's terrified eyes. I've provoked gods, Alex whispered, his tone low and laced with menace. And you think a Beast Lord scares me? At that moment, the petrify effect wore off, and the Monkey King's body collapsed, his legs giving out beneath him as he fell onto his butt. He sat there, trembling uncontrollably, unable to form a single coherent thought. Alex raised his hand, fingers poised to snap and detonate the bomb planted on the Monkey King's head. But before he could, his sharp senses caught something slicing through the air, heading straight for the Monkey King. With sharp reflexes, Alex's hand shot out, catching the object mere inches from its target. He brought it up to eye level to inspect it. Arrows, he muttered, brow furrowing as he examined the object more closely. It was red with a faint metallic scent, Blood arrows, Alex realized, his tone shifting to one of mild irritation. Seriously? A low chuckle escaped him, quickly growing into a full-blown cackle. His laughter echoed through the clearing, cold and unsettling, sending shivers down the Monkey King's spine. The Monkey King, who had shut its eyes while Alex was about to snap, opened one eye hesitantly, startled by the sudden sound of laughter. Alex then exhaled, cutting off his laughter. He broke the blood arrow as if it were nothing more than a twig and muttered, "Someone's trying to steal my kill. How gutsy." His expression then darkened in an instant, turning deadly serious. And in a flash, Alex was gone, heading straight for the source of the blood arrows. Chapter 88 Pursuit. Alex shot through the dense forest, trees, and undergrowth blurring past him as he closed in on the figure who had dared to steal his kill. His eyes glowed faintly as he activated Farsight, zeroing in on his target, a figure cloaked in black, darting through the shadows with quite the agility. The cloaked figure moved swiftly, but Alex was faster. Leaves whipped through the air, disturbed by the sheer force of his movement. Back in the clearing, the Monkey King cautiously rose to his feet, his limbs shaky and his breathing labored. He glanced around, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The human was gone. Why? Why wasn't he dead? The Monkey King's mind raced. Read latest chapters in my virtual library empire. Did Alex simply forget about him? That seemed impossible. Despite the momentary reprieve, the Monkey King's instincts screamed danger. He could still feel it, the ominous presence lingering around him, wrapping around his very soul like a noose. Then there was the unmistakable sensation at the top of his head, where Alex had touched him. It was like a shadow of death itself clung to him, cold and inescapable. What? What is this? He muttered, touching the spot. He shivered, realizing the grim reality. The bomb was still there. He weighed his options, but none of them were good. Run? Stay? Hide? The Monkey King's gaze darted toward the surrounding forest. He'd heard stories about this place, dark tales of a cursed forest that consumed the life force of anything foolish enough to linger. If the human didn't kill him, the forest might. The Monkey King's thoughts raced as he pieced together the grim reality. From what he had observed, Alex's explosive ability relied on touch. And Alex had touched his forehead. That could only mean one thing. His head was essentially a ticking time bomb, primed to detonate whenever Alex willed it. The Monkey King exhaled shakily, his chest heaving as fear clawed at his mind. If anything, putting as much distance as possible between himself and that terrifying human seemed like the only option. Maybe the ability has a range. If I get far enough, maybe I'll survive. But even that hope felt like clinging to a thread over a bottomless pit. There was no guarantee that running would change the fact that an invisible bomb was planted on his head. Yet doing nothing was worse. His eyes darted nervously, scanning the forest in the direction Alex had disappeared. The human had left, but the weight of death still lingered around him, suffocating and unrelenting. The Monkey King clenched his fists, forcing his trembling legs to move. It turned, bolting into the forest as fast as its legs could carry him. Leaves crunched beneath his feet as the wind whipped past its ears. Each step felt heavier than the last, the dread weighing on his heart, making his breath shallow and uneven. But just as he took another step forward, boom! His head imploded with a deafening crack, pulling inward before violently exploding outward in a shower of blood and gore. Chunks of flesh and bone splattered across the forest floor, staining the leaves in crimson. The Monkey King's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, the light in his eyes fading instantly. Meanwhile, Alex, who was still in pursuit of the mysterious cloaked figure, saw multiple notifications flash before his eyes. Ding! You have defeated the Monkey King. Level up. Level up. Level up. You have received 15 stat points. You have received 3 power stones. You have received skill, multiplicity. Multiplicity. Create up to 5 clones of yourself, each possessing 20% of your strength. Original can give remote commands and switch places with a copy. Alex couldn't help but mutter while still running. Okay, that's an amazing skill. Apocalypse baby kicking in. You have received an additional 15 stat points. You have received an additional 5 power stones. You have received skill, Danger Sense. Danger Sense, a passive skill that heightens your sensitivity to danger. Your body instinctively reacts to threats, giving you a crucial edge in critical moments. Alex glanced at the glowing notifications as he raced through the forest, chasing the shadowy figure who had dared to interfere with his hunt. The multiplicity skill immediately intrigued him. He could use the clones for offense, distractions, or even bait to mislead his enemies. And then there was danger sense. This passive ability was why the Monkey King had managed to avoid instant death so many times. It explained how the creature had kept evading his explosive traps just long enough to prolong the fight. But now, that power belonged to Alex. But then his grin faded as the eerie sensation crept up his spine. Danger sense had begun to work. Alex's brow furrowed. The further he ran, the heavier the air seemed to grow, pressing down on him like an unseen force. He had felt something unsettling the moment he entered this forest, but now the eerie feeling was everywhere and amplified. It didn't feel like danger from a single entity, but rather as if the whole forest were pointing blades at him. Alex slowed for a moment, his sharp eyes scanning the surrounding trees. What the hell is this? He muttered, his voice low. He knew this was a beast lord's territory, but this felt different, wrong. It was as if the entire forest itself were alive, watching him, warning him to turn back. The aura it emitted wasn't just powerful. It was suffocating as a predator's eyes fixed on its prey. For a brief moment, a flicker of doubt crept into Alex's mind. Should he leave? Then he shook his head. Focus, he told himself, narrowing his eyes. The oppressive atmosphere was unsettling, but it wasn't his main concern. His target was still ahead, the cloaked figure who had fired the blood arrow. Alex's thoughts shifted as he recalled the arrow itself. Its crimson glow and aura were unmistakable. The blood arrows reminded him of the Blood Monarch, and Alex wondered if it was possible the god had sent one of his candidates to mess with him. The possibility made him grin. If the Blood Monarch had indeed sent someone, then Alex already knew how this would end. He had dealt with the god's candidates before, and none of them had survived. This one will be no different. Up ahead, the cloaked figure came into view, darting through the forest like a shadow. Alex's grin widened. Without hesitation, he activated Fast and Furious. And Alex moved like a thunderclap. One moment, the cloaked figure was running. The next, Alex was right there, slamming into him with the force of a battering ram. Ugh! The stranger groaned as Alex's shoulder drove him to the ground, knocking the wind out of him. Before the stranger could recover, Alex pinned him down, his knee digging into the figure's back while his hands gripped the cloak tightly. With one swift motion, Alex yanked back the hood, revealing the face beneath. Alex froze for a moment, his brow furrowing in confusion. What the hell? He muttered. The face staring back at him wasn't what he expected. It was the face of a young man, a teenager. His features were sharp but still youthful, his eyes wide with defiance. The boy wasted no time. His hand darted toward his storage, pulling out a gleaming dagger, and with a swift motion, he aimed it at Alex's chest. But Alex was faster. He swatted the weapon away effortlessly, the dagger spinning off into the underbrush. Then, with the same fluidity, he slammed the boy's face into the dirt, holding him down with one hand using Exploding Touch just in case. Who are you? Alex demanded, his voice calm but laced with menace. The boy clenched his jaw, refusing to answer. Instead, he struggled against Alex's grip, writhing and twisting in a futile attempt to break free. Alex sighed. The kid was strong for his age, but compared to Alex, it was like a twig trying to snap a steel bar. As the boy continued to squirm, Alex studied his face more closely. There was something oddly familiar about him. Alex narrowed his eyes, his grip on the boy's neck tightening slightly as a flood of recognition hit him. He had seen this person before. It was during the beginning of the tutorial when they were on the tower. Back then, amidst the carnage, Alex remembered the scene vividly. A kid sitting casually on the edge of a towering structure, a bloodied scythe resting on his shoulder. The same scythe that had mercilessly cut down every person unfortunate enough to appear alongside him. Alex's jaw clenched. The coldness in his gaze was enough to make the boy tense up. You've got 1 minute to explain why you try to steal my kill, or be ready to lose your life. Chapter 89 Dream World. The boy stiffened under the weight of Alex's tone, but instead of panicking, he smirked lazily. Look, I didn't mean to steal your kill, he replied, his voice annoyingly nonchalant. I just needed to level up before I fell asleep. Alex's frown deepened, his confusion briefly overriding his anger. What the hell are you talking about? The boy sighed, rolling his eyes as if this was all an inconvenience. Don't take my word for it. Look up and see for yourself. Alex hesitated for a moment before loosening his grip slightly. Keeping one hand firmly on the boy, he raised his gaze and scanned the surroundings. What he saw made his brow furrow in disbelief. All around them, scattered across the forest floor, were bodies, dozens of them. At first glance, they looked like corpses, pale and lifeless. Their eyes were stark white, as if drained of all vitality. Vines twisted and coiled around their limbs and torsos, crawling over their skin like grotesque parasites. The sight was eerie, a scene straight out of nightmare. Alex's grip on the boy slackened for just a moment, and the teenager seized the opportunity. With a swift movement, he slipped free, scrambling to his feet. The boy spun around, pulling out his bloodied scythe. Its crimson blade gleamed ominously as he pointed it directly at Alex. Alex didn't flinch. He calmly stood, brushing the dirt from his clothes, his eyes scanning the eerie forest around them. Confusion clouded his expression as he asked, his voice low but sharp. "What is this?" His gaze swept over the lifeless bodies entwined in vines. "What happened here?" The boy said nothing, clutching his weapon tightly, as if bracing for an attack. Alex's patience snapped. His voice boomed with authority. "Answer me." The boy flinched, visibly startled by the pressure emanating from Alex. The weight of Alex's presence seemed to crush the defiance out of him, and his scythe wavered. Slowly, he lowered the weapon, his expression shifting to one of unease. "It's a nightmare," the boy said reluctantly. "The whole forest is. It's what did this to them." Alex narrowed his eyes, tilting his head slightly. The answer was vague and unsatisfying and didn't exactly answer the question. "That doesn't explain anything," he said, his tone cold and unyielding. Before the boy could respond, he suddenly yawned. His eyes widened in panic, and he slapped himself across the face hard. Alex raised a brow, watching the strange display. The boy hurriedly covered his mouth as if trying to stop another yawn. His voice was strained as he quickly explained, "Like I said, I tried to steal your kill because I needed to level up. If I don't, I'll fall asleep." Alex frowned. "Fall asleep? What does that have to do with anything?" The boy's hands trembled as he gripped his scythe tighter. "Once I fall asleep, I'll enter the nightmare. And once you're in, you don't wake up unless you complete the trial in the dream world set by the Beast Lord." Alex's mind raced as he processed the information, trying to make sense of what he was hearing. Nightmare, trial, dream world. None of it made sense. "Wait, take it step by step," Alex demanded. The teenager shifted uncomfortably, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. "I don't have time. I can barely keep my eyes open." Alex narrowed his eyes, crossing his arms. "What do you mean by nightmare? Explain." The boy took a shaky breath, blinking rapidly to fight the overwhelming drowsiness. "It's a dream world," he said. "Anyone in the Beast Lord's territory who falls asleep ends up there." Alex's frown deepened. "And what happens there?" The boy then continued, his words rushed. "Once you're in, the system commands you to complete tasks set by the Beast Lord. You don't wake up until you finish. If you fail, you don't wake up. Ever." Alex's jaw tightened as he processed the information. The boy then gestured to the forest around them like he was drunk. "It's the air here, man. Something about it acts like sleeping gas. No matter how strong you are, sleep will come for you eventually." His head drooped slightly before he jerked it back up, slapping himself on the cheek to stay awake. "That's all I know." Alex stared at the boy, trying to make sense of the bizarre explanation. Then, out of nowhere, a yawn escaped his lips. His eyes widened in alarm. "What the hell?" He shook his head, his body suddenly feeling heavier, his eyelids betraying him with every passing second. "Why am I feeling sleepy all of a sudden?" His gaze snapped back to the teenager, who was now watching him with a grim expression. The boy wasn't lying. This forest truly was something else, something dangerous. And now, Alex could feel it creeping in on him too. Alex's expression hardened, his gaze narrowing. "And how do you know all of this? You've obviously never been in this dream world. So how could you possibly know?" The teenager smirked faintly, though the exhaustion in his eyes was obvious. "You should know about my patron, right?" he said lazily, his tone almost taunting. "The Blood Monarch?" "Yeah, the one who hates your guts. He told me everything." Alex's frown deepened. "The Blood Monarch?" The boy nodded, swaying slightly on his feet. "Yep, was really pissed when I entered a Beast Lord's territory without any prep. Said it was suicide, but hey, here we are. Alex's mind raced. It made sense that a god could relay this kind of information. They would obviously have more insight far beyond anything players could comprehend. His eyes scanned the young man, who was barely holding himself upright now. He was clearly running on fumes, his body trembling as though it might collapse at any moment. The teenager continued, his voice quieter but still filled with a strange resignation. The Blood Monarch told me, there's no escape once you're here. Once you step into the Beast Lord's territory, you're stuck. The only way out is to pass the trial with other players. Otherwise, he hesitated, his words trailing off as if reluctant to finish. Explore hidden tales at my virtual library empire. Alex forced back another yawn that threatened to slip out. He could feel the forest's influence creeping into his body, its invisible tendrils dragging him closer to sleep. Otherwise what? He asked. The boy didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pointed a shaky finger toward one of the unconscious players nearby. Alex turned his head just in time to see the body convulse violently. Suddenly, thick vines shot out of the ground, wrapping around the player. The vines pierced his skin, burrowing deep inside, and in mere seconds, the once living person was reduced to a shriveled husk. Alex's stomach churned at the gruesome sight, but the boy's voice broke the silence, now tinged with a sense of dread. That's what happens, he said, his words chilling. You fail, you become food. Or manure. Whatever you want to call it. Alex's gaze snapped back to the teenager. Food? For what? The boy smirked weakly, his face pale as he forced out his next words. The forest itself. The Beast Lord isn't in the forest. The Beast Lord is the forest. Chapter 90 Verdant. The forest is the Beast Lord. The teenager's words echoed in Alex's mind. The chilling realization that made his skin crawl. Alex narrowed his gaze. It wasn't as though he hadn't suspected it before. He felt at the moment he stepped foot into this cursed place. The oppressive aura, the unrelenting sense of danger that danger sense only amplified, all pointed to one thing. The forest wasn't just alive, it was the enemy. But hearing it confirmed by the boy in front of him added a weight Alex couldn't ignore. The stakes were far higher than he'd realized. Alex's brow furrowed as he began to piece everything together. His mind worked quickly, but a flicker of movement caught his attention. The boy's head was drooping, his eyelids fluttering dangerously close to shutting. Hey kid, Alex barked, snapping the teenager back to attention. The boy blinked groggily and muttered, It's Dorian. Alex ignored the correction, his tone sharp and urgent. If the forest is the Beast Lord, then how can it be defeated? We can't exactly fight an entire forest. And even if we manage to pass this so-called trial, the Beast Lord will still be alive, waiting to trap more players. So what's the way out? Dorian shrugged lazily, his tone laced with irritation. Man, I don't know. I'm not an encyclopedia. Alex frowned, his patience wearing thin. Didn't your Patreon tell you anything useful? Dorian rolled his eyes, slouching a little. Not everything. He said the answer would come during the trial. Alex ran a hand through his hair, shaking his head in frustration. That's rather vague, he muttered. His irritation wasn't just aimed at Dorian. It was the situation itself. He was about to be thrust into a scenario he didn't understand, with no information and no control. The thought of being at the mercy of the unknown gnawed at him. Dorian sighed, leaning against a nearby tree for support. His exhaustion was obvious. You know, you should be happy you're getting any information at all. Given your beef with my Patreon. The only reason I'm spilling anything is because I'm not sure I can survive this alone, Dorian admitted, his voice dropping to a rare tone of honesty. If I don't pass the trial, I'm dead. Plain and simple. Alex crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. Is that so? But you should know I have no reason to help you. Dorian smirked. Whatever. But just so you know, as long as you're here, you don't get a choice. You'll join me and the other players in the dream world whether you like it or not. Dorian's eyelids fluttered, his body swaying as sleep threatened to take him. Alex ignored the statement, his mind filled with thoughts. He crouched low, pressing his hand against the forest floor. The cool, damp earth felt alive beneath his palm, pulsing faintly as if it had a heartbeat of its own. He muttered to himself, his tone deliberate. If the entire forest is the Beast Lord, then wouldn't the correct solution be to blow up the entire forest? Despite his drowsiness, Dorian's head snapped up. His eyes widened in shock, and he stared at Alex like he'd just grown a second head. You must be crazy. The forest won't let you. Dorian's words cut off mid-sentence as his body went limp. He crumpled to the ground, unconscious, lost to the pull of sleep. Alex straightened, his gaze shifting to Dorian's prone form. Suddenly, he noticed movement. From the nearest tree, thick, sinewy vines began to emerge. They slithered toward Dorian like living serpents, their green, glossy surfaces catching the faint light filtering through the canopy. The vines coiled around Dorian's body, wrapping him tightly. They curled around his arms, legs, and chest, binding him to the ground. Alex's expression barely shifted, his face drawn and weary. His jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing slightly, but there was no trace of panic. The forest's oppressive atmosphere was affecting him too, its weight pressing down like an invisible force. He bit his lip in frustration, the sharp sting grounding him for a moment. He didn't want to end up a kid, but what was the solution? Flee? No. For what Dorian said, it seemed like it was too late for that. His mind returned to the question he couldn't shake. What if I blow up the entire forest? His abilities had recently upgraded to rank S, so if he wanted, he could lay a series of explosions across the forest and amplify them to the max. A chain reaction combined with gravitational collapse would create enough force to obliterate the entire area. It was possible, more than possible. He stared at the dense trees around him, the forest teeming with a strange, malevolent life. His plan could work. But then his gaze shifted to the bodies sprawled on the ground, lifeless yet unnervingly intact. The ones the forest had already claimed, their faces pale, vines coiled around their limbs like shackles. A thought then slipped into his mind. If I destroy the forest, what happens to them? What happens to them if the Beast Lord dies? There was no one to ask, no one to explain. The truth was a mystery, and time wasn't on his side. His eyes started to droop, the heaviness of sleep creeping in. Read chapters at my virtual library empire. He slapped himself hard. The sting jolted him awake for now, but he knew it wouldn't last. Damn it, Alex groaned, shaking his head to clear the fog. Sleep was stalking him like a predator, and if it caught him, he'd end up just like Dorian, dragged into the dream world. He didn't know what waited for him there, but whatever it was, it wouldn't be good. Time was running out. He had to act. Dropping to one knee, Alex pressed his hand firmly to the ground, his fingers digging into the damp earth. His plan was desperate and risky, but it was the only one he had. Set the explosion. The way Alex saw it, there were only two possibilities. One, he leveled the forest, killing the Beast Lord and freeing the players trapped in its grasp. Two, he leveled the forest, killing the Beast Lord, but the players already caught in the dream world would perish with it. The outcomes were a gamble, one potentially good, one devastatingly bad. Alex clenched his fists, his breath shallow. He hated gambling, hated leaving anything to chance. But right now, doing nothing wasn't an option. The ground beneath his hand started to vibrate faintly as Alex began channeling his energy, preparing to set up the explosion. He planned to place the explosives away from the player's location, using the area as the epicenter to ensure it remained safe from the blast. His gaze flicked once more to the unconscious players. Doubt clawed at him, but he pushed it aside. If this is the wrong choice, I'll live with it. Because at this point, indecision felt like the worst choice of all. Alex activated Exploding Touch, channeling energy into his hands and amping it to the highest level and setting one on the ground. He was about to set up another blast, but then, as if the forest had sensed his intent. Whoosh! From nowhere, a thick vine shot toward him like a whip, slicing through the air at breakneck speed. Chapter 91 Nightmare. Alex's reflexes kicked in instantly. He tilted his head to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack, then leaped back to create some distance. The forest rustled ominously, and more vines sprang forth. They erupted from the ground, slithered down from branches, and shot toward him in every direction like striking serpents. These weren't ordinary vines. They were thicker than his arm, unnaturally fast, and moved with intelligence. Alex didn't flinch. He reached into his storage, pulling out several blast shards, and with precise aim, he threw the shards at the incoming vines. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions ripped through the air, tearing apart the vines in fiery bursts. Shredded plant matter rained down, smoldering as it hit the forest floor. Alex landed in a crouch, his eyes scanning for the next wave. But then, a piercing, ear-grating screech erupted around him. Wee-ee! The sound was deafening, a high-pitched wail that seemed to come from the forest itself. Alex winced and staggered, instinctively covering his ears. The noise was unbearable, like nails on a chalkboard amplified 1,000 times. His vision blurred slightly from the pain, but he forced himself to focus. "Is that you screaming?" he muttered through gritted teeth, addressing the forest as if it could hear him. The screech echoed from every direction, reverberating through the trees. The forest seemed to shake in protest, leaves trembling, branches snapping, and the air itself vibrating with hostility. Alex gritted his teeth, the adrenaline surging through his veins. If the beast lord's throwing this much of a tantrum, I must be doing something right. Blowing up the entire forest was the right call. Alex was sure of it. There was no time to dwell on the bad outcomes or second-guess his choice. This was the only way to end it. Alex pulled out multiple blast shards, each glowing faintly in his hands, and began amping their power to the max. The faint hum of energy intensified with every second, the shards growing brighter and hotter as they charged. The forest wasn't going to make it easy. Vines lashed out from all directions, slithering and snapping like hungry snakes. Alex darted across the treetops, leaping from branch to branch with agility born of sheer adrenaline. Gotta keep moving. The vines grew faster and more aggressive, cutting through the air with unnatural precision. Alex narrowly avoided one, twisting midair before landing on another tree branch. But as soon as his feet touched down, a wave of exhaustion slammed into him like a freight train. "Oh, what the?" Alex stumbled, his balance wavering. His body felt unnaturally heavy, his limbs sluggish. The drowsiness hit him hard, fogging his mind and pulling him toward unconsciousness. Before he could steady himself, Alex slipped. He fell from the branch, landing on the ground with a hard thud. The impact jolted him, but it wasn't enough to snap him out of the haze. He groaned as thick vines slithered toward him, coiling around his legs. Their touch was cold and sapping, draining what little resistance he had left to the drowsiness he felt. "Damn it," Alex muttered weakly. He felt his eyes grow heavier with each passing second. His vision blurred, darkness creeping into the edges. He couldn't fight it. Sleep was taking him. Ads by Pub Future. "Fuck," he whispered under his breath, frustration lacing his voice. He didn't know what awaited him in this so-called dream world, and the thought terrified him. The unknown was always the scariest part. His eyes finally closed, and his body succumbed to the forest's power. Alex flinched as a cool droplet of water landed on his cheek. His eyes shot open, and he squinted against the dim light of his surroundings. The sky above was dark and vast, with raindrops falling steadily, their rhythm soothing yet surreal. But what really caught his attention were the two moons glowing faintly in the distance. "What the hell?" Alex muttered, his voice weak and groggy. His mind scrambled to process what he was seeing. It's raining. In a tutorial? The thought didn't make sense, and yet the steady patter of rain on his skin told him otherwise. He let out a tired breath and shut his eyes again, feeling the weight of exhaustion still pressing down on him. The rain wasn't something he expected, but it wasn't entirely unwelcome. Alex inhaled deeply, the cool, clean air filling his lungs. The droplets rolled down his face and arms, soaking into his clothes. Despite everything, he couldn't help but feel a strange satisfaction in the rain's touch. He squirmed slightly where he lay, his body instinctively reacting to this soothing sensation. I always did love the rain. Memories of watching it from his bedroom window floated through his mind, moments of peace amidst chaos. Something about it always managed to calm him, pulling his thoughts to a quiet, relaxing place. After a moment, Alex forced his eyes open again. His vision was blurred, and his thoughts felt sluggish like his brain was wading through a thick fog. He became more aware of his surroundings. His body was rocking gently back and forth, almost like he was being cradled. He squeezed his eyes shut again, trying to block out the growing confusion swirling in his mind. This can't be the tutorial, he thought, a knot tightening in his stomach. But then, a sound, deep and haunting, reached his ears. It sounded like a distorted cry of a whale, which reverberated like a deep, bone-shaking growl of a massive tiger. The sound rumbled low and violent, echoing through the sky with unnatural resonance, as the boat swayed on the ocean waves with Alex on it. It wasn't like anything Alex had ever heard before, and it sent chills down his spine, making his heart race. His eyes snapped open, and he shot up, pushing himself to his feet. But as soon as he did, the ground beneath him shook. The platform he stood on wobbled dangerously, tilting beneath his weight. For a split second, he thought he was going to fall. But reflex kicked in, and with a quick adjustment, he managed to steady himself. His hands clenched the sides of the platform as he raised his head, slowly, cautiously. And then he saw it. His breath caught in his throat as his surroundings became clear. He was on a small boat, tossed around by violent waves. Lightning crackled in the sky, lighting up the dark, storm-churned ocean that stretched out endlessly in all directions. The water around him churned, black and wild, like the very sea itself was alive. The cold, torrential rain hammered down on him. It didn't feel so soothing anymore, but rather felt like stinging needles. And then it came again, the deafening, distorted cry. The noise made Alex's skin crawl, and a cold sweat broke out across his forehead. The terrifying echo seemed to claw at his bones, sending a shiver deep into his core. Alex's breath came out in short, shallow gasps. Confused, shocked, and terrified. His body trembling. What the hell is this? His voice was barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might make the hellish scene even worse. Your next chapter awaits on my virtual library empire. This was indeed a nightmare. Chapter 92 Kraken. Welcome to Nightmare. Quest. Reach the peak of the mountain and defeat Grim Lord, gaining immunity that will prevent you from ever being sucked into the dream world or any illusion ever again. Time limit, 7 days. Failure death. Alex's brow furrowed as he stared at the glowing text floating ominously in the air before him. It felt like the tutorial all over again, only in the setting it felt more sinister this time. He squinted, rereading the words as lightning crackled across the sky, illuminating the stormy waters surrounding his fragile boat. The flashes made the glowing text flicker like the world itself was unstable. Grim Lord, Alex muttered under his breath, the name feeling foreign yet dangerous. Is it the Beast Lord? He wondered, the one pulling people into this nightmare? The thought made his heart race, but then another idea crept in, planting doubt. No, Alex said aloud, shaking his head to clear the confusion. The glowing quest text didn't mention the Beast Lord. The wording was precise. Defeating the Grim Lord would grant him immunity, preventing him from ever being trapped in a dream world or illusion again. But it said nothing about stopping the Beast Lord itself. His eyes narrowed as the realization hit him, a sinking feeling twisting in his gut. If I do this, if I defeat this Grim Lord, the Beast Lord will still exist, Alex murmured, his voice bitter. It'll still be able to pull more people into its genjutsu feed on them. Alex frowned, his mind racing as he pieced things together. Ads by Pub Future. The player who managed to escape this twisted tutorial and defeat the Grim Lord would be the only one immune to the Dream World's pull. That immunity would make them the key to defeating the Forest Beast Lord. But even then, the task wasn't simple. Whoever does it, Alex muttered, would have to be strong enough to handle those damn vines. Enjoy new tales from my virtual library empire. His lips curled into a sly grin. A player like me. The thought ignited a fire inside him. He had his goal now. Defeat the Grim Lord, gain the immunity, and when he escaped this nightmare, he would return to the forest and bring the Beast Lord to its knees. He could already picture the destruction, the forest leveled, its monstrous vines reduced to ash. The boat lurched violently, yanked by the surging waves, and Alex staggered. His body tilted, but he instinctively crouched low, gripping the boat's edges to steady himself. The storm raged on, rain pelting his face in relentless sheets. Thunder cracked above him, and the deafening roar of the ocean mixed with the eerie, mournful cry that echoed from the unseen depths. The sound clawed at his nerves, chilling and alien. It was like something alive, something hunting. This really is like a horror movie, Alex muttered under his breath, glancing at the shadowy expanse of the ocean around him. Every flash of lightning revealed the dark, churning water, but no land in sight. He clenched his fists, steadying his breathing. It was hard to believe it was merely an illusion. The boat creaked beneath him, cutting through the waves. Where are you taking me? Alex whispered to himself, his voice nearly drowned out by the storm. He stared ahead into the black void, rain dripping from his hair and clothes. According to Dorian, other players have been pulled into this nightmare as well. so they should also be in this realm as well. He figured the boat was ferrying him to wherever the others were. As he squinted into the stormy horizon, something caught his attention, a faint outline in the distance. An island. The boat seemed to be heading straight for it, cutting through the relentless waves like it had a purpose. An island, huh? Alex muttered. His instincts told him the other players would probably be there too. But seriously, what kind of place was this? The whole setup, from the terrifying ocean to the eerie cries in the dark, it all felt designed to terrify players. Alex exhaled, allowing himself a brief moment of relief. At least he was leaving this cursed water behind. But just as he started to relax, something caught his eye. Whoosh. A massive, dark shape moved just beneath the boat, so large it distorted the water around it. Alex's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he muttered, his voice laced with sarcasm. Things could never be so peaceful. He sighed heavily, but before he could process the situation, the same ominous sound echoed again, but this time it was so close it felt like the air itself vibrated. The haunting cry reverberated over the water, rattling Alex to his core. He instinctively clamped his hands over his ears, wincing at the sheer intensity of the noise. The creature that made that bone-chilling sound was directly beneath him. From the faint silhouette beneath the churning waves, Alex could make out the shape of the creature. A monstrous octopus, with multiple tendrils that writhed unnervingly in the water. Alex's heart pounded, and his gaze darted around the small boat. There wasn't much he could do here, trapped in the middle of the ocean, with nothing but rain, lightning, and this nightmare beast. He gritted his teeth, wishing desperately for an alternative. If only I could make the boat go faster. Or if I could fly like Jonah. Then, like a spark in the storm, an idea hit him. What if I ran? With his enhanced speed, wouldn't he be fast enough to skim across the water? He had seen it before in movies. Speedsters were able to run on water as long as they moved fast enough that their feet didn't break the water surface tension, essentially exerting enough upward force with each step to counteract gravity. With his insane agility, he was confident he could do it. And just as the plan began to form, the ocean erupted around him. Crash! Multiple tentacles shot out of the water, glistening with the rain, and they wrapped tightly around the boat with terrifying speed, their slimy surfaces gleaming like blackened steel. Shit! Alex shouted, leaping back as the boat groaned under the immense pressure. The monstrous tendrils coiled tighter, splintering the wood with loud, cracking sounds. The boat shuddered violently, tilting to one side as the beast pulled it apart piece by piece. Alex couldn't help but grin nervously, his fear bubbling over into a strange kind of excitement. Well, looks like I don't have any other options, he muttered, wiping rain from his face as crouched low, readying himself to leap and turn Barry Allen for a second. Chapter 93 Water Sprint. If Alex failed, he would plunge into the dark, frigid sea and become a snack for a terrifying version of Squidward. But if he succeeded, he'd do the impossible, become the second man in history to walk on water. His heart raced at the thought. No room for failure now. Alex activated Fast and Furious, feeling his agility surge to insane levels, and without hesitation, he layered it with Blur, his agility skyrocketing. The boat groaned, creaked, and then shattered under the crushing force of the tentacles. Alex launched himself into action. He didn't just jump. He exploded off the remains of the boat like a rocket, his movements a blur against the rain-soaked chaos around him. The air whipped against his face as he hit the water surface with incredible momentum. For a moment, his heart skipped a beat as he wondered whether he would sink. But to his astonishment, the water beneath his feet felt solid, like a glassy platform responding to his blistering speed. No way, he muttered in disbelief, a grin spreading across his face. I'm walking on water. Each stride sent ripples racing outward as he dashed toward the island. The rain pelted him mercilessly, and the distant silhouette of the shoreline came closer with every heartbeat. But then a deep gurgling sound made his stomach twist. He risked a glance over his shoulder and felt his blood run cold. Something was chasing him, something fast. It wasn't the massive octopus-like monster that had destroyed his boat. This one was smaller, but no less terrifying, and it was gaining on him. Its streamlined body cut through the water like a torpedo, its glowing, predatory eyes locked on him. Seriously? Alex groaned, his grin fading as adrenaline kicked into overdrive. He forced himself to stay focused, his eyes locked on the island ahead. He wouldn't let chaos behind him distract him now. Almost there, he thought, determination driving each stride across the water surface. As the shoreline drew closer, Alex gauged the distance. Just a few more feet. Not wanting to risk getting caught at the last second, he launched himself into the air, propelling his body forward with a powerful leap. But then, splash! Multiple tendrils erupted from the water like dark javelins, their sharp movements slicing through the rain-soaked air. They shot toward him with terrifying speed, aiming to snatch him out of midair. Alex's instincts kicked in. His danger sense flared like an alarm, and his body reacted instantly. He twisted, flipped, and contorted, narrowly avoiding each grasping tendril. For a moment, it seemed like he'd done it. But then, thwop! Out of nowhere, a massive tendril, far longer than the others, lashed out and wrapped around his leg like a constricting snake. No! Alex shouted, panic surging through him as he thrashed in midair, trying to free himself. The tendril yanked him down with brute force, and before he could react, more tendrils followed. They wrapped around his arms, torso, and legs, securing him like a prisoner. No, no, no! Alex cried, desperately trying to pull free. But the nightmare kraken's grip was too strong. The monster dragged him downward, pulling him into the cold, dark sea. The moment Alex hit the water, he sucked in a deep breath, bracing himself as the icy depths swallowed him whole. He fought the pull of the tendrils, twisting his body and trying to remember every swimming lesson he'd ever taken. As Alex struggled against the kraken's grip, a glowing panel appeared in front of him, its ominous text sending chills down his spine. Nightmare Kraken, G. Alex's eyes widened in sheer horror. The kraken was enormous, its grotesque, pulsating body looming in the murky depths like something out of a nightmare. Dozens of writhing tendrils extended from its body, each one moving with eerie precision. Great, just great, he thought, still thrashing against the tendrils. How the hell am I supposed to fight this thing underwater? More tendrils snaked their way around Alex, tightening their grip. He winced as the slimy, cold, and disgustingly squelchy texture wrapped around him, pressing against his arms and legs like a living net. The kraken pulled him closer, dragging him toward its gaping maw. Alex's heart pounded as he caught sight of the monster's mouth, massive and lined with rows of jagged, razor-sharp teeth that seemed designed to tear through anything. The kraken's intention was obvious. It was going to eat him. Panic set in as Alex's mind raced. His palm was pressed against the kraken's slimy body, and he knew he could activate Exploding Touch. But there was a problem. If I blow this thing up, I'll get caught in the blast too. Though he had heat resistance, it didn't exactly prevent his body from getting blown into pieces. Alex struggled harder, twisting his body, but the tendrils only tightened, squeezing the air out of his lungs. The kraken's maw loomed closer, the jagged teeth glinting like knives in the dim light of the water. Is this how I die? Alex thought, despair creeping in as he fought to free himself. Then, the kraken's mouth opened wider, a chilling sight that made Alex's stomach drop. Rows of teeth glistened ominously, the darkness of its gullet seeming to stretch on forever. Nope, Alex muttered, shaking his head, his heart pounding. I know I'll die someday, but this is not how I die. The image of his body being shredded by rows of razor-sharp teeth flashed through his mind, and a chill ran down his spine. He wouldn't wish this kind of horrifying death on anyone, not even his worst enemy. Grated to death like cheese? Nope, not happening. The kraken's tendrils tightened again, and Alex felt his ribs creak under the pressure as the creature pulled him closer to its pulsating mouth. But Alex refused to panic. He focused deeply, gathering energy into his throat, and activated Sonic Howl. With everything he had, Alex unleashed an ear-splitting roar. The sound waves burst out from his chest, radiating like shock waves. The force was immense, reverberating through the water like an underwater explosion. The kraken recoiled, its massive body shuddering violently as the sound waves struck it head-on. Alex felt the tendrils around his body loosen slightly, the disorienting tremors making the creature falter. But it wasn't enough. The kraken's grip was still there, refusing to fully release him. Fine, Alex thought, gritting his teeth. Time for Plan B. He activated Slipstream. A strange, almost invisible aura enveloped Alex's body. It was like his skin was coated in some kind of ethereal lubricant, making it impossible for anything to hold onto him tightly. The Kraken's tendrils began to slip and slide against his body. Their grip slackened even further, its once firm hold reduced to a desperate struggle to keep him contained. Alex could feel the difference immediately. The slimy tendrils lost their traction as if they couldn't stick to him anymore. Enjoy exclusive adventures from my virtual library empire. Alex clenched his fists, steeling his resolve, and with a sharp exhale, he shot out of the Kraken's grasp like a slippery arrow. Behind him, the Kraken let out a guttural howl, its tendrils flailing wildly as it tried to grab him again. Its massive tentacle shot through the water like spear, aiming to snatch him back. But Alex was ready. He extended his hand, activating Aegis Arcane. The shimmering, translucent barrier formed around him, deflecting the incoming tendrils with ease. The Kraken's attacks bounced off harmlessly, each failed attempt frustrating the beast even more. He wasn't done yet. With a swift motion, Alex stretched out his hand and... Chapter 94 Black Inferno. With a swift motion, Alex stretched out his hand and used the newest power he'd earned from defeating the monkey shaman, Black Flames. A dark, swirling energy formed in his palm before erupting into a torrent of pitch-black fire. Even underwater, the flames roared to life. They weren't ordinary flames. These burned with an otherworldly intensity, defying the very nature of water. Find your next read at my virtual library empire. The Kraken's slimy body ignited on contact, the black fire clinging to its skin like a parasite. Scree you on. The creature thrashed violently, its agonized screams reverberating through the water. Its massive body twisted and turned, churning up the sea as the black flames consumed it. Alex floated there, catching his breath as he watched the once terrifying beast writhe in pain. But from the corner of his eye, Alex noticed a shadow moving through the water. His heart sank as the shape grew larger and larger. No way, he thought, narrowing his eyes. The first Kraken, the one that had destroyed his boat, was approaching. Nightmare Kraken R. The R indicated this Kraken was a higher lever, bigger and stronger than the Kraken Alex had set on fire. Crap, Alex muttered, feeling a weight settle in his chest. His lungs burned. He was running out of air. Yep, it's definitely time to bail, Alex said under his breath, bubbles escaping his mouth. He wasn't about to pick a fight with a stronger squid while he was underwater and running on empty. But just because he was escaping didn't mean he was letting this oversized calamari off the hook. The first Kraken, still writhing in agony from the black flames, was on borrowed time. But Alex wanted to speed up the process. He reached into his inventory and pulled out a blast shard. He then infused the shard with gravitational implosion, a skill that could compress and detonate anything it touched, then activated Dismiss, a skill that allowed him to transfer the infused energy from his blast shard to the burning Kraken without getting too close. But he wasn't done yet. He repeated the process and infused another charge, and with a quick flick of his hand, he sent the second blast into the creature as well. That should do it, he thought. But he wasn't about to stick around to watch the fireworks just yet. Kicking his legs with everything he had, Alex swam toward the surface, each stroke burning as his muscles strained for oxygen. The first Kraken arrived, but hesitated as it neared the burning remains of the second. The black flames, clinging to the fallen creature, crackled ominously, their unnatural heat searing even through the water. The burning Kraken howled in agony. Its enormous eyes then turned towards Alex's direction, its gaze filled with rage and malevolence. From a safe distance, Alex turned back and grinned, his expression half defiant and half mocking. Don't look at me like that. You guys started this. Alex smirked, and then he snapped his fingers. The world seemed to hold its breath for a moment. Then, boom! Both Krakens convulsed violently as their heads twisted inward, crushed by the gravitational pull of the explosive force. The water churned around them as the epicenter of the blast compressed, pulling everything nearby into a swirling vortex. And then the explosion erupted outward. Flames burst from the sea, shooting up like an underwater volcano had detonated. The sheer force sent a massive wave surging across the surface, crashing outward in every direction. Alex barely had time to react as the wave slammed into him, lifting his body like a rag doll. The current carried him toward the shore, throwing him onto the wet sand with a rough thud. He coughed up seawater and took sharp, labored breaths. That was insane. Then he rolled on his back, his chest rising and falling heavily. His arms splayed out as he let out a long, shaky exhale. The adrenaline he felt wearing off. I did it, Alex muttered, a small, tired smile creeping onto his face. He stared at the night sky above and observed that the rain seemed to have stopped, and in the sky were two moons hung high, their pale light casting an eerie glow on the dark horizon. For a moment, the only sounds were the distant crash of waves and the crackle of dying flames on the water surface. Then a mechanical chime echoed in Alex's ears. Ding! You have killed Nightmare Monster. You have received 100 Nightmare Points. Nightmare Points. These points can be used to purchase items, potions, and food from vendors. They can also grant access to locations leading to the Grimlord. You have received 10 stat points. Alex's head perked up at the mention of stat points. Before he could fully process the first message, another notification popped up. You have killed Nightmare Monster. You have received 150 Nightmare Points. Nightmare Points. These points can be used to purchase items, potions, and food from vendors. They can also grant access to locations. You have received 15 stat points. Title Apocalypse Baby activated. You have received an additional 100 Nightmare Points. You have received 10 stat points. You have received an additional 150 Nightmare Points. You have received 15 stat points. Alex blinked, his mind racing to process the unexpected windfall. Stats points? He muttered, his heart pounding with excitement. He jumped to his feet, bits of sand sticking to his back as he stared at the glowing panel. His eyes darted across the text, reading and rereading to make sure he hadn't imagined it. Stat points for killing monsters? That was unheard of. In the original tutorial, he only ever received stat points from leveling up. But here, he hadn't gotten a single level up notification, yet he got stat points. This place obviously had its own set of rules, which was completely different from what he was used to. His grin widened as he did a quick mental calculation. With the 10 points from the first kill, the 15 from the second, and the doubling effect of his Apocalypse Baby title, he had received a whopping 50 stat points in total. And that was enough to match the value of an upgrade stone. This, Alex muttered with a grin, his heart pounding in excitement. This place might not be hell after all. Chapter 95, Frustrating Restrictions. Alex's grin stretched wider, his excitement practically radiating off him. Attributes points? He muttered to himself, the words tasting sweet on his tongue. It was exactly what I need right now. Attribute points were arguably the most valuable resource he could have it thanks to a tribute converter, and they were piling up like a jackpot in his favor. His thoughts raced as he calculated the benefits. With attribute points, he could acquire upgrade stones, which were essential for ranking up his skills. And now, thanks to the strange yet beneficial system of this nightmare realm, he was earning attribute points as a reward for defeating monsters. 50 points. Discover hidden stories at my virtual library empire. He quickly added that to his already growing stockpile. 35 points left from defeating the Monkey King. 30 points he still had from the Monkey Shaman. That brought his total to a jaw-dropping 115 points. Alex's heart raced. That was enough to upgrade his skill 2 times. The decision was already made. There was no need to debate or overthink it. He knew exactly where those points were going. Exploding Touch, he whispered, the name sending a thrill down his spine. He had started upgrading the skill already, and it had proven to be a game-changer. Now he intended to max it out, pushing it to its highest rank, no matter the cost. More broken. More powerful, more OP, Alex said with a smirk, the anticipation electrifying his body. He could already imagine the devastation Exploding Touch would unleash after this upgrade. With excitement coursing through him, Alex balled his fists tightly, his mind buzzing with the possibilities. With his skill, he could blast through any obstacle. Straight to the top. The thought alone made him grin. He decided, right then and there, to use his newly acquired attribute points. There was no reason to wait. He pulled up his stats panel, ready to allocate the points. But as he hovered over the options, a question gnawed at him. What happens if another skill crosses 100 points? Would another god show up to recruit him, just like Savitar did when his agility surpassed the 100 mark? The memory of that encounter made him groan in frustration. Savitar, the so-called god of speed, had been insufferable, and although Alex had humiliated and sent him packing, he had no desire to go through that again. Alex rubbed his temples, already feeling frustrated. No way I'm dealing with another bastard like him. With that thought in mind, he made a decision. He was going to put the points in agility. It was already above 100, and there was no way Savitar would dare show his face again after the embarrassment he suffered last time. Plus, Alex reasoned, this dreamlike nightmare realm had to work differently. He doubted the gods would enter the nightmare realm to recruit. Yeah, Alex said, nodding to himself. Agility it is. Safe choice. He focused his thoughts, ready to assign points into his agility stat. But the moment he tried to confirm the allocation, a sudden notification popped up in Alex's vision. You cannot assign points to attributes in Nightmare. Alex froze, his brow furrowing as he squinted at the glowing message. What? He muttered, utterly confused. Had he done something wrong? He took a deep breath, trying to think it through. The system allowed him to distribute stat points either by thought or vocal command. He had attempted the first, and it had failed. Maybe he just needed to try the second option. System, assign 100 points to my agility, he commanded confidently, his voice steady. The notification blinked again. You cannot assign points to attributes in Nightmare. Alex's jaw clenched in frustration. What the? Come on. He tried once more, stubbornly repeating the process, only to be met with the same response. You cannot assign points to attributes in Nightmare. What? Alex finally exclaimed, throwing his hands up in exasperation. If I can't use the attribute points, then what's the point of giving them as a reward? Alex muttered, his voice heavy with irritation. The thought gnawed at him, and the more he considered it, the angrier he became. He had already thought it was reckless of the Nightmare to hand out upgrade points so generously. If players could use them instantly, they'd grow stronger too fast. But now the Nightmare intention had been made clear. The Nightmare wasn't going to allow players to use attribute points until they escaped. If they escaped, Alex's expression darkened. Escape wasn't guaranteed. In fact, it seemed unlikely for most. If no one survived the Nightmare, what good were the unused stat points they earned? They die with them, wasted and pointless. Alex grunted in frustration, his fists clenching tightly. This is so messed up, he growled. But even as anger surged within him, Alex forced himself to let it go. Dwelling on the unfairness wouldn't help him in any way. If anything, it fueled him to decimate this fucked up world. With a weary sigh, he relaxed his shoulders and accepted the harsh reality. Stat points or not, Alex was confident. He didn't need an arsenal of upgrades to crush this Nightmare. The strength he already had was enough, and his plan was simple. Stay, fight, defeat the Grim Lord, and rack up as many stats points as possible along the way. Rising to his feet, Alex stretched his arms, rolling his shoulders to ease the tension from his earlier battle. His sharp gaze swept over the island bathed in soft moonlight. It looked almost serene. Lush trees swayed in the cool breeze, and the scent of fresh earth and salt water mingled in the air. For a moment, Alex let himself enjoy it. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, letting the soothing calm wash over him. But when he opened them, the peaceful facade faded. His eyes glinted sharply as he activated Far Sight, his vision stretching far ahead into the jungle. The illusion of tranquility shattered. He could see them. Monsters, dozens of them, prowling the dense foliage, their glowing eyes and shifting forms moving with unsettling grace. The jungle was teeming with danger. But Alex wasn't fazed. He looked up and saw beyond it. Looming high above the treetops, a tall mountain stood silhouetted against the twin moons. Alex's lips curved into a determined smirk. Destination spotted. Time to move, Alex muttered under his breath, his eyes fixed on the towering mountain in the distance. Chapter 96 Apocalypse Fashion. But as he took his first step forward, he stopped abruptly, a wave of discomfort rolling over him. His wet clothes, still clinging to his skin, were crusted with sand, making every movement scratchy and unpleasant. His boots squished with every step, still soaked from his earlier plunge into the sea. This is unbearable, Alex grumbled, looking down at his waterlogged state. I need a change. Opening his inventory, Alex flicked through the options. His virtual wardrobe was packed with all kinds of outfits, battle gear, casual wear, and everything in between. At first, he was overwhelmed, scrolling indecisively through his collection. Then a thought struck him. I'm on an island, he mused, a grin spreading across his face. Might as well dress the part. Without hesitation, Alex stripped off his drenched clothes and boots, tossing them into his inventory. The cool night breeze brushed against his skin, making him shiver. Cold. Alex hurriedly rummaged through his inventory and selected a pair of cargo shorts that immediately caught his eye. They weren't just ordinary shorts. These ones added +2 to agility, a nice boost for his quick movements. He slipped them on and felt a subtle difference, his body feeling a little lighter, a little faster. Next, he pulled out a crisp red shirt with fiery orange patterns streaked across it. The shirt had a stats boost, and as soon as he buttoned it up, his intelligence increased by 5. Looking good, he muttered, glancing down at his outfit. Kicking off his soaked boots, Alex selected a pair of flip-flops from his inventory. But these weren't ordinary sandals. They came with a special ability that enabled him to life briefly on air. As soon as he slipped them on, he felt a faint tingle in his feet, like they were ready to lift him off the ground at a moment's notice. All of the enchanted clothes were looted from the Cockatrice King's base. The creature had been using the magical properties of these garments to power its brood. I still wonder where it even got human clothes, Alex mused, shaking his head as the memory of the odd find came back to him. Fully dressed and ready to move, Alex took a step forward but then froze mid-stride. Almost forgot, he muttered. Reaching into his inventory one last time, he pulled out a beach hat, light and breezy, but far more than it appeared. Placing it snugly on his head, Alex grinned. Beach hat. User-bound a hat that seems like regular clothing but can transform into a deadly spiral blade on command. It can also be used as a boomerang. Alex gave it a light tap, the brim sturdy but unassuming. A weapon that doubles as fashion? Perfect, he said with a smirk. He then decided to test out the hat's special power. Grinning with anticipation, he pulled it off his head and held it firmly in his hand. All right, let's see what you can do, he muttered. With a thought, he activated the hat's ability. Explore stories on my virtual library empire. The seemingly ordinary beach hat shimmered, its material shifting and morphing into a sleek, gleaming crescent-shaped blade. The transformation was mesmerizing, the blade glistening under the soft moonlight like liquid silver. Alex took a deep breath, weighing the weapon in his hand. It felt perfectly balanced, almost as if it was an extension of his arm. Here goes nothing, he said, stepping into position. He hurled the blade with precision, aiming toward the edge of the forest. It zipped through the air, spinning so fast it was almost a blur. The weapon hummed with a faint, otherworldly sound as it sliced through the night. Alex shielded his eyes with one hand, the other resting on his brow as he tracked the weapon's trajectory. His keen gaze followed it into the shadows of the trees. A moment later, he heard a faint SHNK and the unmistakable thud of something hitting the ground. Then, as if it were drawn back by invisible strings, the crescent blade reappeared, spinning toward him like a boomerang. Alex raised his hand and caught it effortlessly, the weapon fitting back into his grip like it belonged there. He inspected the blade, his eyes wide with admiration. Not a stain, he muttered. The weapon's surface was spotless, glistening as clean as when he'd first activated it. A familiar sound then echoed in his ears. Ding! You have killed Blight Raven. You have received 10 nightmare points. You have received 1 stat point. Apocalypse baby kicking in. You have received an additional 10 nightmare points. You have received an additional stat point. Alex shook his head. Just 1 stat point? Cheap ass. With a thought, the crescent-shaped blade shimmered and morphed back into its original form, an ordinary-looking beach hat. He placed it back on his head, adjusting it with a firm tug. All right, time to move, he said, stepping forward toward the forest. But before he could take more than a few steps, a faint rumbling caught his attention. Heavy footsteps, slow but deliberate, echoed through the jungle. Alex wasn't surprised. He had already seen them approaching with far sight. Still, he paused, his eyes narrowing as the first of them emerged from the shadows. They looked like bears, massive and hulking, but something was terribly wrong. Their fur was sparse, and their skin was grotesquely rotten, covered in oozing sores. Some were missing entire chunks of flesh, exposing ribs and other bones beneath. Their intestines drooped out of gaping wounds, swaying sickeningly with each step. The sight was horrific. Alex's nose wrinkled in disgust. Their movements were jerky and irrational, lurching forward like puppets on broken strings. Zombie bears, he muttered, grimacing. A notification flashed in front of him. Blight bears are... Alex let out a long sigh and rolled his shoulders. Of course, he muttered. He raised his arm, ready to summon his weapon, his fingers twitching with anticipation. But before he could act, a sudden screech pierced the air. His gaze snapped upward, and overhead, a swarm of birds dove toward him with terrifying speed. Chapter 97 Nightmare Store. Alex didn't flinch as the flock of birds dove toward him, screeching with deadly intent. "Annoying pests," he muttered, taking a deep breath. With a sudden roar, Alex unleashed a sonic scream. The air around him vibrated violently as waves of sound rippled outward. The birds were hit mid-flight, their bodies convulsing as they crashed into the ground one by one. Two lifeless creatures piled up at his feet, their eerie glow extinguished. "That's one problem handled," Alex said, brushing off his hands like it was nothing. His attention shifted to the hulking figures emerging from the shadows of the forest. More blight bears appeared, their rotting, grotesque forms illuminated faintly by the moonlight. Their bloodshot eyes locked onto Alex with mindless fury as they lumbered closer. Alex didn't move, hands casually tucked in his pockets, as he watched them with a smirk, completely unfazed. To regular players, these corrupted beasts would have been terrifying, a deadly encounter requiring careful strategy. But to Alex, they were just mobs. The bears snarled, their roars echoing through the jungle as they broke into a full charge. Alex sighed, looking almost bored. He raised one hand lazily. "All right, let's heat things up a bit." With a flick of his wrist, he activated Black Flame. A swirling mass of dark fire erupted from his palm, roaring to life as it streaked toward the oncoming bears. The flames hit their mark, engulfing the creatures in a blaze of obsidian fire. The fire clung to their rotting bodies, unyielding, burning endlessly until nothing but ashes remained. 1, 2, 3. Alex moved with precision, striking the blight bears one after another, each attack fluid and effortless. He barely broke a sweat as his Black Flame, skilled, did the heavy lifting, engulfing the bears in relentless fire. But something about them was unsettling. Even as their fur and flesh burned away, their movements remained eerily consistent. Limbs charred to the bone, eyes liquefied in their sockets, and yet they kept coming. Some dragged themselves with missing limbs, others stumbled as their bodies crumbled piece by piece. Alex's eyes narrowed, his posture shifting slightly as he observed their behavior. The realization clicked. These creatures weren't just monsters. They were undead-like, beings that didn't tire, didn't fear, and most importantly, didn't feel the agony of their own destruction. It made them tenacious, relentless. But even if they couldn't feel pain, their bodies were still falling apart. And he was right. The Black Flame was doing its job, eating away at their rotting forms. For every step forward, the bears lost more of themselves, until their shambling movements slowed to a halt. One by one, the bears collapsed, reduced to heaps of scorched flesh and brittle bones. The flames continued to dance across the remains, a silent reminder of the skill's overwhelming power. The last bear fell mere feet away from Alex, its clawed hand outstretched as if trying to grasp him. Its body twitched once, then stilled as the fire consumed it completely. Alex stood over the smoldering carcass, his expression calm but focused. "Ding! You have defeated Blightbear. You have received 10 nightmare points. Continue reading in my virtual library empire. You have received 1 stat point. Apocalypse Baby kicking in. You have received an additional 10 nightmare points. You have received additional stat points." Alex furrowed his brow, his thoughts racing as he reviewed the notifications. The number of nightmare points he had earned from defeating the Blight Bears and Ravens was vastly different compared to what he got from slaying the Kraken. 400 nightmare points, Alex muttered, glancing at the total. It was more than he had earned from defeating the Kraken. He scrolled through his notifications again, this time focusing on the stat points. For defeating the pack of bears and birds, he had only gained 5 stat points. His title doubled the reward, making it 10 points. A little small, though. In contrast, the Kraken had netted him 20 points, which the title boosted to a whopping 40 points. Alex rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then decided to dig deeper. He opened the kill notification logs, hoping for some clarity. And he read through the details. It hit him. "Oh, so that's it," Alex said to himself, his tone carrying a mix of understanding and mild irritation. He realized that stat points weren't awarded for every single kill. It depended on a monster's strength and value. The Kraken, being a far more powerful and dangerous opponent, had naturally yielded a much greater reward. The corrupted bears and ravens, though numerous, were much weaker by comparison. Accepting the logic, Alex put the thought aside. The forest ahead loomed darker and more mysterious, its canopy of twisted trees blocking out the moonlight. But Alex moved forward without hesitation. As he ventured deeper, something caught his eye, a faint glow to his left. He turned his head and spotted a small store nestled at the corner of a clearing, its warm light a stark contrast to the eerie surroundings. A store? Here, Alex said, his curiosity piqued. The store looked old but well-maintained, with a wooden sign swaying gently above the entrance. Strange symbols were carved into its surface, glowing faintly in the dark. A faint hum of magic seemed to emanate from it, beckoning him closer. "Oh, this must be the store where we can spend nightmare points," Alex muttered to himself, curiosity pulling him forward. Deciding it was worth investigating, he made his way toward the glowing shop. With each step, he wondered about the vendor. What's it going to be? Another zombie, he thought, imagining some grotesque creature with rotting flesh. But then his ears picked up something unexpected, a gruff voice singing. The melody wasn't bad, either. In fact, it was surprisingly catchy. As he reached the front of the store, the figure behind the counter came into view. Alex blinked once, then twice, his mind struggling to process what he was seeing. The back of the figure looked like a bear skull, the bones smooth and polished, glinting under the shop's dim light. "What the hell?" Alex muttered, taking a cautious step closer. As though sensing his presence, the figure stopped mid-chorus and whipped around with lightning speed, its teeth clacking together like a drumbeat as it exclaimed in a shockingly enthusiastic tone. "Hi there," it greeted, throwing its bony hands up in a wave. "The fuck?" Alex, startled, took a step back and instinctively pulled out his sword. Standing before him was a freaking undead dressed like a cowboy. A full skeleton, complete with a tattered hat, leather boots, and a vest that somehow looked both intimidating and ridiculous. Its eye sockets glowed faintly with green light, and its wide grin made it look almost comical. "What the hell?" Alex exclaimed, gripping his sword tightly, eyes locked on the strange figure. But his confusion only deepened when he realized something bizarre. How the hell did it sing so well without vocal cords? "What are you?" Alex demanded, his voice sharp, though his curiosity was starting to overtake his fear. The undead casually tipped its hat, its bones clattering slightly as it moved. Then, in a twangy, cheerful voice, it replied, "Name's Jenkin. I run the Nightmare Store. As long as you've got the points, I can get you what you want." Chapter 98, Ridiculous Demand. Alex blinked. "You're kidding." Jenkin chuckled, a dry sound that echoed like hollow wind through its ribcage. "Do I look like I'm kidding, partner?" Still clutching his sword, Alex allowed his eyes to wander around the store. It wasn't exactly what he'd imagined for a mystical shop. The place was shabby, dimly lit, and cluttered with organs. A quick scan revealed bones, a jaw with a tooth hanging loose, a suspiciously human-looking kidney in a jar, a brain floating in green liquid, an eyeball staring back at him, and 2 round balls. He decided he didn't want to think too much about. He looked back at Jenkin, unsure whether to feel disgusted or impressed. "So what do you sell?" The skeleton sockets seemed to brighten as if it had been waiting for that question. Jenkin leaned on the counter, spreading its bony arms theatrically. "Well, partner, I sell potions, weapons, gear, accessories, and other fine items that'll aid your survival. As long as you've got the points, I can get you what you want." Alex crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow at the strange skeleton vendor. "So basically, this is like shop," he muttered himself. "Except it's physical, and you trade with points instead of coins." His gaze drifted back to the macabre setup, the shelves lined with human organs in jars. The bony cowboy grinning like this was all perfectly normal. "Yeah, no. I'll pass," Alex said flatly, shaking his head. The system had already explained that nightmare points could be used for more than just purchases. They could unlock hidden locations and other useful perks. He'd rather save them for something crucial later than blow them on whatever creepy trinkets this skeleton was hawking. Besides, he wasn't about to buy gear from someone who thought floating kidneys counted as decor. But as he walked, a nagging thought struck him. He then decided to open the shop interface, the familiar menu flickering to life in his vision. But the moment it appeared, Alex's heart sank. Right at the top of the screen, there was an icon he hadn't seen before, a padlock. "No way," Alex muttered, narrowing his eyes. He tapped the icon, half hoping it was some kind of glitch. Instead, a notification popped up in front of him, confirming his worst suspicion. You cannot access shop in Nightmare. Seriously? Alex muttered, his voice dripping with frustration. His hand instinctively clenched into a fist, and he let out a slow, aggravated breath. This is fucked up. The Nightmare was rigged, deliberately making survival nearly impossible for players. Alex's mind raced as he pieced it together. Players couldn't level up properly. They couldn't use the upgrade stones they fought so hard-earned. And now, even the shop, a vital resource for things like potions and food, was locked. Sure, the Nightmare points offer an alternative, but they came with a massive catch. According to the system, these points were crucial for unlocking an important location that led to the Grim Lord. Stay updated with my virtual library empire. But if you splurged on the creepy vendor's goods, it was possible you'd never save enough to access the location. And that was the real trap. The system hadn't told him the exact amount of points needed, but Alex could guess it would be something massive, an amount no player could ever accumulate if they wasted their points on temporary fixes. He frowned deeply, his mind replaying the implications. This whole setup was a death sentence. "Oh, aye, player," the undead called out, its raspy voice cutting through Alex's thoughts. "I've got health potions, intelligence potions, stamina potions, any food you can think of, weapons, gear. As long as you have the points, I can give you what you want." Alex's frown deepened. The last line it repeated like an NPC was starting to seriously creep him out. "Anything I want?" Alex asked. The undead nodded eagerly, though the motion was so jerky his skull nearly toppled off his neck. "As long as you have the points, I can give you what you want," it echoed again. Alex frowned in annoyance. "Hey, stop repeating that." The undead tilted its head unnaturally, as though confused by Alex's tone. Alex then decided to ask for something to test the limits. "Then how about direct access to the Grim Lord's location?" The skeleton froze, its eerie green eyes flickering as if processing his words. Then it tilted its head and muttered, "Oh, let's see." Its bony fingers tapped on the counter like it was searching for something. And then, after a few seconds, the undead straightened up, its glowing eyes locking onto Alex. "Oh, direct access to the Grim Lord. Yes, I can give you that. As long as you have the points, I can give you what you want." Son of a bitch. Alex was tempted to just blow the entire store into smithereens with the undead in it. Still, the fact that the undead had an answer for an outrageous demand caught his attention. He'd expected this kind of request to be impossible, as it was practically cheating. Yet the vendor had stated he could grant it. That said, Alex could already sense that the cost was going to be ridiculous. "All right, what's the cost?" The undead's eerie grin grew wider, its teeth clacking together. "Yes, player. That would cost 1,000,000 Nightmare points." Alex nodded. 1,000,000 points, huh? He wasn't even surprised. He'd expected something outrageous. And 1,000,000 Nightmare points? Yeah, that was impossible to earn in the 7 days the Nightmare allowed. It wasn't even worth stressing about. Time, effort, and energy would be better spent going the regular route. But then, the vendor wasn't done. The skeleton shifted slightly, its glowing green eyes locking onto Alex as it spoke again. 1,000,000 Nightmare points, or there's another option of purchase. That made Alex curious. His eyes narrowed as a wave of suspicion crept over him. What would that be? The undead vendor's grin twisted into an unsettling smile, and its jaw clicked as it leaned forward, and its eyes flared brightly, almost as if they were possessed by something far darker. Your title, 50% of all your stats, along with 10 abilities you currently possess of my choosing. Chapter 99, Curse Bargain. Alex froze, his thoughts coming to a screeching halt. My title? That title was the foundation of everything he'd achieved. It was why he'd risen to this level of strength, why he could confidently stand against forces that would crush others. Yet this skeleton had the audacity to ask for it so casually, as if it were just another item on a shelf. And that wasn't all. It wanted half his stats and 10 abilities, ones it would choose. Alex clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening. A grin spread across his face, but it wasn't one of amusement. It was the kind of grin that barely concealed his anger. "This piece of shit," he muttered under his breath. "You must have lost your mind," Alex said aloud, his voice sharp. Which player in their right mind would sacrifice all of that? The undead vendor's glowing eyes burned brighter as it tilted its skull slightly, as if mocking Alex. "A desperate one," it replied in an eerie tone. Alex's scowl deepened, his brows furrowing. Enjoy new tales from my virtual library empire. You know what? I would have expected you to ask for something insane, but this? Even asking for my organs would make more sense. The skeleton let out a rasping laugh that sounded like nails scraping against metal. Oh, player, it said with unsettling enthusiasm. I do collect organs, but none of yours are worth the price you demand. Alex blinked, caught off guard. You collect organs? He repeated, his voice laced with disbelief. The undead vendor nodded, the motion causing its head to wobble slightly on its neck. Yes, it replied, sounding disturbingly cheerful. I've gathered quite the collection. Eyeballs, limbs, kidneys. You name it. Alex stared at the skeleton in disbelief, trying to process what he'd just heard. This thing wasn't just creepy, it was downright deranged. Alex glanced around the store again, his eyes narrowing as he took in the eerie decor. The truth hit him like a punch to the gut. Those jars and containers, holding various organs, weren't just bizarre decorations. They were trophies harvested from players just like him. His fists clenched tighter, the veins on his hands becoming more pronounced. The vendor's voice droned on, casual and almost amused. You see, it's much easier to collect these things when humans are in pain or dying. They tend to lose all sense of rationality in those moments. The skeleton leaned forward slightly, its glowing eyes locking onto Alex. Especially when they're injured or bitten by corrupted beasts. That's when I step in with a health potion in hand and add a few extra conditions. It's fascinating how eager they get in such situations. Alex's face twisted with disgust and fury. The words sank in, each one stoking the flames of his anger. So my advice to you, player, the vendor continued, its tone oozing with smugness, is to buy now. Don't wait until the price becomes expensive when you're desperate. Alex's jaw tightened as the undead vendor cackled, exploiting pain for profit. This vendor was indeed a nightmare creature. The undead vendor then leaned towards him, speaking into his ear. So what is your decision, player? Are you willing to make the sacrifice now, or would you prefer I come with an even more pricier offer when you? Boom. Alex's fist connected with the vendor's face in a blur of motion, and a loud crack echoed through the store as fractures spread across the skeleton's jaw. The force sent the undead vendor sprawling backward, but instead of anger or fear, it let out a chilling, rattling laugh as it crumpled to the ground. Alex's voice boomed with fury. I've heard enough of your nonsense. Without giving the vendor a chance to recover, Alex vaulted over the stall in a single, fluid motion. He grabbed the skeleton by the collar of its dusty, tattered shirt and yanked it upright. You piece of shit. Alex growled, his voice thick with rage. Feeding on desperation? Exploiting people at their lowest? You think our lives are some kind of joke? The undead vendor tilted its cracked skull to the side, glowing green eyes flickering like an amused flame. Player, I'm only doing my job. If player doesn't wish to make a purchase, player can simply leave. Alex's eyes burned with pure anger. Oh, I'll leave, all right, but not until I smash your skull into dust. He pulled back his fist, muscles taut with the promise of destruction. The skeleton let out another eerie laugh, its teeth clattering like wind chimes. If you'd like my skull crushed, I can handle that for you myself. Alex froze mid-punch, glaring at the vendor with confusion. What the hell are you talking about? The skeleton's glowing eyes gleamed brighter, and it leaned in closer. Crushing my skull? That would cost you. Let's see, 2 kidneys and a testicle. Alex blinked, his anger momentarily replaced with bewilderment. What? The vendor straightened itself with a grotesque creak. As long as you have the price, I can give you what you want. It repeated, its voice taking on that same eerie, sing-song tone. Motherfucker, Alex growled, his voice low and seething with rage. Before the vendor could cackle again, Alex's fist shot forward like a cannonball, landing another devastating blow square on its face. The crack reverberated through the eerie silence of the shop as fragments of bone scattered to the floor. He didn't hold back this time. He was done with the games, done with the mockery. The vendor staggered, but its glowing green eyes flickered brighter, almost as if it thrived on Alex's fury. Half its face was now a jagged ruin, but somehow it still managed to grin. What's wrong, player? It taunted, its voice rasping like metal scraping stone. You can't afford it, can you? Perhaps you could get someone else to pay? A friend? A loved one? Oh, wait. The undead paused, its grin stretching unnaturally wide. Your parents, perhaps? But Oh, I see. That's a problem. They're already dead. Boom. Alex's fist crashed into the vendor's skull with a force that could have shattered a boulder. The sound was deafening, like the crack of thunder in a storm. The vendor's entire face disintegrated under the impact, shards of bone flying in every direction. When the dust settled, Alex's fist remained planted where the vendor's face had been, surrounded by eerie green mist escaping from the shattered remains of the skull. Steam hissed from his knuckles, his rage so intense it felt like it radiated heat. Ding! You have killed the store vendor. You have been branded with a cursed sigil for a day. Nightmare monsters will hunt you relentlessly. Chapter 100 Infernal Dance. Alex barely flinched as the notifications popped up in his field of vision. He felt a faint burning sensation on the back of his neck, and when he reached up, his fingers brushed against a skull-shaped mark that had seared itself into his skin. He frowned, unfazed by the warning. I've been cursed before, you piece of shit, he muttered under his breath. This is normal for me. His rage hadn't subsided. If anything, it burned hotter now. Somehow, this place had reached into his mind, digging through his memories and using the most painful ones to taunt him. That wasn't a coincidence. It was calculated, and it pissed him off. Alex raised his head, his voice steady but filled with venom as he spoke into the void, addressing the unseen beast lord orchestrating this nightmare. You provoked me, so be ready. I'll come to you soon. The air seemed to shudder as if hearing his words. And then, Ruyur. A deafening roar echoed through the nightmare realm, shaking the very ground beneath his feet. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy, earth-shaking footsteps of something massive began to grow louder, each one sending vibrations through Alex's chest. Whatever it was coming for him. Alex's eyes darted to the shop's entrance, narrowing as the tremors grew stronger. Crash! The wall of the store exploded inward as a massive, hulking creature barreled through, its colossal form smashing the vendor's stall and everything around it into splinters. Alex lunged out of the crumbling wreckage just in time, rolling to his feet and spinning around to face his attacker. A system prompt appeared before his eyes. Blight Rhino. Alex's gaze swept the area and his stomach tensed. The Blight Rhino wasn't alone. More than a dozen of them stood around him, their dark, cracked hides seething with unnatural energy. Their glowing red eyes were locked on him with pure hatred. The ground trembled as more creatures emerged from the shadows, their low growls blending into a horrifying symphony. Alex was completely surrounded. The lead rhino roared, the sound guttural and hateful, before lowering its massive head and charging at him, its horn gleaming with a toxic glow. Alex didn't flinch. His expression remained calm as his fingers tightened around the hilt of his blade. Let's get this over with, he muttered. As the beast barreled toward him, Alex swung his sword with precision and incredible force. The blade glowed faintly as it sliced through the Blight Rhino's thick hide like it was nothing more than butter. Shhhk. The creature split cleanly in two, its massive body flying apart in opposite directions, the separated halves blowing past him. Blood sprayed violently into the air, but none of it touched Alex. A shimmering barrier surrounded him, Aegis Arcane, his protective shield spell deflecting every drop. Before he could even exhale, the remaining rhinos roared in unison and charged at him, their thunderous steps shaking the earth. Alex's lips curled into a sharp grin. His eyes gleamed with cold determination. In the blink of an eye, he moved. His body became a blur, weaving between the rampaging beasts with inhuman agility. One rhino lunged at him, but before it could land a hit, Alex's blade flashed, and the creature was torn into chunks, its remains scattering in all directions. He slipped through their ranks like a shadow, untouchable and relentless. Each swing of his sword left devastation in its wake, cleaving through thick hides and bones with ease. The battlefield was a storm of chaos, blood, and gore, but Alex remained calm in the eye of it all. His movements were fluid, almost graceful, as if he were performing a deadly dance. The Blight Rhinos, powerful and unrelenting, didn't stand a chance. One by one, they fell, reduced to lifeless heaps in the wake of Alex's onslaught. 1, 2, 30. More Blight Rhinos fell to Alex's relentless blade, their massive forms collapsing into heaps of bloodied flesh. Stay tuned to my virtual library empire. The battlefield was a graveyard of shattered beasts, but Alex wasn't done yet. He felt it before he saw it, a wave of danger surging toward him. His instinct screamed. Alex twisted, narrowly dodging a crackling bolt of lightning that struck the ground where he'd been standing. The impact left a scorched crater, the air sizzling with residual energy. He whipped his head toward the source and locked eyes with a new threat, a corrupted deer. Its eerie antlers pulsed with glowing energy, radiating power as it prepared another attack. The corrupted deer fired again, but Alex was already moving. He dodged to the side, raising his hand to dish out an attack. A burst of black flame erupted from his palm, engulfing the deer in a fiery blaze. Its agonized cries echoed for a moment before it disintegrated into ash. Alex had no time to celebrate. In his maneuver, he'd landed directly in the path of a charging rhino. Its horn gleamed as it lunged at him, the ground quaking beneath its massive frame. Unfazed, Alex gripped his sword tighter. He spun his body mid-air like a Beyblade, his blade becoming a deadly whirlwind. The rhino's tough hide offered no resistance as Alex tore through it and the others in the group. Blood and chunks of flesh sprayed everywhere, painting the battlefield in crimson. He landed softly, his boots touching the blood-soaked ground with a calm precision. But as he straightened, a massive shadow loomed over him, blocking the faint light. Alex craned his neck upward and saw it, a towering creature with a hulking, grotesque form. Its twisted muscles rippled under its sickly green skin, and its glowing eyes burned with malevolence. Blight Troll. The massive beast let out an ear-shattering roar and lifted one of its enormous feet, aiming to crush Alex like an insect. The foot came down with thunderous force, the ground shuddering violently from the impact. But when the troll lifted its foot, it found nothing. Alex had already leaped into the air, his form a blur of motion. He descended from above, his fist glowing with power. "Catch this," Alex growled, his punch connecting with the top of the troll's skull. Chapter 101 Unstoppable Force. A sickening crack echoed across the battlefield as the troll's skull fractured under the force of Alex's strike. The troll's massive body fell to the ground with an earth-shaking thud, its head caved in from Alex's devastating punch. Ding! Discover hidden content at my virtual library empire. You have killed Blight Troll. You have received 30 nightmare points. You have received 3 stat points. Apocalypse Baby kicking in. You have received an additional 30 nightmare points. You have received an additional 3 stat points. Including the 9 stat points he'd already earned, his total now sat at a hefty 48 stat points, all racked up in minutes. Thanks to his title's doubling effect, he was reaping rewards at an unprecedented pace. That was almost the value of an upgrade stone, and this was just the beginning. But there was no time to bask in victory. A low, guttural growl echoed behind him, followed by a chorus of snarls and roars. Alex turned to face the source, and his sharp gaze fell on the next wave of attackers. Emerging from the shadows, a horde of corrupted beasts closed in on him, their glowing, hate-filled eyes fixed on their target. Blight wolves, blight deer, blight tiger, blight bear, blight troll. Their numbers swelled, easily totaling over 100. The cursed sigil on Alex's neck pulsed faintly, its dark energy acting like a beacon, drawing them all to him. Alex let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. "Looks like I've got a knack for attracting hordes of monsters," he said, a grin spreading across his face. But he wasn't intimidated. No, he welcomed a challenge. Every monster he killed meant more nightmare points. Every kill meant more stat points to fuel his rise. This wasn't just survival, it was an opportunity. Alex ran a hand through his hair, brushing it back casually, though his eyes burned with determination. "These aren't just monsters trying to kill me," he muttered, his voice low but resolute. "No, they're the foundation for my rise to power. This entire nightmare." His blade hummed faintly in his hand, energy surging through it. He raised the weapon, pointing it toward the monstrous horde encircling him. "If I come out on top, my rise will truly begin," Alex declared, his tone calm but resolute. "And if I fail, well, I die. No middle ground." With that, he shifted into a ready stance, the blade trembling slightly from the power building within it. The monsters surged forward, their roars deafening, their charge unstoppable. Alex grinned, adrenaline surging through his veins as he activated Exploding Touch, infusing his sword's hilt with volatile energy, primed to transfer. It was time to blow some shit up. Brief interlude, Oracle. No, no, no. The Oracle paced back and forth, his glowing eyes darting between the pulsating screens that filled his zone. Each one displayed the same thing. Alex tearing through the nightmare world. His claws flew over a glowing console as he tried to adjust the system settings. Numbers and lines of code danced across the screens, but every adjustment was immediately rejected. No matter what I do, it won't take hold. Damn it, he roared, slamming a clawed paw into the console. A shockwave of energy radiated out, cracking the wall and sending shards of glowing crystal tumbling to the ground. He slammed both paws down, breathing heavily, his fur bristling with frustration. His sharp teeth ground together as he stared at the screen showing Alex standing triumphant, surrounded by the bodies of countless beasts. The Oracle had seen Alex enter the nightmare world, a brutal process designed to challenge players against a beast lord. Survival was supposed to be next to impossible. And yet, if I remember correctly, he muttered, gripping his snout, I set the rewards to include nightmare points. And those damn upgrade stones. He paused, shaking his head. Upgrade stones, which are exactly what the anomaly needs to become even more of an anomaly. His claws dug into the console, scratching deep grooves into its surface. He'd left the rewards as they were, confident no one would ever survive the nightmare realm to claim them. After all, the odds were stacked against anyone who dared try. But Alex wasn't just anyone. The Oracle's eyes narrowed, his tail lashing violently. That human, he'll survive. If Alex made it out alive, he wouldn't just escape with his life. He would have an absurd amount of attribute points, enough to completely upset the system. I messed up, the Oracle growled, slamming his fist into the console again. He shouldn't have given Alex the attribute converter as a reward for defeating the cockatrice gang. But what choice did he have? The alternatives were even more broken, and he had to reward Alex no matter what. He'd chosen the converter, thinking it would slow him down as he would have to sacrifice his attribute points. But how foolish he had been. Now, Alex had a tool that let him channel his points into skills, scaling them to insane levels. It was a weapon of progression, and in Alex's hands, it would topple the entire tutorial phase. The Oracle gripped his fur. Yanking at the loose patches already falling out. He's ruining everything. His once pristine coat was ragged and thin, a testament to the stress this mere human had caused. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to think clearly. There are still other beast lords in the nightmare realms, he muttered, pacing again. Powerful ones, strong enough to take Alex down. He stopped, his glowing eyes flickering with a mix of hope and fear. Alex's personality ensures one thing. He'll challenge them. He can't resist a fight. For a moment, relief washed over him. If Alex fell to these challenges, the problem would solve itself. But then his claws flexed, digging into his panel. And if he doesn't fall? The thought sent a chill down his spine. If Alex survived, he would become a force beyond his control. He'd grow stronger, faster, more skilled, an unstoppable juggernaut. A monster, the Oracle whispered, his voice trembling. A being I cannot allow to exist. His resolve hardened. No, that cannot happen. I need to stop this at all costs. He turned back to his glowing console, his claws dancing across the keys. A new screen appeared, displaying a list of names and glowing figures, his pawns. It's time to make my move, the Oracle said, his voice cold. He opened his stat window and began issuing commands. Alex, you won't live long enough to become my nightmare. Chapter 102 Grim Crossing. A group of 12 players huddled at the base of a foreboding mountain, snow drifting steadily around them. Continue your saga on my virtual library empire. The icy breeze cut through their clothes, making even their strongest members shiver. Ahead of them loomed a towering armored statue, its massive axe planted firmly in the ground. Frost clung to the edges of its armor, and pressure radiated from it. Are we supposed to fight that? One male player stammered, his voice shaking almost as much as his knees. The immense presence of the statue seemed to bear down on them, sapping their courage. From within the group, a figure in gleaming armor stepped forward. A cape flared behind him, rippling dramatically in the wind, as if it had a life of its own. His stride was deliberate, every step crunching against the snow with quiet confidence. "No," the armored figure said firmly. "We don't fight it." He stopped, turning to face the others. "We just have to walk between its legs. If we have enough nightmare points, it'll let us through. If not," his gaze darkened, and his voice dropped ominously. "Then you die." The group exchanged uneasy glances, some clutching their weapons tightly, others taking a step back. The tension in the air was suffocating. Ezekiel, the leader of the group, stood unmoving, his face calm yet unreadable. Ezekiel had spent 5 harrowing days in this nightmare, searching for and gathering enough nightmare points to face the trial. Along the way, he'd recruited these players, others trapped in this hellish realm, to form a team to complete the trial. Now, the time had come to end it once and for all, before his own clock ran out. "Everyone has enough points, right?" Ezekiel asked firmly, his sharp gaze scanning the group. A chorus of nods followed. The icy wind howled around them, the snow crunching beneath their boots as they approached the towering statue. The closer they got, the heavier the air seemed to grow, like an invisible force pressing down on them. Suddenly, the statue's eyes glinted red, piercing through the gloom like twin embers. Everyone froze. Their breaths hitched, hearts pounding in their chests like war drums. The statue's gaze moved, its eyes darting about as if studying them, calculating. The group stood rooted to the spot, weapons trembling in their hands, expecting an attack. But the statue remained motionless, its massive axe still resting in the ground. Ezekiel didn't falter. With steady determination, he stepped forward, his boots crunching against the snow. "Let's go," he said, his voice calm but commanding. He was the first to pass beneath the massive legs of the statue. The rest of the group hesitated, hearts hammering as they exchanged uncertain glances. Then, one by one, they followed, their steps slow and cautious. As the first player crossed the invisible threshold behind the statue, a notification appeared before their eyes. 1,000 nightmare points have been deducted to enter the trial. Another player followed. 1,000 nightmare points have been deducted to enter the trial. "Fuck, that's all the points I have," a player with twin blade named Bart shouted, his voice trembling with frustration and fear. "Maybe if you'd spent more time hunting and less time running, you wouldn't be broke," another player snapped, smirking despite the tension. "Enough," Ezekiel barked, cutting through their bickering. "We don't have time for petty arguments." No, wait, I didn't know." The panicked voice pierced the conversation, and everyone's heads snapped around. One of the female players stood frozen, her eyes wide with terror as the towering statue's axe began to rise. Her hand shot up in a desperate plea. "Please no, I had enough points. I swear I did." Ezekiel frowned, his jaw tightening as he watched the scene unfold. "I thought I told you," he said in a low growl, his voice filled with restrained anger. The woman shook her head frantically, her voice breaking. I swear I had enough. But 2 points just disappeared. I don't know how, it wasn't my fault. Please believe me." Ezekiel's frown deepened. There was nothing he could do. The statue was too strong for them to take down. He turned away, his face grim. "Ezekiel, no. Don't leave me. Help me," she screamed, her voice cracking as panic overtook her. The group watched, frozen in horror, as the statue's massive axe came crashing down. Boom! The ground shook as the statue's axe slammed into the female player, silencing her cries instantly. Blood and snow sprayed outward, and the group recoiled, their faces pale and their breaths shallow. No one moved. The sight of her lifeless body beneath the statue's axe burned into their memories. The statue slowly returned to its original position, the massive axe sliding back into place with an ominous groan of stone grinding against stone. Freya, another female player, broke the suffocating silence. Her voice trembled, barely louder than a whisper. Why did it do that?" "She told me she had enough points." "Maybe she didn't check her points properly," someone said hesitantly. Freya shook her head, her eyes still fixed on the spot where the statue had struck. "Why wouldn't she check? In this situation, it's life or death." Ezekiel gritted his teeth, his frustration spilling into his voice. "This is why I told all of you to make sure your points were nothing less than 1,000 before we begin. I've repeated it again and again." A smug laugh cut through the tense atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention to a young man at the back of the group. He leaned casually against a jagged boulder, a grin plastered on his face that didn't match the dire situation. "Well, he said, his tone dripping with mockery. It seemed like she had her ears plugged. Or maybe you just weren't loud enough, fearless leader. The group turned on him, their eyes filled with thinly veiled hostility. Ezekiel's glare darkened, but he kept his composure. He studied the young man, cocky, unbothered, and radiating confidence. He was their newest recruit, someone who had only joined the group a day ago. Yet in that short time, he had managed to accumulate over 1,000 nightmare points, a feat that had taken the others days of grueling effort. Ezekiel knew this teen wasn't ordinary. His speed, his ruthlessness, and his ability to adapt to the nightmare world were far beyond average. That was why Ezekiel had invited him to join the group. But the others didn't share Ezekiel's sentiments. They weren't fans of his methods, the violence, the recklessness. It was already hard enough surviving in this hellish world without someone making enemies everywhere they went. And now, after watching one of their own die, thanks in part to the tension the new recruit brought, resentment bubbled just beneath the surface. Ezekiel sighed deeply, his breath fogging in the cold air. His voice was steady but carried a cold edge as he addressed the group. She should have kept checking her nightmare points, but she didn't. Her death is on her. We keep moving. The weight of his words settled over the group like a heavy blanket, but no one dared argue. With grim expression, they followed Ezekiel into the dark entrance of the mountain. As they crossed the threshold, their system notifications chimed simultaneously. Welcome to the first floor of the Nightmare Trial. Objective: pass the first of 5 trials. Rewards: -2,000 nightmare points. -20 upgrade stones. Suddenly, the dim chamber they entered burst into life. Bright lightning streaked across the walls, illuminating ancient carvings etched into the stone. With a loud whoosh, torches mounted along the walls flared to life, their flames crackling and dancing in the cold air. The room was enormous, the ceiling towering so high above that it disappeared into shadows. At the far end, something or someone sat motionless. The group froze, their breaths hitching as they took in the sight. At the end of the room, illuminated by the flickering torchlight, was a furry creature, its back turned to them. It looked like an orangutan, and it sat in a lotus position, its massive frame strangely serene, but the blood-red aura radiating from its body sent a clear message that this was no ordinary beast. Ezekiel narrowed his eyes, studying the creature. The creature didn't move, didn't even acknowledge their presence. Yet the oppressive energy it exuded made it clear that it was far from friendly. Chapter 103, Fatal Misstep. What is that thing? One of the players asked, their voice trembling as they pointed at the creature. Above the beast's head floated a label. Find more chapters on my virtual library empire. Baranga? The question marks sent a wave of unease through the group. What does it mean? Another player muttered, confused. Ezekiel's sharp gaze lingered on the ominous aura surrounding the creature. He didn't answer immediately, his mind calculating every possibility. Are we supposed to defeat it to move to the next round? Before Ezekiel could respond, a loud scoff broke the tension. Dorian stepped forward, his scythe gleaming wickedly in the torchlight. I say we get this over with, he said, gripping his weapon tightly. Kill the beast and move on immediately. Ezekiel stepped in, placing himself between Dorian and the creature. Let's not be rash, he said, her voice calm but firm. The question marks above its name mean this thing isn't your average monster. It's dangerous, and if we mess up, we'll all end up dead. Bart rolled his eyes, his impatience boiling over. Well, unlike the rest of you, I only have a day left. I don't have time to wait around while we play detective. Wait, Freya suddenly shouted, her eyes locking onto something carved into the wall. Guys, come see this. Her urgency drew their attention, and the group hesitantly approached the wall, their focus shifting away from the beast. Freya pointed at a faint inscription etched into the stone, weathered but still legible under the flickering torchlight. It's writing, she said, tracing her fingers lightly over the grooves. Looks like instructions or a warning. Read it, Ezekiel ordered, his tone tense. Freya nodded and took a deep breath. With the rest of the group leaning in, she began to read the text aloud. Once you step into the platform, follow the rule. When a monster's gaze is on you, try not to change position or you'll be a dead fool. You cannot do this alone, do not try. Lest you fall under Baranga's hand and end up fried. Freya's voice trailed off as she finished reading. What is this? A poem, Dorian asked, confused. No, Freya said sharply, her tone brooking no argument. It's the rules, and we have to take them seriously if we want to survive. Rules? Screw the rules, Dorian growled, gripping his scythe tighter. I say we take it down now and move on. This is a waste of time. Freya shot him a withering glare, frustration bubbling beneath her calm facade. She wondered, not for the first time, how she'd ended up surrounded by such reckless idiots. Ezekiel, meanwhile, was scanning the room. His sharp eyes settled on a faint line etched into the stone floor, just before the creature. It was subtle, easy to miss in the dim torchlight, but it matched the instructions. That must be the line, Ezekiel said, pointing at it. Crossing it triggers the rules. If we don't follow them, we're dead. Dorian snorted. Or we could just kill the thing and be done with it. This isn't about brawn, Dorian, Ezekiel said firmly. This trial is about strategy. We need a plan before making a move. But before they could even begin to strategize, the group froze. Bart stepped forward, moving toward the creature. Bart, Ezekiel hissed. What are you doing? Bart ignored her, his steps slow and hesitant. We're wasting time, he muttered. I'll check it out. Get back here, Ezekiel barked, his voice like a whip crack. You don't know what you're doing. But Bart kept going, crossing the line without hesitation. The moment his foot touched the other side, Baranga stirred. The monstrous figure in the lotus position shifted slightly, its head tilting to the side. Its eyes were shut, not just two, but three, with the third centered ominously on its forehead. The air turned icy, and the tension became suffocating. It opened a third eye, which made Bart flinch. Bart, Freya yelled, panic lacing her voice. Don't take another step. Bart froze, his breathing ragged as the creature's eyes bore into him. The room was so silent that even the flicker of the torches seemed muted. Bart's knees buckled as the immense pressure from the creature's gaze threatened to crush him. Don't move, Bart, Freya repeated, her voice trembling. Bart's lips quivered, and his wide eyes darted back toward the group, desperation written all over his face. I can, he stammered, his body shaking. Don't do it, Ezekiel yelled, reading Bart's intention. Bart's hands trembled as he stared at the beast, its massive form radiating an oppressive aura. Fear clawed at his insides, but he clenched his jaw, gripping his sword tightly. I can take it down, he muttered to himself as if saying it aloud would make it true, and without hesitating, Bart let out a shaky battle cry and charged toward the beast. The room seemed to hold its breath as Bart closed the distance. The monster, still seated in its meditative lotus position, showed no reaction until its third eye snapped open. The blood-red orb locked on a Bart with a chilling intensity. Then it moved. The creature didn't rise or attack physically. Instead, it raised a clawed hand and snapped its fingers. Snap! Bart's forward momentum stopped dead as his body ignited in a sudden burst of crimson flames. Aelarg! Bart's scream pierced the air, a sound so raw and agonizing it sent chills down everyone's spine. The flames weren't ordinary. They danced and twisted unnaturally, licking at his armor and skin with a relentless hunger. His screams grew louder as the fire's intensity seemed to increase with every passing second. Help me, please, Bart shrieked, his voice cracking with desperation. The group stood frozen, paralyzed by the horrific scene. Ezekiel's jaw clenched, his fists balled at his sides. He could do nothing but watch. Bart, Freya cried out, tears streaming down her face. But there was no way to save him. Within moments, Bart's screams faltered, his strength giving out as he collapsed to the ground. The flames didn't stop. They continued their merciless assault, consuming his body until there was nothing left but ashes. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the faint crackling of embers. The group's expressions were a mix of shock, fear, and horror. No one dared to move or speak, the reality of the situation crashing down on them like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a female player broke the silence with a blood-curdling scream. What is this? What is this place? She wailed, tears streaming down her face as she stumbled back. Bart's gruesome death was a brutal wake-up call. This trial was no joke. It was life or death, and every decision from here on out would have consequences. Chapter 104 Blighted Path. The air was heavy with tension, and the group was on edge after witnessing Bart's gruesome death. Each of them stood frozen, the reality of the situation sinking in deeper with every passing second. Ezekiel's sharp gaze remained locked on the beast, analyzing its every twitch and aura. He muttered under his breath, loud enough for those nearby to hear. "You heard the rules. Let's not be brash. That's how we survive this." The woman who had screamed earlier clutched her arms, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Didu, we really have to face this thing now? It's too scary." Dorian scoffed, rolling his eyes dramatically. "That's why it's called a nightmare, idiot. If you can't handle it, you should have just stayed outside and let the blight monsters kill you. Better than standing here, screaming and crying like a—" "Watch your mouth, kid." Freya snapped, his face tight with anger. Her reaction's totally normal. Someone just died in front of us. Dorian smirked, shrugging as if it didn't matter. "Well, praise the Lord, we lost a fool. You told him not to go, and he still ran straight into his death. Why should I give a damn?" "What are you, a psychopath?" the woman shot back, her voice rising. "How can you not be affected by seeing someone die like that? He burned alive. We all saw it." Dorian and the woman's argument continued to escalate, their voices echoing through the chamber. Ezekiel stood to the side, silent but observant. His sharp gaze never left Dorian. The way the teenager's eyes narrowed, the way his fingers twitched at the hilt of his weapon, it was clear as day. Dorian wanted to kill her. Ezekiel wasn't surprised. He had known from the beginning. The kid carried himself with an unmistakable aura. The kind of aura Ezekiel had come to know all too well. He had spent years surrounded by killers, and they all had a distinct air about them. It wasn't something you could fake or hide. It clung to them like a second skin, a scent of violence and death that lingered even when they were calm. And Dorian? He reeked of it. Ezekiel's stomach churned with disgust. He couldn't fathom how someone so young could already carry the stench of a seasoned murderer. It wasn't just unsettling, it was wrong. But Ezekiel buried the thought. This place was hell, and only monsters could survive here. And there was no one more monstrous than the kid standing in front of him. Dorian and the woman were inches from each other now, their argument boiling over. Their faces were flushed with anger, their voices sharp and biting. The two were teetering on the edge, and Ezekiel could see it. One wrong word, one wrong move, and blood would be spilled. So he clenched his jaw and stepped forward, like he always did, and raised his hand sharply, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Enough! Both of you!" he snapped, glaring at Dorian and Freya in turn. "We've got bigger problems than your petty arguments. If we start killing each other now, none of us are making it out alive. The more we waste time fighting, the lower our chances of survival get." His tone dropped, firm but edged with urgency. "Time is running out. Many of us only have a few days left before. Well, you know what happens." The room fell silent, the weight of his words sinking in. Ezekiel's sharp eyes darted between Freya and Dorian. "So bury your grudges. Set aside your hatred. We need to get past this first stage, or none of it will matter. Enjoy new tales from my virtual library empire." Freya clenched her fists, her jaw tight, but she nodded first. "You're right." Dorian rolled his eyes and said with a shrug, "Whatever, unlike you guys, I'm not under any pressure, so I don't really care." Choosing not to escalate the situation, Ezekiel turned back to the rest of the group. "All right, listen up. Let's focus on what we know." He gestured toward the scorched line on the ground and the faint, blackened remnants where Bart had stood. The group shifted uncomfortably, some glancing at the monster, others looking at the floor to avoid the chilling sight. From what we've seen, stepping past the line triggers the monster's attention. If you take a step beyond that, you're set on fire, instantly. There's no time to dodge or react. It's game over. The players exchanged uneasy glances, murmurs of fear rippling through the group. "So how do we move forward?" asked the woman who had been crying earlier. Desperation clear in her voice. Freya stepped forward, her expression resolute. "I have an idea," she said, drawing everyone's attention. "From what we've seen, the monster can only focus on one person at a time. When Bart stepped past the line, it immediately locked onto him. I believe that if one person steps past the line, the monster's attention will turn to them. That would give someone else a chance to move forward while the monster is distracted. Once the monster shifts its focus to the second person, the first can keep moving. We can leapfrog our way forward, one at a time." The group mulled over her words, some nodding in agreement, others still skeptical. "But it's just a theory," Freya admitted. "We'd have to test it to be sure. And even then, there's no guarantee it'll work for all of us. If someone messes up, It could be a disaster. Ezekiel crossed his arms, his face thoughtful. It's risky, but it's the best plan we have right now. Freya met his eyes, her voice firm. One thing's for sure, no one can do this alone. The group fell into silence again, the weight of the challenge ahead pressing down on them, their eyes darting nervously toward the monstrous creature. Dorian then broke the silence with a sharp, mocking tone. Okay, so who's going first? His eyes scanned the group, daring anyone to step up. No one moved. They averted their gazes, shuffling awkwardly. You're the crazy one, Freya muttered. You should go first. Dorian glared at her, his lips curling into a sneer. You bitch. Enough. Ezekiel interrupted, his voice firm but calm. I'll go first. Everyone turned to him, their expressions a mix of relief and anxiety. As the leader, it's my responsibility, Ezekiel continued. But everyone else will have to follow. Like Freya said, no one can do this alone. The group fell silent again, the weight of his words sinking in. Ezekiel took a deep breath, steeling himself. He stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat like a drum echoing in his ears. His hands felt clammy, his palms slick with sweat despite the freezing cold. He kept his eyes locked on the creature, studying its every twitch and breath. It hadn't moved yet, but its presence was suffocating. As he neared the line, the others watched him intently, their breaths held. Ezekiel halted just in front of the visible boundary, which looked like a line drawn with chalk. Ahead of him was another drawn line, most like the finish line. In the distance to get there was about 50 yards. It wasn't too long, but Ezekiel knew once he started it would feel endless. His foot hovered above the ground, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. If he crossed this line, there was no turning back. Here goes nothing, he muttered under his breath. And with a final exhale, he stepped forward, his boot crossing the line. Chapter 105, Sacrificial Pawn. As both of Ezekiel's feet crossed the invisible threshold, a sudden, ominous change filled the air. The creature's third eye snapped open. A wave of pressure slammed into Ezekiel like a physical force. He stumbled slightly, his heart hammering wildly in his chest. The monster's gaze locked onto him, and the world seemed to shrink under its oppressive stare. Ezekiel's breathing became shallow. His vision tunneled as his body fought against the crushing weight of its attention. Then the beast moved. With terrifying speed, it lunged toward him, its massive form blurring as it closed the distance. Why? Ezekiel's body froze, every muscle locking up. The creature stopped mere inches from his face. Its breath, hot and foul, washed over him. His knees wobbled, threatening to buckle. He felt like a fragile strand of spaghetti, ready to snap at any moment. Don't move. Don't move. The thought echoed in his mind, his instincts screaming at him to run, but he knew better. One wrong move, one flinch, and it would all be over. The beast's glowing third eye twitched erratically, scanning him. Its head remained unervingly still, but Ezekiel felt its suffocating presence like a vice tightening around his chest. The temperature around him began to rise. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, dripping down his face despite the freezing environment. His lungs burned, and he realized, with growing panic, that he had been holding his breath. But he was too scared to exhale. If this kept up, he would collapse. He needed a moment, a brief reprieve. But he wasn't getting any. What's taking him so long? His mind raced. Freya's plan would only work if another person stepped onto the platform. If someone else crossed the line, the creature's attention would shift. But for now, it was all on him, and Ezekiel could feel his resolve fading fast. Ezekiel's ears then caught Dorian's low, mocking voice. Imagine how sick it would be if no one stepped onto the platform and you ended up dying. Ezekiel flinched. What? Dorian smirked, his tone dripping with malice. It'd be a real sight to see, wouldn't it? Betrayed by your own allies. Left to die like this. The words hit Ezekiel harder than the creature's oppressive gaze. Ezekiel's heart sank. Why hadn't he considered this possibility? What if they were all too terrified to cross the line? Guys, Ezekiel thought desperately, his inner voice trembling. Please don't do this. His body was shaking uncontrollably now, the pressure grinding away at his composure. He felt his legs quivering, barely holding him upright. He risked a glance back at the creature. Its burning gaze was unrelenting, the heat intensifying around him. His breath came in shallow gasps, his vision blurring at the edges. The thought crept in. Maybe I can just step back. Ezekiel's foot twitched as the idea tempted him. But then, just as he felt himself falter, Baranga's glowing third eye shifted. The beast's head tilted ever so slightly, and its burning gaze turned away from Ezekiel. A figure had stepped onto the platform behind him. Relief flooded Ezekiel's body, almost overwhelming him. His chest heaved as he finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire. Someone had stepped forward. Baranga's eyes locked onto the new target, and Ezekiel's trembling legs took a step forward, releasing the breath he'd been holding. His heart pounded like a drum in his chest, his body desperate for relief. But the moment his foot shifted, Baranga's blazing third eye snapped back onto him. The pressure surged once more, suffocating and immediate. Before Ezekiel could react, the person who had stepped past the line to save him took another bold step forward. Baranga's gaze wrenched away from Ezekiel and locked onto the new target. The sudden reprieve was like a rush of cool air, and Ezekiel turned to see who had stepped in to save him, and his eyes widened in disbelief. To his shock, it was Dorian. Of all people, Dorian? You're welcome, Dorian muttered casually, a cocky grin plastered on his face. Despite the tension, Dorian appeared unervingly calm. His nonchalant demeanor was almost maddening. Then it hit Ezekiel. He had just heard Dorian speak. How is he talking without getting torched? His lips had moved? Or doesn't that count? Noticing Ezekiel's stunned expression, Dorian smirked and tilted his head. You're wondering how I'm still alive, aren't you? He asked, as if reading Ezekiel's mind. It's simple. Dorian straightened up, still under the monster's gaze. The rules only say that the monster reacts to movement, which I believe specifically is movement of the limbs. So, to demonstrate, Dorian tilted his head from side to side, his grin never faltering. Things like this don't count. See? Ezekiel's mouth hung open in surprise. The tension in the air felt surreal as Dorian added with a playful shrug. So try not to be so stiff. Makes you look more like a target. Ezekiel exhaled deeply, relief washing over him like a wave. The suffocating pressure of Baranga's gaze was finally off him, and now he didn't have to be so tense. But as he watched Dorian move with such bold confidence, unafraid to experiment, Ezekiel couldn't help but think the teen was insane. No one in their right mind would be this calm. Heck, he wasn't. He then turned to the rest of the group, his expression darkening. They turned away from him ashamed, a mixture of fear and guilt on their faces. Ezekiel grits his teeth. No one moved. No one stepped forward. He had hoped, expected, that someone else from the group would step in to save him. Instead, it had been Dorian, the killer who had just joined them recently. Disappointment weighed heavy on Ezekiel's chest. He had risked his life to save some of them, yet they could not pay him back. Without another word, he turned away with a frown on his face. His decision was made. From now on, he would focus on himself and no one else. Screw being a leader. Stealing his resolve, Ezekiel lunged forward. Baranga's burning third eye snapped back to him instantly. Dorian smirked, muttering in a sing-song tone. That's it. That's it. He stepped forward boldly, drawing Baranga's attention away from Ezekiel once again. Taking advantage of the distraction, Ezekiel moved forward, careful but determined. Baranga's gaze returned to him with the next step. The two began a rhythm, one moving while the other paused, each drawing the monster's gaze in turn. Slowly but surely, they were advancing towards the finish line. Behind them, the rest of the group watched in stunned silence. The tension they felt was massive as they realized Ezekiel and Dorian were gaining distance, leaving them behind. Dorian glanced over his shoulder. So what's the plan, guys? He taunted. Gonna stay frozen there, or are you joining the fun? His words seemed to echo ominously. Then Dorian called out, Freya. Freya flinched at the sound of her name, her body rigid with fear. She was ashamed of herself. She couldn't bring herself to move when Ezekiel had kneaded up, and the one person he hated the most was able to do it effortlessly. Dorian chuckled darkly. Like you said, no player can do this alone. Freya's lips parted as if to respond, but before she could, Dorian's tone shifted. But there's a problem, he said casually, stepping forward again and pulling Baranga's focus away from Ezekiel. What happens when it's just two people left? I'll tell you. One gets the monster's attention while the other crosses the finish line. But then that leaves one person behind, doesn't it? The realization struck everyone, their eyes wide in alarm. That's right, Dorian confirmed, his grin widening as he lunged forward again, taking the lead. The slowest one ends up as the sacrificial pawn. Chapter 106 Crimson Judgment. Dorian's words hung in the air like a storm cloud, heavy with scary implications. Everyone understood immediately. They needed each other to proceed, but even with teamwork, one person would inevitably be left behind as the pawn. The unspoken stakes set off a wave of panic as things were made clear. Those who started moving earlier had the best chance of reaching safety, provided there were still enough players in Baranga's zone to share the risk. Connie, one of the players, couldn't take the pressure any longer. Your next chapter is on my virtual library empire. Her breath hitched, and then, with a burst of desperation, she stepped onto the platform. Baranga's blazing third, I snapped toward her instantly, its oppressive gaze locking onto her trembling form. Ezekiel didn't hesitate, and neither did Dorian, as both of them lunged forward together, their movements seeming synchronized. The beast glowing, I shifted away from Connie, scanning the two boys. Its attention finally fixed on Dorian, whose feet landed just a fraction of a second slower than Ezekiel's. Damn it! Dorian hissed through gritted teeth, the weight of Baranga's burning gaze pressing down on him like an invisible furnace. Sweat beaded on his brow as he stood frozen, muscles tense, unable to move without risking death. Ezekiel, however, took full advantage of the distraction. As soon as Baranga's focus settled on Dorian, Ezekiel surged forward another step, his pulse hammering in his ears. Baranga's fiery third, I snapped onto him with unrelenting intensity, locking him in place under its suffocating gaze. Behind him, Connie, still trembling, seized the opportunity to move. Her desperate step drew the monster's attention away from Ezekiel, allowing him a brief moment of reprieve. Hey kid, Ezekiel called out to Dorian, who stood a few paces ahead. Why don't we coordinate our moves? At least give each other a heads up. Moving together is risky, but if we communicate, it'll help everyone. Dorian glanced back, a smirk curling his lips. You want us to call dibs on every step? No thanks, he said with a dismissive shrug. I'm here to survive, not play nice. So no thanks. Ezekiel scowled, but didn't argue. There was no point in trying to reason with Dorian. He was a loose cannon. Suddenly, Marcus, another player, stepped into the trial zone, and Baranga's gaze immediately shifted toward him. Both Ezekiel and Dorian saw this and decided to seize the moment. But Ezekiel hesitated mid-stride, pulling himself back at the last second. Dorian leaping forward. No. Turning this into a competition with Dorian would only end in disaster, as one of him was bound to make a mistake. A single misstep would mean death, and he couldn't afford to be brash and lose focus. Dorian, unbothered by Ezekiel's caution, or anything remained ahead. If he got a chance, he was taking it with confidence. He wasn't going to die in some stupid game. As the tension built, another player, George, suddenly leaped onto the platform, drawing Baranga's attention away from the others. And Ezekiel clenched his fists, his mind racing. Stay calm. Stay alive. Focus. The opportunity was there, and this time, Ezekiel didn't falter. As George distracted the beast, both Ezekiel and Dorian surged forward, their movements sharp and precise, each trying to stay ahead of the other. Then another player, Sally, who had screamed and cried when Bart died, crossed the line in a blind panic. Her steps were frantic, and fear was etched across her face. Seeing other players go forward and hearing Dorian's words prompted her to move. But her desperation became her undoing. The moment Baranga's piercing gaze turned to her, she froze mid-step, her legs trembling beneath her. She flinched, stumbled backward, and in an instant, her body ignited in searing flames. Her terrified scream cut through the air, but it lasted only seconds before she was reduced to ash. Damn it, Ezekiel cursed, clenching his fists. No, Freya cried out, her voice breaking as silent sobs racked her body. The group was now down to 9 players. Sally's death sent shockwaves through the rest, and for a brief moment, no one dared to move. The oppressive silence was only broken by the crackling sound of the scorched ground where Sally had stood. But then, multiple players, seizing the opportunity while Baranga's attention wavered, leaped forward. The beast's third eye darted sharply to the movement, locking onto the cluster of players in an instant. Marcus was among them, and his heart raced as he landed. He knew he was the last to move and suspected he had been caught. He could feel the pressure of Baranga's gaze, then bore down on him, and he shivered, fearing what was coming. But nothing had happened for a fleeting second, and relief washed over him. He thought he was safe. But then, whoosh! AR! Marcus's agonized scream tore through the arena as his body erupted in flames. The flames consumed Marcus entirely, and within moments, he was reduced to a pile of ash. His charred body crumbled like ash in the wind. Now they were 8. Ezekiel clenched his fists so tightly that his nails bit into his palms. The echo of Marcus's scream lingered in his ears, filling him with a mix of dread and anger, but he forced himself to focus on himself. Ahead of him, Dorian let out a low chuckle, the sound dripping with dark amusement. "Well, this is getting fun," he muttered before confidently stepping forward again, his movements smooth and deliberate. From the sidelines, another player, Isaac, steeled himself and leaped into the twisted game as well. He landed with a thud, his breathing heavy as adrenaline pumped through his veins. But then, in an instant, Baranga vanished and reappeared right in front of Isaac, its massive frame towering over him. Isaac froze, his eyes wide with shock. "What the?" he stammered, stumbling backward. His foot caught on the uneven ground, and he collapsed to the floor with a hard thud. "Shit!" he hissed, panic overtaking him. Baranga had never moved like that except when Ezekiel had first stepped forward. The sudden, unpredictable behavior sent a wave of unease rippling through him, causing him to fall. Isaac's face went pale, and sweat dripped down his forehead as he realized he was doomed. "No, no, no," Isaac pleaded, stretching out his hand as if begging for salvation. His voice cracked with desperation. "Wait, please, no." "Shum." But Baranga didn't hesitate. The flames erupted around Isaac, engulfing him entirely. His screams echoed through the air, cutting through the tense silence like a blade. Within seconds, his body disintegrated into ash, leaving nothing behind but a smoldering mark on the ground. The group stood frozen, their breaths shallow and their hearts pounding. And then there was 7. Chapter 107, Looming Fate. Ezekiel's gaze remained fixed on the pile of ash that was once Isaac. His stomach churned, but he forced himself to stay calm. His heart thudded relentlessly in his chest, and a sense of unease settled over the group. For a moment, the trial zone was silent, except for the faint crackling of residual flames. Those still outside the trial zone, standing on the edge of the starting, had seen everything clearly. Their faces were pale, and their hands trembled. "Forget this! I'm out of here!" shouted Hugh, a tank-like player with broad shoulders and a thick neck. His voice was loud and shaky as he began backing away from the area. Micah, one of the 3 who hadn't entered the trial yet, turned his head sharply. "What? You can't just..." "I'm not staying here to get roasted alive." Hugh snapped. His massive hands were clenched into fists, but his eyes betrayed his fear. "This whole thing is insane. I don't have to do this right now. We've got a couple of days left, right? I'll come back later." With that, Hugh spun on his heel and stormed toward the edge of the mountain, his boots crunching against the rocky ground. "Wait, don't!" Freya cried out, darting forward to stop him. She grabbed his arm, her fingers clutching tightly. "We don't know what happens if you leave." "Let go," Hugh snarled, shaking her off with a forceful shove. Freya stumbled back, her eyes wide with shock. "I'm not sticking around to die," Hugh barked, his voice echoing across the mountainside. He marched under the towering statue that marked the boundary of the trial zone, his movements hurried and defiant. But as he stepped beneath the statue, a shadow loomed over him. Hugh's breath caught in his throat as he looked up. The statue, which had been motionless until now, began to move. Its massive stone hammer rose into the air, casting an enormous shadow over Hugh's bulky form. "What the?" Hugh froze, his neck craning upward as he saw the towering figure above him. His defiance melted into terror. Then a sharp, metallic sound echoed in the air, and a notification appeared before everyone. "Ding! Players cannot leave the mountain once entered. Punishment for disobedience, death." "Shit!" Hugh cursed as he read the notification glowing before his eyes. His face twisted with anger and fear. "Why didn't you mention this before we start?" Boom! Explore more adventures at my virtual library empire. Hugh didn't get to finish. The towering statue's hammer came down with a thunderous crash, crushing him in an instant. Splat! Blood sprayed outward, painting the rocky ground beneath the statue. The sickening sound lingered in the air, echoing in everyone's ears. And then they were 6. Freya stumbled backward, her hands flying to her mouth as she tried to stifle a scream. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably, her knees threatening to give out. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring her vision as the gruesome scene replayed in her mind. "This is too much," she whispered, her voice quivering. This was indeed a nightmare. Beside her stood Micah, a male player dressed in a flowing priest's robe, holding a staff that gleamed faintly in the dim light. He kept his gaze forward, his expression grim but composed. "We can only move forward," Marcus said, his voice low and steady, though there was a heavy sadness beneath his tone. "The more we delay, the less chance we have of survival." Freya hesitated, her lips trembling as she tried to form words, but nothing came out. "I'll go ahead," Micah continued, gripping his staff tightly as he stepped toward the line marking the trial zone. "Wait, what?" Freya thought to herself. If he left, then she'll be the last one. He paused just before crossing the line, his back to Freya. "Make sure to join too," he added, glancing over his shoulder. There was a flicker of emotion in his eyes, an odd mix of sorrow and something else. Something that rattled Freya. "It pains me to do this," Micah muttered under his breath. Then, with a sharp inhale, he grit his teeth and leaped over the line, officially joining the trial. Freya winced as she watched him cross. She realized why he had done it. He was ensuring he wouldn't be stuck in the last position. The beast, Baranga, immediately swiveled its hulking form toward Micah, its gaze locking on him. But Micah stood firm. Unlike the others before him, he didn't flinch. He had been paying attention, learning from their mistakes. Before making his move, Micah had already shut his eyes tightly, anticipating Baranga's trick. He wouldn't allow himself to be caught off guard like Isaac, who had fallen when the beast suddenly appeared in front of him. Ahead of Micah, more players moved cautiously, and Baranga's attention snapped toward them, the monstrous eyes tracking their steps like a predator watching its prey. Seeing the momentary distraction, Micah took a deliberate step forward. His movements were calm and calculated, each step a gamble with his life. Freya, still standing outside the trial zone, began to panic. Her breathing grew erratic, and she clutched her arms tightly, watching the others progress further ahead. She was the only one left outside the trial. At this rate, they were going to leave her behind. Her mind raced as Dorian's words echoed in her ears. The slowest one ends up being the sacrificial pawn. If she started now, she would already be at a disadvantage. She'd fall behind the others, and her fate would be sealed. Freya clenched her fists tightly, nails digging into her palms as a wave of dread surged through her. She didn't want to be the sacrificial pawn. Her legs felt heavy like they were weighed down with chains, but she forced them to move. Step by trembling step, she inched toward the line. Her breathing was shallow, her heart pounding so loudly it echoed in her ears. And then she crossed it. But the instant her foot touched the trial zone, Baranga's gaze. Chapter 108 Desperate Gamble. But the instant her foot touched the trial zone, Baranga's gaze snapped to her. Its monstrous eyes bore into her, unblinking and cold. Freya froze, every instinct screaming at her to run, but the beast didn't charge as it did with Micah and Isaac. Instead, Baranga turned slightly, positioning itself in front of Marcus while keeping Freya in its sights. The two of them were now caught under its watchful eyes. Further ahead, the 4 players who had already gained distance saw this as an opportunity. They exchanged quick glances and stepped forward, testing their luck while the beast's attention was divided. But then, something changed. Baranga's massive head twisted sharply, far quicker than before, its focus narrowing like a predator spotting fresh prey. The sudden movement was jarring, and it locked onto George, who had just landed from a leap forward. "No!" George's voice cracked as panic seized him. He stumbled slightly, spinning around to see the beast's gaze fixed solely on him. Baranga's towering frame shifted, its hand beginning to rise in preparation for an attack. George's eyes widened in sheer terror, his body trembling as he realized what was about to happen. "No, I will not die like this." George roared in defiance, his trembling hand gripping the hilt of his sword. His fear burned away, replaced by a desperate determination. And he charged straight at Baranga, letting out a war cry, his sword raised high. But Baranga's burning gaze remained steady, and without even flinching, The beast unleashed its fiery wrath, and flames erupted around George, engulfing him completely. AR. His screams pierced the air as his body was consumed by fire, his sword clattering uselessly to the ground. And then silence. George was reduced to ashes in mere moments. And then there were 5. Freya's hands trembled, but her mind was racing. The beast had turned its back toward her as it loomed over George's remains. It wasn't looking at her anymore. This was her chance. Contrary to what anyone might think, Freya wasn't just standing still, paralyzed by fear. She had been observing, studying every movement Baranga made. Every second it spent focused on its victims, she memorized it all. Baranga always lingered for a few precious seconds after killing someone before turning its attention to the others. That delay was key. Freya gritted her teeth, determination sparking in her eyes. If that's how it works, she muttered under her breath, then I can cover more ground during those seconds. Her plan formed quickly. Instead of taking one cautious step at a time like the others, she would use those few seconds to dash forward. Not just a little, but far enough to surpass Marcus, the last player ahead of her. Marcus hadn't told Freya to join because he cared about her safety. No, his words had been selfish, a ploy. He needed her alive so he wouldn't end up in last place. Like he said, they could only move forward. She was just going to be ahead. Freya clenched her fists, her body trembling. This was her moment. In one swift motion, she activated her movement skill. A burst of energy surged through her, and she dashed forward, her eyes locked on Baranga's hulking, furry form. Her breath came fast, adrenaline coursing through her veins. The ground blurred beneath her feet, but her focus remained unbroken. Then it happened. Freya's heart skipped. A beat as she noticed Baranga twitch, a subtle but ominous movement. Her instinct screamed at her to stop. She skidded to a halt, crouching low as her chest heaved. Her eyes squeezed shut, and her hands trembled at her sides. Did it see me? The question pounded in her mind like a war drum. The air felt heavy, suffocating as if the beast's gaze had locked onto her. Her entire body froze, fear rooting her in place. Seconds stretched into eternity. Then nothing. Freya slowly opened her eyes, her pulse still racing. Baranga's fiery gaze wasn't on her. Instead, it had shifted toward another player further ahead who had moved at the same time. The beast had missed her reckless maneuver entirely. Freya exhaled shakily, relief flooding her. She wiped the sweat from her brow, her heart still pounding, but she couldn't relax for long. It was a gamble, but had paid off. She was still in the game. Freya was now in 4th position, just a few feet ahead of Micah, who had fallen to 5th. His face twisted in irritation as he realized he was now at the back. He barked, his tone sharp with annoyance. Hey Freya, what are you doing? Joining, like you told me to. Freya shot back, her gaze focused forward, unshaken. Then her lips curled into a defiant smirk. What's wrong? Does it piss you off that you're in last place? Marcus's jaw tightened, his saintly facade cracking as he hissed under his breath, venom dripping from his words. You bitch! Explore more in my virtual library empire. Up ahead, Baranga's fiery gaze locked onto Ezekiel and Dorian, who had slowed down. Their every move was carefully calculated, as they each tried to avoid the beast's wrath. Suddenly, Connie made her move. She leaped forward, hoping to take advantage of the moment when Baranga seemed distracted. But her timing was off. The beast's head snapped toward her in an instant. No! Connie's panicked cry echoed across the trial, but it was too late. Flames engulfed her in seconds, her screams cutting off as her body turned to ash. And then there were 4. Freya watched, her heart pounding, but she knew this was her chance. She steadied herself and prepared to dash forward again. But before she could move, a sharp, searing pain tore through her leg. Ah! She cried out, collapsing to the ground. Her hands instinctively reached for her injured leg as waves of agony coursed through her. What just happened? She gasped, her breath ragged. Her gaze darted back, and her blood ran cold. A blade was embedded deep in her leg, crimson staining the ground beneath her. And there he stood, Marcus, with a twisted, evil grin on his face. Freya snarled, her voice trembling with rage. You piece of shit. No, Marcus growled, his eyes wild and unhinged. There's no way I'll be a pawn for others to live. No way. Chapter 109 Payback's a Bitch. Freya's fury burned hotter than the pain in her leg. Micah's betrayal was a cowardly, desperate move, a dagger to her leg to ensure she'd be the one left behind. Her hands trembled as she clutched the wound, blood pooling beneath her. Ezekiel caught sight of the attack and clenched his fists in anger, his jaw tightening. He looked like he was about to act, but then his gaze flicked forward. His resolve hardened. Helping Freya now could cost him his life. He forced himself to stay focused and take another step. Dorian, on the other hand, snickered. "Guess I'm not the only one willing to play dirty to survive," he muttered, amused by the chaos. Baranga's fiery eyes remained locked on Ezekiel and Dorian, its massive form moving menacingly toward them. This shift in attention left Micah and Freya behind, an opening they could use to move. But Freya's situation was dire. Her leg throbbed with sharp, relentless pain, and the wound made it nearly impossible to stand. She realized she couldn't take even a single step with the blade still lodged in her flesh. Her hand shot to the dagger. She gritted her teeth, determined to act. One hand pressed firmly over her mouth to stifle the scream threatening to erupt. With a deep breath, she yanked the blade free in one swift motion. Pain exploded through her leg like fire. Tears streamed down her face as she fought against the urge to thrash and cry out. Every muscle in her body screamed for release. Then, Baranga's glowing eyes snapped toward her. The beast had noticed her movement. Freya's breath caught in her throat. She forced herself to stay completely still, even as the pain in her leg threatened to overwhelm her. Her lips trembled against her palm, but she didn't make a sound. Freya's muffled cries of pain escaped under her arm as she glared at Micah, her fury unwavering despite the agony shooting through her leg. Blood dripping onto the ground. Ahead, Ezekiel and Dorian took cautious steps forward. Baranga's blazing eyes followed them, its monstrous head swiveling in their direction. Freya exhaled slowly, relieved that the beast's attention wasn't on her for now. Then, behind her, the sound of a footstep broke the tense silence. Freya's eyes snapped to Micah, who had taken a step forward. She turned sharply, her glare like daggers piercing through him. The rage bubbling within her almost made her forget the pain in her leg. For a split second, all she could think about was lunging at him and plunging the dagger he'd left in her leg straight into his throat. But she knew better. Any rash move now would cost her everything. Micah, noticing her deadly stare, held up his hands as if pleading for forgiveness. His face twisted into an apologetic expression, but his words only fanned the flames of her anger. "Listen, I'm really sorry, Freya, but you gave me no option," he said, his voice trembling with faux sincerity. "You piece of shit," Freya hissed, her voice low and venomous. "Say one more word, and I swear I'll kill you." Micah flinched but didn't back down. "I'm sorry. I really am," he repeated, his tone desperate. Freya clenched her fists, shaking with fury. Every nerve in her body screamed to silence him, but the trial demanded her focus. She couldn't afford to let her anger control her, not yet. Up ahead, Ezekiel and Dorian moved again, and Baranga's attention shifted with them. Micah took advantage of the moment and stepped forward again, inching closer to Freya's position. "Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire. Can you walk? I really need you to be able to walk, so I can make it to the end." Micah's voice had a pitiful tone, but his words carried a selfish edge that made Freya's blood boil. Freya frowned, biting her lip in frustration. Her glare never left Micah. If it came down to just the two of them still in the trial, she'd rather die than let him use her as a pawn for his survival. Baranga's attention returned to Ezekiel and Dorian up ahead, the beast's fiery eyes tracking their every cautious step. Micah seized the opportunity and stepped forward, moving dangerously close to Freya. Too close. Freya's muscles tensed as she realized how close he was, close enough to strike. And he didn't hesitate. "Hey, Freya, you need to keep moving. I need you to—" Thud. Before Micah could finish, Freya pushed up with her hands, twisting her body, and drove her foot backward with everything she had. Her heel slammed into Micah's chest. "Umph." Micah let out a strangled gasp as the force of the kick knocked him off his feet. He stumbled backward, his arms flailing before he crashed to the ground. Groaning, Micah clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain. His eyes were wide with shock, as though he couldn't believe what had just happened. No, he shouted, his voice trembling with panic. His breathing quickened as the beast's fiery gaze fell squarely on him. No, no, he stammered, his voice trembling. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear. Baranga's massive hand began to rise, a searing glow emanating from its claws as flames sparked to life. The air around Micah grew hot, the fiery judgment about to descend. Micah's terror reached its peak. He screamed, his voice shrill and desperate. No, no, this isn't fair. You should kill her instead. He spun around, pointing a shaky finger at Freya, his face contorted with rage and panic. Freya, still propped awkwardly on the ground from her earlier kick, stared at him with pure disdain. She was in pain, her leg throbbing, but she didn't care. She met his gaze with an unflinching glare, as if daring him to keep talking. The corners of her mouth curled in disgust. You bitch! Micah spat venomously, his desperation morphing into fury. With nothing left to lose, he lunged toward Freya, arms outstretched in a frenzied attack. He had abandoned all sense of reason, consumed by his anger and fear. Chapter 1, 10 Fury's Price. But before he could reach her, Baranga's flaming claws ignited, the inferno engulfing Micah in an instant. Whoosh! The fire roared to life, and Micah's screams pierced the air. Ar! His body writhed in agony, the flames consuming him mercilessly. His flailing arms reached out as if searching for salvation, but there was none to be found. Micah stumbled erratically, flames licking at his body as he flailed, trying to catch Freya. His movements were wild and desperate, but Freya managed to dodge, narrowly avoiding his grasp each time. He lunged once more, but his strength was failing. The fire was relentless, consuming him from the outside in. Freya watched, her heart pounding as he missed her entirely. She pressed her injured leg into the dirt, gritting her teeth against the pain. Micah's screams began to fade, replaced by the crackling of flames. After a few agonizing seconds, he collapsed to the ground, unmoving. The fire continued to burn for a moment longer before it finally extinguished, leaving behind only ash and silence. Experience new tales on my virtual library empire. Micah was dead, and now there were three, two in the lead. Freya, injured and barely holding on, trailed behind. Yikes, Dorian muttered, his voice low and uneasy. He shook his head at the grim sight, but he didn't linger. Without hesitation, he took another step forward, inching closer to the finish line. Ezekiel, who had been standing beside him, froze. The weight of the moment had left him stunned, and by the time he realized he should have moved too, it was already too late. His jaw clenched, and he grit his teeth in frustration. What happened to keeping your gaze forward, Ezekiel? He chastised himself internally, his fists tightening. Baranga's attention shifted between the two of them, its smoldering eyes unblinking and predatory. The beast loomed over them, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Neither Dorian nor Ezekiel dared to move now. The tension was unbearable, the silence so thick it felt like it could crush them. Dorian's eyes darted toward the finish line, just within reach. Sweat poured down his face as his frustration mounted. He was so close, but the monstrous presence of Baranga kept him frozen in place. Ezekiel, too, was rooted to the spot, his breath coming in shallow bursts. The two of them remained under Baranga's watchful gaze, unable to act. Behind them, Freya gritted her teeth, her legs still throbbing in pain. She knew she was supposed to move to ease the pressure off the two ahead of her, but she couldn't, or rather wouldn't. How could she, when she'd only be aiding the two ahead? Becoming a sacrificial pawn. Dorian's voice rang out, cutting through the tense air like a blade. Hey Freya, gotta admit, watching you take down that damn priest was impressive, but if you want to survive, you'd better start moving again. Freya clenched her fists, her eyes narrowing at his audacity. Shut up, she snapped, her voice dripping with venom. Dorian smirked, ignoring her anger. Come on, you just need to catch its attention 2 more times, then I'm out of here. Easy, right? I said, shut your mouth. Freya spat. Her fury burned hotter than her pain, and her glare was sharp enough to cut. You're a shameless bastard. You just want to use me as bait to escape. I'd rather see us all die than let you make it out alive. Dorian raised an eyebrow, his smirk fading slightly. You hate me that much? Stop it, Dorian. Ezekiel interrupted, his voice firm and commanding. Dorian turned to him, rolling his eyes. Don't start acting like some goody-two-shoes now, Ezekiel. Some leader you are. You've been moving ahead this whole time, staying the lead while knowing full well your allies were going to be sacrificed. So don't lecture me about doing what it takes to survive. Ezekiel's jaw tightened, but he kept his gaze forward. I'm only one man, kid. At this point, the best thing I can do is keep moving forward. Dorian's frown deepened, frustration clear in his voice. I'm going to pretend that makes sense, but still, man, there has to be a sacrifice, Ezekiel. And since she's one behind, it's only fair she be the one. Ezekiel didn't even look at him, his tone calm, yet resolute. Well, she has to be the one to make that choice. And you talking about it isn't exactly helping. Freya, stuck in her awkward position with one leg stretched out behind her, felt the weight of the situation sinking in. She knew she was screwed. There was no way out. Her body trembled, each second feeling like an eternity. But she couldn't afford to move. Shifting into a more comfortable position would only draw Baranga's attention, giving Ezekiel and Dorian the chance to advance even further. She clenched her teeth, feeling the tremors in her legs. It was only a matter of time before her body betrayed her, and she fell. With no other choice, she made a split-second decision. Lowering her legs swiftly, she slid into a sitting posture, hoping to stabilize herself. As soon as her position changed, Baranga's gaze snapped toward her, its three eyes locking onto her with a chilling intensity. Freya's heart skipped a beat. But before the beast could react further, Ezekiel made his move, dashing ahead, forcing Baranga's attention to split between the two of them. Damn it, Dorian cursed under his breath. He had missed his chance, and now things were even more complicated. Freya, still sitting, didn't waste a second. She summoned a bottle of healing potion, the one she'd bought from the skeleton vendor on the first day of the trial. It was a risk, but she had no choice. With a swift motion, she stood up, uncorked the bottle, and poured the contents into her mouth. The cool liquid slid down her throat, offering a brief but much-needed relief. But Baranga's gaze snapped towards her, staring intently as she held the potion bottle in her mouth, trying not to make any sudden movements. She dared not move, not even an inch. Chapter 111, Unexpected Arrival. Gritting her teeth, she winced as the pain from her injuries surged, but a wave of relief followed as the healing potion worked its magic. The wound began to close, her flesh knitting itself back together. She exhaled slowly. 200 nightmare points for this. It had been a hefty price, and she thought bitterly of the skeleton vendor who had gleefully taken her hard-earned points. Points she had bled, sweat, and nearly died to collect. Damned vendor, she thought, gripping the now-empty potion bottle tightly. But it was worth it. Freya steeled herself, her fingers curling into fists. She had made a decision, a promise to herself. If she was going to go down, it wouldn't be without a fight. Her sharp gaze flicked ahead to Ezekiel and Dorian. The two were inched forward cautiously, and as they moved, Baranga's glowing eyes snapped toward them. That's when Freya noticed something. Baranga reacted much faster to movements from those closer to the finish line compared to those lagging behind. The beast's gaze lingered longer, its movements sharper, as if proximity made the threat more urgent. A spark of hope ignited in her chest. So that's how it works. If it sees them as more of a threat, I can use that. It wasn't much, but it was something. She could work with this. Freya weighed her options. It was risky, a gamble, just like the countless others she had taken to survive. But she was out of alternatives. Her mind raced as she planned her next move. If she could distract Baranga by using its priority for the frontrunners, she might have a chance to advance. All or nothing. Without hesitation, Freya moved. She activated her movement skill, her body surging forward with a burst of energy. Her heart raced as she crossed the ground, but she stopped abruptly, cutting the distance in half compared to what she normally covered with the skill. Then stopped abruptly, her heart pounding in her chest, wondering if she had overdone it. Baranga's glowing eyes locked onto her, its massive form still as a statue. For a moment, it felt like the beast might attack, but it didn't. It worked. Freya exhaled sharply, relief flooding through her. Her gamble had paid off. Ahead of her, Ezekiel and Dorian seized the opportunity, moving forward. Their quick steps caught the beast's attention, its gaze snapping toward them as they progressed closer to the finish line. Freya used the opening. Summoning her strength, she activated her movement skill again, her body propelling forward in a controlled burst of speed. This time, she stopped right beside Baranga. The sheer size of the beast was overwhelming, its shadow swallowing her whole as she stood close enough to see the strange energy pulsing beneath its hide. She was near the center now, dangerously close to where the beast had positioned itself. Dorian noticed immediately. His expression twisted with frustration as he saw how her movements complicated things. He was so close to the finish line, but Freya's burst of movement could throw everything into chaos. "Hey!" Dorian shouted, his voice sharp. "Don't move into its line of sight like that. If you do, it'll be able to spot all three of us at once without needing to move. You'll make it impossible for anyone to advance." Freya's lips curled into a cold smile as she turned her gaze toward him. "Oh, Dora, I must have missed the part where that's my problem. You dumb bitch. The name is Dorian." Freya scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Like I said, I'd rather we all die than let you survive." Dorian turned his anger toward Ezekiel, his voice rising with desperation. You're really not going to say anything to her? This affects you too, you know." Ezekiel sighed, the sound heavy with exhaustion. He didn't even bother looking at Dorian as he muttered, "Whatever will be, will be. What are you now, Buddha?" Freya didn't wait for their argument to end. Her focus shifted back to the trial as she moved again, but she didn't dare use her skill this time. A wise choice as Baranga this time didn't simply turn toward her like before. Instead, the beast vanished in a blink, its massive frame reappearing directly in front of her. Freya, her breath catching in her throat as she looked up. Baranga's 3 glowing eyes were wide open, each pulsating with a hypnotic, unnatural light. She froze, unable to move, as the beast loomed over her. Her heart hammered against her ribs, but to her surprise, fear wasn't what she felt. Instead, there was a strange, almost absurd amusement bubbling up inside her. Its eyes don't even look real, she thought. Before she could process the bizarre sensation, Ezekiel and Dorian made their move, using the distraction to slip forward. And this time, freedom, Dorian shouted as he crossed the finish line, his chest heaving with exhilaration. He'd done it, he was out. He'd made it first, not because he was the fastest, but because he knew what mattered: be aggressive, think ahead, and take every opportunity. The early bird eats the worm, after all. As soon as he crossed, a notification pinged in his mind. Ding! You have cleared Trial 1 of Nightmare. You have received 2,000 Nightmare points. You have received 20 upgrade stones. The exit to the next trial appeared before him, a bright portal shimmering with promise. But instead of rushing through, Dorian did something unexpected. He plopped down on the ground, grinning like a maniac. He wasn't in a hurry anymore. He turned his eyes back toward Freya and Ezekiel, just to watch the fun unfold. Shit, Freya muttered under her breath. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Dorian, who sat there with a smug look plastered on his face. He's out. Now, it was just her and Ezekiel left, standing at the edge of the trial's final stretch. Freya exhaled, her breath heavy and filled with frustration. She took a step forward, the ground beneath her shifting slightly as she moved. Instantly, Baranga's gaze snapped to her, faster than before. Her heart skipped a beat. She had to be cautious now. Every movement mattered. Ezekiel, sensing the change in the air, adjusted his pace as well. He was no longer rushing, no longer reckless. The two of them moved slowly, carefully, each step calculated. Suddenly, Baranga shifted. The beast's massive form blurred, appearing in front of them in an instant. But neither Freya nor Ezekiel flinched. They'd anticipated it. They knew Baranga was fast, but this time they were ready. They moved with precision, staying calm despite the beast's intimidating speed. And then, with one final push, Ezekiel crossed the finish line. Dorian, who had been lounging at the sidelines, turned his head, his eyes narrowing as he watched Ezekiel's victory. Ezekiel paused, catching his breath, then spoke in a voice filled with resolve. I need to end this nightmare, for the sake of those who have died, and I can only trust myself to do it. Dorian chuckled, a mocking smile curling on his lips. Why be a hypocrite? Just be honest like me. With that, Dorian stood up, dusting off his hands as he prepared to leave. The show was over. There was no more waiting, no more playing. It was time to move on. Freya stood there, the weight of her situation sinking in. She watched as the others disappeared into the exit, most likely heading to the next floor. Her heart pounded as she realized the cruel truth. She was the only one left behind. Ezekiel didn't even spare her a glance, his eyes fixed forward as he moved toward the exit. His determination was unshakable, leaving Freya in the dust. Damn it. Her fists clenched at her sides, frustration building inside her. If only she had moved faster. If only she hadn't hesitated or let her fear take control. She sighed deeply, the regret washing over her like a wave. But it was too late now. There was no turning back. Her gaze shifted to the finish line, barely a dozen steps away. It felt like a cruel joke, knowing that the small distance was now an impossible mountain. She'd never make it in time, especially with Baranga's eyes locked onto her. The beast's gaze felt like a heavy weight, and she could practically feel the pressure closing in around her. Damn it. Freya exhaled sharply, the tears welling up in her eyes. She sniffed, wiping them away, refusing to let them fall. She had tried. She had really tried her hardest to survive. But it just wasn't enough. And now, she closed her eyes, the finality of it all settling in. I guess this is the end. Freya took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. She was ready to make one final move. Her heart pounded in her chest as she gathered every ounce of strength. The decision was clear. She would take action. It would likely mean her death, but she'd rather face it head-on than succumb to the inevitable result of inaction and face the same grim fate without a fight. She focused her gaze on the finish line, just a dozen steps away, and made her choice. Stay tuned for updates on my virtual library empire. It's impossible, she knew, but that didn't matter anymore. She was going to make that leap, no matter how unlikely. She would die on her own terms, with a smile on her face, even if it was the last thing she ever did. She exhaled, her body coiling like a spring, ready to jump. This is it. But just as she prepared to launch herself, an ear-shattering explosion echoed from behind her. Boom! The entire place trembled from the shockwave, and instinctively, Freya spun her head around, her eyes wide with disbelief. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The towering guardian statue that had been watching over the entrance out in the snow was now lying face down on the ground, its head completely blown to pieces. Standing nearby, as if he belonged in this chaotic scene, was a man wearing a hat, casually dressed in beach clothing and flip-flops, looking completely unfazed by the destruction he'd just caused as he strolled in. Freya blinked in utter confusion. What the hell? She muttered under her breath. The scene before her felt too absurd to be real. Chapter 112 Giant Fall. A couple of minutes earlier, Alex yanked his sword free from the massive corpse of a fallen blight bear. Its dark, corrupted blood stained the blade, steaming in the cold air. He exhaled, his breath forming icy plumes that quickly dissipated into the biting chill around him. Straightening up, Alex glanced at his system panel, curious about how many nightmare points and tutorial points he'd racked up. The numbers flashed before him, and his eyes widened in satisfaction. Total nightmare points, 10,000. Stats points, 500. A slow grin spread across his face. This is insane. The 500 stat points alone were enough to mimic leveling up 50 times, a staggering reward for his efforts. The bodies of countless blight monsters littered the frozen ground around him. They had rushed at him relentlessly, like moths to a flame. He had fought and slain every one of them without hesitation, turning the nightmare's endless onslaught into his personal treasure trove. But as satisfying as the bloodshed was, Alex noticed the eerie silence that now surrounded him. It was clear the nightmare had run out of monsters to send. "Tisich," Alex muttered, sheathing his sword. "Guess that's all the fun I'm getting here." With no more creatures to hunt, he set his sights on the looming mountain ahead, the next step in his journey. It towered ominously in the distance, its peak hidden in swirling clouds. If the nightmare wasn't done with him yet, it would be waiting for him up there. The snow fell heavier as he approached the base of the mountain. Each step brought a sharper chill, the wind biting at his exposed skin like a pack of wolves. The frost would have been unbearable for most, but for Alex, it was as comfortable as a beachside stroll. His cold-resistant skill enveloped him like an invisible shield, dulling the harsh bite of the weather and leaving him unbothered by the freezing conditions. As he trudged through the deepening snow, Alex's mind sharpened. The mountain was just the beginning, and whatever challenges awaited him at its peak, he'd face them head-on. As Alex approached the mountain's entrance, his eyes locked onto the first thing that stood out, a towering statue, easily over 30 feet tall, clutching an enormous axe. Its stone frame was weathered and cracked, but its presence radiated an unmistakable sense of menace. He stepped closer, his boots crunching against the snow, and tilted his head back to take in a massive figure. His gaze settled on its eyes, carved from some strange material that shimmered faintly like they were waiting for something. Alex's instincts flared, sharp and clear. This thing's alive. As if on cue, the statue's eyes snapped open, glowing with an eerie light. Its head tilted downward, locking its gaze onto Alex with an unsettling intensity. The air seemed to grow heavier, pressing down on Alex's shoulders, but he stood his ground, meeting the statue's gaze with one of his own, fiery, unflinching, and unyielding. Then, in a voice that rumbled like an avalanche, the statue spoke. You possess a cursed sigil, it said, the awe in its tone dripping like molten lead. Alex raised an eyebrow. Continue your journey with my virtual library empire. Is that going to be a problem? He suspected it would be. The statue creaked ominously, its joints grinding like ancient gears. It lifted its colossal axe, the blade gleaming even in the dim light. It is a problem, the statue intoned, its voice heavy with judgment. Anyone who causes havoc in the nightmare must be eliminated. Alex's voice was calm, almost bored as he muttered, "Oh, so you're going to kill me now." He slid one hand casually into his pocket, his fingers brushing against the small, enhanced blastard he had kept there. "Affirmative," the statue replied, its voice booming like thunder, echoing off the walls of the mountain's entrance. Alex's lips curled into a faint smirk. Without missing a beat, he activated Dismiss, transferring the energy of the shard directly to the statue's head. The invisible charge was set, primed for destruction. "It's too bad," Alex said, his tone shifting to something sharper, more determined. "I've started moving, and I don't plan to stop until I make it out of this nightmare." The statue seemed unfazed by his words. Its massive stone joints groaned as it lifted its enormous axe high into the air. The blade glinted menacingly as it caught the faint light. "I see." The statue's voice boomed louder, filled with finality. Then die. The axe came crashing down with a force that could split the earth. But, snap! Alex triggered the blastard. Boom! The explosion erupted directly in the statue's head, the force so immense it shattered the glowing eyes and sent chunks of stone flying in every direction. For a split second, the head seemed to implode inward before the entire upper section of the statue exploded outward, a deafening roar accompanying the destruction. When the dust settled, the headless giant's body stood still for a heartbeat before collapsing with a thunderous thud. The ground beneath Alex's feet trembled as the massive figure fell, shaking the snow-covered landscape. Alex stepped forward, now standing over the rubble of the fallen guardian. He dusted some debris off his shoulder, his expression as calm as ever as he muttered with a faint chuckle. "Well, that was easy." Without another glance at the remains of the statue, Alex turned and made his way toward the mountain's entrance. Alex stepped through the entrance, his boots crunching against the frost-coated floor. The dim light illuminated a strange sight ahead. A monstrous, grotesque creature with 3 glowing eyes fixed unervingly on a woman who tilted her head slightly to look at him. Shock and terror etched on her face. Alex tilted his head slightly, curious. Something was certainly going on here. He began to move, and as he got closer, he caught sight of something scrawled on the wall to his left. The faint, jagged lettering caught his attention. "Rules." He paused mid-step, his gaze narrowing as he began to read the scratched-out message. "Once you step onto the platform, follow the rules. When a monster's gaze is on you, do not move, or you'll end up a dead fool. You cannot do this alone, do not try, lest you fall under Baranga's hand and end up fried." Alex raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a faint smirk. "What kind of rule is this?" he muttered under his breath. The rhyming lines felt oddly out of place in the tense atmosphere. He squinted, rereading it carefully, but it didn't stop him from critiquing the effort behind it. Seriously, it sounded like a lazy, half-baked poem that someone just gave up halfway through writing it. Despite how terrible the rule was, Alex knew better than to dismiss the warning outright. He glanced back toward the woman. She hadn't moved an inch, standing as if her life depended on staying perfectly still. Alex's sharp eyes picked up the slight tremble in her arms, her muscles taut from holding her position for so long. Alex didn't need to guess why she couldn't move. The beast's gaze was fixed on her. The rules were clear. If she moved, she'd be fried, just as the cheesy poem on the wall had warned. His eyes flicked to the ground near the starting line of this trial. Blackened streaks crisscrossed the floor like the remnants of a brutal warning. He didn't need to stretch his imagination to know what caused them. Burnt corpses, Alex muttered, his lips twisting in a grim line. Most likely of players who didn't follow the rules. Since Freya was the only one left in the trial, Alex could piece the story together easily enough. If anyone had made it out, then they must have used her as bait to slip past. She'd been abandoned, left to keep the beast distracted so the rest could make their escape. In other words, a sacrificial pawn. Chapter 1:13 Calculated Risk. Alex turned his attention back to Freya, who stood perfectly still, her breath shallow and her face pale with terror. Discover stories with my virtual library empire. Despite her fear, she was still holding her position. Impressive, considering what she was facing. Well, Alex muttered under his breath, guess I'd better join as well. Without a second thought, he stepped forward, heading straight toward the starting line. Freya's eyes widened as she caught sight of him approaching, disbelief flickering across her face. Alex didn't stop, didn't even acknowledge her shock. As he raised his leg to cross the line into the trial's madness, one of the beast's glowing eyes snapped toward him. It moved fast, unnaturally fast, and Alex stopped wondering what the beast's reaction was about. The creature was enormous, resembling some kind of orangutan demon with thick, corded muscles and glowing, malevolent eyes. Its gaze was intense, radiating an aura of death. But Alex was calm and unbothered by the immense pressure. Sure, the beast was scary, but it was not Kraken-level scary. Freya exhaled sharply, relief flooding through her body. Though she was still under unbearable pressure, she felt at ease a little. With him here, her chances of making it out alive had just increased. She now had an opportunity to make it out to the finish line. But she frowned, feeling conflicted. The new player would end up being stuck in this hellish game if she made out. Her mind churned. What should I do? Freya's eyes darted between Alex and the beast. Should I trick him into helping me? Make him draw the beast's focus so I can escape? No. He would eventually realize both of them can't escape this. Her throat tightened at the thought. It wasn't like she hadn't seen others do the same thing to survive, but this time it was different. The guilt crept in, worming its way into her conscience. And she hated herself for even considering the idea. What? Is it so wrong to use someone else if it means I live? Wouldn't anyone else do the same to me if they had the chance? Her fists clenched. She hated feeling like this, weak, trapped, unsure of herself. She stole a glance at Alex, who had stopped to read the rules written on the wall. But then she saw Alex begin to walk towards the starting line, lifting his leg to cross the line. And Freya froze. Her stomach twisted into a knot. Did he not read the rules? Did he really understand what he was walking into? One of Baranga's menacing eyes locked onto Alex, and panic surged in her chest. Before she could think it through, she yelled, "Stop!" Alex froze mid-step, his foot hovering inches above the ground. Freya's voice sliced through the tense air, loud and frantic. "Are you dumb? Didn't you read the rules? You'll get incinerated." Alex turned his head toward her, his sharp gaze meeting hers. He didn't understand the anger behind her words. How else was he supposed to move forward without doing this? There was simply no point in thinking much about it. Alex exhaled and began to speak, his tone measured. You need 2 or more people to take turns distracting the beast. That's how you're supposed to survive this trial, right? Freya hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Yes, that's how it works. Alex raised a brow, his expression unreadable. But there's a catch, isn't there? Freya opened her mouth to respond, but he finished her thought for her. One of them has to be a sacrificial pawn, he said, his voice dropping a notch. And if I step past this line, that's exactly what I'll become, isn't it? Her throat tightened, but she nodded. That's right, Freya muttered under her breath, her voice barely above a whisper. He wasn't dumb after all. He grasped the cruelty of the game almost instantly, just like Dorian had before him. Alex didn't miss a beat, his tone cutting and direct. In that case, there's no way you can escape without someone else, yet you told me to stop. That's not exactly smart, is it? He tilted his head slightly, his gaze sharp. Aren't the dumb one here, lady? Freya's jaw tightened. This bastard. She wanted to snap back, but she didn't. She knew he was right. If he wanted to live, stopping him wasn't logical. But logic wasn't what mattered to Freya. She clenched her fists, the weight of her decision settling heavily on her. If being an idiot meant staying true to what she believed in, so be it. She'd rather die for doing the right thing than survive by betraying her values. Maybe I'm dumb, but I'd rather be that than become a monster, Freya said firmly. Alex took in her word and was stunned, and he stared at her, remaining silent for a while. Freya wondered what he was thinking about, but then his voice broke through her thoughts. All right, I made up my mind. And before she could process his words, he took a deliberate step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, the beast's glowing eyes snapped toward him like twin spotlights, and with a low, guttural growl, the monster's massive frame shifted, appearing in front of Alex. Its reaction this time was far more aggressive and intense. Freya, now free from the crushing pressure of the beast's gaze, carefully glanced back over her shoulder. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Alex turned his head slightly, a cheeky grin spreading across his face. He completely ignored the hulking creature looming over him, its hot breath steaming the cold air. "I should be asking you that," he quipped casually. Freya furrowed her brow, unable to wrap her head around his lack of fear. There wasn't even the faintest trace of panic or anxiety in his voice. Did he even understand the danger he was in? Then Alex chuckled, an easy, almost playful sound. His fiery eyes locked directly onto Baranga's glowing, menacing ones. "Leap, Missy," he said, his tone confident and almost teasing. "Don't worry about me. I don't intend to die." Freya's heart pounded in her chest as she shook her head. He didn't get it. He's mistaken. If Alex thought Baranga was just another monster to be dealt with, he was dead wrong. The beast wasn't something you could overpower with raw strength. Its attacks were swift, unforgiving. She'd seen its flames consume players in an instant, leaving nothing but charred marks on the ground. Baranga growled louder, its entire frame quaking with rage. The air itself seemed to heat up as flames flickered at the edges of its enormous maw. Freya swallowed hard. Its reaction to Alex certainly was different. But then Alex spoke again, his gaze unwavering as he stared the beast down. "I told you not to worry, Missy." His grin widened. "This scary-looking orangutan is nothing but prey." Chapter 1, 14 Too Fast. The confidence in Alex's words sent a chill down Freya's spine, and she couldn't hide her confusion. She didn't know whether to call him brave or outright insane. He didn't seem suicidal. He had been sharp enough to figure things out quickly, after all, but challenging Baranga directly? That was as good as asking to be incinerated. Yet, there was something about him that convinced her otherwise, that made her believe him. The sheer confidence he exuded wasn't just bold, it was overwhelming. It filled the space around him, seeming to bend the atmosphere itself to his will. Freya bit her lip. She had no doubt he was strong, probably stupidly strong, but this wasn't a trial you could bulldoze through with muscle alone. This trial had rules, and from everything she'd seen, brute strength didn't matter much against them. Or, was there something else? Had he found a loophole? Freya's eyes narrowed, scanning his every move for some hidden strategy she might have missed. But no, from where she stood, it didn't seem like it. Alex, meanwhile, stared down Baranga like a predator sizing up its prey. His fiery gaze was locked on the beast, unflinching, unyielding. To Freya, it looked like he intended to face the creature head-on, relying solely on brute strength. He can't possibly think that'll work. Can he? She hesitated for a moment longer, but then turned away. Like he said, I shouldn't worry about it. The stranger had made his choice, and whatever happened next was on him. Though she'd been foolish enough to be honest before, she wasn't foolish enough to ignore an opportunity when it was handed to her. Freya gritted her teeth, her mind sharpening with resolve. "I'll take it." She lunged forward. Baranga's head snapped toward her as usual, but something felt off. Freya's sharp instincts picked up on it immediately. The beast's reaction was slower than she'd expected. Its movements were still dangerous, but it lacked the lightning speed she'd seen before. Her frown deepened in confusion. From what she had seen, the closer someone got to the finish line, the faster and more aggressive Baranga became. She'd witnessed it herself when Dorian and Ezekiel pushed ahead. But now, Baranga wasn't moving nearly as fast. Not as fast as it had been when Dorian and Ezekiel had tried to rush through. Why? The inconsistency gnawed at her as she glanced back, unable to shake the suspicion that the stranger was altering the way the beast behaved. Alex shifted his weight and took another deliberate step forward. The beast's gaze snapped toward him instantly, its movements sharp and precise. Now, that was fast, Freya thought. She was right. Baranga was certainly more focused on the stranger. It was almost like Baranga had a personal grudge against him, its every reaction charged with relentless intent, as though it was determined to catch him off guard. But Alex didn't flinch. Instead, a confident grin spread across his face. He stood tall, like a predator toying with its prey. Each step he took seemed to mock the beast's efforts, taunting it to try harder. Freya watched in disbelief, her heart pounding. What kind of lunatic smiles in a situation like this? Your next read awaits at my virtual library empire. This was no game to her. She'd seen too many players fall here. Too many scorched into oblivion, their lives extinguished in the blink of an eye. And yet, Alex moved as if the threat didn't exist, like he was enjoying the tension. Freya shook her head, forcing herself to focus. She shifted her position carefully, testing the beast's reaction. When it stayed fixated on Alex, she took her chance. One step, another. Just one more leap, and she'd cross the finish line. Meanwhile, Alex continued his deadly dance. He moved forward again, his steps calculated yet casual, drawing Baranga's attention like a moth to a flame. The beast roared in frustration, its claws scraping against the ground in sheer annoyance as it tried and failed to catch Alex. Freya's breath hitched. Almost there. With Alex holding the beast's full attention, she was now free to make her final move. The finish line was within reach. Freya slowly turned toward Alex, her expression a storm of emotions. Her eyes were filled with a complicated mix of confusion, guilt, and gratitude. Alex, standing tall amidst the chaos, simply waved at her with a carefree grin plastered on his face. "Go ahead," he muttered, his voice calm and steady, as though the situation was nothing more than a casual stroll. Freya hesitated for a brief moment, the weight of the decision pressing on her chest. She didn't know what to feel, sadness for leaving him behind, guilt for taking the opportunity he had given her, or assurance in his confidence. But she nodded. She couldn't let his sacrifice be in vain. Taking a deep breath, she stepped past the finish line, landing on solid ground with an audible exhale of relief. The moment her foot crossed, a familiar sound broke the tension. Ding! A series of notifications appeared before her. You have cleared Trial 1 of Nightmare. You have received 2,000 Nightmare points. You have received 20 upgrade stones. Freya glanced at the words, barely processing them as her thoughts raced back to Alex. Her relief was short-lived. What's his plan now? How does he intend to escape? Turning around, she scanned the platform, her heart pounding as her eyes sought him out. But as her gaze locked on where he had stood moments before, Alex was gone. He had vanished into thin air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "No!" Freya exclaimed, her voice trembling as she stumbled a step backward. Her wide eyes scanned the trial zone. Only one figure remained, standing within the fiery chaos, Baranga, the monstrous beast. But where was the stranger? Her heart thudded painfully in her chest. Did he get scorched? Vaporized in an instant? Something didn't add up. It didn't feel like he'd been defeated, but... Why do you mean no? The cheeky voice came from her side, startling her. Freya whipped her head around, and there he was, the stranger, casually adjusting his hat and flashing a toothy grin as though they were sharing a harmless joke. "I told you not to worry about me," he said, his tone playful and full of swagger. Freya's jaw dropped in disbelief. How? 1 second, she had seen him standing right in front of Baranga, and in the next, he had completely disappeared. Now he was here, calm as ever, like nothing had happened. "It's simple," he shrugged nonchalantly, as if explaining the easiest thing in the world. "The moment that ugly orangutan turned to look at you, I ran." Freya froze for a second, and then responded, incredulous. "You ran?" Chapter 115 Line Barrier. How fast do you have to move to do that? Freya thought, her mind racing to make sense of what she had just heard and witnessed. Alex smirked and casually explained, "Blitz. It's a movement skill." Freya's jaw stayed open. A skill. The explanation didn't help much. "Blitz," she repeated, trying to wrap her head around it. His movement didn't look like running at all. It was more like teleportation. Unable to shake her disbelief, Freya turned her attention toward Baranga. Even a monstrous beast seemed to be grappling with what had just happened. Baranga's glowing eyes darted around, its expression an almost comical mix of shock and fury. 1 second, its attention had been locked on Freya as she safely crossed the finish line. In the blink of an eye, its focus shifted to Alex, but by the time it turned its massive head, he had vanished. Gone, just like that. The beast's nostrils flared, and its 3 irises flickered wildly, searching for its prey. Then it froze. Its rage-filled gaze landed on Alex, now standing outside the trial zone, completely unscathed. A guttural roar tore through the air, raw and primal. Freya barely had time to register what was happening before the beast charged forward, its massive limbs shaking the ground with each step. "Alex, look out!" she shouted instinctively, panic tightening her chest. But Alex didn't flinch. Her heart pounded, half expecting the beast to pounce on Alex, or worse, to suddenly shift its attention toward her. Freya held her breath, paralyzed by the tension of the moment. Baranga lunged forward, a blur of rage and power, but suddenly, thump! It slammed into an invisible barrier, a shimmering wall of energy that appeared just atop the finish line. The force of the impact echoed. Loudly, but the barrier didn't budge. Freya blinked in surprise as the massive beast rebounded, snarling in frustration. It clawed at the air where the barrier stood, unable to cross. Meanwhile, Alex stood on the other side, calm and collected. His posture was relaxed, one hand casually resting in his pocket, the other brushing a speck of dust off his shoulder. "Stay tuned to my virtual library empire." He grinned, a wide, confident grin that seemed to taunt the raging creature before him. His eyes glistened with an eerie light, like he could see far beyond the moment, peering into the future itself. "You hate me, don't you?" Alex's voice cut through the tension, his tone dripping with mockery. "Why don't you do something about it?" Freya's jaw dropped. "Hey," she hissed, scolding him in a quiet panic. "Don't provoke it." She glanced nervously at Baranga, whose 3 eyes burned with fury. Her heart raced. Does he have a death wish? In horror movies, Freya thought grimly, it was always the cocky ones who died seconds after taunting the monster. She didn't want to see that cliché play out in real life. Baranga's roar tore through the air, louder and more ferocious than before. The ground trembled beneath its fury. The temperature around the beast spiked sharply, waves of heat radiating outward. Its massive, fur-covered arms began to glow, the orange flames licking up its limbs until they burned like molten steel. With a guttural snarl, Baranga unleashed the full force of its rage, slamming its fiery fists against the barrier. Boom! The flames exploded outward, spreading like wildfire, but the barrier held firm. The shimmering wall didn't crack, bend, or falter. Freya's scream echoed through the trial zone as Baranga's flames roared against the barrier. Panic took hold, and she scrambled backward, crawling away from the intense heat and the terrifying sight of the enraged beast. But Alex didn't even flinch. Instead, he chuckled with low and casual voice like this was nothing more than an amusing inconvenience. With a dismissive glance at the raging Baranga, Alex turned his back on the monster. "Let's go. It's over," he said, his voice calm and steady, cutting through the chaos. Freya was still gasping for breath, her body trembling, her clothes drenched in sweat. She looked up at him in disbelief as he strolled past her, completely unbothered by the danger they had just escaped. Her heart pounded as she forced herself to stand, her legs shaky but functional. She glanced back at Baranga, who was now clawing and scratching at the impenetrable barrier like a wild animal trapped in a cage. Despite the separation, the beast's feral rage sent chills down her spine. She couldn't believe Alex could just walk away so nonchalantly. She hurried to follow him, her eyes darting between the monstrous creature and the man in front of her. As they neared the entrance to the second trial, something caught her attention. There was a strange tattoo on the back of Alex's neck. The dark, intricate markings pulsed faintly, almost like they were alive. Freya's breath hitched. This guy, he's not normal. Yep, he's definitely dangerous. Her mind raced with questions. What kind of person was he? What kind of life had he lived to gain this level of strength and confidence? What had he sacrificed to become the way he was? As these thoughts consumed her, Alex suddenly stopped in his tracks. Freya froze, nearly bumping into him. Her heart jumped to the unexpected halt, and she instinctively glanced around, half expecting some new danger. Alex muttered under his breath, "Oh, I almost forgot." Freya blinked in confusion. Forgot what? He turned to face her, his piercing gaze locking onto hers. His towering presence made her instinctively shrink back, and her heart skipped a beat. "Tell me," Alex said, his tone calm, but edged with something dark. "What kind of predator lets their prey live?" Freya hesitated, searching for the right answer. "Hey, bad one." "Exactly," Alex replied, his expression unreadable. "I was going to say a kind one, but no such term exists," she laughed. But Alex raised an eyebrow, giving her a look that made her glance down awkwardly. "Why the hell did I say that?" she thought, heat rising to her face. Turning his attention back to Baranga, who was still relentlessly attacking the barrier, Alex observed the beast's frenzied attempts with an almost pitying gaze. "If there were no barrier," he said thoughtfully, "you might have been able to put up as much of a fight as I allowed you before I decided it was time to end it." Alex shook his head with a faint, regretful sigh. He then raised his hand slowly, almost as if commanding some unseen force. "It's too bad," he murmured, barely audible. Then he snapped. Chapter 1:16 Ronin. As Alex snapped, the air seemed to ripple, and Baranga's body twisted and contorted, like it was being sucked into some invisible vortex, pulled apart by an unseen force. Then the next second, the creature exploded in a violent burst, sending a spray of blood outward, staining the barrier with crimson. The sheer force of it left Freya in shock. She stumbled back, but hitting the ground as her heart raced. She couldn't process what she had just witnessed. Too many shocks, too much happening at once. "What the hell is this?" Alex, his posture still relaxed, glanced down at her. His voice was eerily calm, as if nothing out of the ordinary had just occurred. "Aren't you coming?" Freya remained frozen on the floor, staring at him with wide eyes. Her mind was racing. Were you?" Alex paused, looking at her for a moment, as if he were considering how to answer. Then, in a tone that was so casual it sent a chill down her spine, he simply replied, "An anomaly." Freya's thoughts ground to a halt, her confusion deepening. An anomaly? That made no sense to her. An anomaly, Freya repeated in disbelief, her voice shaky as she tried to wrap her mind around what had just happened. Alex's grin stretched wider. "That's what they called me, but I'm Alex." He casually stretched out his hand, his eyes glinting with a mixture of mischief and something darker. "Nice to meet you," he said, waiting for her response. Freya hesitated for only a second before reaching out, swallowing hard as she took his hand. "Freya, my name is Freya." With a single pull, Alex yanked her effortlessly to her feet. His grip was strong, and Freya couldn't help but feel both small and secure in his presence. "Freya, huh? Let's go, shall we?" Alex said, his voice smooth, but the underlying edge was unmistakable. "I'll be powering my way out of here, so if you want to survive, don't stray too far from me. I'll leave you behind without a second thought." "Yes, sir," Freya replied, her voice louder than she intended, trying to sound more confident than she felt. Earlier, she thought she was going to die. Now, thanks to this strange man, she was alive, and she felt a flicker of hope for the first time since she'd entered this nightmare. Unlike the others, who were scrambling to figure out how to survive before the timer ran out, Alex seemed like he was walking straight through every obstacle. No hesitation, no fear, just calm, effortless power. Freya couldn't guarantee that she'd make it out of this hellhole, but with Alex at her side, she was certain she would get closer than she ever could alone. And honestly, that was a win in her book. Explore hidden tales at my virtual library empire. Without a word, Alex strode toward the exit, his movements as confident as ever. Freya trailed behind, her heart pounding in her chest and her gaze fixed on his back. The events of the trial still swirled in her mind, but she pushed them aside, determined to stay close to him. Just as they reached the threshold, a sharp chime pierced the silence. Ding! To proceed to the next round, you must pay 2,000 nightmare points. Freya froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. "What? That's the exact amount we just earned for passing," she exclaimed, her voice laced with frustration. Her mind raced. She had been counting on those points to stock up, replenishing the health potion she'd used, and maybe grabbing a few more items to help in the next trial. Now, all her plans had crumbled in an instant. She sighed heavily, staring at the glowing text as if she could will it to disappear. This place really knows how to suck the life out of you. She knew there was no choice. If she wanted to move forward, she had to pay the price. Beside her, Alex remained calm, his expression unchanging. If anything, the notification only confirmed what he already expected. This place wasn't about making things easy. It was about breaking you, holding you back at every step. But Alex wasn't one to be held back. Not with the advantage of his title, which doubled every reward he earned. Without hesitation, he swiped to confirm his payment, the points vanishing from his total. He glanced at Freya, whose reluctance was written all over her face. Freya stared at the screen for a moment longer, her lips pressing into a tight line. "There goes my health potion fund," she muttered bitterly before tapping the confirmation button. The points disappeared, and she let out a small, resigned sigh. A blinding flash of light enveloped them, forcing Freya to shield her eyes. When the glow subsided, the two found themselves standing in a completely different landscape. They had entered the second trial. The terrain was harsh, a rocky plain stretched before them. The air was thick with heat, and the oppressive wave hit them like an oven door swinging open. Freya squinted against the brightness, beads of sweat already forming on her brow. They stood on a wide rocky ledge, elevated high above a bubbling pit of molten lava. The orange-red liquid churned and gurgled menacingly below, its heat radiating upward in shimmering waves. Ahead of them, a series of uneven platforms floated in the air, forming a precarious path toward a massive door embedded in the cliffside ahead. The platforms were scattered at various heights and distances, some wobbling slightly, as if they would crumble under pressure. Freya's stomach dropped at the sight. "Are we supposed to jump across those?" she murmured, her voice shaky. Alex stepped forward, surveying the scene with a calm, calculating gaze. The molten lava hissed and bubbled below, hungry for anything or anyone that might slip. He didn't need long to figure it out. Just from the setup, he could already tell what this trial demanded. And as if to confirm his thoughts, a familiar chime echoed in the air. Ding! A notification appeared before both of them, glowing faintly in the blistering heat. "Welcome to the second nightmare trial. Rules: use the footholds to cross to the next door. Try not to fall, lest the lava claims you. Reward: you receive 3,000 nightmare points and 30 upgrade points." Freya read the notification, her face turning pale. Her gaze darted from the message back to the unstable platforms and then down to the searing lava below. The thought of falling into that fiery pool sent a shiver down her spine, despite the heat. Alex, on the other hand, didn't flinch. "Yep, called it," Alex muttered, his eyes scanning the area. They weren't alone. Clusters of players were scattered around the rocky plain, huddled together in small groups. There were about a dozen of them, some catching their breath, others cautiously observing their surroundings. The tension in the air was palpable, like everyone was sizing up the competition. Alex furrowed his brow. Where did all these people come from? Freya seemed equally perplexed, her eyes darting between the unfamiliar faces. The players here didn't match the numbers Alex remembered from what he had seen before he entered the nightmare. The numbers don't add up, Alex thought. Had the forest trial spread wider than he realized? Turning his gaze to Freya, Alex noticed her scanning the crowd with a mix of curiosity and anxiety. Her head turned left, then right, as if searching for someone. Her lips parted as she murmured, almost to herself, "Those two must have left." Alex tilted his head, confused. "Which two?" Freya sighed and replied, "The crazy dude with the scythe and the one who used to lead our group, before he decided to go solo." Alex furrowed his brow. "Kid with the scythe?" There was only one person who came to mind. "Dorian?" Alex asked, his tone sharper now. Freya's head snapped toward him, her expression twisting in surprise. "You know that maniac?" Alex nodded slowly. Memories of Dorian surfaced, wild eyes, an unsettling grin, and a scythe that moved like an extension of his body. If there was anyone who could thrive in chaos, it was him. Freya shook her head. "Of course you do. You're just as much of a psychopath as he is, if not more." Alex, oblivious to her thoughts, folded his arms and glanced around again. "Well, it seems they either died or moved ahead." Freya nodded, indifference in her. "I know. I was just searching for them out of curiosity. They abandoned me, so it's not like I care." Alex observed her for a moment, noting the faint edge in her voice. Whether she admitted it or not, there was still some lingering bitterness there. Before he could say anything else, his attention shifted. From the group of players nearby, someone began to move toward them. A tall, older man with an aura that seemed to suck the air out of the space around him. He was dressed like a ronin, his worn armor bearing scars of countless battles, and his blade rested sheathed at his side. There was something about him, a silent, looming menace that felt heavier than anything Alex had faced before. And what was this? Though the old man tried to hide it, Alex spotted it. Animosity. Chapter 1:17 Dorian's Mess. The old man's presence carried a weight that was impossible to ignore, but what stood out more was the subtle yet unmistakable animosity radiating from him. Alex tilted his head slightly, narrowing his eyes. Why? The probable answer sparked fear in Alex's mind, but rather intrigue. This man wasn't just dangerous. Alex could sense it. The old man was far more powerful than anyone Alex had encountered in the entire tutorial so far. But even as Alex acknowledged the old man's strength, a grin tugged at the corners of his lips. Despite his strength, he's not at my level. The tension thickened as the old man's gaze swept over them. Finally, the old Ronin broke the silence, his voice deep and measured, each word deliberate. Greetings, I'm Ralph Onagy. I couldn't help but overhear. You mentioned a kid with a scythe? Alex's grin faltered for a split second. Dorian? So that's what this is about. Before Alex could respond, Freya spoke up, her voice carrying a mix of eagerness and caution. Yes, Dorian. Did you see him? It'd be hard to miss him. His craziness stands out a lot. The old man considered her words, his expression unreadable. Then he nodded slowly, as if piecing together a puzzle. He must be from your tutorial, then? Yes, he is, Freya replied eagerly, but then her excitement faltered as she processed Ralph's words. Wait, what do you mean by my tutorial? Alex's gaze remained fixed on Ralph for a moment, his mind working quickly to piece everything together. Then he muttered, almost to himself, as he nodded slowly. Oh, I see. That explains it now. Find your next read on my virtual library empire. Freya blinked, still trying to catch up. Her confusion was written all over her face. Explains what? I'm so lost right now. Alex let out a short breath, finally turning to look at her. Since this started, I've been wondering what happened to all the people who didn't show up here. After all, the world population isn't just in the thousands. I thought the numbers didn't add up. Freya tilted her head, hanging on his every word but still unsure where he was going. But now it makes sense, Alex continued. They split everyone into separate tutorials. Some people are going through entirely different trials, like us, but somewhere else. Freya's eyes widened as the pieces finally clicked together in her mind. She opened her mouth, then closed it, nodding slowly as her expression shifted to one of realization. Oh, I get it now, she said, her tone thoughtful. Her gaze darted to Ralph, and then to the other players in the area. Freya had suspected something like this before, but the old man's words confirmed it. Yet, she was still puzzled. How did this explanation connect to the new faces they were now seeing in the Nightmare Realm? Alex, noticing her confusion, decided to elaborate. They probably had a tutorial boss, just like the one that brought us here. The Nightmare Realm seems to act as a hub, linking players from different tutorials into one shared space to play out its sick games. He turned to the old man, his sharp gaze narrowing. Am I right? The question hung in the air for a moment. Ralph's piercing stare remained locked on Alex, his expression unreadable. Then, with a slow nod, he confirmed Alex's theory. Even as he acknowledged it, Ralph's mind was working. Something about this young man didn't sit right with him. He wasn't like the others here. His calm confidence was unsettling. His casual clothing seemed almost out of place in a setting where survival was a constant fight. It was as if he wasn't taking the trial seriously, yet Ralph could sense power beneath that relaxed demeanor. But special or not, powerful or not, everyone bled the same. His hand moved to rest on the hilt of his sword. Alex's sharp eyes caught the movement instantly. Instead of tensing, his lips curved into a grin. But that's not what you came to tell us, is it? Alex's voice was calm, but the challenge in his words was unmistakable. The old man shook his head, his expression grim. No, it isn't, he replied. Freya blinked, confused by his answer. But before she could ask what he meant, movement in the distance caught her eye. A group of players was approaching, their expressions dark and hostile. There were at least 10 of them, and every one of them had the same look of animosity, their attire similar to that of the old man. Freya's chest tightened as she realized they were headed straight for her and Alex. The old man's bitter voice cut through the tension. That kid, Dorian, he began, his tone laced with anger. I heard he's the reason my granddaughter didn't make it to the next trial. She managed to cross the platform. But that lunatic killed her. Without missing a beat, Alex responded, his voice sharp and cold. Oh, and how is that our problem? Knowing the kid doesn't mean we're friends. Ralph's frown deepened, the wrinkles on his face hardening. Enemies by association, he growled. Freya's eyes widened, and she stepped forward, trying to explain. Enemies? Wait, no, you got it wrong. The crazy kid isn't with us. Her protest was ignored. Ralph's gaze stayed locked on Alex, his hand never leaving the hilt of his sword. His voice was steady, but the bitterness in it was undeniable. Someone must pay, he declared. And it's only fair it's you too. Freya froze, her heart pounding. The approaching group spread out behind Ralph, their weapons at the ready. She could feel the weight of their glares, like a storm building around them. Alex sighed loudly, tilting his head back to look at the sky as if searching for patience. Freya glanced at him, her voice trembling. What do we do? Alex wasn't panicking like she was. If anything, he looked annoyed, as if this was more of an inconvenience than a threat. Finally, he lowered his head, his sharp gaze locking on Ralph. I'll warn you, Alex began, his voice calm, but carrying an edge of menace. I'm not a stranger when it comes to killing. Ralph smirked, unfazed by the statement. Is that so? He replied, unsheathing his sword with a slow, deliberate motion. The blade gleamed under the dim light, its edge sharp enough to cut air. Then that makes what I'm about to do a lot less difficult. Alex's eyes narrowed as they focused on the blade. There was something unsettling about the weapon. Its aura felt dangerous, almost alive. Freya's panic spiked as she fumbled to pull out her own blade. Her hands trembled, and her voice came out shaky. Alex, what do we do? What's the plan? Without looking back at her, Alex took a step forward. The plan is simple, he said in a low voice. I'll handle this, and you stay as far away as possible. Freya blinked, caught off guard. She hesitated, gripping her blade tightly, her instincts telling her to argue. But then she remembered the raw power Alex had shown before. With a reluctant nod, she backed away, her eyes darting nervously between Alex and Ralph. Ralph's grin widened as he stared Alex down, his eyes glinting with amusement. Oh, you're quite the arrogant one, he said, his voice dripping with mockery. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he gestured to the group of players behind him. Get him! The men surged forward, weapons drawn, their expressions full of confidence. Alex, unfazed, muttered under his breath, barely loud enough to hear. Petrify! In an instant, the attackers froze mid-stride, their bodies locking up as if they'd turned to stone. Their weapons hovered in the air, gripped tightly in hands that could no longer move. Panic spread across their faces as they tried to force themselves to move, but their limbs wouldn't budge. Groans of effort and fear escaped their lips as they realized they were completely immobilized. What is this? One of them stammered, his voice trembling. Freya, watching from a safe distance, gasped in awe. Her eyes darted between the frozen players and Alex, who was standing there as if he hadn't just halted an entire group with a single word. Ralph's smirk faltered as he took a step back, his hand tightening on his sword hilt. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of tension crossing his face. Alex moved forward casually, walking past the frozen attackers. Each step he took made their hearts pound faster, their eyes widening in terror. They couldn't move, couldn't defend themselves. If Alex wanted to, he could kill them where they stood. Ralph was beginning to come to the conclusion that Alex might be a little too much. He had suspected the young man was powerful, but this was beyond anything he had anticipated. Alex finally stopped a few feet in front of Ralph, his hands slipping into his pockets. I told you I've killed before, Alex began, his voice low and steady. But even though I've done it, I've never found killing humans enjoyable. Ralph's grip on his sword tightened, his gaze locked on Alex as if searching for a weakness. Alex tilted his head slightly, his eyes sharp and unyielding. But, he continued, I won't hesitate to do it if it's what I need to keep moving forward. He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to an icy whisper. So here's your last chance. Back away, or die. Chapter 118, he knows. Ralph shuddered as Alex's words settled in. Fear wasn't something he experienced often, not in this world, nor the one before it. But this was different. This was the kind of fear that clawed at his gut, whispering that he had made a mistake. But Ralph wasn't the type to back down. Fear was just another wall to break through, another obstacle to carve apart. He tightened his grip on his sword, ready to unsheath it in a single, fluid motion. His instinct screamed at him, attack first, think later. But then he felt it. The sensation crept up his spine like ice water, sending a violent shiver through his body. A presence. No, not just a presence. A force. Death itself lingered around him, unseen but undeniably real. It coiled around his limbs, pressed against his throat, as if invisible hands were waiting to squeeze the life out of him the moment he made the wrong move. Ralph's breath hitched. His pulse pounded in his ears. His entire body froze. This wasn't intimidation. This was a death trap. One step, one wrong move, and it would end him. His fingers twitched near his sword hilt, but for the first time in his life, he hesitated. What the hell is this? Onigi slowly lifted his head, his gaze locking onto Alex. The young man hadn't moved an inch. His hands were still stuffed casually in his pockets. Eyes sharp, unwavering. Yet, despite Alex's relaxed posture, the weight pressing down on Onigi hadn't lessened. If anything, it had grown heavier. It wasn't just power. It was the presence of a monster. A beast that didn't need to bare its fangs to remind you that you were prey. Onigi exhaled slowly, then unsheathed his sword with a steady hand. Alex's eyes narrowed. But instead of attacking, Onigi did something unexpected. He bowed his head slightly. I apologize, young man. Alex blinked. I failed to see how powerful you truly are, Onigi continued, his voice calm and steady. I hope you forgive me and my clan for challenging you. Continue your journey on my virtual library empire. Alex's brow twitched. He hadn't expected that. 1 second, the old man had been radiating killing intent. The next, he was surrendering? Alex studied Onigi carefully. The old man's previous hostility was gone. The grudge, the resentment, it had vanished like smoke. But something else remained. A lingering battle will. Like a fire barely contained, waiting for the right moment to burn again. Yet for some reason, Onigi held himself back. And that was the part that truly made Alex curious. Alex smirked as he casually dismissed the explosion he had been ready to unleash on Onigi. At the same time, the petrify, holding the old man's men in place, faded away. The moment they regained control of their bodies, one of them, eyes burning with rage, rushed forward. His sword blazed with fire, heat radiating off the blade in scorching waves. With a furious roar, he raised his weapon high and swung down with all his strength. The sword cut through the air, a flaming arc trailing behind it. But Alex was faster. With a smooth step to the side, he avoided the strike completely. The flames exploded against the ground where he had just stood, tearing through the earth and leaving a scorched crater. Before the attacker could recover, Alex snapped his hand forward. A single slap. Crack. The impact sent the man soaring backward, tumbling through the air like a broken doll. He crashed into a rocky wall with a sickening thud. Kato. The others gasped in shock, watching their comrade slump to the ground. Anger flared in their eyes, and in an instant, they were ready to strike back. But before they could charge, Onigi's voice cut through the tension. Enough. We're done here. His tone left no room for argument. But sir, one of his men protested. Get Kato, Onigi ordered, his gaze locked onto Alex. And leave. The warriors hesitated but ultimately obeyed, rushing over to retrieve their fallen comrade. Onigi's words were law to his men. They didn't dare disobey. The warriors stepped back without hesitation. 2 of them rushed over, grabbing Kato by the arms and dragging him away, his body limp from the impact. Meanwhile, Onigi took slow, deliberate steps toward Alex. The tension hadn't disappeared completely, but there was no hostility in his eyes, only something deeper, more calculating. As he stopped in front of Alex, he spoke in a calm, measured tone. Forgive my son-in-law. The one Dorian killed was his fiancée. His anger is still fresh. Alex furrowed his brows. And you're not angry? Onigi's lips curled into a bitter smirk. I am, but I realized my anger was misplaced. Alex raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what made you come to that realization? Onigi exhaled, his gaze unwavering. Death. It didn't matter what I did. There was no escaping what you were about to do. For a moment, the air was silent. Then, Alex's eyes narrowed, his lips curving into a grin. This old man was more interesting than he thought. Onaji met his gaze without flinching and continued. If you don't mind, I'd like to battle you one-on-one when the time is right. Alex tilted his head, amused. What happened to enemy by association? Onaji chuckled. Honestly, I was just looking for a scapegoat to quench my anger. But instead, I ended up finding someone. More. A demon, perhaps. Alex smirked. People call me a monster sometimes. Onaji nodded, his expression unreadable. It's fitting. There was a moment of mutual understanding between the two before Alex suddenly extended his hand. He wanted to test Onaji. Could he really detect exploding touch? Or did he just have good danger sense? You're quite the monster yourself, which is exactly why I'd love to fight you after this as well. Onaji paused for a moment, staring at Alex's outstretched hand. His gaze was steady, unreadable. Then suddenly, he burst into laughter. His deep, rumbling chuckles echoed through the battlefield, breaking the tension. Forgive me, Onaji said, amusement lacing his voice. But I cannot shake your hand unless I want to die. Alex smirked. He knows. Chapter 119, Misdirected Rage. Alex's grin widened. You know I don't have to touch you, right? Onaji's laughter faded into a knowing smirk. True, but at this range, I could cut off your head before you even try. Alex's eyes gleamed with excitement. Can you? I really want to test that out. The two warriors locked eyes, the unspoken challenge crackling in the air like static. Then, Alex shrugged. But like you said, some other time. Onaji nodded in agreement before turning away. His footsteps were slow and deliberate, his men parting to let him through. Freya hesitated before stepping up to Alex, her brows furrowed in confusion. What was that about? Alex flashed a grin. Nothing much. Freya stared at him for a second, then sighed, shaking her head once again in confusion. It was like the two of them stood in different realms. Onaji walked back to his clan, his steps measured and firm. His men, still shaken, parted slightly as he approached. Kato, now fully conscious, pushed himself off the rocky wall and stumbled toward him, his expression tense with disbelief. Chief, what are you doing? Kato demanded, his voice edged with frustration. Weren't we going to get revenge? Onaji didn't respond immediately. His gaze remained steady, unreadable. Kato clenched his fists. His friend killed your daughter. Aren't you mad? The moment those words left his mouth, a suffocating pressure filled the air. A deadly aura exploded from Onaji. The force of it hit like a shockwave. Every warrior in his clan froze. Even Kato, despite his anger, found his body locked in place, his breath caught in his throat. His leader was furious. But just as suddenly as it came, the overwhelming pressure dissipated. Onaji exhaled slowly, regaining control. When he spoke, his voice was calm, but beneath it, there was steel. I am furious, he admitted, his hand instinctively brushing against the hilt of his blade. And my sword thirsts for blood. But I will not dishonor myself by letting rage dictate my actions. He turned to face Kato directly. I was a fool today. I let my grief blind me. I almost did something unforgivable. That is not our way. Kato's fists trembled at his sides. His leader, the Onaji, was backing down from a fight. The same man who had once faced executioners without flinching. The warrior who stood his ground against monsters, assassins, and kings alike. Now, he was yielding to a young man in flip-flops. It didn't make sense. It couldn't make sense. Kato's frustration boiled over. This is fear, isn't it? He burst out. You're saying all this because you're afraid to face him. Because he's stronger than you. Kato's accusation hung in the air like a dark cloud. Onaji froze. The rest of the clan stood in stunned silence. No one could believe what they had just heard. Kato had just called their chief a coward out loud. It was insane. Unthinkable. They all braced themselves, expecting Onaji's fury to explode. But instead, the old man chuckled. A low, knowing laugh, as if he had expected this. I'll admit it, Onaji said, his voice calm. I was scared. Gasps rippled through the warriors. There's no shame in admitting fear, he continued. It's that fear that allowed me to see things clearly. So no, I'm not ashamed of it. But then, the air shifted. The temperature seemed to drop. A suffocating pressure settled over them like a heavy blanket, pressing against their chests, making it hard to breathe. It was cold and choking. A feeling of pure, unfiltered danger. Onaji's expression darkened as he spoke again, his voice now ice cold. But don't mistake that for weakness. The ground beneath their feet felt heavier. Some of the younger warriors shuddered. That is certainly not why I didn't draw my blade against him, Onaji continued. I want to battle him free of any emotional weight, with a clear and focused mind. He lifted his gaze toward the horizon. He's best fought when I'm at my absolute peak. Kato clenched his teeth, his fists trembling at his sides. He hated it. He hated how calm Onaji was. How collected he sounded. He should be seething like he was. Kato hated it. He hated that Onaji had backed down. For such a selfish reason. Even when it was for his daughter. Even when it was for Kiri, his fiancée. Kato's fists clenched so tight his nails dug into his palms. She was supposed to be his wife. They were supposed to have a future together. But now, she was gone. Ripped away from him before they could even start their lives. And what was he supposed to do? Just accept it? No. He needed someone to blame. Someone to slaughter. Then they overheard Alex and Freya talking about Dorian. And just like that, they had their target. Their prey. But when the moment came, when he had finally faced Alex, he had been completely helpless. Defeated in mere seconds. And worst of all, Onaji had backed away. Kato's emotions were a raging storm inside him. Anger, frustration, hatred, grief, confusion. It all twisted together, making him feel like he was going to explode. Then, Onaji spoke. We will focus on the actual culprit and get the justice Kiri deserves. His voice was steady, certain, but Kato tensed. If you're so desperate for misplaced revenge, if you truly believe it will ease your pain, then go ahead. Discover exclusive content at my virtual library empire. Onaji turned to face him, his piercing gaze locking onto Kato's. I will not stop you, nor will I try to convince you otherwise. My only wish is that you realize the difference between you and him, before it is too late. Onaji let out a slow breath and turned away, walking toward a rocky platform. He settled onto the stone, crossing his legs, his eyes shutting as he prepared himself for the upcoming trial. His posture was calm, collected, completely at ease. One by one, the rest of the clan followed, taking their places beside him. All except Kato. Kato stood frozen in place, his body trembling with raw, unfiltered rage. His hands clenched in a fist so tight that his nails pierced his skin, warm blood dripping between his fingers. He barely noticed. His burning gaze snapped toward Alex. The bastard was standing there, casually chatting with Freya, as if none of this even mattered. As if Kato's rage, his loss, was nothing. Kato's blood boiled. And then, as if he sensed it, Alex suddenly turned his head. Their eyes met. Kato's breath caught in his throat. His instincts screamed. Before he could even think, he snapped his head away, his heart hammering in his chest. What the hell was that? It was like Alex had seen straight through him. Forcing himself to look back, Kato saw it. That grin. A slow, knowing smirk played on Alex's lips before he simply turned away. Kato's entire body tensed. What was that supposed to mean? Was he mocking him? Taunting him? His mind reeled back to the moment he lost Kiri. That same smirk, the one her killer wore, just before he disappeared into the next trial's exit. That bastard had turned his back on him, just like this. Kato's hands trembled. He should have torn him apart, should have ripped him to shreds. But they had been miles apart. And now, it was happening again. His fury ignited. Misdirected or not, he didn't care anymore. Someone had to pay. This bastard was going down first. Then the woman. And finally, Dorian. He'd hunt them all down. Chapter 120. Get ready. Alex was completely unbothered by Kato's simmering rage. He could feel the lingering resentment from the rest of the clan, the silent stares drilling into his back, but he didn't care. None of them mattered. Only Onaji caught his attention. Then, Freya's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Look, a vendor shop. Alex turned, his eyes narrowing as he spotted it. A small framed stall, eerily familiar in both shape and design. It looked just like the one he had visited before. The one he had dismantled. Before he could say a word, Freya muttered under her breath and suddenly dashed forward. I'm going to see if I can get something useful. Alex's frown deepened. His gaze flicked back to the vendor. He remembered. That unsettling cackle. Those eyes, wild, unhinged, almost possessed. The way it had spoken of his dead parents, as if it had read its mind. A shiver ran down his spine and nothing but rage. Clearly, this thing was not to be trusted. Nothing from it should be bought. But he couldn't stop others. People would do whatever it took to survive, even if it meant making deals with the devil. As Alex moved closer, he noticed more and more players flocking toward the vendor. His eyes narrowed. Now that he was up close, he could see it clearly. The vendor wasn't just similar to the one he had destroyed before. It was nearly identical. Almost the exact same undead. Then, the skeleton vendor lifted its head. Its hollow eye sockets seemed to glow as its grin stretched wider. A shiver of unease crept up Alex's spine, then rage, and he balled his fist, about to charge at the damned skeleton, not minding others. But then it hit. A searing, burning pain flared at the back of his neck. The cursed mark. It felt like fire licking at his skin. Tisk! Alex groaned, instinctively clutching the back of his neck. The pain was intense, like a brand pressing into his flesh, but not enough to make him collapse. Still, he was pissed. If it weren't for the sheer number of players gathered around the vendor, he would have obliterated the damn thing, just like he did the last one. Just then, movement caught his eye. Freya was storming back toward him. Her expression? Pure irritation. She muttered under her breath, grumbling about something as she stomped his way. Alex smirked. He already had a good guess about what was bothering her, but he decided to ask anyway. What happened? Freya let out a frustrated huff before launching into an angry rant. I tried to buy the same health potion, but the price was tripled. Her hands balled into fists. Then that damn skeleton made me an offer. Said I could buy it for the same price as before if I sacrificed 50% of any 2 of my attribute points. She crossed her arms, fuming. Isn't that ridiculous? Alex barely reacted, his expression unreadable. Not as ridiculous as half your entire attributes and some of your skills. That thought still made his blood boil. Freya continued her rant, her voice laced with frustration. It's daylight robbery, she snapped. He crossed his arms and shrugged. Well, it could have been worse. It might have asked you to sacrifice a vital organ or a limb. Freya blinked. What? Alex simply lifted a finger and pointed toward the crowd. Looks like it does that too. Freya turned her head, following his gaze, and her stomach dropped. A man was walking away from the vendor, his left sleeve empty. His entire arm was gone. But what made it worse? He was clutching a single boot in his remaining hand, like it was the most valuable thing in the world. As he disappeared into the crowd, Freya felt a chill creep up her spine. She winced, swallowing hard. Find exclusive stories on my virtual library empire. Her voice came out quieter this time. People are actually that desperate. She knew things were bad, but this was a whole different level. Oh my God! A sharp gasp suddenly cut through the air. One of the players practically shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Freya's head snapped toward the commotion. Without hesitation, she moved to see what was happening. Alex took a step forward to follow her, but the moment he did, the pain in his neck exploded. A searing, burning agony. His entire body tensed as he instinctively grabbed the back of his neck. Motherf! He gritted his teeth. The cursed mark. The pain had gotten more intensifying. And then he realized something. The closer he got to the vendor, the worse it became. Like an invisible force pushing him back. A defense mechanism. A twisted little trick to keep him away. Alex exhaled sharply, eyes narrowing as he glared at the skeleton vendor. Then he grinned. Oh, it was going to pay for this. He may not be able to get close, but he could still transfer an explosion. Meanwhile, Freya had already reached the vendor. She glanced around, catching snippets of conversation before one of the players finally pointed. Look at that. Freya followed their gaze, and there it was. Sitting on the vendor's shelf, covered in dust and age, was an old, worn book. Curious, she focused on it. A glowing description instantly popped up in her vision. Trial script provides useful, guaranteed hints and solutions for passing every trial in the nightmare. Her breath caught. Oh, no wonder everyone was freaking out. Freya's eyes widened as she took in the item. Her shock lasted only a second until she saw the price. Her excitement instantly drained away. With an annoyed huff, she turned on her heels and stalked away. Yep, ridiculous. The glowing price tag hovered in the air. Price, 20,000 nightmare points. Or 10,000 points plus 5 skills of the vendor's choosing. Absolute robbery. She wasn't the only one who thought so. The excitement in the crowd faded just as quickly. One by one, players shook their heads and walked away, muttering curses under their breath. Even some of Anaji's men hurried back to their leader, eager to report what they had found. But Anaji barely reacted. With a sharp wave of his hand, he dismissed them. Forget it. Do not approach that vendor again. His tone was firm, brooking no argument. His men exchanged uneasy glances but ultimately obeyed. Meanwhile, Freya made her way back to Alex. He didn't ask about the item, didn't even glance at her. He simply turned away, uninterested. That was when Freya finally noticed it. Her eyes narrowed. A mark. Glowing, searing hot, right on the back of his neck. Like it was burning into his skin. Her brows furrowed. I wanted to ask, she said slowly, pointing at his neck. What is that mark? Alex casually placed his hand over the mark on his neck, feeling the lingering heat pulsing beneath his fingertips. Oh, this, he said, his tone almost dismissive. It's a cursed mark. I got it by killing a vendor. Freya froze mid-step. Her brain stalled for a second, unsure if she had heard him correctly. Then, slowly, she turned to face him. I'm sorry. What? You killed one of them? Alex nodded. Yes. Freya blinked. Why? It pissed me off. Ow, she asked, voice rising slightly. Can he even be killed? Yes. Ow. Alex smirked. I cracked its skull. Freya stared at him like he had just casually announced he had punched a god in the face. You say that like it's normal. Alex tilted his head. It isn't. No. Alex shrugged. Well, it's quite normal to me. Look, I'll show you. Before she could process what he meant, Alex turned toward the skeletal vendor, raising his hand as if preparing to attack. Freya's eyes widened in alarm. Hey, wait. Stop. Without thinking, she lunged forward, reaching out to grab his arm before he could do something insane. Wait. Don't. Freya's warning came half a second too late. Alex snapped his fingers. Boom. The entire stall erupted in a massive explosion, flames and debris shooting skyward like a volcanic blast. The shockwave tore through the air, sending a powerful gust in all directions. Players staggered back, shielding their faces from the sudden burst of heat and force. Cough, cough. Freya choked on the dust, her eyes watering as she turned to Alex. He stood there, grinning like a madman, completely unfazed by the destruction he had just caused. Freya could only shake her head. She was seriously starting to question if sticking with him was a good idea. Before anyone could even process what had just happened, a loud chime echoed through the air, and a notification appeared before every player. Ding! Players, the second nightmare trial is about to begin. Get ready. Chapter 121, Lava's Edge. The second trial was about to begin. A notification flashed before every player's eyes, and in that instant, tension filled the air. The nervous chatter from moments ago vanished as reality set in. No one paid attention to the exploded vendor's shop anymore. And the culprit behind the destruction? Alex. He stood there, still grinning like a madman, as if he had just finished a work of art. Freya, standing beside him, had a look of sheer disbelief on her face. Did you really have to? She started but stopped herself. There was no point. Instead, she just sighed and shook her head. Meanwhile, every player began moving toward the starting line, a narrow cliff's edge that overlooked a deadly chasm. They were anxious, tense. Only a few, like Alex and Anaji, seemed excited. Then they saw it. The trial itself. A path of floating, tile-like platforms stretched across the molten abyss. Each platform was separated by wide, uneven gaps. Some were close enough for a simple jump. Others would require perfect timing, speed, and agility. One wrong move, and it was over. Below, the lava bubbled and popped, sending up small bursts of flame like a living, hungry beast. It looked alive, like it was waiting to swallow anyone who fell, the heat making sweat drip down their faces. The players gulped. Some clenched their fists. Some adjusted their gear. But they all felt the same thing. Dread. A new notification then flashed before everyone's eyes. Ding. Welcome to the second nightmare trial. Rules. Use the footholds to cross to the next door. Try not to fall, lest the lava claims you. Reward. 3,000 nightmare points, 30 upgrade points. Note. Some footholds will crack immediately upon being stepped on. Others will hurl you sideways or even drag you backward. Some trigger deadly traps. And if that's not enough, expect nightmare bats and aerial monsters to attack mid-jump. The moment the players finished reading, panic set in. Some sucked in deep breaths. Some gulped, suddenly regretting ever signing up for this. Others dropped to their knees, unable to handle the pressure. The reality of the situation hit them hard. One mistake, just one, and they were dead. Freya let out a long, slow exhale, trying to steady herself. Then, the final notification appeared. Ding! Without further ado, let the trial begin. A loud buzzer echoed through the cavern. And yet, no one moved. Tension hung thick in the air, paralyzing the players. Except for one. With a powerful leap, Onigi launched himself onto the first floating platform. Then another. Then another. He moved like a blur, bounding forward with insane speed. His clan members, seeing their leader charge ahead, snapped out of their hesitation and followed, leaping onto the platforms after him. But the rest of the players? They stood frozen, watching in stunned silence. Until, shing, a barrier trap snapped into place the moment Onigi's foot left a platform, designed to lock him in and push him backward. But it caught nothing, only his afterimage. By the time the trap activated, Onigi was already gone. Then, FWIP, a dart shot out of nowhere, aiming straight for his neck. In a split second, Onigi twisted midair, blade flashing. Clang! The dart was deflected, spinning harmlessly into the lava below. The players watching from the cliff's edge gasped. Some in awe, most in terror. This trial wasn't just about jumping. It was a death trap, and no one wanted to go next. Until a new notification flashed before their eyes, glowing red. Ding! Warning! Any player who does not begin in the next 5 o'clock minutes will automatically be attacked by a limitless amount of nightmare monsters. The time began its countdown. 4:59. Panic erupted. Players started rushing forward, scrambling onto the platforms. Even Freya, after taking a deep breath, stepped onto her first tile. The trial had truly begun. Freya turned to look at Alex. She had a feeling, a gut instinct, that he hadn't moved yet. She suspected the madman might wait till the timer ended so he could battle some monsters. But when she glanced back, she saw he was gone. Her eyes darted forward to find him. And there he was, already ahead. Her breath hitched. When did he? She shook the thought away. Why even bother? Of course, he had shown insane speed and agility in the first trial. It made sense that he could move that fast. But then, chaos erupted. 2 players leaped toward the same platform. They crashed into each other, in midair, flailing, grasping, panicked. Splat! They tumbled straight down, plunging into the molten lava below. Their screams were short-lived. The lava swallowed them whole. Freya's breath hitched, and it was only getting worse. Up ahead, one of Onigi's men stepped onto a platform. Whoosh! His foot slipped. His balance shattered. Crack! He hit his head on the edge of the platform, stunned, before his body rolled over the side. Another life was lost. Then, a woman froze in terror. She had made it halfway across, but the gaps were getting wider. The jumps were getting harder. Her breathing was ragged. Her legs refused to move. She hesitated. And then, crack! The tile beneath her split apart. Her eyes widened. She tried to jump, too late. She plummeted. A horrified scream echoed through the cavern until the lava cut it off. Someone yelled, desperate, frantic, "Don't stand on a tile for too long. It'll crack." Onigi was far ahead, the only one leading the charge. But he felt disappointed. He had expected a race, a battle of skill and speed between him and Alex. Instead, Alex was taking his time. Onigi clicked his tongue in annoyance. He turned his head to track Alex, but froze on seeing someone else. Kato was moving towards Alex. His intention was obvious. So he has made up his mind, huh? Onigi's grip tightened on his sword. Stay connected through my virtual library empire. But then he sighed, shaking his head. If Kato had already made up his mind, it wasn't his problem. He turned away. But then, a piercing screech shattered the air, and Onigi's instinct screamed at him. He spun around and saw a massive bird, tainted black with withered, drooping feathers and withered skin. It was bigger than an eagle, and it dove toward him. Talons extended, beak wide. Whoosh! A flash of steel. Schlick! And the blight bird was split clean in two. Onigi calmly slid his sword back into its sheath. Then he looked up and saw them. More. A flock of blight birds. Their hungry eyes locked onto him. And behind them, a black cloud. A writhing, chittering, shifting swarm. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of nightmare bats rushing toward him. Anaji's lips curled into a grin. Now, this is more like it. He dashed forward, meeting them head-on. Meanwhile, behind him, Alex hopped onto a tile. Then another. Then another. His flips flopped, letting out a swish sound as he landed. He hummed with his hands still tucked into his pockets as he smirked. So far, this had been a breeze. Alex glanced at the chaos ahead and noticed Anaji had already was engaged with monsters. He grinned. He wanted in. But first, his eyes shifted to the presence stalking him. A silent shadow at his side. Alex barely tilted his head, catching a glimpse. It was one of Anaji's Ronin. The one who had attacked him before. Kato was it. He had heard someone yell the name earlier. Kato didn't speak. He just kept moving alongside Alex. But his glare screamed murder. Alex remained casual, unbothered. Then, in an instant, a fireball exploded toward him, roaring like a beast unleashed, and it came from Kato's outstretched palm. His eyes burned with manic intensity as he poured more power into the flame, swelling it larger. But, crack! The tile beneath Kato shattered, forcing him to leap to safety. He lunged to the next platform, just in time, barely escaping a fiery plunge into the lava. He whipped his head around, grinning, expecting to see Alex burn to a crisp. Instead, the Alex he had hit flickered, then vanished like a mirage. An afterimage. His grin vanished. Then his gaze snapped forward and he saw Alex was already ahead, still humming and moving like nothing had happened. Kato's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. It was as if Alex wasn't taking him seriously, like he couldn't be bothered to accommodate him. This pissed Kato off and his grip tightened around his sword. He chased after Alex with more vigor. With a sharp breath, he lunged forward towards Alex, his blade cutting through the air in a blazing arc. A fiery slash erupted from his weapon, tearing toward Alex's back. The attack was fast, precise, deadly. But, clang, the flame shattered against an invisible force. Alex, untouched and unaffected by the attack, kept moving. Aegis arcane shimmering around him, dispersing the attack like it was nothing. Kato's breath hitched. Then Alex turned towards him and grinned tauntingly. Kato frowned. That grin, like he was toying with him, like he wasn't even taking this seriously. Kato snapped and he roared, lunging forward. Damn you! His sword rose, ready to cleave Alex apart. But then a deafening screech. The sky darkened. Whoosh! And multiple giant blight birds descended all at once. Chapter 122 Monstrous Onslaught. Kato halted his pursuit of Alex, his focus shifting to the swarm of blight birds diving toward him. His hands ignited, fireballs forming in an instant. Boom! Boom! He unleashed them, blasting the creatures mid-air. One after another, the blight birds shrieked before crashing into the lava, their bodies consumed by the molten abyss. The heat from the lava radiated intensely, making the air shimmer with waves of distortion. Kato's breath came in short, sharp bursts as he prepared for the next wave of attackers. Whoosh! Over to Alex, a blight bird blindsided him, slamming into him with brutal force. The tile beneath him cracked under the impact, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Shatter! But Alex had avoided the attack, already in motion. With a powerful leap, he launched himself into the air, twisting mid-flight with the grace of a seasoned warrior. A black flame burned to life in his palm, its dark energy pulsating with an eerie glow. He hurled it down at the attacking bird. Whoosh! The blight bird screeched in agony, its feathers igniting in dark fire. It plummeted, its wings flailing uselessly as it descended into the molten lake below. Splash! The lava swallowed it whole, the flames hissing into silence. But there was no time to stop. More blight birds dived toward him, drawn by the cursed mark on his neck. Instead of dodging, Alex grinned, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. He leaped onto the birds themselves, using them as stepping stones instead of the floating tiles, and blasted black flames with every jump, setting the creatures ablaze as he moved. The air was thick with the stench of burning feathers and the acrid smoke of charred flesh. One blight bird suddenly lunged, its razor-sharp beak aiming straight for his head. But Alex vanished, a blur of motion too fast for the eye to follow. Then he reappeared right at the bird's side, his fist cocked back. Crack! His punch crushed through bone, the impact sending the blight bird rocketing downward. Boom! The blight bird's broken body crashed against the rocky wall, then slid down into the lava below, leaving a trail of smoke and ash in its wake. Alex landed smoothly on a tile, his movements fluid, but then, whoosh! Without warning, flames erupted from beneath, consuming the entire platform in a fiery inferno. For a brief second, Alex vanished within the blaze, his figure obscured by the intense heat and light. Continue your adventure with my virtual library empire. But then he stepped onto the next tile like it was nothing, Aegis Arcane shimmering around him. The protective barrier absorbed the attack without a scratch, its bluish hue flickering faintly before stabilizing. Above, the sky darkened as a swarm of aerial creatures dived toward him, their shrill screeches filling the air. Alex didn't hesitate. He dashed straight at them, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Shing! In one smooth motion, he unsheathed it and slashed. The blade cut through the creatures like butter, their bodies splitting apart midair before they even knew what hit them. His movements a blur of speed and precision. He landed on the skull of a blight bird, the force of his step crushing it instantly. Using the momentum, he lunged even higher, straight into the massive swarm of nightmare bats approaching from above. And then he howled. A deep, powerful sound erupted from his throat, resonating with a primal energy. Then, it shifted into a sonic scream. A shockwave rippled through the air, the vibration so intense that everyone's eardrums trembled. The nightmare bats froze mid-flight, their bodies twitching violently as the sound waves tore through them. Then one by one, they dropped lifeless. Their bodies rained down from the sky, crashing into the lava below with a series of sickening splashes. Kato watched from a distance, frozen in place. A shudder crawled down his spine as he witnessed the sheer power Alex wielded. What? Was this monster? He had fought powerful people before, but this? This made no sense. How the hell was Alex so strong? It was almost unreal. The obstacles that had taken so many lives already, to Alex, they might as well have been cardboard cutouts. Kato's body tensed, his muscles coiling like springs ready to snap. For the first time, a terrifying realization sank in. Alex could have killed him if he wanted to. The thought alone was enough to paralyze him. His grip on his sword tightened, the leather of the hilt creaking under the pressure. Attacking again? No, that would be suicide. Yet, even as the fear settled in, it didn't quench his resentment. Not even a little. He still wanted Alex dead. But now, he knew he couldn't face him head on. He needed a new plan. A better plan. His hatred had transformed into something darker, something twisted. It wasn't just about revenge anymore. It was ego. It was envy. It was an obsession. Meanwhile, far ahead, Onigi tore through the battlefield like an unstoppable force. Every monster that dared to block his way met a swift and brutal end. Slash! His blade carved through them like paper, its edge gleaming with a cold, deadly light. Yet they didn't stop. The monsters clung to him like magnets, relentless in their assault. He was close now, so close to the exit. But no matter how many he cut down, more kept coming, their numbers seemingly endless. Still, Onigi never slowed. He never stopped. He was enjoying the thrill of it. As Onigi moved, his blade flashed like a streak of silver, carving through the monsters that dared to stand in his way. Blood sprayed in arcs, painting the air with crimson. Limbs flew, severed cleanly from their bodies. But despite the carnage, not a single drop stained his clothes. He was too fast, too precise, his movements a testament to years of relentless training and battle experience. Then he felt it, an insane amount of power, a presence that sent a thrill through his veins. Right behind him, Alex. Onigi's lips curled into a grin, his teeth gleaming in the dim light. So, the young one was finally taking things seriously. His battle style, unorthodox, unpredictable, deadly, yet so effective. Onigi chuckled, his eyes glinting with excitement. The kid was special, and, if he was being honest, he looked like he was having fun. Something stirred in Onigi's chest. Excitement. Maybe I should have fun too, he mused, his voice low and gravelly. But just as he took his next step, crack! The tile beneath him shattered instantly, the sound echoing like a gunshot. But it wasn't enough to catch the old man off guard. The moment his foot left the crumbling tile, he had already adjusted, landing on the next with the grace of a cat. But then another tile cracked, and another. The tiles had gotten weaker, shattering almost as quick as he stepped on one. Things had gotten serious. Those without movement skills or insane agility would be at a huge disadvantage. Good thing he had both. With a sharp exhale, Onaji blasted forward, his body a blur of motion. Traps snapped at him, their mechanisms whirring with deadly intent. Monsters lunged, their claws and fangs bared. But his blade was faster. Slash! He tore through everything in his path, leaving behind nothing but fallen enemies and shattered obstacles. The finish line was just ahead, its outline visible through the haze of smoke and fire. And he was still in the lead. But Alex was right behind him, moving at the same pace, never slowing down. Onaji frowned, his brow furrowing in thought. At first, he thought it was just chance, but now it was obvious. The nightmare monsters were targeting Alex more than anyone else. Onaji grinned, a sly smirk spreading across his face. That just meant less trouble for him. But then the air shifted, and a dark presence swelled ahead. The nightmare bats stopped attacking individually. Instead, they swarmed together, twisting and merging into a grotesque, demonic face. It had no eyes, only a gaping mouth. And then it screamed, a silent, eerie howl that made the very air shudder, sending ripples of fear through the hearts of all who heard it. Chapter 123, Music to My Ears. Onaji's sword flashed a brilliant blue as he activated a defensive skill to brace against the incoming attack. The air around him shimmered with energy, forming a protective barrier that should have deflected any assault. But nothing happened. No clash of steel, no explosion of force, just an eerie, silent howl that washed over him like a tidal wave. It wasn't a physical attack. It was something far more insidious. The soundless scream burrowed deep into his mind, clawing at his thoughts and distorting his senses. His vision blurred, the world around him twisting into a chaotic mess. The tiles beneath his feet, once solid and predictable, now warped and shifted like liquid. Patterns swirled and melded together, making it impossible to tell where to step next. Onaji gritted his teeth, his instincts screaming at him to move, but his body hesitated. He had missed a step. His foot hovered over empty space, and the molten lava below seemed to surge upward, eager to claim him. But Onaji was no novice. He tightened his grip on his sword, and the blade flared a fiery red. Flames erupted around his body, forming a protective cloak that burned away the mental fog clouding his mind. His vision cleared just enough. With a ferocious roar, he lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air with precision and power. Shine! The fiery edge of his sword tore through the massive demonic face that had materialized before him, splitting it clean in two. The nightmare bats that had formed the monstrous entity burst into flames, their screeches turning into agonized wails as they scattered like dying embers. One by one, they plunged into the lava below, their forms disintegrating into ash. The battlefield fell silent, save for the crackling of flames and the distant echoes of combat. Onaji landed just past the finish line, his knee hitting the ground as he exhaled sharply. His chest rose and fell with each heavy breath, his body aching from the exertion. But there was no time to rest. A glowing notification appeared before his eyes, its text bright and unmistakable. Ding! You have completed the second trial. You have received 3,000 nightmare points. You have received 30 upgrade points. Onaji raised a brow as he read the notification, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield behind him. His men were still pushing forward, their numbers visibly thinner than before. The relentless waves of creatures had lessened, likely due to his and Alex's relentless onslaught, but it wasn't enough. Many of his men had fallen, their bodies swallowed by the chaos of the trial. And now, with the traps growing even more overwhelming, more were still falling. Then, a scream pierced the air. Onaji's eyes snapped to the source, where one of his ronin was being snatched up by a blightbird. The creature's massive talons dug into the warrior's armor, lifting him into the air as he struggled in vain. Without hesitation, Onaji moved. His sword flashed from its sheath, the blade poised to cut the creature down with a single stroke. But then his sword stopped mid-air, as if striking an invisible wall. Something was wrong. A faint shimmer in front of him made it clear. A barrier. Just like the one that had stopped Baranga from attacking players who had already cleared the trial. It prevented him from attacking the creatures or going back to aid his men. Onaji exhaled sharply, a mix of frustration, regret, and realization washing over him. He had been so focused on securing first place, on proving his strength, that he had forgotten his role as a leader. He should have stayed behind, guiding his men, ensuring fewer casualties. Instead, he had rushed ahead, leaving them to fend for themselves. And the worst part? Even after all that, he still hadn't gotten first place. With a sigh, Onaji lowered himself onto the ground, sitting cross-legged in a lotus position. Now, all he could do was watch. The notification hovered in his vision, displaying the rewards for clearing the trial. Reward: -3,000 nightmare points. -30 upgrade points. And then, he expected bonus points for reaching first place. But there were none. Onaji's brow furrowed. That meant only one thing: he wasn't first. Someone had beaten him to the finish. Slowly, he turned, and there, sitting casually on a rocky platform behind him, was Alex. The younger man was grinning, his hat tilted in greeting, his eyes dancing with amusement. Onaji sighed, running a hand through his hair. How? He hadn't even seen Alex pass him. He was about to turn away, letting it go, when something shifted. A ripple in the air. A faint, almost imperceptible distortion in Alex's aura. Onaji's eyes narrowed, and then it hit him. A chuckle escaped his lips, followed by an amused exclamation. Young man, aren't you a little too greedy? Alex's grin widened as he shook his head. You're a shrewd one, aren't you? Onaji smirked, muttering inwardly. Shrewd? Not quite. I should have sensed it sooner. Alex leaned forward slightly, his voice calm and confident. To answer your question, his grin sharpened as he replied. Yes, I am greedy. I want it all. Multiplicity. Create up to 5 clones of yourself, each possessing 20% of your strength. The original can give remote commands and switch places with a copy. Discover hidden stories at my virtual library empire. Suddenly, at the starting line, another Alex appeared, standing with a grin. He had planned this from the start. Before he even began the trial, he had left behind a clone. Now, he could use the second perk of his skill. Multiplicity, switch places with his clone. And why go through all that trouble? Well, it all started with a simple notification. Warning: any player who does not begin in the next 5 o'clock minutes will automatically be attacked by a limitless amount of nightmare monsters. One word stood out to him. Limitless. Alex's grin sharpened. That was free stat points. A golden opportunity to farm them like crazy. No way he was passing that up. His plan was simple. Leave a clone behind at the starting line. Proceed with the trial as normal. When a 5-minute timer ran out, switch places with his clone. Get penalized for not starting the trial. Trigger an endless swarm of nightmare monsters. Slaughter as many as possible before swapping back. Unlimited enemies. Unlimited rewards. And just like that, the hunt was about to begin. Now it was time. Alex stared at the countdown. 0:00:5. 0:00:5. 0:00:4. 0:00:3. 0:00:2. 0:00:1. Midnight. A glowing red notification flashed before his eyes. Penalty: for not beginning the round. Hordes of nightmare creatures will hunt you down. Even if you begin now, they will still pursue. Alex's grin widened. Music to my ears, he whispered. He was no stranger to decimating hordes, no matter the kind of monster. His fingers played with the blast shard in his pocket as the sky above him darkened. Nightmare bats swarmed together, blotting out the light. Some were massive, others smaller but just as vicious, their eyes glowing with hunger. Mixed in were blight birds, their skeletal wings slicing through the air like blades. Then, a faint glow pulsed at the back of Alex's neck. The creatures snapped their heads toward him, their screeches turning into a unified, bloodthirsty roar. Like a single entity, they dove, fast, unrelenting, violent. But Alex didn't flinch. Instead, he stepped forward, took a deep breath, and unleashed a sonic scream. Chapter 124 Absurd Amount. While Alex battled the endless nightmare creatures at the starting area, things at the finish line were starting to get busy. The first to land was Kato. He had been right behind Alex, and now that he had arrived, the first thing he did was glare at him. Alex, however, barely acknowledged him. Kato's fist clenched. His teeth ground together. His anger was palpable. Onaji, watching from nearby, said with a complicated look on his face, "I see you're still burning with rage." Kato ignored him and strode forward, his steps heavy with frustration. "You told me to do whatever I want, so that's exactly what I'm going to do." Onahai responded, "Even if it leads to your death?" Kato didn't respond. More players soon arrived, one after another, until their number totaled 7 who made it to the finish line. 5 of them were Onaji's men. Some of the Ronin bruised, others bloodied, but none seemed to have suffered anything too serious. Kiev, a swordsman, arrived next. His sleeve flared, making his disability apparent. He was missing an arm, but he didn't seem to mind it as he proceeded to the entrance to the next trial. Last came Zeno, an archer. He clutched his face, his eyes wounded. A nightmare bat had attacked him, and from the way he staggered, it was clear the damage was severe. Onaji scanned the exhausted group, wondering if that was everyone. But then a figure appeared in the distance, still undergoing the trial. It was Freya. She moved swiftly, leaping from tile to tile, her breath ragged but controlled. Around her, nightmare creatures swarmed, yet something was off. The nightmare bats weren't attacking her. The others stared in shock. Whispers of confusion rippled through the group. "Why aren't they attacking?" someone muttered. Only a few bats hovered nearby, their eerie eyes locked onto her, but they did nothing. Freya pushed forward, her legs burning with exhaustion. Then, with a final leap, she landed beyond the finish line. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed, breathing heavily. When she looked up, all eyes were on her. Dozens of people stared, their expressions a mix of confusion, suspicion, and unease. A nervous shiver ran down her spine. What if the Ronin tried to kill her again? No, she doubted they would do that. They were probably just stunned by the sight that the nightmare bats hadn't attacked. It was simple. From watching, she had observed that the more mana you let out, the more attracted the monsters are to you. And when you had a skill that enabled you to concern yours, then you would be practically invisible. The cracked tiles and the traps were the issues, though. Luckily, she had made it. She then rose to her feet. Her gaze darted across the crowd, searching for someone. Then she found him, and without hesitation, she began walking toward him. Of course, he made it. If there was anyone she was confident would make it, it was him. She stepped forward, her breath still uneven from the trial. As soon as she reached him, she asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" Alex, who had been sitting calmly, raised his head. "I thought you would have left," she added. Alex didn't respond, only staring at her intently, and her heart skipped a beat. A possibility crept into her mind. "Don't tell me. Were you waiting for me?" The silence only made her thoughts spiral. Her imagination ran wild. Then, finally, Alex responded, "I wasn't waiting for you." For a brief second, relief mixed with disappointment. But then he said something absurd. "I was waiting for me." Freya's brows furrowed in confusion. "Wait, what? What the FCK does that mean?" She wanted to ask, but he shook her head, deciding it wasn't worth figuring out. That's when she noticed a movement towards the exit that led to the next trial. A man limped forward. His body was covered in scars, his arm missing. He looked like he was barely holding on. Freya's eyes locked onto him. She recognized the man instantly. The swordsman who had sacrificed his arm for a boot. She had seen what the boot could do. It let him float briefly, giving him a slight advantage. But it hadn't helped him completely. The nightmare monsters still tore into him. Yet, somehow, he had kept going. His steps wobbled as he staggered toward the exit, his body weary and broken. His face was hollow, like a man walking on the edge of sanity. He had given everything. Since the beginning, he has sacrificed, fought, and bled. All for one reason: to escape this cursed nightmare, to return to his daughter. But then, his trembling fingers stretched toward the exit, just inches away toward the step to freedom. But, ding, a notification appeared before his eyes. Kiev's body stiffened. His eyes widened. His breath caught in his throat. Slowly, he read the message. His face twisted in horror. "No way," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Kiev's eyes darted back to the notification. He read it again, and again, but the words didn't change. His breath hitched. Then, his face twisted in disbelief. No fucking way. His legs buckled, and he stumbled backward. It felt like that single step had drained years of his life. Then panic set in. No, I know. His voice cracked as frustration surged through him. This got everyone's attention. Zeno, walking towards him, raised a brow. "What's wrong?" he asked. Kiev didn't answer. His hand was shaking. Frustrated, Zeno pulled up his own screen. His eyes widened. "Are you kidding me right now?" His fingers clenched into a fist. Then he gritted his teeth. "God damn it!" Freya, watching their reactions, felt a pit form in her stomach. "What's happening?" she asked, her voice uneasy. Kiev's head snapped toward her. His face twisted in rage and desperation. Then he yelled, 5,000 points. We need 5,000 nightmare points to proceed to the next round." A heavy stillness fell over the group. For a moment, no one even breathed. The trial they had just passed only rewarded them with 3,000 nightmare points each. If they were to use it, they would be short 2,000 points. But where were they supposed to get that massive amount of nightmare? There were two known ways to earn nightmare points. Option 1, which was the most common method, was to hunt and kill nightmare monsters. But was it realistic now that they had exited the trial and couldn't go back due to restriction? The best solution would be they kill a lot of nightmare monsters during the trial, but most of them, more than anything, have been focused on survival. Life was lost, and the survivors were injured, exhausted, and barely standing. The second option was to exchange points. Players could trade points with each other. But who would willingly give up their hard-earned nightmare points? No one. Kiev's breath hitched as his mind raced. Unknown to many, a third way existed. A secret, brutal way that only a unique few knew. If you killed another player, their nightmare points and stat points would automatically transfer to you. And the only way to know that is if you had killed someone in the nightmare. Kiev knew, and on his knees his mind spiraled. He had done questionable to act like a saint now. The first two options were nearly impossible, so that left only one way. Kill someone. His hands trembled. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. Explore hidden tales at my virtual library empire. Now came the next question. Who to kill? Kiev's eyes darted around frantically. Everyone who had made it this far was strong. No one would go down easily. The Ronins? Suicide. They'd spot his intent and cut him down before he even raised his sword. Even if he killed one of them, he wouldn't made out alive. Alex? Not a chance. Kiev had seen what Alex was capable of. Zeno? Maybe, since he had lost an eye. But it was still too risky. That left only one person. His eyes landed on Freya. She was weaker than the others. She was exhausted. She was alone. Kiev's gaze darkened like a predator who had found its prey. He took a deep breath. Then, without any hesitation, he lunged toward her. His grip tightened around his sword. His boots that he paid for with his arm activated, boosting his speed. He blurred forward, his blade aimed straight at Freya's back. And she had no idea. The sword was inches from piercing her, but a cold voice shattered the air. Petrify. Kiev's body was locked in place. His sword stopped, millimeters from Freya's skin. Freya turned, her eyes widening in shock. The realization hit her. She stumbled back, watching Kiev struggle with a manic look on his face. He gritted his teeth as he couldn't move. Alex then stepped forward, leaning close to Kiev. His voice was low and dangerous as he muttered, what do you think you're doing? Chapter 125, Steel Met Steel. The moment Alex spoke, Petrify shattered. Kiev's body lurched back into motion. His instinct screamed, move. And he leaped away, his sword raised high, his eyes burning with fury. On seeing this, Alex clicked his tongue. TSK. This was a problem. His clone only had 20% of his real strength. That meant Petrify, his duration, and that of his other skill was weaker. His skills were significantly nerfed. If that wasn't the case, then the one-armed swordsman shouldn't have broken free so soon. From the sidelines, Kato watched. His brows furrowed. He had faced Alex before, and he knew how powerful Petrify was. No one ordinary person could break free from that skill. So what the hell was this? Kato's mind raced. He could tell Kiev wasn't that special. There was no way the one-armed swordsman was stronger than him. So how? How had he broken free? His eyes narrowed. Something else was at play. There was only one explanation that made sense. And it was that Alex was weaker than he thought. Maybe he had been using a power-boosting skill all this while. Oneji, as if reading Kato's thoughts, then uttered under his breath. Whatever you're thinking now is an illusion. You will gain nothing from this. Kato's frown deepened. His master words were vague, cryptic as always, and useless. He had no time for riddles. With a scoff, he turned away, focusing his gaze on Alex and Kiev to understand more. Explore more adventures at my virtual library empire. There was silence, and the air around too seemed to crackle with tension, the weight of the situation pressing down on everyone present. Zeno, who was somewhat close to Kiev, broke the silence. Kiev, what are you doing? The one-armed swordsman's jaw clenched. His fingers tightened around his sword. There is no other way, he muttered through gritted teeth. There are no nightmare monsters left to kill. No one is dumb enough to hand over their points. That leaves only one option. A deadly silence fell. Then Kiev continued, voice grim. Unlike back in the tutorial, where killing a player only gives you a percentage of their points. His breath hitched. Here, you get all their nightmare points and upgrade points. The weight of his words settled over everyone. A chilling realization. There were stunned expressions. But Alex was unmoved by the new info. His face remained unreadable. Of course, he hadn't known about this mechanic. But he wasn't surprised. This realm was ruled by a twisted being, one that wanted nothing more than to see them all break and fall so their bodies outside will be consumed. Alex's eyes narrowed as a thought crossed his mind. I see, he muttered, his voice eerily calm. He took a step forward, staring down at Kiev. The reason you know this is because you've killed before. Is that right? Kiev's grip on his sword tightened. A flicker of something. Guilt? No. Resignation passed through his eyes. Then, with a deep breath, he nodded. Exactly. His voice held no regret. No hesitation. Then he turned his gaze, locking onto Onaji. A smirk played on his lips. That Dorian, kid you keep asking about. Kiev tilted his head slightly. You probably killed your daughter for the same reason. A sharp intake of breath. The Ronins tensed. Knuckles whitened. Veins pulsed in anger. Murderous intent filled the air. Alex sighed. This damn place. Nothing but death and blood. He turned his head slightly, eyes flickering to Freya. She was still frozen in shock. Her breathing was uneven. She had almost died just now. Alex sighed once again. Was it his problem if she did die? Probably not. But at the same time, someone who walked with him shouldn't die so easily. If anything, she would rather die to the nightmare devices than a fellow player kill her. More importantly, he had another curiosity. He wanted to know, how long would his clone, with only 20% of his original strength, last against other players? Alex let out a sigh, though inside he was grinning. I don't have a choice but to kill someone, so I hope you understand. I don't want to be honest. She is the weakest here, so it makes sense she is the one who dies. Is that clear now? Alex tilted his head. No way, that's a serious question. It was absurd. The man in front of him had clearly lost his mind. Freya, the target of his word, was also reasonably pissed. Her expression was cold, as she took out her blade, raising it in defense. I'd admit, I'd have zero confidence in making it out alive. But I'd be damned if I let a disabled bastard tell me where my end would be. Kiev gritted his teeth, and then he yelled. I have obligations. Doesn't deem your action right, Alex responded. I have a daughter. I have a daughter, so I have no choice. No matter what, I will proceed to the next trial. I will escape this hell. No matter what. Alex paused for a second. Then he continued. Well, even with that, he said, slowly drawing his weapon, Merzik Fongblade. I still can't let you kill her. Daughter be damned. Kiev's mouth widened in disbelief. Then it closed, and his expression twisted into fury. His grip tightened on his sword. Then, with a deep breath, he lifted his blade and pointed it directly at Alex. You asked for this, Kiev said, voice firm. But there was a bit of hesitation behind his words after all he had seen Alex in action. Alex's fingers curled around the hilt of his weapon. The dark, serrated edge of the blade gleamed. Tension crackled in the air. Only one person in the crowd truly understood what was happening, Onaji. The old man watched in silence, arms crossed. He knew Alex was a clone, but he didn't say a word. And Alex understood why. The old man wouldn't bother fighting a weaker version of him. He also wouldn't inform the others. Because like Alex, Onaji was curious. He wanted to see how long Alex's clone could last, to gauge his real strength. But there was a problem. If Alex lost here, if his clone was defeated, what would that mean for him? If his clone died, his original body wouldn't be able to swap in time. That meant he'd have to restart the trial. Not that he was worried about it and would be any problem, but it seemed like such a drag. So what were his options? Fight or fight. A grin stretched across his face. There was only one choice he'd ever make. He would fight and see how long he could last just for the fun of it. Kiev studied him carefully. Alex didn't seem like he was going to back down. His face darkened. You know, I only need to kill one person to get the points I need. His fingers flexed around the hilt of his sword. If that person is you, so be it. Alex's grin widened. Then what are you waiting at me? His words provoked the swordsman. And Kiev moved. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Alex. His sword flashed downward, aiming for Alex's neck. But Alex was ready. He raised his blade in an instant. Clang! Steel met steel, and shockwave of force erupted from the impact, rippling through the air. Chapter 126, Provoking Idiots. Oh! Alex gritted his teeth as a dull ache spread through his arm. The impact had buckled his stance. Damn, he's strong. Even with one arm, Kiev's strikes were heavy, far more powerful than Alex had expected. He took a step back, but Kiev was already there. A second strike. A third. Each one more faster, sharper, and deadlier. Alex had no room to counter. He barely managed to block, his sword ringing with every desperate parry. But he was losing ground. Kiev's onslaught was relentless, his attacks flowing together like a storm, giving Alex no time to breathe. Yet, despite the pressure, Alex grinned. This is fun. No matter how fast he moved, no matter how many feints he used, Kiev followed. It was almost unnatural. Alex's eyes narrowed. The way Kiev moved was like he was floating. And then Alex realized it was the damn boot. The same boot Kiev had sacrificed his arm for. That explains it. Alex had no choice. He couldn't win like this. If he wanted to win, he'd have to use some of his skills. But before he could act, bam! Kiev's blade swatted his sword arm aside, knocking it upward. Alex's chest was wide open. Kiev's eyes flashed, and he lunged going for the kill. But Alex let out a grin. Then he sank, like a stone in water, almost like the ground had turned to liquid. Kiev's blade stabbed the air, and his eyes widened in confusion. What? He looked around wondering where Alex had gone. Then he sensed him below. Before he could react, a vice-like grip clamped around both his ankles. Kiev's head snapped down, and he saw Alex half submerged in the earth. A wicked grin on his face. Then, yank! Kiev's legs were suddenly pulled downward. Panic shot through him. His feet were sinking, the ground swallowing him. Damn it! Both his feet were now trapped beneath the surface. He tried to break free, but he was stuck. Alex then shot up from underground, his sword raised for the kill. But he felt a chill crawl up his spine. Danger sense warning him, and he reacted immediately. Without thinking, Alex threw up his arm and activated Aegis Arcane. Boom! A searing wave of fire slammed into him from the side, sending him skidding backward. His barrier cracked, a massive dent forming on its shimmering surface. Smoke curled from his clothes. Then Alex heard a low and mocking chuckle. I knew it. Alex's eyes snapped to the source, and he frowned. You again. I should have killed this bastard. Kato stepped forward with a smirk. I knew it. You're a fraud. Oh. Alex uttered his mouth, forming an O. He didn't think Kato was that shrewd to realize he was a clone. Kato then began to explain proudly. You must have been using a power-boosting skill or artifact to enhance your strength earlier, which is why you seemed so powerful earlier. Now I can see it has run out. Alex lowered his head, disappointed. He was an idiot. Continue your saga on my virtual library empire. 2 more Ronins flank him. The first was a towering brute with scarred arms and a massive war axe. Accio, a barbarian. The other was a woman with piercing eyes and hands crackling with raw magic. Islahu seemed to be a sorcerer. They joined Kato because they still felt resentment. Onaji's daughter had been their friend, and her death wasn't something they could just let go of, especially now that they did not have enough nightmare points to proceed. They only had 2 choices in other to proceed. Beg for nightmare points from their comrades, or take what they needed. Begging would make them a burden, as no one knows what the next trial would demand. So instead of attempting that, they set their sights on someone they already hated. A fraud. Kato had convinced them Alex was indeed one. To them, his death would serve 2 purposes. They would get vengeance for Kiri and the necessary nightmare points to proceed. Kiev, whose feel were still buried, saw the intent of the Ronin and roared in frustration. His hands clawed at the ground, trying to yank his leg free. Hey, back off. He's mine. Kato gave a mocking shrug. Sorry, buddy. This is personal. His smirk deepened. If you're desperate for nightmare points, go after the girl. His eyes flicked to the side. Though, it looks like someone already beat you to it. Kiev whipped his head around, and his eyes widened. Zeno. The archer was locked in a fight with Freya. Freya moved fast, her body twisting as she barely dodged arrows. Each time she evaded, she lashed back, daggers whipping through the air. Kiev's teeth gritted. Damn it. Kiev cursed under his breath, his frustration boiling over. His leg was still trapped, but he wasn't about to let this kill slip away. With a snarl, he stabbed down at the earth around his foot, each strike chipping away at the dirt and rock, widening the gap. He would break free. He had to. He was the one who started this. The kill was his. Meanwhile, Kato took slow, deliberate steps toward Alex, his excitement unmistakable. A wicked grin stretched across his face. I'm right, aren't I? He asked, his voice practically thrumming with anticipation. No, you're not. Kato's expression was unchanged. It doesn't matter. What is obvious is that your strength has fallen. I may not know why, but I'm certainly going to take advantage of it. Alex lowered his hands, allowing his barrier to disperse. His gaze met Kato's, calm yet piercing. I see you really are an idiot. Kato's grin faltered. What? Alex's eyes flicked to the two standing beside him. And you dragged two more fools into this as well. Akio's face contorted with anger as he raised his massive axe, pointing it at Alex. He didn't bring us into anything. Beside him, Isla pulled out her staff, its tip glowing with raw energy. Her voice was steady. We're doing this for Kiri. Alex's brows furrowed in confusion. Kiri, he muttered. Then, his lips curled into a taunting grin, his eyes glinting with mockery. Who the hell is that? The reaction was instant. Damn you, Kato roared. Akio and Isla didn't hesitate. In the blink of an eye, multiple magic attacks were hurled toward Alex. Flames, crackling lightning, and razor-sharp wind blades streaking through the air, all aimed to obliterate him. Chapter 1, 27 3v Clone. Multiple attacks raced toward Alex, blazing fire, streaks of lightning, and razor-sharp wind blades. But Alex just grinned. Then, in a flash, he dashed forward. Kato's eyes widened on seeing this. Approaching head-on, was he insane? Just as it seemed Alex was about to collide with the attacks, he jumped. A powerful lunge sent him soaring over the deadly magic. Then, the moment he landed, he slammed his foot into the ground, activating Earth Stomp. Boom! The earthquake-like tremor sent Kato, Aikio, and Isla stumbling. Even those watching from a distance felt the impact. Kiev, still trapped in the ground, gritted his teeth as pain surged through his already buried leg. Alex took advantage of the chaos. He pulled out Shadow Fangs, the pair of deadly dual blades he had once looted from a goblin scout. It had been a while since he used them. No time to hesitate. His eyes locked onto his first target, Isla. Unlike the others, she struggled the most to regain her balance. The decision was instant. Alex activated Fast and Furious, his body becoming a blur as he closed the distance in the blink of an eye. As Alex closed in on Isla, his blade was already poised to strike. But, flash! Her staff glowed, and in an instant, she blinked away, teleporting to another spot. Oh! Alex muttered after his blade stabbed nothing but air. His momentary surprise cost him. Whoosh! A sudden shadow loomed over him. Akio's massive axe came crashing down from above in a brutal overhead swing. And Alex barely had time to react as he jumped back. Crash! The axe slammed into the ground, cracking the stone beneath it. But Alex had landed right into the path of Kato, who was already in motion. Shing! A quick draw slash flew toward him, Kato's blade glowing with fiery energy. Whoosh! Alex twisted his body at the last second, dodging by a hair's breadth. But the searing heat of the blade as it whizzed past him still burned his skin. Then, boom! A magic blast struck him from the side. The impact sent him tumbling across the battlefield. Alex exhaled sharply, his Aegis Arcane, barrier flickering, now cracked from the force of the attack. Alex let out a heavy exhale, his lips curling into a grin. His pulse pounding. This was getting fun. Danger sense was the only thing keeping him from getting torn apart. It was making him react just fast enough to avoid the attacks. But that wasn't enough. He needed an extra layer of caution. As he rose to his feet, he activated foresight, his vision sharpening, his mind calculating every possible move his enemies could make. But then, crackle. A cage of energy suddenly erupted around him, sparking and hissing like a storm trapped in midair. Alex's eyes snapped toward Isla. Her staff was raised, both hands glowing with power. Then she clenched her fist. The lightning cage twisted, its bars unraveling into a writhing net of energy, and it surged toward Alex, ready to bind him like a snake coiling around its prey. But, flump! Alex sank into the ground like it was liquid, his body vanishing into the earth just before the net closed in. The lightning snapped shut around empty space. Then, shoop! He reappeared several meters away from the trio. Kato's eyes widened in shock for a moment. Then he grinned. Alex was struggling. He was getting pushed back. Knew it. Alex wasn't as strong as everyone made him out to be. And Kato was going to prove it. If they kept this up, Alex wouldn't last much longer. Kato tightened his grip on his sword's hilt, his eyes locked onto Alex. He turned to Akio, voice sharp. Let's go. Ads by Pub Future. Without hesitation, the two charged forward, their movements perfectly in sync. Above them, Isla raised her staff, summoning a pulsing orb of energy. The orb whirled and flickered before unleashing a continuous stream of energy blasts, each one homing in on Alex's position as Akio and Kato closed in. Alex gritted his teeth. He had to break their momentum. Now, he rushed forward, taking 2 quick leaps, then screamed. Sonic howl. A powerful shockwave erupted from his mouth, tearing through the air like a hurricane. Boom! The force slammed into Akio, sending the barbarian stumbling back. But Kato? He was faster. A blur of movement, then clang! His flaming sword clashed against Alex's shadow fangs, sparks flying as the two locked blades. Kato grinned, pushing against Alex's weapons. Huh, I thought you were hot shit, but turns out you're just trash. Alex met his gaze, eyes flashing. Is that so? With a swift motion, Alex threw a kick. His heel slammed into Kato's chest, forcing him back. But before Alex could regain his footing, wham! Multiple streaks of blazing energy slammed into his side. Isla's attack finding its mark. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield shook with each blast, fire, and smoke swallowing everything in sight. For a moment, no one could see through the haze. Alex's fate was unknown. Had Alex been hit? Killed? Was he injured? Was he? As the smoke cleared, there was nothing. No body, no trace. Kato's instincts flared, a cold sensation crawling up his spine. From the side, he swung his sword, reacting on pure instinct. Swish! Nothing. His blade cut through empty air. Then, from below, thwack! A solid kick struck upward, slamming into his jaw. Alex had emerged from below, one hand braced against the ground as he drove his heel into Kato's chin with his flip-flop. Kato's head snapped back as he was sent flying. He crashed in the distance, and Alex moved to follow up, his eyes gleaming savagely, but wham! Akio dropped from above, his massive axe swinging down in a devastating arc. Crack! The ground split apart, deep fissures tearing through the battlefield as the force of the attack ripped stone like paper. Alex gritted his teeth, twisting his body midair before leaping back, just barely dodging the strike. He landed smoothly, dust swirling around his feet. His eyes flickered between Akio and the recovering Kato. He was so close, he could see the perfect opportunity to finish off Kato, but Akio had intervened. He had to admit, their teamwork was good. Akio, the barbarian, came charging forward, his massive axe gleaming under the light as he swung with raw power. Alex stayed calm and used. Petrify. Akio's movement slowed, his body stiffening as the spell took effect. Alex didn't waste a second. He extended a hand, and a faint gray glow pulsed from his palm. Then it ignited, dark flames twisting around his fingertips. Black flame. But before he could release it, zing! A sharp, needle-thin energy beam came flying at him, insanely fast. From Isla, she had sensed the danger of Alex's attack and countered immediately. Her spell was special, a lethal assassination skill. It had almost no mana signature, meaning it couldn't be easily detected until it was too late. A perfect kill shot, But, to her utter shock, Alex reacted instantly. Explore stories on my virtual library empire. As if he had been expecting it. Instead of dodging, he lifted the same hand he had raised for Black Flame, the energy beam striking his wrist. Clang. Chapter 128 Blazing Duel. Clang. Isla's eyes went wide with shock. That wasn't possible. Alex had reacted like he had seen her attack, coming a mile away. And even crazier, he hadn't dodged. But rather, he had raised his hand to block it. Her energy beam should have torn through his arm, cutting straight to the bone. But instead, it had vanished, like it had never even been fired. Alex slowly lowered his arm, staring at his wrist. For a brief second, a faint glow flickered, revealing a bracelet before it dispersed like it wasn't there. Anti-magic gauntlet. The gauntlet had an effect that made it invisible to others, and he had been wearing it all along, ever since he first got it. But until now, he had never actually been pushed hard enough to use it. His expression darkened as his eyes snapped toward Isla. The fierce, determined look on her face didn't change. But Alex's thoughts were clear. She needs to go. Crack. Akio broke free from the petrify spell, muscles bulging with raw power as he charged at Alex again. At the same time, a blur of motion came from behind. Kato. His katana gleamed, moving in a deadly arc. And Alex seemed completely unaware of his approach. Kato's lips curled into a victorious grin. This was it. He would cut Alex down in one clean stroke. His katana whipped forward, Kato's blade whistling through the air. But Alex simply tilted his head slightly, dodging it like he had eyes in the back of his head. Then he vanished. Stealth walk activated. Akio and Kato froze, their eyes darting around. Where'd he go? The air felt thick. Their grips tightened around their weapons, and their senses were on high alert. Then a flicker, a shadowy blur reappeared, and it was rushing straight for Isla. His intent was obvious. He was going to eliminate the sorcerer. Shit. Akio and Kato reacted instantly, surging forward to intercept him. But before they could, Alex's hand snapped backward, and he threw something. A small, dark object spun through the air. Their eyes tracked it. A rock? No. Their instincts screamed at them. There was no way it was an ordinary rock. Kato's katana flashed, ready to swat it away. But then, Alex snapped his fingers. Boom! The blast shard exploded in a blinding flash of fire and shockwave. Kato and Akio were sent flying, their bodies twisting midair before slamming into the dirt. Dust swirled. Rubble fell. And now, Isla stood alone. Her body shuddered. Her breath hitched. And then, Alex emerged from the smoke. Two black blades in hand. His eyes glowed with a predatory glint. The sight sent a chill down her spine. It was like watching a demon march forward to claim her soul. But Isla wasn't weak. She forced a steady exhale, pushing back the fear. She could still fight. She had to fight. Her grip on her staff tightened. Then, she thrust it forward and fired a storm of energy bolts. Whiz. 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 They tore through the air, aiming straight for Alex. But Alex didn't slow down. He zigzagged, moving unpredictably. He leaped. He twisted, avoiding the attack. Every single energy bolt missed its target. And before she knew it, he was almost on her. Isla's heart pounded. Her lips moved quickly, uttering an incantation. And then there was a deafening crack. The ground froze over as an ice golem erupted in front of her. A towering figure of frost and stone. It slammed its fists together, acting as a living wall, a tank blocking Alex's path. The ice golem towered over Alex, its frost-covered body steaming as it radiated an intense chill. Crackling ice spread beneath its feet. The air froze. It was colossal, a true force of destruction. Yet, Alex grinned, unfazed. This only confirmed what he already knew. Taking Isla out first was the right choice. Before the golem could even move, Alex thrust his hands forward. Boom, boom, boom. Black flames erupted. A barrage of scorching, cursed fire slammed into the ice behemoth. The force pushed it back, its massive form skidding across the frozen ground. Then, sizzle. The flames began to consume it. Cracks spread. Chunks of its frozen limbs melted and crumbled. Its arms snapped off. Its legs buckled. And then it collapsed. A pile of steaming, broken ice. Isla's breath hitched. Her body trembled. She had poured almost everything into summoning that golem, only to watch Alex burn it to nothing. Her skin turned pale. She was running on fumes. And now, she was completely exposed. Her eyes darted behind Alex, and she spotted Akio charging forward frantically, his axe raised. But he wouldn't make it in time, and Alex was already closing the distance. Isla's heart pounded. She had to buy time. It was her only chance. Desperately, she stepped back and raised her staff, trying to use Storm Cage once again. Wind howled, crackling with the intensity of a storm, swirling around her staff, and she directed it towards Alex. The cage should have trapped Alex in seconds. But he was too fast. He dodged with impossible agility, slipping through the gusts like a shadow, avoiding the stormy snare. Isla's stomach dropped. Dread sank in as she realized wasn't going to win this. Her only choice was to use the last of her mana blink away to escape. She raised her staff high, preparing to teleport. But just as the spell formed, thwack! A small projectile struck her hand with precision. The pain shot up her arm as her fingers slipped, causing her staff to fall from her grip. A pebble. Alex had used minor telekinesis to direct the tiny stone, hitting the back of her hand and disarming her in an instant. Isla's eyes widened in panic. She lunged for her staff, hoping to reclaim it, but it was too late. Before she could react, she heard Alex's voice, low, commanding. Petrify. Her body froze. It wasn't full strength, not anymore, not with the energy she had left, but it was enough to lock Isla in place for a few crucial seconds. And in those seconds, she could feel the crushing weight of fear, her body paralyzed, her options slipping away. Time slowed. Isla's body was still, trapped by Alex's skill. Fear took over, her breath shallow as she saw him approach. Her doom was inevitable. In one smooth, fluid motion, Alex reached her. His expression was calm, but his gaze, cold and determined, never left her. He raised his blade, without hesitation. Experienced new tales on my virtual library empire. Then, cleave. The sound of metal cutting through flesh was sharp and brutal. Alex's blade sliced through Isla from her shoulder to her waist, a clean cut that left disbelief in her eyes. Her body split into two. The halves of Isla's torso fell to the ground, lifeless, in a mess of blood and broken form. Alex stood over her, but there was no satisfaction in his eyes, only focus. Then he got a notification, and his eyes flickered to it. Ding! You have killed player Isla. You have received 3,000 nightmare points. You have received 70 stat points. Apocalypse baby kicking in. You have received additional. Before Alex could even read the rest of the message, a shift in the air caught his attention. He turned and then saw Oniji rise to his feet. The old man was making a move. Chapter 129 Gotcha. Oniji's body tensed, his fingers twitching as he saw Alex about to strike Isla down. His instincts screamed at him to move, to stop it. But he didn't. He couldn't. Isla was a huge asset to their team, but just like Kato, she had made her choice. She had fought. She had lost. If he were in Alex's position, he wouldn't hesitate to kill her either. So it would be hypocritical of him to interfere now. Instead, he forced himself to stay still, to accept reality. Besides, this wasn't even the real Alex, just a clone. There was no point in wasting his sword on an imitation. If he was going to fight, he'd fight the real one. He watched as Isla fell, her lifeless body hitting the ground. It was unpleasant to see, and from the silent tension in the air, he knew his men felt the same. Oniji's jaw tightened. He didn't think he could stomach seeing Aikyo and Kato meet the same fate. Enough. He made his decision. Alex, still gripping his weapon tightly, watched Oniji rise to his feet. His narrowed eyes locked onto him. Was he going to attack? Was he mad that I killed one as Ronin? His expression was unreadable, his posture tense. Alex braced himself, expecting an attack. But then Oniji spoke. I don't think I can sit still and watch more of my people get killed. Alex's narrowed eyes relaxed slightly. So he wasn't going to attack. Oniji turned to the remaining Ronin, his voice firm but calm. We're leaving. His words weren't up for debate. The other Ronin hesitated, their faces twisted with displeasure. The weight of Isla's death still hung heavy in the air, but their loyalty to Oniji outweighed their thirst for revenge. One by one, they turned and followed their leader. As they reached the exit, They paid the necessary points, and their figures flickered and disappeared into the next stage. Alex exhaled, running a hand through his hair. Phew, relief flooded him. For a moment, he had assumed the worst. If Onaji had chosen a fight, that could have been the end for him. Damn you! A furious voice then roared behind Alex, but before he could turn, boom! A powerful force smashed into his back, sending him flying. Thud! 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 Alex tumbled across the ground, dirt and debris flying in his wake. Pain flared through his body, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to balance, skidding to a stop. His mind raced. Discover more stories in my virtual library empire. Why did I react so slow? He snapped his head up and locked eyes with the barbarian. The towering warrior crouched beside Isla's lifeless body, his trembling hands gently lifting her head. His face twisted in pain. His breath hitched, his voice breaking as he spoke. You. How? How could you do this? Alex tilted his head, confused. Do what? It's kill or be killed. I don't assume you guys just wanted to beat me up and let me walk away. Did you? Akio's fists clenched. His muscles tensed as his expression darkened. His voice came out in a low, seething growl. You're a monster. Alex let out a short breath, his voice sharp. Aren't you coming to this realization a little too late? Damn you. With a furious roar, Akio charged. Boom. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he lunged at Alex with pure rage. But Alex was faster. In a blur, he disappeared, then reappeared mid-air, directly above Akio. Before the barbarian could react. Crack! Alex drove his foot down into Akio's face, slamming him into the ground. The impact shook the earth, dust and debris flying everywhere. Pinned beneath Alex's boot, the barbarian groaned, his arms trembling as he struggled to push himself up. Alex pressed down harder, his voice cold and sharp. You don't have the right to be angry at me. Akio growled, his teeth grinding against each other. You attacked me first with the intent to kill. Rage burned in Akio's veins. His vision blurred with fury. Isla was gone. The weight of her death crushed him, twisting his grief into something dark. His breathing grew heavy. His muscles bulged, veins pulsing as his body heated up unnaturally. Then a deep, guttural growl escaped his throat. A red aura exploded around him, pulsing like wildfire. He had activated it. Frenzy mode. It was a skill that sacrificed defense for overwhelming offensive power. The angrier he got, the stronger he became. And right now, he was drowning in rage. Akio grabbed Alex's ankle, his fingers like an iron vice. His entire body glowed red, raw energy pulsating from his skin. Alex felt the pressure on his leg intensify, like his bones might crack. His eyes narrowed. Shing! With a swift motion, Alex swung his blade down, slicing clean through Akio's arm. Blood sprayed into the air, but the barbarian didn't even flinch. Alex leaped back, his instincts on high alert. His eyes widened. What the hell? Akio stood there, one arm missing, yet completely unfazed. His chest rose and fell rapidly, his body twitching. His face was twisted, his teeth bared like a rabid beast. He didn't feel pain. Alex's mind clicked. Berserk mode. The barbarian's breathing turned into a low, guttural growl. Then, Ruueower. Akio exploded forward, charging like a rocket-powered bulldozer, the ground cracking beneath his feet. His eyes burned crimson, locked onto Alex with nothing but pure, mindless bloodlust. But Alex, he remained still, calm, unshaken, his hands slowly raised. This fight was over. He had no time to waste on a rampaging beast. Alex's eyes sharpened. This had gone on long enough. Black flame. The words left his lips, and instantly black flames erupted across Akio's body, engulfing him like a living inferno. Fwoosh! But there were no screams of pain. The barbarian kept charging, his pace unwavering. His skin sizzled, flesh peeling away as the cursed fire ate him alive, but he didn't slow down. He was more than a man now. A monster. A mindless force of vengeance, driven by a singular purpose: kill Alex. His eyes burned, not from the fire, but with sheer rage. Rower. And then, with one last, furious battle cry, Akio swung his massive axe. Whoosh! The blade cut through the air, aiming to cleave Alex in half. But Alex was gone. Blitz! In an instant, Alex slipped past him, his blade a blur. Schlick. A brief silence. Akio stood frozen, his body trembling. Alex turned, his black dagger dripping with crimson. Then, thud. Akio's body collapsed, motionless. The lifeless barbarian collapsed, his severed head rolling a few feet away. The flames continued to burn, but the battle was over. You have killed player Akio. You have received 3,200 nightmare points. You have received 90 stat points. Apocalypse baby kicking in. You have received additional 3,200 nightmare points. You have received additional 90 stat points. Alex exhaled, his grip loosening on his blade. This, killing people, it wasn't satisfying, but it was necessary. He had made a choice, never to spare anyone who came at him with the intent to kill, no matter who they were. His thoughts lingered for a moment, and then something fell off. His instincts screamed at him. His eyes widened. Wait, where the hell was Kato? The realization struck like a lightning bolt. Then he sensed danger. Alex moved. A little bit too late, though. And then, schlick. A blade pierced through his chest, its tip bursting out from the other side. Pain, sharp, cold, and real. Alex gasped, blood spilling from his lips. Behind him, Kato leaned in, his voice a whisper of pure satisfaction. Gotcha. Chapter 130 Unseen Games. In the real world, Oracle stood deep within the Beast Lord's forest. His fingers flew across his system window, eyes darting between the endless lines of data. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. He had to stop this. He had to interfere. Somehow, this was a disaster. His biggest mistake was making nightmare monsters drop upgrade stones as a reward. And then there was the curse mark. Alex had everything to exploit the nightmare. He needed stat points. Killing nightmare monsters gave him stat points. He needed to kill nightmare monsters. The cursed mark attracted nightmare creatures like nails to a magnet. It was the perfect combination. Find your adventure at my virtual library empire. Oracle's fingers clenched into a fist, his teeth gritting in frustration. What the hell? Did this guy have luck as a hidden attribute or something? His gaze darkened. He had to do something before it was too late. Oracle's claws clicked against his system window as he worked. He couldn't stop the nightmare realm from spawning monsters. That was impossible at this point. But he could put a condition in place. A way for Alex to remove the cursed sigil. If Alex met that condition, the cursed mark would vanish. Oracle let out a slow exhale, feeling a small sense of relief. Then he frowned. His forehead was damp. Moisture? He wiped it away with the back of his hand, only to realize he was sweating. Over a human. A damned human. His frown deepened. He shook it off. But then, something worse happened. A patch of his fur peeled off his skin, drifting to the ground. Oracle's eyes widened. What the hell? His fur was falling off. From stress. Because of one human. His gaze snapped toward Alex's unconscious body, wrapped tightly in a cocoon of vines. A deep, burning resentment flared in Oracle's eyes. If I just kill him now, then all of this will end. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash. But before he could, a force crashed down on him. Heavy, immense, overpowering. His entire body shuddered, muscles locking up. A deep vibration rumbled through his core, his very being trembling under an invisible weight. Oracle lowered his hand, and the weight vanished, his claws clenching in frustration. If he attacked Alex, it would be his end. A punishment so severe it would erase him from existence, replaced by another overseer. He couldn't risk that. His eyes narrowed one last time at Alex's unmoving form, resentment boiling beneath the surface. But he quickly looked away, deciding there were other ways to handle the situation. Ways that didn't involve getting personally involved. With a deep breath, he vanished into the shadows. Back in the nightmare. The rocky ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of the nightmare monsters Alex had slaughtered. Big ones, small ones, all of them sprawled out like a broken swarm of locusts. In the middle of it all, Alex stood tall, holding the neck of a blight eagle. The once mighty creature's wings were gone, its sharp claw reduced to a weak rasp as it died in his grip. Alex glanced around his brow, furrowing. No more monsters were coming. Alex frowned. What the hell happened to Unlimited? He gritted his teeth, fuming. Just as he was about to break the blight bird, a notification blinked in front of him. Ding! You have killed 1,000 nightmare monsters. Cursed mark has been lifted. Alex blinked, his mind struggling to catch up. What? He stared at the message, completely thrown off. 1,000 nightmare monsters? He muttered to himself, his voice tinged with confusion. Where the hell did that condition come from? He scrolled back through his thoughts, trying to recall anything he'd seen. He was sure he hadn't read anything about this condition before. His eyes snapped to the old notification he had gotten when he first received the curse mark. You have killed the store vendor. You have been branded with a cursed sigil for a day. Nightmare monsters will hunt you relentlessly. Kill 1,000 nightmare monsters to get rid of the curse mark. Alex's eyes narrowed as he scanned the last line. Kill 1,000 nightmare monsters to get rid of the curse mark. Wait. Alex's brow furrowed as his confusion deepened. There's no way. He stared at the last line in the notification, the one about killing 1,000 nightmare monsters to lift the curse mark. It didn't make sense. There was no way he could have missed it before. He was sure it wasn't there when the curse mark was first placed on him. Suddenly, the creature's eyes snapped open, its body writhing as it came back to life, desperate to break free. His grip tightened on the blight bird's head and summoned black flame with a single thought, his hands glowing with dark energy. The black fire roared to life, engulfing the blight eagle in an instant. The creature screeched, its body burning away under the intense flames. Alex held on to it, watching as the bird struggled in vain. He let go and watched the body fall to the ground, its form shrinking as it sizzled and popped in the heat. With a deep exhale, Alex turned and began walking toward the starting line of the trial, still deep in thought. The more he thought about it, the more certain he was something or someone had changed the rules on him. There was no way he would have missed such an important condition before. And now he had no doubt. It had to be him. That damn bunny. The more Alex thought about it, the more everything clicked into place. Oracle had been messing with him from the start, dropping him in a D-rank zone while he was still E-rank. Withholding critical information he revealed to other players, allowing deities to toy with him and only stepping in when they pushed the limits. And now, this stunt with the cursed mark. It was all too obvious. Oracle was purposely limiting his growth. Alex clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palm. Yeah, it pissed him off, but also pleased him. Because if he had drawn this much attention from Oracle, from the deities, from beings older than time itself, then his potential had to be something truly insane. So insane it was driving them all crazy. A slow grin spread across Alex's face. He raised his head and spoke to the sky, to the unseen overseer watching his every move. Let's see, you piece of shit, whether or not you'll have your way. Even though the restriction still irritated him, his eyes gleamed as he pulled up his system window. Because staring back at him was a ridiculous amount of nightmare points and stat points. Total nightmare points, 33,400. Stat points, 1,500. Alex's eyes scanned the numbers, his focus zoning in on what mattered most, the stat points. He quickly ran the math in his head. 1,500 stat points. If he used the attribute converter, that would give him 30 upgrade stones. Oh, a slow, wicked grin spread across his face. He rubbed both palms together, feeling the anticipation build. With 30 upgrade stones, he could level up so many of his skills, becoming an even bigger nightmare to the overseer. A broken character. Exactly the kind Oracle hated. Alex let out an amused chuckle, but before he could relish in his victory any longer, he felt something. A sharp, lingering sensation pulsed through his chest, like a ghostly echo of a wound he hadn't received. His fingers gripped his chest instinctively. A stab wound. Then it hit him. His clone. Kato had landed a serious injury on it. Alex exhaled sharply, shaking his head. That clown. It was annoying, but no big deal. He was done here. Alex rolled his shoulders, took a breath, and swapped places with his clone. Chapter 131, You Deserve Death. Gotcha. Kato's voice dripped with satisfaction as he twisted the katana deeper into Alex's back. He had been waiting for this moment. While Akio had kept Alex's attention, Kato had used stealth to vanish from sight, moving like a shadow, silent and unseen. By the time Alex realized what was happening, it was already too late. Steel pierced flesh. The blade drove clean through his chest, the cold metal gleaming as it emerged from the other side. Alex's body tensed. His breath hitched. Then he felt pain, sharp and unforgiving. Kato yanked the sword free with a sickening squelch, and Alex stumbled forward, blood splattering onto the ground. He coughed violently, crimson dripping from his lips. Kato burst into laughter, running a hand through his hair in disbelief. "And here I thought you were something special." He sneered, tilting his head. "Turns out you're just a fraud." He took a step forward, raising his katana and pointing it at Alex's weakened form. "Any last words?" Alex grinned, the edges of his mouth curling up despite the blood trickling down his chin. His breathing was ragged, his body screaming in pain, but his eyes held no fear. Instead, they gleamed with something far more dangerous. Amusement. With a strained groan, he muttered, You really are an idiot." Alex's words hung in the air for only a moment. Then his entire body blurred. A flicker, a distortion in space. And in the next second, he was different. The Alex standing before Kato now was calm, collected, and completely unharmed. He stood tall, hands tucked casually in his shorts, the same cocky grin plastered across his face. But the gaping wound in his chest, gone, like it had never even happened. Kato's eyes widened, his grip on the katana tightening. What just happened? His instincts screamed at him. This wasn't the same Alex. Or rather, it wasn't the same version of him. Kato's voice came out sharp and demanding. "What did you do?" Alex didn't answer. Instead, he turned his gaze toward his previous location where his clone now lay, writhing in pain, its body broken and moments from death. A flicker of acknowledgement passed through Alex's eyes. "You did well." With a quiet mutter, he dismissed the clone, releasing it from its suffering. And as the copy vanished into nothingness, its memories, its pain, its experience, everything merged back into him. Alex exhaled. He lifted his head, his lips curling into a smirk. "Oh, so that's what happened." Kato's frown deepened. His heart pounded. His palms were slick with sweat. "What the hell are you talking about?" Something was off. The Alex standing in front of him now felt different from the one he had just fought, like he was an entirely different person. But how? Kato clenched his jaw. No, he was overthinking it. He tightened his grip on his katana, forcing confidence into his voice. "You bastard. I don't know what trick you pulled to get rid of your injury, and I don't care. I beat you once, and I'll do it again." Alex snorted. "Beat me?" He tilted his head, amusement flickering in his eyes. "You mean my clone?" "What?" Kato's stomach dropped. Then Alex dropped the truth. "Idiot. The person you've been fighting? The one you sacrificed 2 people just to take down? That wasn't me." Alex let his words sink in before delivering the final blow. "It was a clone, a weak version of me, running at only 20% of my strength." Kato froze. For a moment, his mind went blank. Then his body moved on instinct, stepping back as the weight of Alex's words crashed down on him. "There's no way." His breathing hitched, but then a memory surfaced. Onaji's words. "Whatever you're thinking now is an illusion. You will gain nothing from this." Kato's eyes widened. His pulse pounded in his ears. No, it couldn't be. But the truth was undeniable. Alex wasn't lying. A shiver ran down his spine as the realization sank in. So this is what Onaji meant. Kato staggered back again, gripping his katana so tightly his knuckles turned white. He didn't want to accept it. He had gone all out, pushed himself to the limit, sacrificed 2 people, and barely won, only to find out he had been fighting a weaker clone. Alex watched Kato's stunned reaction, his grin widening. "How does it feel?" Alex asked, his voice laced with amusement, hearing the truth. Kato's hands trembled. He clenched his teeth, shaking his head violently. No, there's no way. You have to be lying." Kato refused to believe it. His ego wouldn't allow it. 20%? Had they really been that weak? Had he wasted all his strength on just a fraction of his real opponent? His hands trembled, but he tightened his grip on his katana. No, it wasn't possible. Then Alex started walking forward, step by step. His movements were slow, deliberate, like a predator playing with its prey. With a sharp flick of his wrist, Alex unsheathed his sword. "You were so arrogant earlier when you called me a fraud," Alex said casually. Kato's breath hitched. This wasn't the same person. "Stay back," he barked, stepping away, raising his sword like it could protect him. Alex didn't stop. He tilted his head, smirking. "In a sense, you were right." Kato swallowed hard. "But since the original is here now," Alex's smirk widened, his voice dripping with amusement. What are you going to do about it? Kato gritted his teeth. He wouldn't cower. He wouldn't run. Alex was bluffing. He had to be. Fueled by desperation, Kato tightened his grip and prepared to lunge, but he never got the chance. A blur. Then sharp impact. Discover exclusive tales at my virtual library empire. Before Kato could even react, Alex's foot slammed into his chest. A sickening crack echoed as Kato's body launched backward, tumbling across the ground like a rag doll. The air was knocked from his lungs. He hit the ground hard. Pain exploded in his ribs. His vision blurred as he gasped for breath, his chest caving under the force. What the hell was that? Wheezing, Kato clutched at his ribs, his fingers trembling. It felt like a battering ram had slammed into his chest. Kato gasped for air, his body screaming in pain. His mind raced. It wasn't that Alex's clone had been weak. No, it was that Alex, the real Alex, was just too strong. He then heard footsteps, slow and steady, getting closer. A chill ran down Kato's spine. His instincts screamed at him to flee. His legs tensed. He tried to turn, to sprint away, but then... Petrify. The word was like a command from death itself. Kato's entire body locked up. He couldn't move, not even a twitch. Panic surged through him. His heart pounded. Wait, please don't kill me, he pleaded, his voice shaking. The sound of metal scraping against stone sent a shiver through his paralyzed body. Alex was dragging his sword. Each step closer felt like a countdown to the end. If you had a beef with Dorian, you should have taken it up with Dorian. Kato's breath hitched. I know that now. Please, I'm sorry. Alex kept walking. Unfazed, unforgiving. A little too late for sorry, Alex said coolly. You tried to kill me. Multiple times. Kato strained against the invisible force holding him still. I didn't know. I've learned now. I should have never messed with you. Please. His voice cracked with desperation. His body was frozen in place, his heartbeat thundering in his ears. Then Alex's voice cut through the tension like a blade. But I've killed too. And I hate even numbers. So I want to make it odd. Kato's stomach dropped. What? That doesn't even... Before he could finish, a fistful of his hair was yanked back. Pain exploded across his scalp as Alex wrenched his head upward. Kato's eyes widened in terror. Alex loomed over him, eyes cold, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, doubting me, are you? No, I'm not. Shut it. Alex's grip tightened. If there's anyone who deserves to die, it's 100% you. Kato's breathing grew ragged. He knew there was no way out. You started this, Alex continued, his voice sharp, almost amused. Riled up those two to join you, then used one as a decoy just to land a fatal hit. Kato's mind reeled. No, He tried to form an excuse, an argument, anything. But nothing came. The weight pressing down on him, and the crushing, unbearable force only grew stronger with his fear. He couldn't move. He couldn't fight back. His vision blurred as pure dread consumed him. Then Alex's voice, final and unwavering. Enough. You deserve to die. Kato screamed. Wait, no. But there was no escape. Alex's hand ignited, dark flames bursting to life around his fingers as he activated black flames. The fire surged forward, latching onto Kato. The moment it touched him, the black inferno devoured him whole. Kato's eyes bulged. Ea Arga! He collapsed, thrashing, his body rolling as the flames ate away at him. The air filled with the sharp, sickening scent of burning flesh. Kato's screams pierced the battlefield. Unlike Akio, whose berserk state had numbed him from pain, Kato felt everything. Every inch of him burned. Every nerve in his body screamed in agony. Minutes passed. His wails weakened. His movements slowed. Then there was silence, and a familiar sound rang in Alex's ears. Ding! You have killed Kato. You have received 5,500 nightmare points. You have received 120 stat points. Then, Apocalypse Baby kicking in. You have received an additional 5,500 nightmare points. You have received an additional 120 stat points. Total nightmare points, 44,400. Stat points, 1,740. Alex grinned. He hadn't expected much, but the sheer amount of points was insane. Here, hunting players for nightmare points was way more lucrative than taking down monsters. Still, he preferred the latter. Then he heard footsteps. I see you don't need my help, Alex said as he rose to his feet. Behind him stood Freya, her shoulder injured. Her face was pale, and in the distance was Zeno, or what was left of him. The archer who had tried to kill her was dead on his knees. His body was riddled with daggers, one buried deep in his skull. His lifeless eyes wide open as if, even in death, he couldn't believe he had lost. Chapter 132, Third Round. Freya stood frozen, watching Alex with a mix of awe and dread. Her mind raced, struggling to process what she had just witnessed. A clone. Kato and the other two had been fighting a clone the entire time. Not just any clone, one strong enough to push 3 opponents to their limits. If that was just a fraction of Alex's strength, how powerful was the original? A chill ran down her spine. I see you don't need any help. Alex turned toward her. His voice came out steadier than she expected. Their eyes met. His gaze was calm, an unreadable gaze made. Freya felt her breath hitch. She had never needed her assistance. Zeno had been tough, skilled, fast, and precise. But he had underestimated her, and he had paid for it with his life. His body was proof, kneeling, riddled with daggers, lifeless eyes still wide in disbelief. Freya exhaled. She and Alex were similar in more ways than one. She also had a skill that could paralyze her enemies, like petrify. But unlike Alex, she had to make physical contact for it to work. Freya winced as she felt the sting in her shoulder. The arrow had removed the arrow that had pierced there, but it still hurt, a painful reminder of her gamble. But it was worth it. She had forced Zeno, a skilled archer, into close combat. And to her surprise, he was terrible at it. The adrenaline surged through her, fueling her every move. She couldn't fall. She wouldn't fall. With ferocity she never knew she had, she attacked, daggers flashing, cutting through the air, slicing into flesh. Zeno barely had time to react as she overwhelmed him, blade after blade piercing his body. But she didn't stop. Not until the final dagger was buried deep in his skull. Silence. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she stepped back, hands trembling. Her first kill. Her stomach twisted. The metallic scent of blood clung to her. She doubled over and hurled. But she had done what she had to do. Ding. You have killed Zeno Newman. You have received 3,000 nightmare points. You have received 120 stat points. The notification popped up in front of her, cold and emotionless. It made her stomach churn even more. This trial was sick. She turned at the sound of curses. Kiev, still stuck in the ground. His sword, already cracked and broken, was now jammed deep into the earth. Frustrated, he stabbed the ground again, but it was pointless. His legs were still trapped in hardened ground. He had dinted the earth around him, but it wasn't enough. He couldn't break free. Freya exhaled, wiping the sweat from her brow. She walked towards him, the grip on her blade tighter. Her footsteps were slow, deliberate. She only needed one clean throw, and he'd be dead. He had tried to kill her for nightmare points. Why shouldn't she do the same? Kiev's eyes widened in panic on seeing Fry coming holding a blade. In a last-ditch effort, he ripped his broken sword from the ground and hurled it like a javelin. But Freya turned sharply, and the blade missed. Damn it, Kiev cursed. Freya turned back, her glare sharp, her anger unmistakable. Kiev saw it, the cold fury in her eyes. He knew he'd messed up. His breath hitched. He threw up his hands. Wait, he pleaded. Don't do this. Freya's expression didn't change. Her grip on the dagger tightened. His voice cracked. I have a daughter. Stop with the excuses, you filth. Her voice was laced with disgust. I'm someone else's daughter too. Kiev lowered his head. Guilt weighed on his shoulders. You're right, he muttered. I'm sorry. His voice was weak. I know it's pathetic to keep using her as an excuse, but I have to. His hand shook. I need to get back to her. Freya raised her blade. Kiev squeezed his eyes shut, his breath shaky, his body trembling. He let out a quiet sniff, waiting for the inevitable. Freya exhaled slowly. Her grip on the dagger loosened. Then she walked past him. She didn't do it. She couldn't. Freya clenched her fists. There was no reason to kill him. She had already gotten the nightmare points she needed from killing Zeno. If she killed Kiev now, it would be out of spite. And she was no monster. But Alex? Alex definitely was. And the scariest part? He could smile afterward like it was nothing. Freya shuddered. Alex was truly a monster. But maybe being one was the only way to survive here. She stood there, frozen in thought, her mind spiraling. Then, a voice snapped her back to reality. What are you looking at? Freya's head jerked up. Alex was watching her, his expression unreadable. She blinked. Nothing, she muttered. Enjoy new tales from my virtual library empire. Just lost in thought. Alex then walked towards her. Her heart raced, and she couldn't help but assume the worst. His steps were steady and controlled. As he passed Freya, he spoke without looking back. Let's go then. Freya hesitated for a moment before following. Behind them, Kiev's heart pounded. His breath hitched. No, they were leaving him. If they walked away now, he'd be trapped. Stuck. With no way out. Just waiting. Waiting for death. Kiev's voice cracked with desperation. Please, just get me out of here. I swear I won't attack. Alex snorted. Not a chance. He had seen the look in Kiev's eyes the moment Freya turned her back. The flicker of hatred. The sharp glint of killer. If he had the chance, he would attack in a heartbeat. Alex ignored him and kept walking. Kiev's pleas turned into choked sobs. Please. His voice cracked, his eyes brimming with tears. Freya slowed her steps. Her fingers curled into a fist. She knew Kiev was dangerous, but was leaving him to die really the right thing to do? She took a breath. Alex, maybe we should. You bitch. Kiev's sudden scream cut through the air like a knife. Freya whirled around, startled. Kiev's face was twisted with rage. You're just as bad as me, he spat. You killed Zeno. Don't you feel guilty? If you do, then give me his points. I need them more than you do. Freya's stomach tightened. Chapter 133, Player 666. Freya shook her head, disbelief washing over her like a cold wave. Did he really just say that? Was this the same man begging for his life seconds ago? And to think, she had almost spoken up for him. Kiev's voice rose, cracking with hysteria. You're someone's daughter? He screamed. His eyes burned with anger, spit flying as he ranted. How do you think your parents would feel about what you just did? Freya's chest tightened. You killed a man, turned him into a porcupine under the facade of survival. Her fingers twitched. She could still feel the weight of her dagger in her palm. The sensation of steel sinking into flesh. Kiev's voice kept hammering into her skull. Admit it. You enjoyed it. You did it for the nightmare points. Freya's breath hitched. If that's not the case, transfer them. Transfer them, god damn it. His screams echoed in her ears. Her pulse pounded. Kiev's words clawed at her mind, pulling at something deep inside her. Then a voice. Low, calm, and unshaken. Don't listen to him. Freya's head snapped to the side. Alex. His eyes held no doubt. No guilt. No hesitation. Just certainty. Freya swallowed hard, her voice barely above a whisper. It's hard not to when he's yelling. Then, Alex stepped in behind her, his movements calm, deliberate. Then his hands lifted, pressing gently against her ears. Freya froze. Her heart skipped a beat. The warmth of his palms against her skin sent a shiver down her spine. Then heat rushed her face. Her cheeks burned. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears, louder than Kiev's shouts. She stammered, barely able to form words. What? What are you doing? Alex's voice came flat and casual as usual. Covering your eyes. A pause. Keep moving, Freya. She blinked. Wait, what? Alex stayed right behind her, his hands still covering her ears as they walked. Freya's breath came uneven. Her palms felt sweaty. Her chest tightened. Her voice came out small. Are you flirting with me? A beat. Then, no. Freya bit her lip. That response? It was way too fast. Freya stayed silent for a moment, her mind racing in confusion. Then a sudden realization struck her. Her eyes widened. Don't tell me. Without thinking, she swatted Alex's hands off her ears. Alex blinked, puzzled by her action. Then he asked, what was that for? Freya took a step back, staring at him like he was some kind of madman. Are you setting an explosive on my head? Alex double blinked. What? A pause. No. Why would I do that? Better question. How did she know about my ability? His expression stiffened. First Onaji, now Freya. He sighed, shaking his head. He really needed to do a better job at hiding his skill. But then again, did it even matter? Physical contact wasn't necessary anymore to use the skill. Freya narrowed her eyes, her mind piecing everything together. She knew about his ability. How? Because Onaji had refused to shake Alex's hand, saying he'd die if he did. Because she had seen Alex blow up that vendor shop without even lifting a finger. She had put two and two together. And now, the lingering warmth of Alex's touch felt less like a moment of flirty tension and more like a death sentence waiting to go off. Her heartbeat quickened. She took a shaky breath and asked, "Answer me. Did you put an explosion on me that I don't know about?" Alex sighed, rolling his eyes. "If you keep asking me that, I might actually consider it." Freya's temper snapped. "Next time, don't touch me out of nowhere unless I want you to, or unless I touch you first." Alex froze. His brain processed that in real time. Wait, what? The last part was confusing. But after a second, he decided it was fair enough. He gave her a small nod. "Okay then." Alex had already started walking ahead when Freya suddenly processed her own words. "Wait, did I sound too rude?" She frowned, feeling the need to clarify. "Wait," she called out. Alex stopped but didn't turn around. "What?" Freya took a breath, trying to find the right words. "Just so you know, I didn't mean that I don't want you to touch me, or that I do want you to touch me." Alex slowly turned to look at her, even more confused. "Okay." Freya winced. "That didn't come out right. What I'm saying is," she gestured vaguely, struggling. "I don't want you to touch me, but I also do not want you to touch me either." Silence. Then Alex threw up his hands. "What?" Freya groaned. "Listen, if you want to, you can, but sometimes you need permission, and sometimes I might touch you without permission." Alex just stared at her. "Again what?" Freya groaned and facepalmed. Trying to explain was only making things worse. Alex, meanwhile, had given up on trying to process whatever she was saying. With a simple shrug, he pointed ahead. "Experience more on my virtual library empire." "We're here, Freya. Let's go." They stood before the glowing exit, its ethereal energy swirling like a gateway to the unknown. Freya sighed, her face still in her hands. She placed her palm against the shimmering surface, feeling her soul die from secondhand embarrassment. No notification. No alert. The moment they stepped forward, their bodies disintegrated into light. 5,000 nightmare points vanished from their total. When they reappeared, the air was heavier. Darker. The first thing they saw was a figure. An undead in a crisp black suit, standing tall, his hollow eyes glowing faintly beneath a decayed yet strangely dignified face. He lowered his head slightly, his voice a deep, guttural rasp. "Welcome to the third trial, players 665 and 666. The voice was deep and rasping, like dry bones scraping together. Alex and Freya stood frozen, their eyes locked onto the figure before them. An undead? Dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, he bowed slightly, his hollow eyes glowing faintly. Despite his rotting flesh, he carried himself with an eerie grace. "I'm the guide for this round of the nightmare trial," he continued, his grin stretching wider than any human should. Freya swallowed hard. Alex, however, sighed in annoyance. Another one of these clowns. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, fingers tensing, ready to blast the undead to smithereens just like he did the vendors, but... Chapter 134 Death Maze. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, fingers tensing, ready to blast the undead to smithereens just like he did the vendors, but Freya grabbed his wrist. "What are you doing? Don't blow him up." The undead chuckled, his teeth gleaming unnaturally white against his decayed skin. "I must agree with your companion. I'd appreciate it if you didn't." His hollow gaze locked onto Alex, unblinking. "Without me, you cannot begin the trial. My role is to introduce players to the rules." His grin widened. "And I do so enjoy my job." The way he stared at them made Alex's skin crawl. He didn't want to tolerate this thing's presence any longer than necessary. Alex narrowed his eyes. "I think we can find a way around that." Alex's voice was cold, his fingers still twitching with the urge to detonate the undead where it stood. Freya's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, we can't," she shouted. "And neither can the other players who show up after us. So just let him explain the damn rules." Alex let out a slow breath through his nose, lowering his hand. She was right. As much as he hated it, he couldn't be selfish. He'd blow up the undead later. For now, they had to play along. Freya clicked her teeth in irritation. She had no idea why Alex had such an issue with the undead, but she wasn't about to waste time arguing. She turned toward their creepy, grinning guide. All right then, she said. Can you explain what it is we're facing? The undead's rotting lips curled into a grin, revealing jagged, yellow teeth. Sure. His voice dropped into a guttural rasp. This trial is called the Death Maze. Death Maze? Freya repeated, her brows knitting together. The name alone sent a bad feeling crawling up her spine. The undead guide gestured with a skeletal hand, directing their attention to the enormous labyrinth before them. It stretched for miles, its towering stone walls pulsing faintly with magic. A shimmering veil covered the top, likely preventing anyone from seeing what lay inside. The name is self-explanatory, the undead rasped. Run through the maze and find a way out. Simple, right? He chuckled, the sound dry and hollow, like bones clicking together. Of course, there's a catch. Monsters will be hunting you. Traps are everywhere. One wrong step, and you're dead. And scattered throughout the maze, you'll find undead vendors, eager to sell you items that may or may not help you survive. Freya folded her arms. That's it. That's basically it. The undead flashed another rotting grin. Alex narrowed his eyes. Like hell it was that simple. Nothing in the nightmare trials had been easy so far, and he doubted that would change now. Especially when the vendors were involved. Alex had dealt with these undead vendors enough to know one thing. They thrived on desperation. And what could be more desperate than players trapped inside an endless maze, running in circles, unable to find a way out? His mind was already piecing things together as he asked, "Is there a countdown?" The undead shook its head. None. Are there players who never make it out? Plenty. The guy grinned, enjoying the tension. Some have been at it for days. Others, well, they die before they get the chance. Alex exhaled sharply. Figures. So we should watch out for our fellow players as well, he muttered, almost as if speaking to himself. Freya blinked. What makes you say that? Alex turned to her, looking almost insulted. You're seriously asking that? After everything you've just seen? Freya frowned, still not getting it. Alex sighed, then explained. Think about the second trial. There were traps. There were monsters. And in the end, the nightmare forced players to kill each other. His voice lowered as he gestured toward the maze. This is no different. Freya scratched her forehead, deep in thought. Sure, she understood that players would try to kill each other for nightmare points, but how did that actually help them escape the maze? Then it hit her. The vendors. Her eyes widened slightly as she turned to look at Alex. He smirked, already knowing she had pieced it together. The vendors will sell things you need, he repeated. And what currency do they trade in? Freya clenched her jaw. Nightmare points. And what's the easiest way to get nightmare points? Freya's fists tightened as she stared daggers at the undead guide. By killing another player. Exactly. Alex crossed his arms, nodding in satisfaction. As expected, this place was twisted. It wasn't just the monsters that were the problem. The real danger was how the game forced players to turn on each other. The maze wasn't just a trap, it was a meat grinder designed to keep players desperate, paranoid, and fighting for scraps. Alex had no doubt that things would get even worse from here. And the worst possible mistake you could make was going in with someone you cared about. He glanced at Freya. Somewhat. The undead guide's hollow voice interrupted his thoughts. So, are you two ready to begin? It raised a bony finger, its grin stretching unnaturally wide. Just step forward, and I'll send you to a random starting point in the maze. Then, in a tone that was almost helpful, it added, by the way, you don't have to go in alone. You can enter as a group. It gestured behind them. There are still players who haven't started yet. You could wait, form a party, and increase your chances of survival. It's advisable, really. The more, the better. Discover stories with my virtual library empire. Freya and Alex exchanged a glance. The more, the better? Yeah, like hell. Alex crossed his arms, watching Freya bite her nails, lost in thought. She was nervous, and with good reason. The game was rigged. There was no good option here, only different flavors of bad. Taking a sharp breath, she exhaled. What are the advantages and disadvantages of going in groups? The undead guide tilted its head, as if amused by the question. If you enter as a group, you'll encounter fewer traps and weaker monsters. However, the correct path will be much harder to find. It paused, then added, if you go alone, the paths will be clearer, but the number of traps will increase, and the monsters will be much stronger. Freya frowned. So basically it's bad or bad. The undead shrugged, its bony grin unwavering. Thinking about it, both options were both terrible. If he got fooled by the false safety of a group, it was only a matter of time before desperation set in. Frustration would build. No progress. No escape. And when people got desperate, they turned on each other, killing for nightmare points. Going solo, on the other hand, meant tougher monsters and deadlier traps. Only those confident in their strength would take that risk. People like Alex, or the old Ronin, maybe Ezekiel, Dorian. Then the undead spoke again. You can also go in pairs. Freya's eyes widened. She exhaled in relief, like an invisible weight had been lifted. Now that wasn't a bad option. She could go with Alex. He wouldn't kill her for nightmare points, as she was sure he wasn't lacking any. But then, before she could even ask, Alex stepped forward. There's no need. I'm going solo. Freya's breath caught in her throat. Wait, what? She tried to stop him. Wait, we haven't. The undead guide didn't wait for her to finish. If that's your choice, then good luck, player 666. Freya's stomach dropped. He was just going to leave? Just like that? Her hand shot forward. Wait, don't. But it was too late. Alex was already gone. Chapter 135, Twisted Paths. Alex blinked into existence at the starting line of the maze. The air was thick, heavy, like stepping into another world. He had heard Freya's voice just before he left. Desperate, reaching, but he ignored it. His reasoning was simple. He refused to be put in a situation where only one of them could move forward. It may not happen now, maybe not even soon, but eventually, he had no doubt the game would force them into that kind of choice. If Alex were the one designing this nightmare, he'd do exactly that. Make people care, then make them choose. So he decided it was better to separate now, before attachment took root. He exhaled and turned his attention to the maze. The walls loomed high, jagged and uneven, twisted like molten rock frozen mid-eruption. Their sheer size made the path ahead feel smaller and narrower, like a trap. Above, the twin moons hung still in the sky. Their cold light drained the world of color. Black and white, like an old newspaper from a forgotten era. Alex stared at it for a moment, then felt it. A pull. Not physical, but something deeper. A tug on his mind, like a void, whispering, calling. The longer he looked, the stronger it became. The world blurred at the edges. The walls seemed to pulse. His body tensed. A trap? A hallucination? It was like the maze itself was alive. Alex shook his head and took a step back. No. If he let himself get too caught up in this, he'd be leaving himself wide open for traps, for ambushes, for whatever horrors the maze had waiting for him. He refocused and turned his attention forward. How do you escape a maze? Think. The most common strategy was to stick to one wall. If he kept his hand on either the left or right wall and followed it all the way through, he'd eventually find an exit, assuming the maze didn't shift. Ads by Pub Future. Another method? Mark his path. If he reached a dead end, he could retrace his steps, knowing exactly where he'd already been. Or, what about climbing the walls? He tilted his head up, eyes narrowing. At the very top, runes pulsed with arcane light, forming an invisible barrier. A magical lock. A clear message that indicated no cheating. Alex scoffed. Then he began cracking his knuckles. All right then. He rolled his shoulders, stretching out. Let's begin. He took his first step, and then something clicked. Alex's instinct screamed. A trap had just been set off. Explore more stories at my virtual library empire. Whoosh. Clang. Massive arrows as thick as iron rods launched from hidden slots in the wall ahead, whistling through the air like deadly javelins. Bam. 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 They slammed into Alex's barrier, their sharp tips grinding against the invisible force field before dropping uselessly to the ground. Alex glanced at them, then let out a sharp chuckle. Seriously, he muttered, a grin creeping onto his face. Right off the bat, if he'd been even a second slower, those things would have skewered him like a kebab. And something told him this was just the beginning. More traps, more ambushes. He needed a better way to deal with this. Then it hit him. Why should I be the one running through the traps? A spark of inspiration lit up in his mind. Alex activated his skill multiplicity. A pulse of energy rippled outward, and 5 identical clones materialized around him, each one wearing his signature cocky grin. They adjusted their hats, cracking their knuckles as they waited for his command. Alex smirked. Spread out. The clones went ahead and split up at an intersection. 3 clones dashed left. 2 veered right. As they moved deeper into the maze, they split off in different directions, covering multiple paths at once, charging into the maze like a pack of shadows and setting off every trap in their path. One of them was bound to find the right way out. Alex smirked. He didn't have to do a thing. Instead of running around blindly and risking his life, he could just wait it out. And when the time was right, he'd swap places with the clone on the right path. Simple, efficient, zero risk. Meanwhile, Freya stood frozen, staring at the spot where Alex had vanished. Just like that, he was gone. She clenched her fists. She thought they had built some kind of bond. That maybe he saw her as an ally. But it turned out she was just delusional. A bitter sigh escaped her lips. She couldn't understand him. His actions were so unpredictable, so frustrating. Would you like to go solo as well? The undead guide asked, tilting its rotting skull as it studied her. Freya shook her head instantly. No. Unlike Alex, she wasn't strong enough to survive alone, which meant she had one option left. She turned away and walked toward the gathering players, the ones who hadn't entered the maze yet. If she was going to make it out alive, she needed a small team. Then, she saw 2 players approaching the undead guide. Ella, a druid clad in a leather garment, gripping a wooden staff. Jeremy, a rogue dressed in a hooded cloak, his light armor barely making a sound as he moved. They were in the same situation as her, hesitant to go in alone. It looked like they had decided to team up and were about to enter as a pair until they noticed Freya. She stepped forward. "Can I join you?" she asked. Ella and Jeremy exchanged glances, then nodded. "Sure," Jeremy said. "Strength in numbers," Ella added with a small smile. From the brief conversation she had with them, they didn't seem like bad people. But Freya kept her guard up. Trust was a dangerous thing in a place like this. Then, they stepped forward, and the death maze swallowed them whole. They walked cautiously, scanning their surroundings, searching for a way out, following one of the most basic maze survival rules. Pick a side, left or right, and follow it faithfully. So far, so good. No traps, no monsters. It was almost too easy, and that was thanks to Jeremy. As a rogue, his trained instincts picked up on small details others would miss. He ran his fingers along the walls, feeling for hidden pressure plates. He crouched low, checking the ground for tripwires or concealed pits. He even used a tiny knife to test for false floors before stepping forward. Because of him, they had avoided every single trap so far. But Freya had a bad feeling. It wouldn't stay this easy for long. From deeper inside the maze, they could hear screams, agonized, blood-curdling. Some belonged to players, others to things not human. The chilling echoes bounced off the jagged walls, making it impossible to tell how far or how close the horrors were. But worse than the screams was the feeling, the sensation of being watched. Everywhere, like unseen eyes clung to their backs, waiting. Ella's hands tightened around her staff, her knuckles turning white. Her entire body trembled despite the warmth of her magic. Freya wasn't much better. She stayed tense, alert, fingers resting on her sword's hilt, ready to strike at the first sign of danger. Ahead of them, Jeremy led the way, his every step calculated. His gaze swept the ground, the walls, even the air, searching for anything that could trigger a trap. His face was grim, focused. They moved forward, step by step. Then it happened. A whisper, soft and faint, right beside Ella's ear. "Hey, over here." Chapter 136, Maze-Born Horror. Ella froze. A violent shiver ran down her spine as she snapped her head toward the sound. Nothing. Just the dark, twisted walls of the maze. Her breathing quickened. Freya, noticing the druid's sudden distress, leaned in. "What's wrong?" Ella's lips barely moved as she whispered. "I heard a voice." Freya's brows furrowed, her heart hammering at the words. A voice? But she hadn't heard anything. Was it a trick of the mind? Or something worse? Ella shook her head, tried to convince herself. Maybe I was mistaken. Her voice wavered, but then she took a step forward. A piercing shriek ripped through the maze. Freya's body locked up. The sound was so sharp, so unnatural, it felt like knives stabbing into their skulls. Ella, Jeremy, and Freya clutched their ears, wincing. And just as suddenly as it came, silence. Jeremy whirled around, his voice edged with alarm. What the hell was that? Ella froze. A cold, sickening feeling crawled up her spine. Something was moving. Beneath her feet. It wriggled. Ella's gaze snapped downward and her breath hitched. A face. Plastered onto the ground. Its eyes were wide with terror, mouth frozen in a silent scream. She let out a blood-curdling shriek, stumbling backward and crashing onto the cold stone floor. Freya's entire body locked up. Her heartbeat pounded in her ears, an erratic drumbeat of fear. What? What is that? Then Freya saw a flicker of movement. Behind them. Her breath caught in her throat as she slowly turned and saw shrouded figures, standing motionless at a distant corner of the maze. Featureless, faceless, watching. Meanwhile, one of Alex's clones darted through the twisting corridors. Arrows whizzed past him. Blades swung from hidden slots in the walls. Landmines? Avoided. His inhuman speed kept him ahead of every trap. But then he reached a dead end. He skidded to a stop. Crap. Just as he turned to retreat. Toom. A stone wall slammed down behind him, sealing the path. Alex's clone gritted his teeth. The wall in front of him wasn't just a dead end. It was alive. Rows of grinding teeth jutted out from the stone, gnashing together in a slow, relentless churn. The monstrous wall lurched forward. Crap. He thrust his hand forward and snapped. Boom. An explosion erupted on the wall. Dust and debris burst into the air, shattering some of the grinding teeth. But more teeth grew in their place. The wall kept coming. Alex's eyes darkened, but then he stood firm. No more holding back. The grinding wall of teeth lurched closer, its jagged edges gleaming under the twin moon's eerie glow. He raised both hands, sparks of energy crackling between his fingers. Explosions lined the entire wall. One by one, each charged to the max. This was it. If he miscalculated, there was a high chance he'd be shredded. But that didn't matter. He smirked, watching the swirling orange smoke of his explosives in this colorless, lifeless maze before he died was certainly worth it. With a sharp snap of both arms, he detonated the blasts. Ka-boom. A deafening explosion erupted. The tunnel shook violently. A shock wave ripped through the air, sending chunks of stone flying in every direction. A blinding flash of fire and dust filled the space. The grinding teeth? Gone. The wall? Obliterated. Read exclusive content at my virtual library empire. Chunks of stone and teeth scattered in every direction. But Alex's clone was gone. Even with his barrier up, the force was too much. Yet, in his final moment, he saw something. A hole. A massive gap was torn into the moving wall, its once impenetrable structure now broken. Then there was darkness. Alex, still seated at the starting line, suddenly grinned. The knowledge from his clone rushed back into him. He chuckled, eyes gleaming. Oh, so that can work. He found his path. Straight ahead. Alex rose to his feet, eyes locked on the towering wall before him. His hand lifted, fingers steady as he conjured multiple explosion discs in the air. One after another, they lined up in a deadly sequence, glowing with raw energy. But he wasn't done. He amped them up, pouring power into each disc until they hummed with intensity, their edges crackling with unstable force. Then he stepped back. 1, 2, 3. He kept moving until his back pressed against the invisible barrier that trapped him inside the maze. With a deep breath, he summoned Aegis Arcane. A shimmering, translucent shield unfolded around him like an indestructible shell. He exhaled and snapped. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions erupted in a chain reaction, each detonation sending shockwaves through the maze. Flames roared upward. The entire structure shook violently. Shattered stone and metal launched in every direction, like razor-sharp projectiles. But inside his Aegis Arcane shield, Alex stood firm, untouched as the force of the blast rushed past him, a furious windstorm of destruction. As the dust settled, he lowered his shield, a smirk tugging at his lips. That should do it. The smoke cleared, and then he saw it. Not just a hole. A massive opening, carved clean through the towering wall, stretching upward like a doorway to the sky. Alex's grin widened. I guess my path is indeed straight. The walls around the hole quivered, cracks pulsing with energy as they slowly began to mend. But not fast enough. Not fast enough to stop him from walking through. Without hesitation, Alex strode forward, his boots crunching over bits of shattered stone. As he was about to reach the opening, he lifted his hand again. Another explosion disc formed, glowing ominously against the next wall ahead. He was about to snap his fingers, but then he felt it. A shift in the air. Unnatural. Wrong. Alex's instincts flared. His body tensed. Slowly, he turned his head, and there it was. An undead vendor. No longer grinning. The hollow amusement in its skeletal face was gone, replaced by something else. Something worse. Its eerie, lifeless eyes locked onto him, unblinking. For the first time, it looked serious. And Alex couldn't decide which was more terrifying. The vendor smiling. Or the vendor not. What are you doing, player 666? Alex paused. Okay, now that he thought about it, what was with that number? Out of all possible numbers, he just happened to be 666. That sounded suspicious as hell. The undead guide took a step forward, its hollow eyes locked onto him. Player 666. What you intend to do is not allowed. Go through the maze like the rest of the players. Alex scoffed, cracking his knuckles. Ever heard the phrase, work smarter, not harder? That's what I'm doing. The undead's bony face twitched. It frowned. Alex didn't even know it could frown. It had always had a plastered grin on its face. Player 666, if you continue with this. Enough. Alex snapped his fingers and the undead head exploded, pieces of bone and dark mist scattering in all directions. Its body stood there for a moment as if it hadn't realized what just happened. Then it collapsed. Alex exhaled and walked forward, stepping over the fallen guide without a second thought. Not allowed. He snorted, his lips curling into a smirk. He strode toward the gaping opening he had blasted into the maze. Who's going to stop me? Chapter 137 Abyss. Boom. Another wall crumbled into dust. Alex kept moving forward, blasting through the maze, ignoring whatever tricks or obstacles it threw at him. A strange-looking monster lunged at him from the shadows, its many eyes gleaming, tendrils writhing like snakes. Snap! Black flames engulfed it instantly, reducing it to ash before it could even make a move. He didn't slow down. Nothing was going to stop him. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted something. A vendor shop. It sat at a bend in the maze, its eerie glow standing out in the dim surroundings. The undead vendor behind the counter was identical to the one he'd blown up earlier. Same skeletal face, same unsettling expression. Their eyes met. For a long second, neither moved. Then, the vendor opened its mouth. Player 666. Snap. Alex blew it up. He didn't wait for the vendor to finish. Boom. The shop exploded into a fiery mess, debris scattering everywhere. He grinned, stepping over the wreckage without a care. Then, as he turned a corner, he spotted something else. Other players. They stood frozen, watching him with a mix of fear, confusion, and curiosity. Alex barely spared them a glance. He had no time for them. He snapped his fingers again. Boom. Another wall shattered. And he kept going. The players watched as Alex disappeared into the distance, leaving behind nothing but dust and destruction. They exchanged uneasy glances. Ads by Pub Future. Was that a fellow player? One of them muttered. Or a monster? The other whispered back. Boom. Another explosion rocked the maze. The two flinched, then hesitantly stepped forward, peering down the ruined path Alex had carved. Their eyes darted between the wreckage behind him and the gaping shortcut ahead. A realization hit them at the same time. They looked at each other, nodded. No words were needed. Who or what? Alex didn't matter. What mattered was the shortcut he was making. Why risk the long, dangerous route when they could just follow? Without hesitation, they stepped onto his path of destruction. Alex, far ahead, felt their presence. He knew they were using his shortcut. He didn't care. Didn't slow down. Didn't acknowledge them. He just kept moving forward. A sharp, agonized scream rang out behind him. Alex turned swiftly, eyes narrowing. One of the players had collapsed, their body convulsing. Standing over them was an undead, but not just any undead. It was the undead guide. Its bony fingers were buried deep inside the player's gut, blood dripping down like a leaky faucet. Alex hadn't sensed its presence at all. The guide yanked its hand free with a sickening squelch. The player collapsed lifelessly. The air grew heavier. Cheating is not allowed, the undead guide intoned, its voice eerily calm, yet edged with something sinister. It wasn't smiling this time. Neither had the vendor before it was obliterated. You've been warned several times, the guide continued, its hollow eyes glowing an ominous green. And yet, you forced our hand. Alex exhaled slowly. His fingers twitched. A glowing explosion disc materialized in his palm, humming with contained destruction. Like I said, he muttered, flicking the disc toward the undead guide's head. What are you going to do about this? The undead's glowing eyes narrowed. It parted its jaw to respond. Boom. Or at least, that's what should have happened. Alex frowned. The explosion hadn't triggered. His disc was floating midair, mere inches from the guide's skull, but hadn't stuck. His eyes sharpened. Something was wrong. Alex frowned, then slowly pulled his hand out of his pocket and snapped his fingers. Nothing. His explosion didn't trigger. That didn't make sense. He didn't need to snap to activate his skill. It was just a habit. But now that his attack hadn't gone off, he did it instinctively, as if confirming that his ability still worked. Yet even with the snap, nothing happened. His gaze darkened. The undead guide, watching him closely, let out a low chuckle. Just so you know, it muttered, any attacks you dish out won't work on me. A black, ethereal light suddenly swirled around them, forming a translucent energy dome. Alex's muscles tensed. He studied the shifting barrier, then turned his attention back to the undead guide. Oh, he tilted his head, voice calm but laced with intrigue. And why is that? The guide's skeletal hand slowly slipped into its pocket, mirroring Alex's own earlier movement. Because, it said, its voice carrying a hint of amusement, I'm not truly here. Alex's eyes narrowed. What the hell does that mean? His instinct screamed at him something was off. His fingers twitched. Then, in an instant, his irises flashed silver. Foresight activated. Whatever this undead was doing, he didn't understand it. But now, he could. The undead guide slowly raised its hand. Alex's eyes narrowed. Even with foresight active, he hadn't seen that movement coming. The undead's grin stretched wider. Discover more stories at my virtual library empire. Let's sing, shall we? The moment the words left its mouth, a crushing force slammed down on Alex. His knees buckled. His muscles screamed. It felt like gravity had increased 100-fold. Alex clenched his teeth, trying to resist, but the pressure was overwhelming. Then, crack. The ground beneath him shattered like glass. And before he could react, he plummeted into the abyss. Endless darkness swallowed him as he plunged at terrifying speed. Night vision activated. His pupils adjusted, and he saw it, a base far below, rushing up to meet him. Then, the pressure vanished. Alex barely had a second to register the sudden weightlessness before his arms moved on instinct. Whoosh! His glider cloak flared open, sleek black wings snapping out from his arms. He flapped hard, pushing against the descent, forcing himself to slow. He stabilized. Then, with a final calculated movement, he landed softly on solid ground. Silence. It was pitch black. The only faint glow came from the crack he had fallen through, far above. Alex exhaled sharply, glancing up, and his expressing darkened. The crack was swifting mending itself. There was nothing could do, but watch as it fully covered up, trapping him within. Chapter 138 Hell. Everything had vanished, and a thick, suffocating darkness swallowed Alex whole. His breath hitched slightly as he turned in place. His fists clenched. There was nothing around. Not a floor beneath his feet. Not a wall to touch. Just an endless void, black as the abyss. It reminded him of the white space where he first met Oracle, except this felt heavier. Then a voice boomed, shaking the emptiness. It came from everywhere, nowhere, all at once. It was the voice of the undead guide. Player 666. What is your image of hell? Alex's brow twitched. What the hell kind of question was that? His eyes darted around, scanning for anything, a shape, a ripple, a sign. But the void stayed blank, silent. So he exhaled, kept his cool, and answered, tone casual. I don't know, fire. Screams. Demons. Well, the voice chuckled, smooth and amused. I hope this meets your expectations. As soon as the voice said that, light erupted from the abyss. A blinding flash cut through the darkness, searing Alex's vision. Shadows twisted, with shapes emerging from the void as the world around him began to take form. Crack! The ground beneath his feet splintered apart, deep fissures spreading like veins. Molten fire surged up from below, its glow casting flickering orange light across the jagged cliffs and twisted rock formations that took shape around him. The lava slithered across the floor, slow and menacing, like living serpents hunting their prey. The air thickened, heavy and choking. Acrid sulfur, scorched stone, the stench of burning itself. Alex inhaled. His lungs burned, but it was bearable thanks to heat resistance. The searing heat that would have reduced others to nothing, but ash was nothing more than an irritating warmth against his skin. He watched wide-eyed. Everything had manifested from nothing. It was like watching the birth of a world. Ash rained from the sky, drifting softly, coating the blackened ruins and crumbling pillars like an eerie snowfall. Then a movement. In the distance, a familiar figure emerged. The undead guide, adjusting his tie with slow, deliberate care. The undead guide then spread his arms, motioning to the burning landscape around them as he muttered, his tone dripping with pride. "Well, what do you think?" Alex exhaled, eyes sweeping over the hellish terrain. Molten rivers, crumbling ruins, a sky choked with ash. "Amazing," he asked, impressed, but then his tone changed. "But how's this going to stop me?" The undead guide chuckled, low, amused. "Well, I'm glad you asked." Suddenly the lava churned. Violent bubbles rose to the surface, bursting with fiery cracks. Something was moving underneath. A ripple, a shift. Then they emerged. Undead creatures clawed their way out of the molten abyss. Grotesque, twisted, a fusion of burning rock and rotting flesh. One rose first. A behemoth. Explore new worlds and my virtual library empire. 10 feet tall. Its entire body was encased in thick, molten armor, cracks in the hardened shell glowing with fiery veins of magma. Beneath, its skeletal core flickered, its ribcage like a cage trapping pure hellfire. It took a step. Thud. The ground trembled beneath its weight. Its fists, massive boulders dripping with lava, curled into a slow, crushing grip. Then came another. A humanoid figure strode forward, its form wrapped in blackened, half-melted armor. Its skeletal face was locked in a permanent sneer, and in its grip was a blade. It wasn't made out of steel or iron. It was a sword forged from pure, solidified lava. The edges still burned white-hot. Then it appeared, a floating, humanoid figure wrapped in a swirling inferno. Flames roared around its form, their flickering light barely revealing the skeletal face lurking within. Hollow eyes burned like dying embers, watching, waiting. But it wasn't alone. More abominations crawled from the fiery abyss. A spider, its massive exoskeleton blackened and charred, moved with unsettling precision, its 8 legs cracking the scorched earth beneath it. A wolf, monstrous in size, its fur replaced with flowing molten lava, stalked forward. Its eyes, nothing but smoldering coals, flickered with an unnatural hunger. Most of these monsters were humanoid, twisted, writhing, and all of them were closing in on Alex, who stood at the center. Mute, unmoving. The undead guide spread his arms, voice laced with satisfaction. "How about it? These are the souls of fallen players, sealed within the very magma itself. My personal creations, handcrafted in my downtime. Impressive, isn't it?" Alex said nothing, his face unreadable. The guide took his silence as fear. He snickered. "We warned you to take the normal route, player 666. At least then, you stood a chance to escape. But no, you just had to be the rebel." Alex remained silent for one more second. Then he grinned. Seriously, Alex shook his head. The simple motion made the undead guide's expression shift, and his amused smirk faltered into a slight frown of confusion. Alex met his gaze. "You should have made this place a frozen wasteland." The undead guide arched a bony brow. "Oh, and why is that?" Alex's grin widened. "Because this place..." He raised both hands. Mana ignited, flowing through his veins like liquid fire. The air around him rippled with energy as invisible forces locked into place. Alex continued, "Is about to become hotter than it already is." Then, boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in rapid succession. Walls detonated, sending molten rock flying. The very ceiling shook, debris raining down. Blazing shockwaves tore through the battlefield, igniting the monstrous forms around him. Flames consumed the lava creatures. They howled, their bodies cracking, melting, breaking apart, some of them blasting into smithereens. The undead guide was shocked to see so many of his creatures fall in an instant, and it furrowed his brow. A flicker of something uncertain flashed across his skeletal features before he scoffed. Arrogant talk. I can create endless armies of these monsters. What makes you think you possess enough strength to counter that? Alex let out a low chuckle. The heat swirled around him, flames dancing in his wake. One thing you should know about my ability is that. Chapter 139, My Power. One thing you should know about my ability is that its power can get stronger at will. He snapped his fingers. Boom. More explosions ignited across the battlefield, each one brighter, hotter, stronger. The air itself rippled from sheer force. The ground beneath him cracked, glowing veins of molten energy spiderwebbing outward. Alex wasn't just setting off blasts, he was pushing them to the absolute limit. He didn't know if the undead guide's domain could be broken from within, but if there was even the slightest chance, then this would be enough. The undead guide's expression twitched. His skeletal brow furrowed. Get stronger on will? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Alex grinned. His stance was loose, confident, untouched by the heat and chaos around him. It means, he said, raising a hand. The flames around him spiraled, intensifying, their glow reflecting in his sharp gaze. I can amp my explosions to become as powerful as I want. And most certainly, he let the words sink in, dragging out the pause. Then, he tilted his head slightly. It would be strong enough to decimate your domain, wouldn't it? The undead guide flinched. For the first time, a crack in his confidence. He could create endless monsters. He could shape the terrain. But there was a limit. And this domain, it wasn't invincible. If pushed hard enough, the domain could be broken. Still, the guide scoffed, forcing confidence into his voice. Even if you could pull it off, you'd never survive. The power required to do that would consume everything, including you. There's nowhere to run, no way to escape. You'd certainly die. Alex didn't blink, didn't even flinch, because he wasn't worried about dying. He had an escape. Instead, he simply tilted his head, eyes gleaming with amusement. Maybe you should worry about yourself. The undead guide's expression twisted. Enough of your bluffs. Infernals, attack. The command ripped through the air, and instantly, the monsters charged. A tidal wave of molten fury. The behemoth stomped forward, each step sending quakes through the scorched ground. The flame-wrapped specter howled, its blazing form warping the air around it. The wolf, its molten fur seething, lunged with a snarl, its burning fangs ready to tear through flesh. Alex grinned, unbothered by the horde of monsters closing in on him. Why? Because this was already over. His fingers twitched, and then he snapped. The air twisted. Reality warped as an invisible force yanked everything inward, crushing, pulling, devouring like a vortex about to implode. And then, boom, boom, boom. The detonation ripped through the domain. Flames erupted outward in a blazing tidal wave, consuming everything in sight. The explosion didn't just spread, it surged, climbing higher, hotter, hungrier. A fiery inferno shot toward the dome above. Kaboom! It shattered on impact, exploding into a storm of debris that rained down like meteorites. The maze walls? Gone. Read new chapters at my virtual library empire. Obliterated. The molten creatures? Disintegrated. The force of the blast was so immense, so unstoppable, that the entire death maze trembled. Deep underground, every corridor, every pathway shook violently like a beast awakening from slumber. Far off, in unseen chambers, other players froze mid-step, eyes widening as the ground beneath them quaked. They had no idea what had just happened, but they knew one thing for certain. Something big had just gone down. Then the tremors faded. Smoke and heat lingered in the air, swirling over the battlefield. At the center of the devastation, a massive crater stretched deep into the earth, a scar left by the sheer force of the explosion. The once solid ground was now a jagged pit of molten rock and broken stone. Neither Alex nor the undead guide were anywhere to be seen. Then outside the death maze, there was a low, ragged cough. A dark figure staggered forward. The undead guide. His once pristine form was tattered, black cracks splitting across his skeletal frame. He hacked up black blood, the thick, inky substance splattering onto the ground. It was a sight that shouldn't have been possible. Undead didn't breathe. Undead didn't cough. And most certainly, Undead didn't bleed. Yet here he was, weakened, damaged. The sudden loss of his domain had done more than just strip away his control. It had hurt him. How? How was that even possible? The undead guide staggered, his skeletal frame trembling as another ragged cough tore through him. Thick, black blood dripped from his mouth, staining the scorched ground. He didn't understand. This wasn't supposed to happen. The players standing before him, new arrivals to the trial, froze. Confusion and fear etched onto their faces. The undead guide's fingers twitched. He forced himself to stand, straightening his tattered suit. His usual eerie grin returned, but this time it was strained. He couldn't show weakness. He had a role to play. Brushing off the black blood as if it were nothing, he let out a forced chuckle. Welcome to the third trial, players 667, 668, and 669, he announced, his voice eerily calm. Meanwhile, deep within the maze, one of Alex's clones suddenly halted mid-step. Then, boom, a resounding explosion ripped through the entire structure. The walls groaned as the force of the blast shook the entire maze. Dust rained from above, cracks splintering across the stone pathways. Alex's clone stumbled, nearly losing his balance. But he caught himself, just barely, his fingers gripping the brim of his hat as he steadied. Then he laughed. A low, amused chuckle at first, then a full burst of exhilaration. His heart pounded. Interesting, he muttered under his breath, eyes gleaming with excitement. It was the original Alex. At the exact moment he had snapped his fingers, he had swapped places with one of his clones, ensuring he wouldn't be caught in the sheer destruction of his own attack. And it was a damn good thing he did. The moment Alex had switched places, his clone had been caught in the maelstrom of fire and force, its body ripped apart instantly. It never had a chance. The explosion tore it to shreds, its form disintegrating into ash and embers, consumed alongside the hundreds of lava undead. It didn't even get the chance to scream. Alex shuddered. Even though he was safe, he could feel it. That brief, horrifying moment of obliteration. It lingered, a ghost of pain, an echo of being torn apart. His hands clenched into fists. He shouldn't be treating his clones like this, using them as disposable pawns. He'd seen a movie once, where the clones turned against their original. A rebellion. The thought sent a chill down his spine. He let out a slow breath, shaking his head. He needed a better defense. Something solid, reliable. Because right now, he was scared of his own power. For defensive skill, Aegis Arcane was the top contender. And Alex was dead set on ranking it up to the max as soon as he got out of here. He had the points. He had the stats. Now, he just needed the opportunity. Total nightmare points, 29,400. Total stat points, 16,500. His nightmare points had dropped. Wait, Alex's eyes narrowed as he quickly did the math. Oh, he had lost 5,000 points as that was the entry fee for this trial, and had gained 1,000 points from killing the Infernals. Thus this new total. He exhaled, rolling his shoulders. No big deal. His clone, the one he had swapped with, had been the one that had made it the farthest ahead. And with how much mana he had just burned through, keeping his other clones around was wasteful. Alex's next move was simple. Keep going, and keep blasting his way through. He didn't bother with twists and turns. He didn't care about dead ends or hidden paths. A straight route. A shortcut. Call it cheating if you wanted, but who was going to stop him? Chapter 140, they meet. Not everyone had it as easy as Alex. For most players, the death maze lived up to its name. Monsters lurched from the shadows. Traps sprang from the walls and floor. And worst of all, the maze itself fought against them. Many got turned around confused. Many ran in circles. And many found themselves hopelessly lost. Among them were Ezekiel and Dorian. The two had entered together as Ezekiel thought it'd be safer that way. But he was wrong. Ezekiel let out a long sigh, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the wall ahead of him. There, etched into the stone, was a mark he had made an hour ago. Dorian saw it too, and his frustration boiled over. God damn it, this is your fault. He turned to Ezekiel, eyes burning with irritation. You told me to trust your navigation. Now look what happened. Ezekiel clicked his tongue in frustration. Well, I'm not the one who provoked the damn monsters, forcing us to run for our lives. He shot Dorian a glare, his patience running thin. This guy, he was like a rabid dog, lunging at every monster they came across as if he was programmed to pick fights. And because of that, they had been chased, cornered, nearly killed, all because Dorian couldn't control himself. How the hell was Ezekiel supposed to focus on finding a path when he had to deal with this reckless idiot? Dorian's temper snapped. You know what? I've had enough of your nonsense. His voice was sharp, filled with raw hostility. He stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with something dangerous. You think you can read me like a book? Dorian cracked his knuckles, his aura flaring. Screw it. I might as well get rid of you now. You're useless to me anyway. Ezekiel exhaled slowly. Weary, irritated and done with this shit. With a single motion, he reached behind his back and drew his greatsword. The heavy steel gleamed under the dim maze light. His voice was calm, steady. Fine then, bring it. I need all the nightmare points I can get. Might as well take yours. He raised his blade, planting his feet in a solid stance. Dorian's lips twisted into a wicked grin. Oh, you hypocrite, finally revealing your true desires. Huh. Ezekiel's grip on his sword tightened. I'm not a hypocrite. Your denial itself is hypocritical, Dorian responded. Ezekiel groaned, gripping his greatsword tightly. With a burst of speed, he lunged forward, swinging his blade in a sharp arc, but Dorian was fast. He leaped backward, dodging just in time, his feet skidding against the stone floor. Dorian smirked. You scolded me for killing that girl to earn nightmare points. His voice was taunting, filled with mockery. Yet when I transferred some to you, you didn't decline them. You used them to move forward. Ezekiel's jaw tightened. You call me out for doing the dirty work, but when I offer you the rewards of that dirty work, Dorian's eyes gleamed with contempt. You take it, and then you shame me afterward. He spat on the ground. You're a fucking hypocrite, Ezekiel. Ezekiel exhaled, keeping his emotions in check. I'm only doing what it takes to survive. Dorian's smirk widened. Then kill like I do. Silence stretched between them. Ezekiel sighed, turning away. That single act, his lack of response, ignited Dorian's fury. Dorian's expression darkened, his aura turning ice cold. Like I said, I've had enough of your half-assed behavior. His grip tightened on his scythe. This partnership ends with your death. He surged forward, his weapon gleaming in the dim light. But before his attack could land, whoosh! A piercing gust sliced through the air. Sharp icicles, shaped like deadly javelins, streaked past Ezekiel from behind, straight toward Dorian. His eyes widened. Shit! With a sharp spin, he swung his scythe. Clang! The force of his counter sent shards of ice scattering. Ezekiel instantly sent someone behind him. His instincts screamed danger. Without hesitation, he abandoned his attack, pushing off the ground and landing beside Dorian. Just moments ago, they were ready to kill each other. But now, a new foe had entered the scene. Both their gazes snapped toward the approaching figure. An old man. He wore the tattered robes of a Ronin, his posture relaxed yet commanding. In his hand, a blade pulsed with energy, a bluish glow, flowing like liquid metal, shifting like a living current. The temperature seemed to drop as he stepped forward, the pressure around them growing unbearable. Find exclusive stories on my virtual library empire. Dorian clenched his jaw. Who the hell is this? The old man stopped a few feet away. His piercing gaze locked onto Dorian. His voice was deep, unwavering. Kid with the sigh? Are you Dorian? Dorian's eyes narrowed. His mind raced. He didn't recognize this man. Not his face, not his voice, but that aura. It was monstrous. And that attire. It felt familiar, like something he had seen before, but couldn't quite place. The old man's gaze sharpened. Answer me. Are you Dorian? Onaji spoke calmly, but his aura was anything but. It raged around him like a boiling inferno, heavy and suffocating. Ezekiel swallowed hard. His instinct screamed at him. This was no ordinary foe. Something about the man's familiar clothing set off alarm bells in his head. A realization dawned, one he didn't like. He gritted his teeth. Traveling with Dorian had been a mistake. A big mistake. Dorian, unfazed, folded his arms. His voice was casual, almost bored. Yeah, I'm Dorian. Who's asking? The old man's grip on his sword tightened. His next words carried the weight of pure vengeance. Kiri, you killed my daughter, Kiri, just to gain enough nightmare points to be here. Dorian's eyes narrowed. For a second, he seemed confused. Then it clicked. Oh, so that's what this was about. A slow grin spread across his face, his features twisting with amusement. He chuckled, tilting his head, his words dripping with mockery. Kiri, who the hell is that? Ezekiel's jaw dropped. He had no doubts now. The kid standing beside him wasn't just reckless, he was a maniac. A walking disaster who would most certainly get him killed. Onaji said nothing. His face was calm, his expression unreadable. But the silence was worse than any outburst. Then in a terrifying blur of motion, he moved. Whoosh! He shot toward Dorian like a missile, his blade glowing with lethal intent. Dorian reacted instantly, spinning his scythe into position, ready to clash. But then, boom! The entire wall beside them exploded. A shockwave of rock and dust blasted outward, cutting the fight short. Onaji flipped backward, dodging the debris with inhuman reflexes. Dorian, caught off guard, barely managed to shield himself from the flying rubble. Ezekiel wasn't so lucky. He staggered, coughing violently as thick smoke curled around them. What the hell? Cough, cough. Was that? He wheezed, trying to see through the haze. Then footsteps. Slow, casual. A shadow emerged through the dust, stepping right into the tense standoff. His hands stuffed into his pockets. Flip-flops. Beach shirt. Walking in like he just got back from vacation. The dust settled, and his face came into view. Alex. He glanced around, recognizing familiar faces. Then, with a lazy grin, he muttered, "Oh." His gaze flicked between the three players. Then he smirked. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 141, Veilborn. Elsewhere. Frey's body froze. Her breath hitched as her wide eyes locked onto the shrouded figures before her. They stood unnaturally tall, their limbs long and spindly, stretching out like shadows. They had no faces. Then notification flickered before her eyes, glowing eerie red. Veilborn. Freya's breathing quickened. What the hell are those? She whispered, panic creeping in her voice. The robe beside her had snapped out of his own fearful daze. Without hesitation, he struck. He stepped forward, his hands moving in a blur, launching a flurry of daggers at the creatures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blades sliced through the air and passed right through them. Clang. The daggers clattered uselessly against the maze walls, echoing in the dead silence. Freya's heart pounded. They didn't have physical bodies. Yet they just stood there, their grotesque limbs hanging limply at their sides. Watching, waiting, staring. Their faces non-existent faces. The eerie red glow where their eyes should have been pulsated, but the Veilborn remained motionless. The rogue gritted his teeth. What are you two doing? Attack, he snapped, gripping another dagger. Wait, Freya's voice was sharp. Her gaze narrowed. Something was off. They weren't moving. She doubted it was because they weren't hostile. After all, this was a nightmare. Everything here was meant to kill them. Then why? Her mind raced. Maybe they had a restriction. A condition that needed to be met before they attacked. She spoke quickly. What if we back away slowly? Maybe they don't attack unless they're provoked. The rogue hesitated. We don't know that for sure. It's the best plan we've got. A shaky voice cut in. Iya. She was struggling to get to her feet, using her staff for support. She looked pale. Freya could hear the tremble in her breath. The three exchanged glances. Then, as when they started moving. Slow, careful steps backward. The Veilborn did not move. Their eyes stayed locked on the creatures. Not blinking, not breathing too loud. Then, they turned a corner. And in that instant, they just knew. Like an unseen signal had been given, their instincts screamed one thing. Run. Freya and the rogue launched forward, their bodies reacting before their minds could process it. Their footsteps pounded against the maze floor as they moved in sync, both fast and agile, built for close combat. But Ella wasn't, as she was a druid. She lagged behind. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears as she saw Freya and the rogue pulling ahead. Panic clawed at her chest. She risked a glance over her shoulder and froze. The Veilborn were following. But there was no sound. No footsteps. No rustling. Just the silent, unnatural movement of their lanky, faceless forms. Ella's breathing hitched. Her legs trembled. She tried to move faster, but panic made her clumsy. Her foot caught on the uneven ground. She tripped. Thud. Pain shot through her hands and knees as she hit the cold floor. Up ahead, Freya heard it. The sharp groan of pain. She turned and her stomach dropped. Ella was down, and the Veilborns were right behind her. How were the Veilborn moving without a sound? Not a single footstep. Not even the faintest whisper of motion. It was like they were gliding through the air. Like ghosts. Maybe they were ghosts. They had no faces, no weight. And worse, they couldn't be touched. Freya's chest tightened. Her instinct screamed at her to keep running, but another voice in her head stopped her. Something fell off. She spun around and yelled, "Wait!" Her boots screeched against the stone as she came to a sudden stop. Jeremy, ahead of her, skidded to a halt as well. Both of them turned and saw it. Ella was still on her knees, frozen in place. And right behind her were the Veilborns. Ella's breath came out in ragged gasps. She barely managed to push herself up, legs trembling. Then, as if something compelled her, she turned her head and locked eyes with the faceless creature. Her body locked up. Her hands started to shake. Her chest rose and fell in rapid, uneven breaths, like she couldn't get enough air. Freya's stomach sank. Ella was panicking. Jeremy's eyes widened in panic. "Aya, what are you doing? Get up and move." His voice cut through the air like a whip, but Ella didn't respond. She just knelt there, trembling, frozen. Freya clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Her sharp gaze locked onto the Veilborns. Something was off. Why weren't they attacking? They had been fast enough to catch up, moving like silent wraiths through the maze. So why were they just standing there now? It didn't make sense. A dozen thoughts rushed through Freya's mind. Was this an illusion? Were these creatures even real? She didn't know, and she didn't want to find out the hard way. Then it hit her. They weren't moving because they were being watched. Her breath hitched. It made sense. As long as someone had their eyes on them, they wouldn't move. Freya took a deep breath, steadying herself before speaking. "I figured it out." Jeremy, still shouting at Ella, snapped his head toward her, his brow furrowing. "Figure what out?" Freya's eyes stayed locked on the Veilborn as she answered. "If we keep our gazes on them, they won't move." Jeremy's confusion deepened. "What do you mean by that?" Freya didn't look away from the creatures as she clarified, her voice firm. "Exactly what I said. As long as we keep watching them, they can't move. That's why they were able to follow us before. No one was looking at them." Jeremy's mind raced, quickly piecing it together. So one person has to watch them while the others move. Freya gave a slight nod, tension coiling in her chest. This situation, this eerie, silent game, felt too familiar. It was almost exactly like Baranga in the first trial. Too similar. A sacrificial pawn was needed. Someone had to keep watching the monsters so the others could escape. But unlike the first trial, fleeing wouldn't guarantee safety. More monsters lurked ahead, traps waited to be triggered, and the maze itself could easily lead them astray. Freya's forehead dripped with sweat. She wiped it away instinctively, just for a second. And in that split moment, she swore the Veilborn moved. "Your journey continues at my virtual library empire." An inch or two. Her stomach twisted. "No way." She muttered under her breath, heart pounding. Did they have to keep their eyes on them without blinking? If that was the case, then there was no way to do this for long. Jeremy clicked his teeth in frustration. His fist clenched. This was Ella's fault. He regretted stopping for her. The druid was too cowardly to even help herself. She was a burden, and burdens needed to be discarded. As long as they could get Ella to look at the Veilborn, they would stay frozen. Jeremy exhaled sharply before speaking, his voice firm. "No matter how I look at this, it won't work. Our best option is to outrun them." Freya remained silent, her gaze fixed on the creatures. Jeremy continued, his tone more insistent. "If we can convince Ella to keep her eyes on them, our problem is solved." Freya's frown deepened. He was basically saying they should sacrifice Ella. Leave her behind. Let her stall the monsters while they ran. Freya clenched her fists. Was that really the only choice? She turned to Jeremy, her voice laced with disbelief. "And if we reach a dead end?" Jeremy's expression didn't waver. "Then we fight." Freya narrowed her eyes. "Why not fight now? They aren't attacking at the moment." Jeremy scowled, frustration clear on his face. "You saw what happened earlier. My blade went straight through them." His jaw tightened. "We don't stand chance." Freya's voice was firm. I doubt we'd be able to outrun them. And if we do, we'll still have to fight them later. So why not deal with them now? Jeremy clenched his teeth, frustration boiling over. Don't ask dumb questions, Freya. I know you're not naive enough to misunderstand what I'm saying. Freya's expression darkened. Oh, I understand just fine. And to be honest, I'm disgusted. Jeremy blinked. What? Her eyes burned with disappointment. If you want to leave, then go. But let's not run into each other again. Jeremy frowned, hesitating for just a second. His grip on his weapon tightened. Then he scoffed, shaking his head. Fine. If you want to risk your life for that coward, be my guest. I'm leaving. Not that it matters, but I doubt we'll ever meet again. You'll be dead before that happens. Without another word, he spun on his heels and bolted into the darkness. Freya exhaled heavily, her shoulders tense. What did she expect? Freya couldn't exactly blame him for his decision. There was seemingly no way out. This place was merciless, and only the strong or the ruthless would make it out alive. Up ahead, Ella slowly lifted her head. Her breathing had steadied, the trembling in her hands now gone. Her wide, terrified eyes locked onto the Veilborn, refusing to look away. Then, in a shaky voice, she spoke. Is anyone there? She had heard the sound of footsteps fading, someone leaving. She knew what that meant. Freya had explained it. If no one kept their eyes on the Veilborn, they would move. They would get closer. They would attack. But Ella couldn't bring herself to look back to see who had stayed. If she was alone, if no one had remained, then she was already dead. Freya stood frozen, watching Ella's small, trembling figure as she held her ground. She was staring down death itself. Freya clenched her fists. Leaving her behind was the logical choice. The smart choice. The kind of decision that would keep her alive. But she couldn't do it. She just couldn't. Why? Hadn't she already proven she could be ruthless? Hadn't she killed Zeno for nightmare points without hesitation? Wasn't she supposed to be a monster? She could easily justify it, tell herself that she only killed because she had been attacked first. But that didn't change the fact that she had taken a life. A killer doesn't get to play the hero. So why was she hesitating now? Why should a monster like her act like some selfless fool just to save someone else? Freya's gaze flicked to Ella. She was small, fragile, helpless. She sat on the cold ground, staring up at the towering Veilborn, her body trembling but her eyes locked onto them, frozen in fear. Freya clenched her jaw. She looked just like her. Like Freya when she had been left alone with Baranga. Maybe that was the reason. Maybe it was because she knew exactly how it felt. To be abandoned. To feel that soul-crushing despair as hope slipped away. That pain had burned itself into her. And now, she was watching someone else suffer the same thing. Her fists tightened. Then without a word, she moved. She stepped forward. One step at a time. Toward Ella. Freya's breathing remained steady and controlled. She didn't waver. Didn't flinch. The towering Veilborn loomed over them, their featureless faces locked in an eerie stillness. But she refused to let fear take hold. They won't move as long as we're watching. Slowly, she lowered herself onto one knee in front of Ella, never breaking eye contact with the creatures. Then, gently, she placed her hands on Ella's trembling shoulders. Ella flinched at the touch. Her body tensed as if expecting to be abandoned all over again. But then, cautiously, she turned her head just enough to see who it was. Her wide, fearful eyes met Freya's calm ones. You, stay. Ella's voice was barely more than a whisper, filled with disbelief. Freya didn't answer right away. Her focus stayed locked on the Veilborn. Then, she finally spoke, her voice even and measured. One question, Ella. Ella swallowed, still shaken. What? Do you have any spell that can make light? Ella blinked in confusion, her mind sluggish from fear. But after a moment, she stammered out a response. Isekai'd. I do. Freya's lips curled into a confident grin. Then, we'll be fine. Chapter 142, Let There Be Light. Ella's mind raced. Light? How was that supposed to help? She tilted her head slightly, confused and curious, but Freya didn't explain. She just kept grinning, her sharp eyes locked onto the Veilborns. Watching, studying. She's got a plan, Ella realized. But what is it? Freya's grip on her weapon tightened. If her theory was correct, then this idea might work. Most likely. But she wasn't completely sure. She inhaled deeply, steadying herself. The details clicked together in her mind. The Veilborns didn't have shadows. That didn't make sense. The moonlight was shining down on them, so why weren't they casting any? Unless... Freya's eyes widened. Because they are shadows. It made too much sense. They moved without sound. They were immune to physical attacks. They were living darkness. And if that was true, then there was one thing they couldn't stand. Freya knew she was taking a gamble. Sure, the Veilborns could be something else entirely. There were plenty of other possibilities. But she was willing to bet everything on her suspicion that these creatures were shadows. And what was the best way to destroy a shadow? Light. That was why she had asked Ella the question. Of course, she wasn't completely sure. This was all just a theory. The worst-case scenario? They weren't shadows at all, and both of them would die. Freya swallowed hard, but didn't back down. Better to take a risk than to run aimlessly into another trap. Her eyes never left the Veilborns. She took a deep breath. "All right, Ella," she said, voice steady. "Let's do this." Ella hesitated for a fraction of a second before pushing herself to her feet. She had no idea what Freya was planning, but at this point, she didn't care. If it meant survival, she was willing to try anything. Tightening her grip on her staff, she raised it high. A faint glow flickered at the tip. Then, she began to conjure a ball of light. A soft glow flickered to life at the tip of Ella's staff. The magic swirled, gathering into a small, pulsing ball of light. Then there was movement. The Veilborns flinched. Their reaction was eerie, unnatural. They didn't stumble or lurch like normal creatures. Instead, they jerked backward in quick, precise steps, then froze in place, bodies contorted in odd, twisted positions. Like a glitch in reality. Freya's breath caught in her throat. Ella's eyes widened in disbelief. "There. Moving away," she whispered. Her heart pounded. It was working. It was actually working. A wave of relief crashed over her. "It worked," she exhaled, barely believing it herself. "Of course it did," Freya replied, trying to sound confident. But inside, her legs were shaking. She had gambled everything on this theory, and it had paid off. She forced herself to stand tall, keeping her gaze locked on the Veilborns. "Can you make it brighter?" she asked. Ella nodded eagerly. She tightened her grip on her staff, pouring more energy into the spell. The ball of light expanded, growing bigger, brighter, stronger. The Veilborn recoiled even further, their eerie retreat almost hypnotic. Their movements were unnatural, gliding back in sharp, jerky steps before freezing mid-motion. Ella, heart pounding, felt a rush of courage. She took a step forward. The glowing orb of light hovered above her staff as she cautiously guided it toward the Veilborn. They shrank away, slipping backward like shadows, fading from sunlight. The more she advanced, the more they retreated. Freya watched closely, her body still tense. Experience exclusive tales on my virtual library empire. The creatures were moving away, but she didn't dare relax yet. Ella continued her slow, deliberate march forward. The Veilborns drifted back until they vanished around a corner at an intersection. Gone. Ella exhaled a shaky breath, sweat clinging to her skin. She left the glowing orb floating in the middle of the intersection, ensuring the Veilborn wouldn't be able to return through that path. Only then did she finally clutch her chest, feeling the rapid thud-thud-thud of her heartbeat. She turned to Freya, who met her gaze with a triumphant grin. Without thinking, Ella threw her arms around Freya in a tight hug. "Thank you, ma'am. You saved me." Freya stiffened. "Ma'am," she exclaimed. "I'm not that old." Ella trembled, her relief spilling over into sobs. I thought I was going to die. Sob, sob. "Thank you." Freya stiffened at the sudden embrace, caught off guard by the wave of emotions crashing into her. Ella clung to her tightly, shoulders trembling, tears dampening Freya's sleeve. For a moment, Freya hesitated. Then, with a small smile, she let out a sigh and gently patted the back of the girl's head. "It's no problem," she murmured. As she held Ella, she took a closer look. Now that she wasn't just seeing her as a burden or a liability, she realized she had been mistaken. Maybe it was the way she dressed, or the fear that had made her seem older before. But Ella was younger than she had thought. A teenager, probably. Freya cleared her throat, shaking off the sentimental moment. Let's not stay here too long," she said firmly. "This is a death maze. Relaxing isn't a good idea." Ella wiped her eyes, nodding quickly. "Right," she said, her voice still a little shaky but determined. She stepped back, finally releasing Freya, and the two turned to move forward. They walked in silence. Neither of them spoke about Jeremy. Freya and Ella moved cautiously, their footsteps light against the cold stone floor. Every step was deliberate, their eyes scanning for hidden traps. The last thing they needed was to trigger some deadly mechanism. As they turned a corner, a sickening crunch echoed through the passage. They froze. Up ahead, hunched over a mangled corpse, was a creature unlike anything they'd seen before. A ram. But not just any ram. Its jagged horn looked like it had been chipped away by battle, rough and uneven. Veins of molten light pulsed along its cracked skull, giving off an eerie glow. Its eyes burned a deep, molten gold, flickering like living flames. Shard ram. Freya stiffened. A ram? Eating a corpse? She had always thought rams were herbivores. Clearly, this thing didn't get the memo. Her eyes flicked to the glowing text above its head. Unlike the Veilborns, whose names had shown a threatening red, this creature's name glowed green. That was interesting. Freya was starting to piece something together. Red meant the monster was far beyond their level, a death sentence if they tried to fight. Yellow probably meant tough, but not impossible. Green? Green meant they had a chance. Freya tightened her grip on her blades, her stance steady. The shard ram looked dangerous, but she was confident she could take it down. The creature scraped one hoof against the ground, its jagged horn beginning to glow with a fierce golden light. A low, guttural growl rumbled from its throat before. Boom! The ram charged. Fast. Too fast. Freya braced herself, ready to strike. But before she could move, Ella stepped in front of her. Freya's eyes widened. What are doing? Chapter 143, Crazy Enough. Ella slammed her staff into the ground. A magic circle flared to life beneath the charging ram. From the glowing glyphs, thick, thorn-covered vines erupted, shooting upward like a living trap. The vines coiled around the shard ram in an instant, wrapping tightly around its body, its legs, and its glowing horns. The beast thrashed violently, trying to break free, but the vines held firm. Then came the spikes. Razor-sharp thorns lined the vines, pressing deeper and deeper into the ram's flesh. Eschararke. The spikes pierced through, shredding the monster apart. A spray of blood splattered against the stone walls. Freya stared, stunned. She hadn't expected that. Not from Ella. The girl who had been shaking in terror just minutes ago had just annihilated a monster without so much as a flinch. Freya's gaze flicked to Ella's face. Calm, focused. The fear she had shown against the Veilborns was gone. Maybe standing her ground against the shadow creatures had done more than just save her life. It had changed her. On seeing this, a question lingered in Freya's mind, gnawing at the edges of her thoughts. She turned to Ella, her expression serious. Aya. The druid looked up, still catching her breath from the battle. Yeah. Freya hesitated for a second, then asked, what color was the identity notification on the shard ram? Ella blinked, confused. What? The name above its head. What color was it? Ella furrowed her brows, thinking back. Green. What? Freya's breath caught in her throat. Her eyes widened slightly. Just as I suspected. So it really was different for each player. The system wasn't just marking monsters based on their overall power, it was comparing them to the strength of the player looking at them. Which meant another unsettling thought crept into Freya's mind. She hesitated, then shook her head, almost as if trying to dismiss the idea. But she needed to be sure. And what about the Veilborns? She asked, her voice quieter this time. What color did you see? Ella furrowed her brows, thinking back. Then she answered hesitantly. Green as well. G-E-H. Freya let out a sharp cry, making Ella jump in alarm. Ma'am, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Ella's voice wavered with concern. Freya clutched her chest dramatically, breathing heavily as if she'd just taken a punch. Then she shook her head. No, I'm fine. Just shocked. How could this be? Ella tilted her head, confusion clear on her face. Freya narrowed her eyes at the young druid. If the Veilborns appeared green to her, then that meant Ella was strong enough to face them. But from what Freya knew, the only thing that could harm those creatures was fire. Which meant Freya took a steady breath, then asked carefully, Ella, do you happen to have an ability that lets you use fire? Ella nodded. Yes. Freya sucked in a sharp breath. Of course, she has fire magic. Her mind raced. Then, you could have dealt with the Veilborns easily. Ella awkwardly scratched the back of her head, looking embarrassed. I was too scared. And besides, we only figured out their weakness too late, so. Freya sighed, nodding. That's true. But still, if Ella had acted sooner, they could have wiped those shadowy creatures out. No need for all that fear. Freya glanced at Ella again. She was way more powerful than she let on. As long as she had the confidence to act, she'd be a force to be reckoned with. A reliable partner. That thought reassured Freya. But then, as they turned the next corner, Freya's stomach twisted. The sight before them sent a chill crawling up her spine. Jeremy was hanging on the wall, impaled. Thick wooden thorns jutted out his chest, piercing straight through his body. His head hung low, arms limp, fingers barely curled. Blood dripped from his lips, a slow, steady trickle that stained his torn shirt. Freya froze, her breath catching in her throat. Explore more adventures at my virtual library empire. Ella shuddered, gripping Freya's hand tightly as if grounding herself. Freya's voice came out barely above a whisper. What the hell happened? They inched closer. Jeremy wasn't moving. He was dead. Freya's mind raced. Was it a trap? A monster? Was it still here, watching them? Her eyes darted around, scanning every shadow, every crevice. Nothing. No movement. No monsters lurking in the dark. She exhaled, pressing her lips into a thin line. Whatever happened here, it was too late to change. And dwelling on it wouldn't keep them alive. It was unfortunate. Freya had told Jeremy they shouldn't cross paths again. And now, it seemed like they never would. Let's go, Freya said, her voice firm but quiet. Ella clung to her arm, pressing close as they walked beneath Jeremy's lifeless body. She kept stealing glances at the corpse, her face pale, her grip tightening with each step. Then, they heard it. A faint creaking sound, like old wood bending, twisting, moving. They turned. It was crawling. Dark, gnarled roots slithered across the ground like tendrils, twisting together, rising up, forming something. A humanoid figure took shape, its entire body made of hard, knotted wood. It turned toward them, slow and deliberate. Its eyes hollow, empty, dark. A notification flashed in front of Freya. She already knew. It would be read. But before she could even read the name, the wooden creature attacked. Then, boom, an explosion erupted right beside the monster. The blast shook the ground, a shockwave ripping through the air. Freya stumbled back, barely keeping her balance, while Ella yelped and clutched her arm for support. The creature was gone, obliterated in the blast. Before Freya could even process what happened, another explosion roared, this time blowing a massive hole in the maze wall ahead. Boom! Freya's heart pounded. Who the hell would be crazy enough to use explosions to get through this death trap? Then she heard footsteps. Slow, casual, unbothered. Freya's breath caught. There was only one person reckless enough to take on the trial like this. The dust settled, and she saw him. Alex. Of course, it had to be him. Alex didn't look towards their direction. He walked forward, calmly stepping through the hole he had just blasted into the wall. Then, boom, another explosion rocked the maze. Freya flinched, but her focus shifted as she caught sight of Ella. She wasn't moving. Her eyes were locked on Jeremy's lifeless, thorn-ridden corpse. Freya didn't hesitate. She grabbed Ella's arm and yanked her forward. This isn't the time to freeze up, she muttered under her breath. Survival was right in front of them, and they weren't going to waste it. She pulled Ella along, hurrying after Alex. They reached the next hole, a fresh blast still crumbling at the edges. Alex had just stepped through, pausing for the first time. Freya saw him glance left, then right. Then, with a tone that somehow carried both mild surprise and complete indifference, he muttered, "Oh, what the hell is going on here?" Chapter 144 Dramatic Reunion. "Oh, what the hell is going on here?" Alex muttered, his eyes scanning the area as he turned his head left, then right. The people standing before him were all too familiar. Onigi, the old Ronin, standing firm as ever, his hand resting lightly on his sword's hilt. Dorian, the scythe-wielding teen, the one with ties to the Blood Monarch, his expression unreadable. And then there was another guy, a warrior clad in heavy armor, gripping a massive greatsword. Alex could feel the tension crackling between Onaji and Dorian, the way their stances were slightly angled toward each other, their fingers twitching toward their weapons. It wasn't hard to guess what was going on. A fight was brewing, but it wasn't his fight. He had zero intention of getting involved. Whether they killed each other or not his problem. He just wanted out of this damn maze. Then, footsteps. He turned. Another familiar face emerged. Freya. Seriously, Alex muttered under his breath. What the hell was happening? A reunion or something? Freya stepped into the tense scene, but she wasn't alone. A new face was with her, a mage or something similar from the looks of it. Alex's gaze lingered on the newcomer. Something felt off about her. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he made a mental note to stay cautious. Meanwhile, Ezekiel and Dorian had also noticed Freya. Their reactions were instant. Ads by Pub Future. Ezekiel's face twisted in shock. His mouth opened slightly as if the words had been stolen from him. Guilt flickered across his expression. Freya, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Dorian, on the other hand, had a very different reaction. He grinned. Discover stories with my virtual library empire. You're alive. I didn't think you'd survive that. Freya clicked her teeth in irritation. Seeing either of them again was the last thing she expected. And, judging by the way they stood next to each other, it was clear they were working together. Well, I did, she said, crossing her arms. Happy to see me? Dorian's smirk didn't waver. No, not really. Then, without missing a beat, he turned to Alex. But I'm happy to see him, though. Alex furrowed his brow. What was that about? Dorian's words had rubbed him the wrong way, but before he could dwell on it, another voice cut in. Alex, Onaji spoke up, his voice carrying an edge. I thought you said you didn't know each other. The old Ronin had been watching their exchange carefully, his expression darkening. Something wasn't adding up. They all seemed familiar with each other. Too familiar. And yet, if Onaji recalled correctly, Alex had denied ever being associated with Dorian. So what was this now? His grip on his katana tightened. Alex turned toward him with a deadpan expression and answered. We don't. He tried to kill me. Told me a tree is taking people to a dream realm. Passed out. Then I passed out. Now we meet again. That sums up our interactions. There was a brief silence before someone else replied. Oh, is that so? The voice came from Freya. Then tell me, Alex, how would you sum up our interaction? Alex's brain stalled. Where the hell is that coming from? Freya's words cut through the tension, her tone sharp with frustration. You just left me, without even saying anything. Alex exhaled through his nose, turning slightly but not fully facing her. Did I have to? His response only made Freya's eyes narrow. From the side, Dorian let out a chuckle, clearly enjoying the exchange. Oh, you two know each other? He remarked, a smirk tugging at his lips. Alex ignored him, but before he could respond, Onaji spoke up, his voice carrying the weight of exhaustion and anger. Alex, the old Ronin sighed, rubbing his temple. Are you going to get in my way? I've lost too many, and the only thing I feel right now is rage. I don't want to unleash it on the wrong person. Alex turned his head, meeting Onaji's steely gaze. Why do you keep dragging me into this? He muttered. If you want to kill him, go right ahead. He waved a hand dismissively. I'm leaving. Alex was just about to take a step when suddenly a pair of arms wrapped around his. Alex froze. What the hell? Dorian had locked him in it tightly, his grip unervingly strong. What the hell are you doing? Alex muttered, completely baffled. Dorian's voice came next, dramatic and pleading. Brother, don't do me like this. Huh? Alex's entire body stiffened. Brother? All right, you're insane. Get off me. With a sharp motion, he shoved Dorian's arms off, stepping back as if trying to shake off the lingering awkwardness. And as if things weren't already dramatic enough, a voice echoed from behind. Player 666. The chilling voice cut through the air, making everyone freeze. They all turned at once. An undead stood before them. Unlike the vendor or the guy they had encountered before, this one was different. There were no clothes. No robes, no armor, just bare bones. Its hollow eyes locked onto Alex. Player 666. You cannot keep breaking the rules. Alex sighed, completely unfazed. This again. Ezekiel, on the other hand, was visibly confused. Who's player 666? He frowned. The number alone sent a shiver down his spine. Freya, arms crossed, gave a casual nod toward Alex. It's the one and only. Dorian's eyes widened. He took a sharp breath. Seriously? You of all people got the number 666? That is both strange and cool. One heck of a coincidence. Is it? Alex barely had time to question Dorian before the undead spoke again. Player 666 you. Boom. Alex sighed and snapped his fingers. The undead's head exploded in an instant. Flesh and bone scattered, dissolving into dark mist before it even hit the ground. He was so damn tired of hearing that same monotonous voice every single time. But then, footsteps. More of them. His eyes flicked around. Undead. They were everywhere. Emerging from the shadows, stepping through cracks in the walls, forming from black mist. Left, right, front, back. The group was completely surrounded. Then, in a voice that sent a shiver down their spines, all of the undead spoke in unison. Since player 666 has refused to listen and has broken the rules, disrupting the trial, he is to be eliminated, along with the players with him. Chapter 145 You're crazy. He's crazy. Everyone's crazy. Since player 666 has refused to listen and has broken the rules, disrupting the trial, he is to be eliminated, along with the players with him. There was a brief silence. And then, what? Ezekiel exclaimed in shock. The rest were also stunned by this as well. Ezekiel turned toward Alex, eyes filled with frustration. Seriously, he didn't even know the guy. Freya frowned, stepping closer to Alex with narrowed eyes. Alex, what did you do this time? Alex sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, in case you didn't hear, apparently blasting my way straight through the maze is considered cheating. The undead guide wasn't happy about that, so it tried to drag me to hell. I killed it, caused a mini earthquake, and, well, now we have this. Ezekiel's eyes widened. Wait, you were the reason for the earthquake? He practically shouted. A mix of shock, frustration, and disbelief crossed his face. Who the hell was this guy? Surprisingly, he was the only one who seemed visibly upset, which was rather odd. Freya just shook her head, sighing deeply. You, why is it always chaos with you? Alex shrugged, raising both hands in surrender. Hey, it's not my fault. I just tend to have that effect on everything. Freya's expression darkened. Is that why you left me behind? Ads by Pub Future. Alex shrugged, his voice low and indifferent. Who knows? Freya's forehead creased. What the hell was she supposed to do with that answer? Before she could press further, Dorian smirked and chimed in. Okay, I'm sensing some tension here. Did you two hook up or something? Whoosh. Slice. A sharp flash of steel cut through the air. Onaji struck. Dorian barely reacted in time, whipping up his scythe to block the attack. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. Dorian's smirk vanished. His frown deepened as he took a couple of steps back. Hey, old man, now's not the time for this. We're surrounded by undead monsters. Shouldn't we, I don't know, postpone whatever beef you have with me? Onaji's grip on his katana tightened, his eyes cold and unwavering. No, he said, voice firm. Now is the perfect time. His stance lowered, blade steady. I'm taking your head right now, no matter the interference. Dorian turned to Alex, his expression exaggerated, like a kid whining to his mom. Brother. Alex's eye twitched. His patience was wearing thin. Cut the brother crap already. It's getting on my nerves. Dorian scoffed, clicking his teeth in annoyance. TCH. Ezekiel, who seemed to be the only one actually concerned about their situation, finally snapped. His voice rose slightly, laced with nervous energy. All right, you guys do realize we're literally surrounded by hundreds of undead, right? Alex barely spared a glance at the horde. He waved a dismissive hand. They're after me. You guys can leave. Ezekiel's jaw clenched. Leave? Where? We can't leave. We're surrounded. Alex shrugged as if it wasn't his problem. Dorian, on the other hand, seemed far more entertained by the chaos. He cracked his neck, gripping his scythe with a grin. Well, I don't intend to miss out on free nightmare points. Ezekiel was losing his patience. His voice came out sharp and exasperated. Kid, you have bigger problems. Dorian tilted his head, grinning like he had just heard the funniest joke. Bigger? I wouldn't call it that. The undead seem way more interesting. Ezekiel clenched his fists. You be dead before you even take down one of them. Dorian's grin widened. He twirled his scythe with practiced ease, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. "Oh, is that a bet? Now that's exciting." Despite his cocky words, his focus was razor-sharp. His eyes locked onto the approaching undead, but Oniji wasn't fooled. The old warrior shifted into a battle stance, katana at the ready. His expression hardened. He could sense Dorian's carefree attitude was an act. Discover exclusive content at my virtual library empire. A distraction. Oniji could feel it, the true intent lurking behind Dorian's playful grin. The scythe wielder wasn't just watching the undead. He was watching him. One misstep, one moment of underestimation, and Oniji would be the one lying dead on the ground. Meanwhile, standing slightly behind the chaos, Ella, who had been silently observing all this insanity, leaned closer to Freya and whispered, "Ma'am, who are these crazy people? And more importantly, what are we going to do about the monsters?" "Crazy people?" Freya muttered inwardly, shaking her head. "Seriously, who in this damn place wasn't crazy?" She exhaled, then turned to Ella. "Honestly, I don't know. This place somehow threw us all together." Ella nodded slowly, still trying to make sense of it all. Freya continued, her tone a little lighter. "But as for the monsters, there's no need to worry. Not when he's around." She gestured toward Alex, who stood there, arms crossed, looking as unbothered as ever despite the swarm of undead closing in. Ella let out a relieved sigh, but just as she was about to relax, her expression turned serious again. "Ma'am, I have something to share with you." Freya's eyes narrowed slightly. "Share what? What the hell was this about? And why now of all times?" The timing was suspicious, making her mind race with possibilities. Before she could ask, a glowing notification flickered into view in front of her. "Ella wants to share nightmare points with you. Do you want to accept?" Freya frowned, eyes fixed on the glowing notification hovering in front of her. "What is this?" she asked, suspicion creeping into her voice. Ella had used a system feature that allowed players to share nightmare points. It wasn't an uncommon function, but almost no one used it. Nightmare points were everything in this place: power, survival, the difference between life and death. So why the hell was Ella giving hers away? Freya's mind raced. Was it that she didn't think she would survive this? Ella noticed the confusion on Freya's face and gave a small, almost shy smile. "Well," she said, rubbing the back of her neck, "the points I'm sharing are the ones I got from killing Jeremy." Chapter 146, Ronin versus Teenager. Freya froze. "Find more to read on my virtual library empire." The words hit her like a slap, her mind struggling to process them. "I'm sorry, what?" she asked, her voice sharp with disbelief. Maybe she misheard. Maybe she was just imagining things. She squinted at Ella. Did she really just say, "You killed who?" Ella hesitated, shifting awkwardly. Her fingers fidgeted, her shoulders slightly hunched. She looked embarrassed. "The points I got from killing Jeremy," she repeated, softer this time. "I want to share them with you." Freya blinked. Once. Twice. She was stunned. Confused. For a split second, she wondered if this was some kind of joke. If it was, Ella's sense of humor was completely broken. But Ella wasn't laughing. "You killed him?" Freya asked, her tone slower, more careful now. "Yes." "Jeremy?" "Yes." "When did that happen?" "Well, he was already dying, so Ella started to explain, but before she could finish, a deafening explosion shook the ground, cutting her off mid-sentence. Boom. The sound of bones clattering followed as shattered skeletons crumbled to the floor. Alex had snapped, wiping out multiple undead in an instant. His sudden attack practically declared the start of the fight. The remaining undead let out an eerie screech, their hollow eyes glowing brighter. Provoked, they charged with even more aggression, their bony limbs moving unnaturally fast. Ads by Pub Future. Freya tensed, her grip tightening around her blades. She shot Ella a sharp look. "We'll talk about this later," she said firmly. There were more pressing matters now. Even though Ella's words had rattled her, Freya forced herself to push it aside. She needed to focus. Hesitation could get her killed. Beside her, Ella raised her staff, standing her ground without a hint of fear. She had no regrets. She had done it while Freya was too distracted by Alex's arrival to notice. Jeremy was going to die anyway. So why waste the chance? Taking his life meant securing more nightmare points, points that could help those still alive. And in this place, survival was the only thing that mattered. The undead let out guttural snarls and broke into a sprint, each wielding a different melee weapon, rusted swords, jagged axes, chipped spears. Their hollow eyes locked onto the group, hungry for destruction. At the same time, Onigi and Dorian had already started battling. Clang! Blade met scythe, ringing through the air as the two warriors engaged in a deadly dance. They weaved through the maze, their weapons colliding in rapid succession, sparks flying with every impact. Any undead unlucky enough to step between them was instantly cut down, severed limbs and shattered bones littering the ground. They reached an intersection, both pausing just for a second. An undead lunged at Dorian from behind, swinging a rusted axe. Without looking, Dorian drove his elbow backward crack, shattering the creature's neck and sending its skull flying off its spine. As the undead's lifeless body collapsed, Dorian smirked and kicked it like a ball toward Onigi. Onigi reacted in an instant. Swipe! His blade slashed clean through the airborne corpse, splitting it in half. But before he could reset his stance, whoosh! Dorian's scythe was already coming down, aiming to cleave him in two. Onigi harumphed. Petty tricks. At the last second, he tilted his body sideways, just enough to let the scythe sail past him. Crash! The weapon slammed into the ground with such force that it shattered the stone. Beneath, the impact sending a burst of debris flying. The momentum carried Dorian forward. Onigi's eyes sharpened as he turned toward Dorian, gripping his katana tightly. With a swift motion, he slashed, but this wasn't an ordinary attack. Whoosh! The blade glowed sky blue, radiating an icy aura, and in an instant, multiple thin ice blades erupted from the swing, streaking toward Dorian like deadly shards. Dorian's grin widened. Interesting. Spinning his scythe in a blur, he deflected the first wave with sharp, precise movements. Clang! 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 The ice blades shattered on impact, spraying frost into the air. But one blade slipped through his defense. Swoosh! It streaked past his face, so fast he barely had time to react. At the last second, Dorian tilted his head just enough to dodge a fatal strike. The blade sliced across his chin, leaving a thin but deep mark. For a moment, he stood still. Then, slowly, he reached up and touched his chin. His fingers came away wet. Blood. His grin faltered, only for a second. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he dropped his hand. The wound vanished. Not a scar, not a single drop of blood remained. Dorian grinned again, this time wider. Onigi's eyes narrowed. What the hell was that? A healing skill? A regeneration ability? Whatever it was, it would be a problem. Gore. The undead skeletons rattled and groaned, emerging from the shadows, their hollow eyes glowing with eerie light. They closed in from behind, forming a tightening circle around Dorian and Onigi. But the two warriors didn't even glance at them. Their focus was locked on each other. A breath. Then, they resumed once again. Dorian's scythe swung in a deadly arc. Onigi's katana met at midair. Sparks flew. The force of the impact cracked the stone beneath them as they pushed against each other, neither willing to back down. Meanwhile, Alex stood amidst the swarm of undead, his fists clenched. More and more skeletons staggered toward him from all directions, weapons raised. His usual method, snapping and setting off controlled explosions, would have been the easiest way to take them all down. But there was a problem. They were too scattered. If he kept using his explosions, the shock waves would spread too far. The others might get caught in the blast. Alex sighed, shaking his head. This is why he worked better alone. Fine. Hand to hand it is. A smirk crept onto his face. If he had to fight them up close, he might as well make it enjoyable. He wanted to feel their bones crumble under his fists, hear the cracks as he shattered them one by one. His eyes flicked to his inventory. He needed something that would help him get up close and personal. Reaching out, he selected an accessory, one designed to make his punches hit harder. Chapter 147 Attack on Titan. Fury Gauntlet. It's been a while, Alex muttered, flexing his fingers before slamming his fists together. Crack. A metallic ring echoed as the spiked gauntlets clashed, sending tiny sparks flying. He hadn't used this accessory since his battle with the Cockatrice King. Back then, it had helped him shatter a beast twice his size. The Fury Gauntlet wasn't just for show. It boosted his strength and defense boosted by 10%. And it had a special effect. He could dish out a punch that landed with 3 times its usual force, and the cooldown for it was 10 minutes. Alex grinned. Without hesitation, he charged forward, the ground beneath his feet cracking slightly as he launched himself at the nearest skeleton. Freya caught sight of him moving and didn't hesitate. She followed suit, gripping her blade tightly, her sharp gaze locked on the incoming wave of undead. Behind them, Ella raised her staff, her lips moving rapidly as she whispered an incantation. A magic circle appeared on the ground beneath her feet, glowing with an eerie green light. From within, vines sprouted, thick, writhing, and lined with razor-sharp thorns. With a single flick of her hand, the vines lunged forward, twisting and coiling toward the skeletons like hungry serpents. Ezekiel stood behind them, watching as they all rushed into battle. His hands clenched into fists. He gritted his teeth. He watched as Dorian and Onaji clashed ahead, their weapons slicing through the air at blinding speeds. Clang! Clang! Every strike sent sparks flying, leaving deep gouges in the walls and floor. Any undead foolish enough to step between them were reduced to scraps, severed limbs and shattered skulls littering the battlefield. It was intense. He had always known Dorian was powerful, but not like this. And the grin on Dorian's face? That was pure madness. The guy was enjoying it. Then there was the other maniac. The one who had dragged them all into this chaos. The one causing this massive ruckus. Alex. Done with blowing things up, he had switched to raw, unfiltered violence. He plowed through the undead like they were made of paper, each punch turning skeletons into airborne piles of bones. One unlucky skeleton tried to lunge at him. Big mistake. Alex caught it mid-attack, slammed it to the ground with a sickening crunch, then yanked it back up by the leg. And then, he began to spin. Faster and faster. Bones clattered, undead screeched, and Alex just cackled like a madman, whirling the skeleton around like a living wrecking ball. As Alex swung the undead around like a club, bones shattered on impact, taking down the swarm that surrounded him. Then, with a grunt, he hurled the battered skeleton straight into the wall. Boom! It exploded into pieces, ribs and skull fragments scattering across the battlefield. Danger. His instincts flared. Alex's head snapped up. Undead archers had taken position above, bows drawn, arrows flying straight at him. TCH. His hand shot up. A faint ripple in the air, minor telekinesis activated. The arrows froze mid-air, trembling, the momentum stolen. Alex smirked. Not today. With a flick of his wrist, the arrows spun around and shot back at their senders. Thud! Thud! The undead archers crumpled to the ground, permanently dead this time. But Alex wasn't done. He let out a battle cry, his voice echoing through the battlefield as he punched through another wave of skeletons, sending bones flying. Then, in a blink, he vanished. A second later, he reappeared elsewhere. Another wave of undead collapsed as he tore through them at impossible speed. Ezekiel clenched his jaw. What the hell kind of monster is this? Alex was using multiple high-tier skills effortlessly like it was nothing. And now, Freya was getting involved too. Freya flicked her wrist, a flurry of blades shot through the air. Thunk! The daggers buried deep into the undead's foreheads, dropping them instantly. Before the rest could react, she vanished. Stealth. The next moment, more skeletons crumpled to the ground, their skulls pierced by daggers that seemed to come from nowhere. Then, she reappeared. In a single, fluid motion, she drove both blades into an undead skull. Crack! She twisted the hilts. The skull fractured under the force, splitting apart. But another undead raised its rusted sword, ready to swing. Before it could, vines erupted from the ground. SCHARRK. They snaked around the skeleton, tightening it like a vice, then tore it apart limb by limb. More vines slithered across the battlefield, ripping through undead like living whips. Ezekiel exhaled sharply. Watching all this unfold, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was just standing there, useless. He muttered under his breath, "Why'd I have to get dragged into this mess?" He thought about leaving, but then he remembered the undead's chilling words. Everyone with Alex will be eliminated. If he ran, would they chase him? Would he even make it out? Not worth the risk. Ezekiel sighed again, then rolled his shoulders. Guess I should join in too. Ezekiel rushed into the horde. As soon as he reached them, he swung his heavy blade, shing. The steel carved through multiple skeletons, splitting them clean in half. Bones clattered to the ground. But he wasn't done. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a shield. Wham! He swung it like a battering ram, smashing through more undead. Skulls snapped like brittle twigs as the impact sent skeletons flying. Then something changed. A few steps ahead, too, 3 skeletons began to merge. Their bones twisted and fused, cracking as they melded into a single, hulking figure. A towering abomination with a massive spiked mace in hand. It turned its hollow gaze toward Ezekiel. Thud! It took a step forward. Ezekiel sighed, shifting his stance. Seriously? Why did this happen right when he finally decided to join in? The creature lunged. Boom! The mace came crashing down. Ezekiel gritted his teeth, raising his shield. Clang! The impact rattled his entire arm, forcing him back a step. Dirt and dust kicked up around him. Meanwhile, Alex was in his own world of destruction. His fists crushed skeletons like paper, sending bone fragments flying in every direction. He moved like a whirlwind, every punch tearing through wave after wave of undead. Then mid-punch, he saw something. A stronger undead. It was huge, powerful, and was fighting Ezekiel. Alex grinned. That was his kind of fight. But before he could charge in, more skeletons started emerging. 1, 2, 20, 100. Alex's grin widened. Now this was going to be fun. The undead continued to merge and grow, stacking bones upon bones, until it reached Titan level. A colossal undead now stood before them, its skull brushing the ceiling, shoulders as broad as fortress walls. In its massive, decayed hands, it gripped a sword the size of a building. Alex licked his lips, eyes gleaming with excitement. Now we're talking. The Titan roared, its hollow bellow shaking the maze itself. Then, with a slow yet terrifying rise of its sword, it lifted the massive blade overhead. And then, swoosh boom, the sword came crashing down. Stay updated through my virtual library empire. The sheer force of the attack split the ground apart, carving a massive trench that tore through multiple maze walls. Debris exploded into the air, dust clouds swallowing the battlefield. But, did the attack land? Nah. A voice rang out above. Hey, you missed. Through the swirling dust, Alex hovered midair, a cocky smirk on his face. He had dodged at the last second, using sheer agility to leap high into the sky. Now it was his turn. Alex drew back his fist. His breath steadied. Then he activated the Fury Gauntlet's special triple effect. Power surged through his arm. The gauntlet glowed red-hot, its metal groaning under the sheer force building up inside. Energy shot out, trembling with energy. His muscles tensed. And then he swung forward, his fist rocketing toward the Titan's skull like a meteor crashing to Earth. The air shook. The force rippled outward. And then, Chapter 148, A Crazy Idea. Kaboom! Alex's fist connected with the undead Titan's skull. A shock wave erupted, splitting the air like a thunderclap. The Titan's massive face cracked, and then shattered completely. Boom! Its head blew apart into nothingness, fragments of bone and glowing embers scattering like fireworks. The towering body swayed, cracks racing down its entire skeletal frame. Then, crash! The colossal undead collapsed, its sheer weight smashing through multiple maze walls like a wrecking ball. Dust and debris shot up in thick clouds, filling the battlefield. Silence followed. Then Alex exhaled sharply, a torrent of air rushing from his lungs. He landed softly, the sole of his slippers touching the cracked stone floor with ease. His fingers flexed. His muscles hummed with residual power. Behind him, Freya, Ella, and Ezekiel stood frozen, eyes wide in shock. Find your next read at my virtual library empire. The strength needed to deliver a punch like that was beyond normal, especially since the Titan wasn't just one enemy. It was made of hundreds of undead. With its fall, their numbers have been drastically reduced. Now, the remaining undead were scattered, disorganized, easy to pick off. They finished the fight, and Ezekiel, still exhausted, still processing what he just witnessed, let out a strained breath. His voice wavered, a mix of awe and worry. What are we going to do now? He asked. His eyes darted around, paranoia creeping in. Our actions will provoke retaliation. We might never make it out of here. Alex grinned, eyes glinting with mischief. We won't. I wonder about that. Ezekiel narrowed his eyes. What was that supposed to mean? Freya, on the other hand, exhaled sharply, already bracing herself. She knew that look. Whatever Alex was planning, it was going to be crazy. And then, whoosh, Alex activated multiplicity. In an instant, 5 identical clones of himself burst into existence, surrounding them. They flickered into view, each one wearing the same cocky smirk. Then the clones scattered in every direction, moving fast. Ezekiel's jaw dropped. He can create clones too. His mind reeled. What else could this guy do? Breathe fire? Control time? Summon dragons? What was that about? Ella asked, eyes wide. Alex waved it off casually. Nothing you should be concerned about. Ezekiel wasn't having it. I think we should. You pulled us into this mess. How is creating more of you supposed to help? Alex sighed, like explaining something to a child. Then, with an easy smirk, he simply pointed. Over there. Alex pointed ahead. The 3 turned to look, and what they saw made their eyes widen. The fallen Titan undead had smashed through countless maze walls, leaving behind a massive, gaping path. One of his clones continued to blast his way straight through, with exploding touch, creating an easy path that led to the direction of the maze exit. Alex smirked. Just keep going straight to the end, and you'll escape. Ezekiel blinked. Wait, seriously? Ella said nervously. But isn't that breaking the rules? Ad by Pub Future. Alex raised an eyebrow, looking at her like she had just said something ridiculous. You're seriously worried about that now? He asked, voice dripping with amusement. He gestured at the destruction around them, the crumbling walls, the shattered skeletons, the sheer chaos. At this point, everything's already gone to hell. Why not finish it with even more chaos? Ezekiel and Ella just stared at him, dumbfounded. Freya, meanwhile, sighed, shaking her head. Yep, crazy. She had more experience with this. But as she stood there, feeling the adrenaline, the thrill, the sheer insanity of it all, she realized something. Compared to before when she had been confused and scared by Alex's action. Now, she felt excited. Freya groaned, rubbing her forehead. Maybe the madness was getting to her too. Alex continued, completely unfazed. The undead guide never told us how we had to get through the maze. So technically, anything counts. He chuckled. Honestly, I find it funny that he called me a cheat when I did nothing wrong. So, what do you intend to do while we escape? Freya asked, her voice steady. She knew he was planning something crazier. For a moment, there was silence. Then Alex finally answered, his tone casual, almost amused. Blow this place up. What? A tense beat followed. Ezekiel froze. Then, without even looking back, he turned on his heel and walked away. Yeah, I've had enough of this. Alex's actions were too much. Too reckless. Too insane. Ezekiel wasn't about to stick around for whatever crazy plan came next. Alex watched him go, then looked at Freya. You should leave too. Freya studied him for a second. Then she sighed. Just come out alive. With that, she turned and followed Ezekiel, Ella trailing close behind. As soon as they were at a safe distance, Alex muttered under his breath. I can't die. I'm too broken. He slowly raised both hands, fingers flexing, power crackling around him. His grin widened. All right then, why don't we begin setting things up? Meanwhile, Dorian and Onaji were still locked in battle. The ground was littered with shattered bones, the remains of countless undead. Onaji's breathing was heavy, his chest rising and falling rapidly. A deep slash marked his torso, blood seeping into his clothes. Dorian, in contrast, stood tall, untouched. No wounds, no hesitation, just a few rips in his clothing. Onaji clicked his teeth in frustration. He had landed multiple attacks, but they meant nothing. Each time his blade struck flesh, Dorian healed instantly. Wounds sealed as if they never existed. Onaji was at a disadvantage. The longer the fight dragged on, the worse it got. And it wasn't just the regeneration. Dorian was fast, slippery. He wielded his scythe with frightening precision, twisting and shifting like a shadow, always just out of reach. But Onaji had seen a chance. For just a moment, Dorian was distracted when the colossal undead titan fell, courtesy of Alex, the impact shaking the battlefield. A split second of vulnerability. Onaji struck. His blade sliced across Dorian's neck. For a brief instant, Dorian's eyes widened. His fingers flew to his throat, clutching at the wound. Blood gushed between his fingers. Victory? No. Then came the grin. An eerie, bone-chilling grin. Dorion's eyes burned with vigor. Before Oniji could react, Dorion manipulated his own blood, warping it into the shape of a blade. And then, slash! A crimson arc had torn across Oniji's chest. Chapter 149, The Maze and the Guide. Oniji clutched his wound. It wasn't healing. His breathing grew heavier as pain pulsed through his body. His regeneration, it wasn't working. His eyes narrowed. Dorion's blood had done something. A special effect? A curse? Whatever it was stopping him from healing. And knowing Dorion, this wasn't his only trick. Dorion tilted his head, a wicked smirk tugging at his lips. "Are you done, old man?" he taunted. "I still have a lot more to dish out." Oniji tightened his grip on his weapon. The kid was dangerous, too unpredictable. His mind raced, but his heartbeat was calm. Should I use that? But before he could decide, another presence arrived. A sharp shift in the air. Alex. No, not Alex. A clone. Oniji's frown deepened. What is he up to this time? Alex's clone glanced at the battlefield, his gaze flicking from the scattered bones to Oniji's wound. "Oh," Alex muttered, a grin creeping onto his face. This scene was certainly not what I was expecting. This fight wasn't going the way he expected. Dorion somehow was winning. Alex's gaze sharpened. He looked at Dorion differently now. The kid was way stronger than he had seemed at first. No doubt because of his connection to a deity. That power, that affiliation, gave him an edge. Did Oniji have something like that? Alex doubted it. With a sigh, he decided to cut straight to the point. "All right, listen up. I plan to blow the entire maze up, so you two might want to put this little fight on hold and get us stepping." Dorion blinked. Huh. The words clearly caught him off guard. Alex pointed behind him. "Follow the straight path I made, and you'll be fine." Then he smirked. "But hey, if you two want to keep fighting, be my guest." Alex placed his hand against the maze wall, setting an explosion disc. A smirk played on his lips. "But I'd advise you to leave. My explosion doesn't discriminate." With that, he turned and ran off, leaving both of them staring after him. Dorion exhaled, then turned to Oniji, a sharp grin forming on his face. "Well, what's it gonna be, old man? Temporary truce." Oniji didn't even hesitate. He lifted his sword and pointed it straight at Dorion, his gaze unwavering and cold. "Like I said earlier, I'll be taking your head, no matter the interference." Dorion's grin faltered slightly. What a troublesome geezer. He really wished Oniji would just wait. The last thing he wanted was to get caught in Alex's explosion. There was also something off about Oniji's aura now. Something unsettling. For the first time, he wasn't sure he'd win this fight without nearly dying himself. Oniji took a step forward, his voice low and firm. "One of us isn't leaving this place, kid." His grip on his sword tightened. "So raise your weapon." As Alex's clones sprinted through the maze, setting up explosives, the real Alex stood before the fallen Titan undead. He extended his hand, using Dismiss to transfer his explosion disc all over the maze, the energy spreading like wildfire, saturating the ruins with unstable mana. This action rapidly burned his mana, and he was running out quickly, but he didn't care. The destruction he was about to unleash would be a masterpiece. This side of it was something he'd love to see. More undead swarmed toward him, but Alex barely acknowledged them. One punch. That's all it took. Bones shattered, skulls crumpled, and bodies collapsed like broken puppets. Then there was a shift. A heavy presence filled the air, thick with rage and vengeance. The big boss had arrived. The undead guide. And he was furious. Alex spotted him through the haze of broken walls and dust, casually lifting a hand in greeting. "Oh, hey there." He waved like he was running into an old friend. "If you could just wait a sec while I finish up here, that'd be awesome." The undead guide's skeletal frame tensed, his glowing eyes burning with fury. "Damn you! You've ruined it all!" He roared, his voice shaking the very foundations of the maze. Alex, unfazed, tilted his head as he asked in a casual tone. "Ruined what exactly?" "The entire trial," the undead guide roared. A dark rift split open beside him, and from it, a sword of pure void energy materialized in his grasp. Without hesitation, he lunged at Alex, moving faster than expected. Clang! Alex barely had time to draw his own blade, meeting the strike with a powerful parry. Sparks flew as metal scraped against metal. The undead guide didn't let up. His sword became a whirlwind of deadly strikes, slashing from all directions. Left, right, a downward cleave, a twisting thrust. But Alex deflected every attack, stepping back with each strike, keeping his cool. Now, because of you, the undead guy growled, pushing harder. I'll make sure every single player in this maze doesn't make it out alive. Alex raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you sure you want to do that? With a sudden burst of speed, he twisted his wrist, swatting the guide's sword aside. Then, in one smooth motion, he drove his boot into the undead's chest, launching him backward. The undead guide staggered backwards. His skeletal teeth clenched in pain. You'll regret this, he snarled. Alex's lips curled into a smirk as he raised his hand. Would I? He snapped. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions ripped through the maze, shaking the ground. Walls crumbled. Flames roared. Thick smoke twisted into the air as entire sections of the labyrinth collapsed into rubble. Discover hidden stories at my virtual library empire. And that was just the start of it. The undead guide gritted his teeth, his hollow eyes burning with fury. He lunged at Alex, sword raised, but Alex simply snapped his fingers. Boom! The undead guide's body detonated, chunks of bone and shadow scattering into the air. For a moment, there was silence. Then his body reformed. Bone snapped back together. Shadow tendrils stitched his form whole once more. Alex narrowed his eyes. This is why I hate you guys. Your annoying asses just keep coming back. The undead guide uttered darkly. I'm undead. It's what we do. Alex folded his arms. Yeah? Well, let's see how long that lasts. The undead guide twitched. A flicker of unease crossed his face. Alex smirked. I can sense it, you know, the energy leaking out of you. The guide stiffened. You're the one sustaining this place, aren't you? Alex continued. An anchor the nightmare is using to keep the maze together, to generate monsters, to keep this trial running. The undead guide's glowing eyes widened. What? How'd you? Alex let out a low chuckle. Come on, it's obvious. You're more than just a guide. You're the body. The maze is the heart. You can't exist without it. You're both linked. The undead guide took a step back. For the first time, a hint of fear flickered in his expression. Chapter 150, Despair and Await. This was why the undead guide was hurt after his first battle with Alex. The destruction of the domain had damaged him. The area of the maze where the domain had formed also gone, and with it, his strength had weakened. He gritted his teeth. The death maze was connected to him. Its destruction was his destruction. Alex crossed his arms, watching the undead guide's reaction with amusement. He took a step forward, his voice taking on a teasing edge. Though, of course, this is all just an assumption, he continued. But I bet it's pretty close to the truth, isn't it? The undead guide's glowing eyes narrowed. He didn't respond. Not because Alex was wrong, but because he was right. Alex grinned, watching the hesitation flicker across the guide's face. Oh, no rebuttal. He let out a chuckle. Guess I must have hit the mark, huh? The undead guide's grip on his sword tightened, but his silence betrayed the truth. Alex tilted his head, eyes gleaming with mischief. Now, here's a fun question. He tapped his chin. What happens if the maze is completely wiped out? The undead guide stiffened. Alex's smirk widened. Will the nightmare keep pumping you full of energy to fix it? He shrugged. I doubt it. After all, its energy isn't limitless. The undead guide's hands trembled. Alex had noticed at the moment the cursed mark vanished. 1 second, it was there, his personal tool for farming stat points. The next, gone. Just like that. It didn't sit right with him. It felt like manipulation. Bullshit. That was the only way to describe it. A condition was suddenly slapped onto him out of nowhere. Someone clearly didn't want him taking advantage of the curse. But it was more than that. His mind pieced it together. The more monsters he killed, the weaker the tutorial boss behind this nightmare became. He didn't have the full picture yet, but he was willing to bet it would affect the trials ahead. And there was no way the beast lord behind the nightmare would let that happen. Alex clenched his fists. But there was one thing he knew for sure. The beast lord, the supposed ruler of this twisted place, wasn't a god. It was a beast. A damn tree. Not a deity. And that meant its energy wasn't limitless. No matter how terrifying it seemed, no matter how much power it claimed to hold, it had a breaking point. And Alex was going to find it by blowing the whole place up. The undead guide froze for a moment. Then its body jerked violently. A low, unnatural crack echoed as its spine twisted and its head snapped upward. Its eyes began to glow, an eerie, unnatural green. Alex's grin faded slightly as he watched. Possession. That wasn't the undead guide anymore. It was eerily similar to what had happened to the undead vendor when he had first appeared here. Something else had taken over. Alex smirked, his voice laced with mockery. Nice of you to show your face. He was sure it was the Beast Lord speaking now. The undead's head tilted at an unnatural angle before straightening. Then it grinned. That same creepy, unnerving smile. Human. The voice that came from it was deeper, layered, and human. You think you're smart, that you figured things out. Slowly, the possessed undead raised its hand. The ground trembled. Behind it, shadows stretched unnaturally. Then, one by one, massive figures rose. Undead titans. Their bodies towered over the maze, bones cracking, joints snapping into place. But these were different. Unlike the one Alex had crushed before, these dripped with lava. Molten rock leaked from their bodies like blood, sizzling as it hit the ground, burning holes into the stone floor. The possessed undead's grin widened as it looked at Alex. Despite all your knowledge, its glowing eyes pulsed with a sickening green light. You still won't leave this place alive. Alex narrowed his eyes, cracking his knuckles. This was going to be interesting. The possessed undead took a slow step forward, its molten titans looming behind it like giants of destruction. Its eerie green eyes glowed brighter as it locked onto Alex. Alex Hunt. The voice was deep, guttural, layered with something far beyond human. I'm ending your journey here before you're causing nothing but havoc. Your death will be great sustenance for all the energy I've lost. Alex chuckled, shaking his head. Sorry to break it to you, but you're about to lose even more energy. He casually cracked his knuckles, a smug grin spreading across his face. I've sent my clones all over the maze to set up explosions. For a big bang. If anyone is ending things here, it's me. The possessed undead froze. Then, its eerie glow flared. Bastard, it roared, fury lacing every word. Its skeletal hands clenched into fists. Don't you care about the lives of your fellow players? They'll get caught in the crossfire. Alex raised an eyebrow. Players, he scoffed. Then, with a casual shrug, he continued. The ones still alive are already heading toward the path I made, straight toward the exit line of the maze. For a moment, the air was still. Then, the possessed undead's lips curled into a wicked grin. A sinister, unnerving smirk. Really, it drawled, voice dripping with malice. Do you think I'd let them escape just like that? Alex's expression darkened. Over at the fleeing players. The ground rumbled beneath them. A deep, guttural groan echoed through the maze. Then, thud, thud. Multiple giant undead rose from the earth, their grotesque forms blocking the path forward. They weren't as massive as the titan undead Alex had fought, but they were just as terrifying. Their glowing eyes burned with hunger. Their jagged claws twitched in anticipation. Seriously, Ezekiel, who had been leading the group, skidded to a stop, his boots grinding against the dirt. With a quick motion, he unsheathed his greatsword, the blade gleaming under the eerie maze light. Beside him, Freya and Ella didn't hesitate. Freya's twin daggers gleamed, and Ella's staff raised ready to cast a spell. Behind them, a swarm of surviving players, the ones Alex had guided toward the escape route, stood frozen. Some gripped their weapons, while others hesitated, fear gripping their chests. But they had no choice. The finish line was just ahead, and standing between them and freedom, a horde of giant undead. The undead let out a monstrous growl. Then they attacked. Their massive hands swung downward, ready to crush them. But, snap! A blinding blur appeared right in front of them, multiple Alex clones appearing. And with a single snap of its fingers, boom, 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 multiple giant undead collapsed, their bodies hitting the ground with earth-shaking force. The players barely had time to process what happened before more undead formed. But then, a blitz of pure speed tore through them like a phantom. Slash! A couple of the undead collapsed instantly, their massive bodies crumbling into dust. Then there was another blur. Enjoy exclusive content from my virtual library empire. Boom! More undead exploded apart, their twisted forms torn to pieces. The surviving players froze in shock. Their eyes darted around, confused. Who was doing this? Then they saw them. Dorian and Onigi, the crazy teen and the old Ronin. But instead of working together, Dorian was running for his life. And Onigi? Chasing him, sword in hand, eyes burning with fury. Where are you running off to, kid? Onigi bellowed. You cannot escape death. Dorian, still sprinting, glanced back with a cocky grin. You shouldn't run too much, old man. You'll give yourself a heart attack. Freya blinked. What the hell were these two doing? Earlier, Dorian had dodged Onigi's attack, and instead of fighting back, he had taken off running. He wasn't about to let himself get cooked by Alex's nukes. Onigi, refusing to let him go, charged after him. His expression? Pure rage. The chase was a blur of speed and near misses, the two weaving past the undead, almost dancing through the battlefield. And then Dorian crossed the finish line first. Right behind him, Onigi followed his blade inches from the teen's back. And thanks to their unintentional distraction, the rest of the players made it out alive. Alex's clones stood firm, battling with the endless horde of undead spawning at a rapid pace. Their mission? Aid their escape and hold the line. The other players had to escape, no matter what. The possessed undead guide clenched his teeth, his eerie green eyes flickering in frustration. He could feel it. Multiple players, escaping, one after another, crossing the finish line. Never before had so many survived this round of the nightmare. It was unprecedented, and it was infuriating. Then a cold, chilling voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Your defeat is inevitable, you damn tree. Give up. The undead guide snapped his head up. Alex stood there, calm and composed, his hand raised high. He was about to detonate every single explosive he and his clones had planted across the maze. The undead guide's eyes widened, and it roared, sending a wave of undead forward, an army of towering abominations rushing Alex all at once. Damn you! Their rotting bodies thundered across the battlefield, weapons raised, shadows stretching like a tidal wave of death. But Alex simply grinned. Then he snapped his fingers. Despair and await. Chapter 151 Burnout. Damn you! The possessed undead let out a furious shriek, its grotesque form twisting unnaturally as it lunged for Alex, stretching its decayed limbs toward his face. But it was too late. Alex's lips curled into a smirk. Despair and await. Snap! The sound echoed through the crumbling maze. In an instant, Alex's body blurred, vanishing, switching places with one of his clones. He reappeared mid-stride, now facing the massive undead giants that were relentlessly chasing after the escaping players. He took a quick glance. They were all gone. Safe. Good. His eyes flicked to his remaining clones. Only two were left. They had been fighting nonstop, holding back the monstrous horde. The one he had just swapped with steadied itself, standing its ground. The second clone, bruised, battered, and barely holding together, turned its head toward Alex. Its expression was clear. It was ready. Alex met its gaze and grinned. He raised two fingers in a mock salute. The clone gave a final nod. Then Alex bolted, feet pounding against the stone floor as he sprinted toward the exit line of the death maze. Behind him, a chain reaction of explosions ripped through the maze, thunderous, earth-shaking blasts that tore through walls, shattered pillars, and obliterated everything in their wake. The shock waves rushed forward, heat licking at Alex's back, but he didn't slow down. He had done what he came to do, and he wasn't looking back. Kaboom! Boom! 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 A chain reaction of explosion discs ignited simultaneously, each blast tearing through the maze like a miniature nuke. The air twisted violently, creating a vacuum that sucked in debris, dust, and even flames before unleashing a catastrophic shockwave outward. The earth-shaking impact sent cracks, spiderwebbing through the stone floors. Walls crumbled. Monsters disintegrated. Traps were obliterated before they could even trigger. Everything in its path was consumed by the inferno. Meanwhile, the possessed undead guide, gripping Alex's clone by the throat, snarled. It tightened its grip, attempting to crush the life out of it. But before it could succeed, poof, the clone vanished, dismissed by Alex in an instant. And in the next second, the undead guide, along with every lava-coated abomination nearby, was engulfed in the explosive fury. At the finish line, Alex stood just behind the barrier, the only thing keeping the destruction contained within the maze. The transparent energy field flickered a protective wall that prevented anything, living or dead, from escaping. Alex exhaled, grinning as he admired his work. Fire, smoke, absolute devastation. The maze was now an inferno of chaos, its once towering walls now nothing but rubble. His masterpiece. He crossed his arms, watching as yet another explosion erupted in the distance, sending a plume of flames and debris soaring into the sky. My ability really is a thing of beauty, he mused, smirking. After the explosions finally settled, silence took over. Everything was gone. The maze? Erased. In its place was nothing but darkness. A bottomless abyss. It was as if the labyrinth had never existed in the first place. That was the power of exploding touch. And Alex hadn't even maxed it out yet. He exhaled, arms crossed, still watching the chaotic void he had created. But then, something shifted. A faint dragging sound. At first, it was barely noticeable, like a whisper against the rubble. But soon it became clear. Something was moving. Something was still alive. Alex narrowed his eyes and took a few careful steps back from the barrier. Then he saw it. A skeletal hand clawed its way past the scorched ground. It dragged itself forward. It was the possessed undead. How the hell did it survive that? Its once imposing frame was now reduced to almost nothing. Only its upper body remained, one bony arm, and a cracked skull barely holding itself together. The undead coughed, a wheezing rasp, as it continued to crawl forward, pulling itself past the barrier. But then it stopped. A shadow loomed over it. A heavy presence. The undead froze, its remaining eye socket flickering with faint energy. Then it slowly looked up. And there he was. Alex. Standing tall, arms crossed, staring down at him. The possessed undead felt its entire body shudder. That grin on Alex's face, arrogant, unfazed. A nightmare in human form. Alex crouched down, resting his elbows on his knees as he sighed. You just had to drag your ass over here, huh? His voice was calm, almost amused. Haven't you had enough? The undead didn't respond. The greenish glow in its hollow eyes flickered weakly, barely holding on. Then it let out a low, rattling groan. This isn't over. Alex exhaled, shaking his head. You're right, it isn't. He rolled his shoulders, then smirked. We'll meet again, won't we? His voice dropped, steady and final. Don't disappoint me next time. Then, Alex raised his hand. His fist clenched tight. And with one brutal strike, crack, continue your adventure at my virtual library empire. He slammed it down, shattering the undead skull into dust. Ding! A sharp chime echoed in Alex's mind. Then, notifications flooded in. You killed Overseer of the third trial. You have received 10,000 nightmare points. You have received 100 stat points. Another set of alerts popped up. Apocalypse baby kicking in. You have received an additional 10,000 nightmare points. You have received an additional 100 stat points. Alex's lips curled into a satisfied grin. The points from killing the undead guide were great, but that wasn't all. He had racked up more from cutting down the hordes of undead and monsters in the maze. Not to mention the reward for clearing this trial. You have cleared the third trial. You have received 5,000 nightmare points. You have received 50 stat points. And again, his ability kicked in. Apocalypse baby kicking in. You have received an additional 5,000 nightmare points. You have received an additional 50 stat points. Alex quickly pulled up his status to see the total. A number flashed before him. Total nightmare points, 61,000. Total stat points, 2,950. Alex nodded to himself. The stat points were all he cared about. Upgrading his skills, pushing past his limits. That was the goal. But first, a deep exhale left his lips. Rest. He muttered the word softly, then let himself fall backward. His magic point was at 0. And if he wanted to end this nightmare, he needed to recover first. But just before he hit the ground. Chapter 152, A Condition. But just before he hit the ground, a soft, warm hand caught him. He was pulled into an embrace. A gentle warmth surrounded him. His body tensed for a moment, then relaxed as he inhaled a familiar scent. It was Freya. And she, sniff sniff. She smelled nice. Alex blinked up at her, slightly dazed. You haven't left? He asked. Freya shook her head, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. No. Behind her, Ella stood quietly, watching the exchange. Ahead, Ezekiel was talking to some of the players Alex's clones had saved. In total, there were about a dozen survivors. Alex's eyes swept over them, then narrowed slightly. What about Onigi and Dorian? He hadn't seen those two anywhere. Freya's expression shifted slightly as she answered. They took their fight to the next trial. The old man seems hell-bent on ending his life. Alex sighed. Whatever was going on with Onigi and Dorian had nothing to do with him. He'd had people trying to kill him for something he knew nothing about. And that wasn't exactly pleasant. Right now, he had bigger concerns. Freya's voice broke the silence. What do we do now? She asked. Alex ran a hand through his hair, still feeling the weight of exhaustion. We wait for a while and recover, he said simply. Freya nodded. That's probably a good idea. A lot of people are injured, and the vendor is nowhere to be seen to buy potions. Alex shot her a look. You're still thinking about those overpriced potions after seeing the ridiculous amount they charge. Ads by Pub Future. Freya shrugged. Well, there are only options since the system shop is still locked. Alex sighed again. He doubted a vendor would even show up. Not after the damage he had caused. Not after the massive loss the Beast Lord had suffered. But just as that thought crossed his mind, a faint glow flickered in the air. A shop materialized out of nowhere, its neon-like signs flashing to life. A moment of stunned silence passed before one of the players shouted excitedly, pointing toward the newly appeared shop. The vendor's here. Alex froze. Had he heard that right? He turned his head sharply, and sure enough, there it was. The vendor's shop stood fully set up, its eerie glow flickering against the darkness. And then its eyes locked onto him. A sickly, unnatural green light burned within them, staring straight at Alex. Seriously? Alex's thoughts raced. The Beast Lord had just suffered a massive loss. Yet it still spawned these guys? There was no way this was a coincidence. Alex had no doubt the Beast Lord was up to something nasty. His instincts kicked in. He raised his hand, ready to obliterate the shop. But then he hesitated. Damn it. His mana hadn't recovered enough. Even if he wanted to destroy it, he couldn't. With a frustrated sigh, he lowered his hand. Besides, it was already too late. Players had gotten too close to the vendor shop. If he attacked now, they'd be caught in the blast. Alex's gaze flickered toward the group. Ezekiel was at the front, leading them. One of the players rushed ahead, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he reached the vendor. I'd like to purchase a health potion, he blurted out. Smack. Ezekiel slapped the back of his head. The player staggered forward, rubbing the spot where he was hit. Idiot, Ezekiel scolded. Shouldn't you check how much you need to go to the next round before spending all your points? The group fell silent. He had a point. The second trial had demanded more nightmare points than most players could afford, forcing them to turn on each other. Who was to say the same thing wouldn't happen here? The young man gritted his teeth, clearly annoyed about getting hit, but after a moment, he nodded. You're right. We should check first. Alex watched the exchange, stunned. Somehow, Ezekiel had taken charge. He had only just met these players, yet they were already following his lead. Impressive. Ezekiel then turned toward another player, making a subtle gesture with his hand. The player understood immediately, nodding before heading toward the exit to check what they needed to advance. Before the player could check the requirements, the undead vendor suddenly spoke. There's no need to worry about points. You'll certainly have enough. The words hung in the air, heavy with suspicion. Ezekiel's brow furrowed. Like hell, he'd just take its word for it. His voice was sharp as he demanded, what do you mean by that? The undead vendor, unbothered, simply cleared its throat, a dry, raspy sound like bones scraping together. Then it spoke again. I have an offer. The moment those words left its mouth, a notification window flashed in front of every player. Alex frowned. His eyes swept over the group, watching as each player, Freya included, read the message. But him? Nothing. No notification. No message. Yeah. The Beast Lord was definitely up to something. He stood back, observing. At first, the players' faces were filled with curiosity. Then shock. Finally, disbelief at whatever they had just read. Item, exit key. Description, a special key that can be used on the door to the next trial, unlocking an exit that would take a player out of the nightmare. The players' eyes widened, stunned by what they were seeing. A key to escape the nightmare they were trapped in. Who wouldn't want it? But as their gazes locked onto the glowing key, They all knew from experience that nothing comes easy in this twisted game. The price will be insanely high. Ezekiel's face twisted into a frown, a clear sign that he wasn't about to get excited over something this good. What's the price? The undead vendor's voice was low and unsettling, but it carried a strange calm. Not a price, a condition. It corrected, its green eyes glowing as if to emphasize the weight of the next words. And it's a simple condition, really. Ezekiel's frown deepened, his instincts screaming that simple was the last thing this would be. The vendor's eerie grin stretched wider, its glowing eyes scanning the group with amusement. In fact, it continued, voice smooth and deliberate. Not all of you need to participate for the condition to be met. As long as you receive the notification, you get a free pass, even if only one of you completes it. The players exchanged uneasy glances. That wording was setting them up for something bad. Ezekiel's patience wore thin. His jaw tightened, his fingers curled into a fist. What is the condition? He demanded, voice sharp. The vendor didn't answer right away. Instead, it turned its gaze, slow, deliberate, until it landed directly on Alex. Then it grinned. Alex's own lips curled into a smirk, his fists balling at his sides. He already knew what was coming. Discover more stories at my virtual library empire. This damn beast. And then, the vendor said out loud, as long as you take out player 666 over there. Its bony finger pointed straight at Alex. Then all of you will receive an exit key and walk free. Chapter 153 Bad Choice 1. Alex sighed the moment he heard it. His head tilted downward, shoulders slumping slightly. Called it. The Beast Lord always had a trick up its sleeve, something twisted, something designed to mess with him. He'd seen this kind of setup before, been through it. And if the people around him made the wrong choice, he wouldn't hesitate. When he finally lifted his gaze, his eyes scanned the room, and immediately he saw it. Hostile stares. The players, the very ones who had fought alongside him, were now eyeing him like a prize, calculating, hesitating, their minds already spinning with possibilities. Alex sighed again, this time more tired than annoyed, his voice a quiet mutter. Seriously? I have to do this again. Ezekiel's reaction was immediate. He clicked his tongue, his jaw clenching as he processed the condition. His disbelief turned into irritation before he finally spoke. This has to be a joke, right? But the undead vendor was unfazed, its eerie green eyes gleaming with amusement. It isn't, it said, completely serious. Then it repeated itself, word for word, just to drive the point home. As long as player 666 is dead, every single one of you gets an exit key. Exit key? Alex's eyes narrowed as he turned toward Freya. Out of everyone here, she was the one he was most curious about. Her choice mattered the most to him. But first, there was something more pressing. Freya, what the hell is an exit key? She frowned, confusion flickering across her face. You didn't get the notification? Alex shook his head. Freya's expression tightened. Then, she nodded in understanding. Figures. Since the condition to get the exit key was to kill Alex, why would the system even bother showing it to him? Taking a deep breath, she explained. The exit key can be used on the door to the next trial. But instead of moving forward, it lets us escape the nightmare entirely. Alex's eyes widened. Then, slowly, his lips curled into a grin. Ah, now it made sense. No wonder the others were staring at him like that. Conflicted, hesitant, tempted. Some had even gulped, their hands twitching at their sides, weighing their choices. He couldn't blame them. But if anyone made the wrong choice, he wouldn't forgive them. Ezekiel felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Kill Alex to get a way out? Was that even possible? His mind raced, recalling everything he had seen so far. Alex was a monster. He had wiped out a Titan undead with a single devastating attack. His explosion ability alone was enough to turn the battlefield into ash. There was no way any of them stood a chance. But then, a dangerous thought crept in. Alex was weakened now. Ezekiel's hands clenched into fists. Wait, are you actually considering it? He felt his chest tighten. His own reaction startled him. If he wasn't thinking about it, then why was he worried about how powerful Alex was? A sense of unease settled in his gut. Slowly, he turned to face Alex. Their eyes met. Alex didn't look angry, didn't look scared. Instead, he just grinned, completely unfazed. His expression was unreadable, But one thing was clear. He knew exactly what was going through Ezekiel's head. And that alone sent a chill down Ezekiel's spine. But did that even matter? Ezekiel's jaw tightened. Alex wasn't normal. That much was obvious. Maybe this was the price for breaking the rules, for causing chaos in the maze. But was that really an excuse? Now you're just looking for a reason. Still, he needed to confirm. Ezekiel took a step forward, his voice steady but laced with doubt. If I may ask, why do we have to kill him? Did he do something wrong? Does it matter? Ezekiel thought to himself. The undead vendor tilted its head slightly, its glowing green eyes locked onto him. Then it spoke. Does it matter? Ezekiel's breath hitched. That was the exact thought that had just crossed his mind. The undead grinned wider, its voice like a whispering taunt. Your freedom lies in killing that man over there. It's either you do it, or you don't. It's as simple as that. Ezekiel's hands curled into fists. It wasn't simple. Not at all. But the undead was right about one thing. He was stalling. Deep down, he was dragging this out to avoid making a choice. Read exclusive content at my virtual library empire. And looking around at the others, he could see the same hesitation reflected in their eyes. None of them wanted to be the first to decide. Because once someone did, everything would spiral out of control. A player crept closer to Ezekiel, voice low, barely above a whisper. He's right. We should do it. Ezekiel's head snapped toward him, eyes narrowing. It was the man Ezekiel had gestured to check out the exit, named Kieran. Kieran swallowed, then added, staring at Alex nervously. Especially now that he seems exhausted. Ezekiel turned his gaze toward Alex, who was sitting on the ground, still and silent. It was the perfect opportunity. Ezekiel had witnessed Alex fight firsthand. The explosive power, the raw strength, the abilities far beyond what any of them could handle. But now, Alex looked drained, his body slumped, his breath slow. The sheer effort it must have taken to blow the maze to oblivion had clearly left him burnt out. If they waited and he recovered, they wouldn't stand a chance. So why not strike now? The air grew thick, the tension spreading like wildfire. Freya felt it. She felt the weight of the moment crushing down on her as every set of eyes in the room slowly turned to Alex, gazes filled with hostility, greed, and fear. She could tell what they were thinking, and she hated it. She had heard Alex mutter his complaint earlier, that annoyed sigh. The way he had muttered, seriously? I have to do this again. And that pissed her off, that he even had to make this choice in the first place. The players murmured among themselves, their hushed voices buzzing like an uneasy swarm. All eyes kept flicking toward Ezekiel, waiting, watching. He stood at the center of it all, his stance unreadable. Was he for this? Against it? Freya's stomach twisted. Her image of him, the leader who wanted everyone to survive, had cracked. Shattered. She had no idea what the tank was thinking anymore. Back in the first trial, he had made it clear that every action he took was about his own survival, which, at the time, was justifiable. But now, she wanted to see just how far he'd go. Would he stay true to that mindset? Would he cross that line if it meant saving himself? Her gaze locked onto Ezekiel's. Silence. And in that brief exchange, the flicker in his eyes, the way his fingers twitched, Freya understood. He had made his choice. Ezekiel sighed and reached for his sword. The quiet scrape of metal filled the air. Around him, others followed suit, hands hovering over their weapons, hesitating but ready. Freya's jaw clenched. Her fists tightened. Rage burned inside her. She gritted her teeth, barely holding back the fury threatening to explode. They were really going to do this? Chapter 154 Bad Choices too. Damn it all. Freya couldn't hold back her frustration any longer. Her blood boiled. With a sharp inhale, she rose to her feet, her movements abrupt, furious. Then she snapped. Are you people seriously? She shouted, her voice raw with rage. Her glare burned as she whipped her head around, staring down each of them. The only reason we even made it out of that hellhole was because of him, she yelled, pointing toward Alex. He made the path to escape. He took down the monsters in our way. And this is how you repay him, by stabbing in the back. A heavy silence followed. Then a voice cut through it. Kieran. His tone was flat, emotionless. If he dies, we all get out. The answer is pretty obvious. Freya's chest tightened. A few others nodded in agreement. Then, the first player who had rushed to the vendor spoke up, his expression hardened. I've done too much shit to start playing hero now, he said, rolling his shoulders. Let's kill him and get this nightmare over with. Freya's fists clenched so tight her nails dug into her palms. Her jaw locked. Her heart pounded. Their words dripped with nothing but selfishness. She couldn't believe it. This was who they really were. She had never hated a group of people more in her life. Then, Ezekiel finally spoke. His voice was low. Tired. I'm tired, Freya. We all are. He exhaled slowly, shoulders sagging under the weight of exhaustion. Who knows what the next trial will throw at us? We've already lost too many people. And if we keep going... His gaze darkened. More of us will die. Then, he lifted his head, his expression cold. As by pub future. Why not end it now? Freya's eyes narrowed. At the cost of someone's life? Ezekiel took a step forward. His boots scraped against the ground, the sound heavy. Unyielding. That sacrifice is worth it. Freya's heart pounded. Her fingers twitched at her side. Then, without hesitation, she drew her blade. Steel flashed. Her stance was firm, eyes locked onto Ezekiel. Then you'll have to go through me first. Ezekiel let out a frustrated sigh. His patience was running out. Move, Freya. His tone was sharper now, warning her. No one sent him a piss off the nightmare. His jaw tightened. This is just the result of his recklessness. Freya's grip tightened around her weapon. That recklessness is the only reason any of you are still alive right now. Ezekiel's expression hardened. Enough. A new voice suddenly cut through the air. Then, thud. A staff struck the ground. The sound echoed. The floor rumbled beneath them. Then, like snakes slithering from the depths, vines erupted. Dark green tendrils shot out of the earth, twisting and curling through the air before latching onto Freya and Alex. They had no time to react. The vines wrapped tight, locking them in place. Freya struggled, gritting her teeth. But the more she fought, the stronger the vines squeezed. Alex, still silent, barely even moved. The air around them grew thick with tension. Someone had made their move. And now, everything was about to change. The vines tightened. Thick, rough tendrils coiled around their bodies like serpents, wrapping their arms, legs, and torsos until only their heads remained uncovered. The pressure was suffocating. Freya's breath hitched as she struggled, but the vines only constricted further, locking her in place. Her heart pounded. Then she turned her head, eyes wide with shock as realization slammed into her. It was her. Ella. Her voice cracked with disbelief. What are you doing? Ella stood firm, her expression cold, unwavering. Her grip on her staff was tight, her knuckles slightly pale from the pressure. Her response was simple, flat, emotionless. What needs to be done? Freya felt her stomach drop. A chill crawled up her spine. She wanted to deny it, to believe she had misheard. But deep down, she knew. She should have seen the signs. She should have known this would happen. The moment Ella killed Jeremy, Freya should have realized. But she had ignored it. She had wanted to believe that Ella was still the young, innocent girl she appeared to be. That she hadn't been broken by this nightmare. Enjoy new chapters for my virtual library empire. That she hadn't been twisted into believing that mercy was a weakness. But she was wrong. And now she couldn't help but wonder. What does that make me? For choosing to show mercy. Was she a fool? Ella's voice cut through the air, sharp and cold. I like you, Freya. Her expression was unreadable, her grip on her staff firm. But you're too much of a saint, always obsessing over good and bad. Freya's jaw tightened. I'm not a saint, Ella. No one is. Ella's eyes narrowed. Then stop acting like one and let us do what needs to be done. Freya's fingers curled into fists. She bit her lip, frustration boiling inside her. I cannot. Ella's lips pressed into a thin line. Then sit still while we make the right choice. Alex, still wrapped in vines, he let out a scoff. Right, more like selfish. Ezekiel stepped forward, his boots crunching against the dirt. The other players followed, closing in, their eyes locked on Alex like predators circling prey. He stopped just a few feet away. You've been awfully quiet, Alex. Alex tilted his head, his expression unreadable. Yeah, I'm just taking it all in, really. His gaze flickered over them, sharp and calculating. Ezekiel's grip on his sword tightened. And what do you think? A slow grin spread across Alex's face. I think you're making a foolish choice. This piece of... Kieran stormed forward, fury flashing in his eyes, his hand tightening around his weapon as he moved toward Alex. But before he could take another step, Ezekiel's hand shot out, stopping him with a firm grip on his shoulder. Alex's voice cut through the tension like a blade. Just so you know, unlike Freya, I'm not a saint. He leaned his head back slightly, casually meeting their stares. His tone was cold, yet calm. If you come at me with the intent to kill, then be prepared to be killed as well. A sigh escaped Alex's lips as he glanced around at the players, his expression unbothered by the mounting hostility. She warned you, but you wouldn't listen. Ezekiel's eyes narrowed in confusion. Kieran, barely able to control his temper, snapped, unable to comprehend Alex's nonchalant attitude. This bastard. What is he talking about? Ezekiel's gaze shifted to Freya, his frown deepening. She clicked her teeth, her face turned away, unwilling to meet his eyes. Their fate was no longer hers to worry about. Just so you know, the reason she tried to stop you is not because she's trying to help me, Alex continued, his tone lighter now. She's doing it for your sake. Ezekiel's brows furrowed even more. Don't bluff, man. With that kind of massive explosion you cast there, there's no way you aren't on red right now. Ezekiel's voice was sharp like he was trying to make Alex see reason. But Alex just smirked, his expression almost mocking. Oya, you don't catch me. Alex's eyes gleamed with mischief before his face twisted into a wide grin. But just so you know, I don't need any ability to get rid of you clowns. Before anyone could react, the vines holding Alex in place burst apart. Chapter 155 Bad Choices 3. With a sudden burst of power, Alex tore through the vines that had been binding him. The thick, green restraints exploded outward, shredded into pieces that fluttered to the ground like dying leaves. A stunned silence washed over the players. Ella's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart pounding. That shouldn't have been possible. Her vines weren't just meant to hold him. They were laced with sharp spikes, meant to tear into his flesh and grind his body into pulp. But instead of blood, they had met something unbreakable. A skill. A defensive skill. Ella stiffened, her mind racing. Didn't he run out of mana? That explosion from earlier, it should have drained him completely. But if he was still standing, did that mean his mana regeneration was insanely fast? Or worse, had he already recovered? If that was the case, they stood no chance. She swallowed hard, hoping for the former. Alex let out a slow exhale, his muscles relaxing as he deactivated Aegis Arcane. A faint glow faded from his skin, the protective barrier dispersing. He rolled his shoulders, stretching out his arms like someone waking up from a nap. There goes the mana I recovered, he muttered to himself. His danger sense had warned him just in time. If he hadn't reacted, those vines would have shredded him apart. Using his last bit of mana to shield himself was the right call. His eyes lifted, gaze sweeping over the stunned players. Alex's gaze hardened as he locked eyes with Ella. Cold, unforgiving, merciless. She didn't hesitate to turn on him. But too bad for her, she picked the wrong person to mess with. He took a slow step forward, his movements deliberate. Thud. The sound of his foot hitting the ground sent a ripple of unease through the group. Instinctively, they stepped back. Even Ezekiel. Alex chuckled, low and sharp. What the hell are you waiting for? His voice carried through the silence like a blade, slicing the tension. Weren't you going to kill me? No one moved. Ezekiel's jaw tightened, his fingers twitching over the hilt of his sword. Alex's smirk widened. Is your resolve this weak? His voice was mocking now, taunting. Freedom is right in front of you, and you're too scared to take it. Seriously, what a pathetic bunch. That last line stabbed right into Ezekiel's pride. His teeth clenched as anger flooded through him, his grip on his sword tightening. Enough. With a sharp inhale, he stepped forward, ready to strike. But Alex was faster. In a blink, he was gone. Before Ezekiel could even process what happened, Alex was already in front of him, his move in a blur, his fist pulled back, ready to strike. Ezekiel's eyes widened in disbelief and horror. It was too late. He hadn't even seen the punch coming. Boom. Ads by Pub Future. Instinct kicked in. Ezekiel barely had time to raise his shield, bracing for impact. The moment Alex's fist connected, a deafening shockwave exploded through the air. His entire body was lifted off the ground. His shield bent inward, the once sturdy metal caving like paper under the sheer force of the blow. Pain ripped through his arm. His shoulder twisted unnaturally, dislocated. He was flying. The world spun violently, sky and ground flipping over and over as he tumbled. Then, crash. His body slammed into the wall. The impact rattled his bones, a sharp burst of pain radiating from every nerve. His head slumped forward, blood dripping from his lips. His arms and legs were numb. It felt like he had just been hit by a truck. Reality sank in. They had made a mistake. A huge one. There was no way they could defeat Alex. Run. Ezekiel wanted to scream it, warn them. But no words came out. His throat was dry. His chest ached. Fear choked him silent. The other players stood frozen, their eyes locked on Ezekiel's crumpled body against the wall. Then, slowly Alex turned toward them. His gaze was sharp, cold, merciless. Last warning. His voice was calm, yet filled with finality. Leave now, and you won't have to die. There was a brief silence. But then, don't be a fool. Kieran snapped, his voice strained with desperation. None of us is making it out of this damn place. This is the best choice. The players hesitated. Their grips tightened on their weapons. But no one lowered them. Alex sighed, a slow, tired exhale. All right then. Step. Alex began to walk forward. Each step echoed through the room. His expression darkened. His presence felt heavier, more suffocating. Who's next? Kieran's fingers tightened around his sword. His teeth dug into his lip, as if biting back fear, forcing himself to act. Then, with a loud cry, he charged. The others followed, yelling, weapons raised. But Alex didn't even flinch. This wasn't a battle. It was a rabbit throwing itself at a tiger. Kieran lunged first, swinging his sword with all his strength. But his blade sliced through nothing but air. Alex was already gone. Swish. Swish. Kieran barely registered what happened. Then he felt it. A strange lightness in his body. His vision blurred. His mind screamed at him to move. But something was wrong. He turned his head, and that's when his body fell apart. Shredded. Split clean. His mouth opened to speak, but no words came. Explore more in my virtual library empire. He was already dead. A notification flashed before Alex's eyes. One down. But he wasn't done. Alex moved like a ghost, slipping between them, his blade flashing like lightning. More bodies dropped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each step, each swing, each kill flawless. By the time the survivors realized what was happening, it was already over. The remaining players stood frozen. Their weapons shook in their hands. What they just witnessed was horrific. They thought Alex was dangerous before, but this? Even without using his explosive abilities, he was still a monster. Charging him head-on was suicide. Alex exhaled, flicking his wrist. Blood sprayed off his blade. His sharp eyes scanned the terrified faces before him. What? His voice was calm, almost mocking. You're not coming at me? Silence. Not a single one dared to step forward. Alex's lips curled into a smirk. Then I'll come to you instead. He stepped forward. Thwip. Vines lashed out, coiling around his leg. His movement stopped instantly. Again. This girl. Alex's gaze snapped to Ella. She stood tall, her staff raised, her expression hardened. Come together, everyone, she yelled. So he doesn't pick us off one by one. Alex reacted instantly. His blade flashed as he sliced through the vine, wrapped around his leg. But before he could move, boom, a fireball exploded against the ground where he stood. Boom, boom. More came, raining down like meteors, scorching the air around him. Alex dodged, weaving through the chaos, his body a blur of motion. Then he shot out of the smoke and scathed. His sharp eyes locked onto a new figure, another mage. Figures. They were teaming up. Ella and the mage kept up the relentless barrage, tried to pin him down. But Alex had already made his decision. He picked them off first. Moving with calculated precision, he weaved through fireballs and vine whips, getting closer, step by step. Then, wait, please don't kill me. A young woman, one of the players, dropped her weapon, tears spilling down her face. She trembled, pleading for her life. But Alex's gaze didn't waver. Slash. A clean, merciless cut. Her body collapsed to the ground. No hesitation. He had warned them, given them a choice. They refused to listen. Mercy was no longer an option. An arrow shot through the air, aiming straight for him. Alex's hand snapped up, and the arrow froze mid-flight. Suspended, hanging in the air like time itself had stopped. His eyes glowed faintly. Minor telekinesis. Alex smirked, tilting his head. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the arrow reversed course, firing straight back at the archer. Chapter 156 Bad Choices 4. With a flick of his wrist, Alex sent the arrow flying back. It whistled through the air. Thunk. The archer's eyes widened in horror just before the arrow pierced through their skull. They dropped instantly. Another one down. Alex barely had time to recover before more fireballs rained from above. Vines lashed out, trying to coil around him like hungry serpents. But he was already moving, ducking, twisting, slipping through gaps in the attacks like a phantom. One by one, he tore through the stragglers, slicing them down until only a handful remained. Now, the battlefield was almost empty. Only the strongest were left standing. In front of him stood Ella, her cold gaze unwavering. Beside her, Freya remained bound, vines wrapped tightly around her body. Behind him, a squad of 5. 2 tanks, a swordsman, a spearman, and the fire mage. Alex exhaled sharply, assessing the situation. He had a choice to make. Then, he moved, activating fast and furious. His body blurred forward, wind howling in his wake as he charged straight at Ella. She was the biggest threat. She had to go first. Boom. His fist slammed into her barrier, a compact, shimmering magic shield that materialized just in time. The ground cracked beneath their feet from the sheer force. Alex's eyes narrowed. She blocked it? Most shields would have shattered on impact. Instead, hers absorbed the force, rippling but holding firm. TSK. She's tougher than I thought. Without hesitation, Alex unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, each one a blur, each one aimed to break through. Clang, clang, clang. Each hit struck the barrier like a hammer against steel, sending waves of energy outward. But still, it didn't crack. Instead, it pulsed, absorbing everything. Alex's lips curled slightly. Oh, now, this was interesting. He could feel it. Her magic shield was even stronger than his Aegis arcane. But he bet it cost a lot of energy to maintain. Ella lashed out. Vine shot toward Alex, twisting like whips, aiming to ensnare him. But he lunged backward, dodging with a sharp, fluid motion. Then, boom, a fireball streaked toward him from behind, its heat searing the air. Alex barely twisted out of the way, the flames brushing past where he stood just moments ago. His eyes flicked toward the source. The fire mage. TCH. If he couldn't take down one, he'd eliminate the others first. More spells came, streaking through the air like deadly comets. But Alex was too fast. His body became a blur, mirages trailing behind him as he darted sideways, slipping past every attack. A shadow on the battlefield. Then he dropped low, dashing toward the ground, picking up speed. He's coming this way. The spearman's voice cracked with panic. Stop him. The 2 tank-like players immediately moved to intercept. The first barely had time to raise his weapon before. Slash. His head hit the ground before his stance was even complete. The second tank swung his shield forward, aiming to bash Alex with full force. But his attack hit nothing. His eyes widened. Alex was gone. Then a sharp presence tingled at his back. Before he could react. Shink. A blade pierced through his chest. His breath hitched. His vision blurred. Alex yanked the sword free as the tank collapsed. 3 left. The swordsman, spearman, and mage. The 2 melee fighters roared and charged together. Alex didn't even spare them a glance. He ignored them completely. Speeding past. Straight toward the mage. Panic flickered in her eyes. She raised her staff, desperately trying to cast a spell. But it was too late. Alex's foot slammed into her chest with a brutal kick. Wham! She flew backward, tumbling across the ground. Then a furious scream came from behind. You bastard! The spearman. His spear lunged toward Alex's back, the swordsman attacking at the same time. Alex's hand shot out. Snatch! He caught the spear mid-thrust. Before the spearman could react. Crack! Alex's elbow smashed into his nose, a sickening crunch echoing through the battlefield. The spearman staggered back, dropping his weapon, clutching his face in agony. Alex, now holding the spearman's weapon, didn't hesitate. Shink! In one fluid motion, he slashed the throat of the swordsman. Blood sprayed as the swordsman staggered, gasping. His knees buckled. He collapsed lifeless. But Alex was already moving. Without breaking stride, he lunged the stolen spear toward the mage, who was crawling away, desperate to escape. Thwack! The spear impaled her, pinning her to the ground. She let out a strangled gasp. Then silence. 2 dead. In an instant. Damn you. The spearman, now recovered, roared in fury. Rage twisted his face as he threw a wild punch straight at Alex's head. But Alex barely moved. His hand snapped up, catching the fist midair with effortless ease. The spearman's eyes widened. Alex tilted his head, smirked. You call that a punch? The spearman trembled, despair creeping in. Alex tightened his grip. This is how you throw a real punch. Then, bang. Alex's fist slammed into the spearman's gut. But it didn't just hit, it pierced. Flesh ripped. Bone shattered. Alex's arm went straight through, his bloodied fist bursting out the spearman's back. The spearman coughed, his body convulsing. Then, like a puppet with cut strings, he dropped. The spearman groaned, blood dripping from his mouth as his body trembled. Alex ripped his hand free, pulling it out with a wet, sickening sound. Read exclusive content at my virtual library empire. The spearman's body shuddered. His knees buckled. Then he collapsed. Dead. Alex exhaled, shaking the blood off his hand as he surveyed the battlefield. 2 left. He turned his gaze toward Ezekiel, but he was gone. Alex raised an eyebrow. Then a low chuckle escaped his lips. Smart, he muttered. Ezekiel must have fled to the next trial. He knew they stood no chance. That left only one person. Alex turned to her. Iya. She stood there, her grip tight on her staff, hesitation flickering in her eyes. Alex took a step forward. Ella's breath hitched. She suddenly raised her staff, pointing it at Freya, who was still trapped. Don't move, she screamed. Alex stopped. His eyes narrowed. Ella's voice was sharp, filled with desperation. One more move. She tightened her grip on her staff, her magic crackling with raw energy. And I'll grind her into pieces. Ella lifted her staff, her eyes burning with determination. She spoke, and the vines wrapped around Freya, twisted tighter, threatening to crush her. Alex paused for just a moment. Then he grinned. Do it, if you can. Ella's expression darkened. But before she could react, Alex vanished. In a flash, he was right in front of her. Her breath caught in her throat. Too fast. Her instinct screamed, but it was too late. Whoosh. The blade swung. Thud. Thud. Ella's eyes widened in horror. Her hands. They were gone. Both hit the ground, her staff clattering beside them. A moment of stunned silence. Then, Arif. A piercing scream ripped through the air as Ella fell to her knees, clutching her bleeding arms. Freya shuddered, frozen in fear. Ella's scream was bone-chilling. The vines strangling Freya began to shrivel and crack. Within seconds, they withered into dust. She was free. Freya stumbled forward, breathing heavily, her heart still racing. Then, she looked up. Alex was already walking toward Ella. His blade dripped with fresh blood. His cold, merciless gaze locked onto Ella's trembling form. He was going to finish the job. No hesitation. Freya's eyes widened. She moved before she could think, stepping between them and throwing up her hands. Wait. Alex halted. His expression darkened. He tilted his head slightly, frowning. What the hell are you doing? His voice was low and sharp. Freya swallowed, her hands trembling. Wait, don't kill her. Alex's eyes narrowed. What? You don't have to. Freya's voice was urgent. She can't cause any more trouble. Not like this. Alex's frown deepened. A tense silence. Then, his expression turned cold. His next words were like ice. Freya, the fact that you chose to remain naive after everything you've faced. He exhaled sharply, his gaze filled with disdain. Is quite irritating. Freya's breath caught in her throat. Then, dark flame erupted from Alex's palm, surging toward her like a vengeful specter. Chapter 157 Her Death. Freya's breath hitched. Her eyes widened in shock as she saw Alex fire an attack straight at her. Her entire body froze. A chill ran down her spine, her mind screaming at her to move. But she couldn't. Her legs locked in place. She shut her eyes tight, bracing for the burning pain of the incoming dark flames. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the air. Freya flinched, but the pain never came. Confused, she opened her eyes. She turned sharply, her heart pounding. That was when she saw it. A second fireball, one she hadn't noticed, had been coming straight for her from behind. Alex's attack hadn't been meant for her. He had blown the fireball away. The smoke thickened, swirling in the air. Then, whoosh, another fireball shot out of the haze, streaking toward her like a meteor. Freya gasped, but before it could reach her, whoosh, a surge of black flame roared past her shoulder, clashing midair with the fireball. Boom! The impact sent a wave of heat blasting outward. Freya instinctively shielded her face as the force pushed against her. A tense silence followed. Then the smoke began to clear, and Freya knew there was only one person who could have attacked her. As the smoke thinned, Freya's eyes locked onto Ella. The woman's face twisted in pain, yet she still stood, her staff clutched tightly in her grip. Freya's heart skipped a beat. She had seen it. Ella had lost her hands. Yet, somehow, she was still holding her staff. Freya's gaze sharpened, and then she noticed it. Those weren't her real limbs. Vines. Twisting, pulsing green tendrils had sprouted from her severed wrists, taking the shape of hands. Freya's stomach tightened. Ella had regrown them. Ads by Pub Future. And now she could still fight. A sudden glow pulsed from Ella's staff. Magic energy gathered, and the next moment, she attacked. A blast of pure force raced toward Freya. Freya gritted her teeth, barely dodging as the air sizzled beside her. Her hands clenched. She had stopped Alex from killing Ella. And yet now, the very person she had saved was trying to kill her. Her chest tightened with frustration. "Ella, you don't have to do this," she shouted. Ella's expression darkened. "Don't give me that shit," she spat. Her vine-like fingers tightened around her staff, green energy crackling at its tip. "I'm only doing what I believe to be right. If killing means I get to escape this hellhole, even by an inch, then I won't hesitate." Freya's stomach churned. Ella's glare burned into her. "So what are you going to do?" Ella continued. "Will you let me escape, or will you kill me?" Freya's breath caught. Before she could respond, a cold, familiar voice cut through the tension. "I don't think you should be concerned about her decision." Freya stiffened. Alex had appeared beside her. Ella gritted her teeth. The pain of her severed limbs still burned, sharp, unrelenting. Her healing magic had closed the wounds, but it couldn't erase the agony. She knew the truth. If Alex was determined to kill her, there was no escape. She had seen it, his ruthlessness, his precision. If he made up his mind, it was over. But if anyone could stop him, it was Freya. She had noticed it before. Something about the way Alex looked at her. There was a connection, a bond. Clenching her vine-forged hands, Ella swallowed her pride. Her voice trembled as she stepped forward. "Freya, please." Her red-rimmed eyes locked onto Freya's. "Please understand. I was only doing what I had to. I acted out of desperation, out of fear. But now..." Her breath hitched. Discover Stories' MI Virtual Library Empire. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced herself to continue. "Now I see it. What I did before. It was wrong. It was pathetic." She winced, her body trembling. "But I want to make things right. I'll do it the hard way. I'll face the next trial and fight to survive." Ella's voice cracked. "Please, just let me go." She took a shaky step back. "You don't have to let him kill me. I swear, I'll never come near you again." Freya stood there, frozen. Her chest tightened. A mix of emotions swirled inside her. Ella was begging, pleading for her life. But Freya shook her head. She clenched her fists. It didn't matter. She had no control over Ella's fate. Freya exhaled sharply. If she wanted to survive, she should be pleading with Alex, not her. But deep down, Freya knew the truth. Alex wouldn't listen. And besides, why should she care? Ella had just tried to kill her. Yet, as she stared at the desperate girl before her, a strange heaviness settled in her chest. Then, Alex's voice cut through the silence. His eyes never left Ella. "So," he said calmly, almost too calmly, "what are you going to do, Freya?" His fingers flexed slightly. "Do you still want me to spare her?" His voice dropped lower. "Or end it now?" Freya turned her gaze toward him. Her breath hitched. Why was he asking her this? Before she could respond, Alex raised his hand. Freya's eyes widened as she realized. He had recovered enough to use exploding touch. A single dismissal command, and he could set off an explosion right on Ella's head. He was ready to end her. Ella saw the motion. She didn't understand what it meant, but instinct screamed at her, danger. Pure, suffocating fear gripped her. She staggered back. Her voice trembled, almost breaking. "Freya, Freya didn't move. She didn't speak. She didn't even look at her. Ella's eyes darted toward the exit. There was no hope. Freya wasn't going to stop him. She had to run. Without hesitation, she spun on her heel and sprinted toward the gateway to the next trial. Her heart pounded. Faster. Faster. She could make it. She had to make it. Behind her, Alex watched in silence. His gaze was cold, unbothered. Then, in a calm voice, he spoke to Freya. "What are we doing, Freya?" Freya froze. Alex's tone was unreadable, but she could feel the weight in his words. "She's getting away." Freya shuddered. She knew what he wanted to hear. She just couldn't say it. Her lips trembled. What should she do? Then Alex's voice sharpened. "Freya." Freya clenched her fists. She couldn't take it anymore. "Do whatever you want," she finally burst out. And the moment the words left her mouth, Alex moved. Ella had almost reached the gate. Her fingers stretched forward inches from salvation. But then, boom, her head exploded. A sickening burst of blood and flesh splattered across the floor. Her lifeless body crumpled at the threshold. So close, yet so far. Freya winced, her whole body recoiling at the gruesome sight. She clamped a hand over her mouth, trying to suppress the rising nausea. It was so abrupt, so swift, so brutal, so merciless. Her legs trembled before giving out, and she collapsed her knees. Tears burned at the corners of her eyes. Her breath hitched. It was too much. The sheer violence of it. The way Ella's life was erased in an instant. Freya's shoulders shook. She couldn't hold it in. She turned to Alex, eyes red, tears streaming down her face. Her voice broke as she spoke. "How?" Chapter 158 Grimlord. "How? How can you do this kind of thing without even batting an eye?" Alex looked down at her. Then, with a casual shrug, he replied, "I don't know. I guess I'm just done with hesitating. Hadn't novel been at." His voice was eerily calm. "They tried to kill me, and that wasn't forgivable. Simple as that." Freya's fingers tightened into fists. "But you spared Kiev," she said weakly. At this, Alex turned toward her. His face was unreadable. His gaze cold. Then he spoke. "Did I?" Freya's brow furrowed, her mind racing. What did he mean by that? Discover hidden tales at my virtual library empire. Her eyes locked onto Alex, searching his expression, trying to pry the truth from him. But his face remained unreadable. His words weren't a lie. A cold, sinking feeling twisted in her gut. Her heartbeat quickened. He wasn't lying. When? When did this happen? Alex's voice was eerily calm as he answered. "I snapped right before the exit pulled us into the next trial. There was no way you would have known." Freya's breath hitched. Her hands pressed against the cold ground as she instinctively crawled backward. She couldn't comprehend how he could be so ruthless, so completely unbothered by the things he had done. Her body shuddered. Her voice trembled as she whispered, "How? How did you get to this point?" Alex's gaze didn't waver. "I don't know," he said, voice flat. "Like everyone else, I'm just doing what it takes to survive." Then his expression darkened, his next words sending a chill down her spine. "And thinking of the threats I'll have to face, I'd say what I've done so far is just the bare minimum of what it'll take." Freya stood frozen, her mind swirling with a storm of emotions. What threat was he talking about? She let out a slow sigh, her gaze dropping to the ground. There was so much she didn't understand about this tutorial. Too much. Alex had been right about one thing. She was too naive. She lacked the sheer brutality needed to survive. If this place had taught her anything, it was that becoming a monster was the only way to make it out alive. And not just here, but in the real world too. People like her, people who still clung to morals and hesitation, they didn't live long. But was it so wrong for her to refuse to become like him? Freya clenched her fists, her heart aching with the weight of that thought. Alex watched her for a moment, his gaze unreadable. Then, without another word, he turned away. He wasn't going to waste time convincing her. Instead, he dropped to the ground, crossing his legs. He wasn't moving on to the next trial just yet. His mana was drained, and he knew better than to rush in recklessly, not when the next trial could be even worse. As he sat, he swiped his hand in the air, pulling up his system interface. Kill notifications and rewards flooded his screen. A dozen, maybe more. A small smirk touched his lips. Not bad. A series of blue system notifications flooded Alex's vision, each one appearing in rapid succession. You have killed Kieran Darcel. You have received 5,200 nightmare points. You have received 150 stat points. You have killed John Evergreen. You have received 5,000 nightmare points. You have received 95 stat points. You have killed. The messages kept coming, one after another, a grim tally of his victims. Then, the final notification appeared. You have killed Ellis Sundown. You have received 12,000 nightmare points. You have received 400 stat points. Alex's breath hitched ever so slightly. 12,000? His brows furrowed. That was more than anyone else he had killed. For a moment, he was surprised. But the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Ella wasn't as innocent as she pretended to be. She had attacked him without hesitation. She had tried to kill Freya without remorse. There was no way she had gathered that many nightmare points just from hunting monsters. No, she had targeted other players. Naive ones, like Freya. Alex's eyes darkened. The irony of it all was almost amusing. He dismissed the other notifications about his title boosting his abilities. He already knew what they said. Instead, he checked his updated total. Total nightmare points, 275,000. Total stat points, 7,850. Alex's eyes widened slightly as he scanned the numbers. A slow smirk played on his lips. Not bad. Not bad at all. His points had skyrocketed. Compared to what he had before, the increase was massive. Killing fellow players paid far more than killing monsters. As sick as it was the truth. The tutorial had it backward. Instead of rewarding teamwork or survival, it favored betrayal. He let out a small exhale, shaking his head. It didn't matter. He had adapted. A few more minutes passed as he sat in silence, feeling the familiar energy return to his body. His mana was full. Time to move. He pushed himself to his feet, stretching his arms briefly before turning his gaze to Freya. What'd you do now? She had seen everything. His ruthlessness, his lack of hesitation. Would she stay away, now that she understood what he was? Freya slowly rose as well, her movements stiff, her expression unreadable. Then, to his surprise, she walked toward him. Alex tilted his head, watching her approach before speaking in a calm, almost amused tone. Seeing as how you looked at me like I was a demon, I don't think you'd still want to associate with me. Would you? For a moment, she said nothing. The silence stretched between them. Then, with a deep sigh, Freya finally spoke. I mean, at this point, I'd be a fool not to follow you. She met his gaze, determination flickering behind her exhaustion. Things are only going to get harder from here. And if I can rely on your strength, even for a little while, then I will. Even if that puts you in dangerous situations? Alex asked, his tone unreadable. Freya met his gaze, her expression steady. Nothing's more dangerous than being alone. Naive as I am. Alex chuckled, low and amused. You're not afraid I'll kill you, just like I did the others? Freya didn't flinch. Unlike them, I wouldn't dream of attacking you. Alex's lips curled into a grin. I guess you're not as big of a fool as I thought. Freya bit her lip, eyes narrowing slightly. I'd rather you not call me that. Alex smirked. Freya the fool. Kinda has a ring to it. Don't. Alex let out another chuckle, shaking his head before turning toward the exit. The swirling energy pulsed, waiting. All right. He stretched his arms behind his head, his posture relaxed, completely at ease. Let's go then. With his hands resting at the back of his neck, he walked toward the portal like he had all the time in the world. Freya hesitated for a second before following him, her decision made. Only 3 people had entered the gate. Dorian, Onaji, and Ezekiel, who had abandoned the others. Alex shook his head. Then he noticed an emerald gaze on him watching. He stopped. That's right. I almost forgot. Freya covered her ears. Alex snapped, and the undead vendor along with his stall exploded. Boom. They continued, and Freya, who had covered her ears, shook her head. Alex's action didn't surprise her anymore. The moment they reached the exit, they slammed their hands against the portal. And just like that, they vanished. No notification, no warning. Alex narrowed his eyes. That was different. Usually, the system would confirm their transition. But this time, nothing. Then, in the blink of an eye, they reappeared. A rocky plain stretched endlessly around them, rough and cracked like the remnants of an ancient battlefield. Above them, 2 moons glowed ominously in the sky. The air was heavy and unnatural. It felt like they were no longer inside the trial mountain, or maybe they had reached its peak. Alex frowned. Something was off. Then he saw it. Them. Ahead, an army of monsters stood in formation, waiting. And at the front of them all, a massive beast. It towered over everything else, its presence suffocating. A skull-shaped mask covered its face, hiding its true features. In its hand, it clutched a long, rusted chain that clanked as it moved. Just then, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Welcome to the final trial of the nightmare. Due to an anomaly, all previous trials have been scrapped. You have been transported to the mountain's peak at the cost of all the nightmare points you possess. Prepare to face the final boss, Grimlord, and his army. Freya's voice trembled as she took a step back. Is that the Grimlord? Alex's gaze locked onto the towering figure ahead. Yeah, the description fits the name perfectly. He then let out a small, amused chuckle, feeling a rush of pride. His actions had forced the system's hand. So much so that the Beast Lord had decided to speed things up. He lifted his head, smirking as he locked eyes with a monstrous entity before him. The Grim Lord let out a guttural growl, his massive frame steaming like a furnace. Green light flickered in the sockets of his skull-shaped mask, a telltale sign of possession. Alex's grin widened. The Beast Lord wanted to end this now? Good. Chapter 159, Immortal Body. The moment Ezekiel saw Alex and Freya standing before the Grim Lord and its monstrous army, he froze. His breath hitched. His entire body went stiff. The sheer horror on his face wasn't just creatures looming ahead. It was Alex. Alex scared him more than the Grim Lord itself. A shiver ran down Ezekiel's spine. It didn't take much to put the pieces together. No other players had appeared. Only Alex and Freya. Which meant Alex had killed them all. Ezekiel swallowed hard, his throat dry as sand. A part of him wanted to run, to bolt in any direction, even if it meant throwing himself into the Grim Lord's army. But there was nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. They stood at the peak of the mountain. The terrain was like a vast, circular arena, its edges glowing faintly with a shimmering magic barrier that loomed over them like an unbreakable dome. There was no way out, no hidden exits, no tricks, no escape. One path remained. Kill the final boss, Grimlord. That was the only way to survive. The only way to leave this nightmare behind. But for Ezekiel, that fight was already out of reach. He wasn't thinking about the Grimlord. He was thinking about Alex would do to him. Slowly, Alex turned his head, and he froze. Alex was staring directly at him. That gaze cold, unreadable, piercing through him like a dagger. Ezekiel felt his body tense, a shudder running down his spine. His instincts screamed at him to move, to run, to do something. Because if Alex decided to kill him now, nothing could stop him. Ezekiel had seen what he was capable of. He knew what Alex had done to the others. His breath came in shaky gasps. He braced himself, waiting, expecting the worst. But then, Alex looked away. Just like that. Ezekiel blinked, stunned. Alex ignored him. He turned his back and focused ahead, on the battlefield, on the towering beast waiting beyond. Because to Alex, Ezekiel didn't matter anymore. After blasting the tank away, Alex had given the other players a chance to flee. They didn't take it. They chose to attack him instead. And now, they were dead. Ezekiel didn't attack, and chose to flee. And that single decision would be what saved his life. Alex had already noticed him when he first appeared. But it wasn't Ezekiel that made him turn. It was the sound of battle. The clash of steel. The grunts of exertion. The unmistakable sound of two warriors still fighting in the distance. Alex's gaze shifted. Way behind them, Dorian and Onaji were still at it. Still locked in combat. Despite everything. Despite the nightmare unfolding before them. Despite the Beast Lord and his army waiting just ahead. They fought as if none of it mattered. Had they lost their minds? Their weapons clashed again, sparks flying in the dim light of the twin moons. Alex narrowed his eyes. The old man, Onaji, was clearly in bad shape. His breathing was ragged, his robes torn, and deep gashes marked his arms and legs. Blood dripped steadily onto the rocky ground beneath him. And yet, he looked thrilled. Dorian, on the other hand, was physically fine. His body was mostly untouched, only a few minor cuts on his clothes, barely a scratch compared to Onaji's state. By all logic, Dorian should have the advantage. But his expression said otherwise. He looked uneasy, worried. His stance was rigid, his grip on his weapon too tight. Meanwhile, Onaji only grinned. A wild, manic grin, like he had already won. It's only a matter of time, isn't it? Onaji said, his voice eerily calm despite his wounds. Dorion's expression stiffened. What are you talking about? He asked, struggling to keep his composure. Onaji's grin widened. At first, I thought you were immortal. His blood-stained fingers twirled his blade, the motion smooth, almost casual. But then, I realized something. You're not. He took a step forward, his eyes sharp, predatory. You can only activate your immortality skill a certain number of times, can't you? Dorion's jaw clenched. The amusement in Onaji's eyes intensified. And once that limit is reached, all fatal injuries will remain fatal. Dorion clicked his teeth in frustration. His eyes narrowed, locking on Onaji. How had this damn old man figured it out? Dorion had been careful. He hadn't given away any tells, no hesitation, no slip-ups. And yet, Onaji knew. Dorion clenched his fists. It wasn't a guess. Onaji had confirmed it with his own body. This mad geezer, instead of playing it safe, he threw himself into the fight, taking reckless risks, letting himself get hit, all just to see how many times Dorion could recover. And because he was a far better fighter, he could land fatal hits, wounds that should have killed Dorion instantly. But thanks to a skill Dorion possessed called 12 Immortal Body, Dorion had healed every time. And Onaji had watched, studied, then struck again, and again, pushing Dorion to activate his ability over and over. Dorion's stomach twisted. He was running out. The skill had a limit, a fixed number of uses. And now, he had burned through most of them. And that terrified him, because now more than ever, he needed that skill as a backup. Behind him stood the Grim Lord, the final boss. A towering, unstoppable monster with hundreds of powerful creatures waiting at its command. Dorion's heart pounded. He needed 12 Immortal Body for that battle. Not for this. Not for some pointless fight with an old man who was willing to die just to prove a point. And yet, here he was, burning through his last chances of survival. It was frustrating. But what pissed Dorion off even more was that the old man was holding something back. Something powerful. He could feel it. A pressure lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to explode. Dorion's grip on his scythe tightened. If Onaji unleashed it, if he used up everything his body had left, that would be the end. The old man grinned. Then he attacked. His blade became a blur. Dorion barely had time to react. His instinct screamed as he blocked, parried, and dodged with everything he had. His scythe clashed against Onaji's sword in rapid succession, sparks flying as metal met metal. And all the while, Onaji was grinning, mocking him. What's wrong, young man? Onaji teased between strikes. I thought you were having fun earlier. Dorion clicked his teeth. Another flash of silver. He narrowly avoided the blade, stepping back just in time. He couldn't counter, not without taking another fatal wound. He was running out of options. Onaji's smirk widened. You fraud, he sneered. You act like a maniac, but you're not. Explore new worlds at my virtual library empire. Dorion's heart pounded. You only play the part. Onaji continued, his blade moving even faster. But the moment your life is actually on the line. A heavy slash forced Dorion to retreat. Your little facade breaks. Onaji's eyes gleamed. You're easy to. Chapter 160, Final Battle. You're easy to read, kid. Like a book. Onaji's blade came down like a hammer. Dorion barely had time to react. He swung his scythe up, metal clashing against metal with a sharp clang. His arms trembled as Onaji pressed down, the weight behind the strike forcing him to grit his teeth. You're no warrior, Onaji sneered. You're only a child. Dorion's grip tightened. He refused to flinch. Old man, are you seriously going to kill a child? He shot back, voice laced with mockery. Onaji chuckled, dark and amused. Wouldn't be the first. Dorion gulped. That wasn't a bluff. A cold chill ran down his spine, and in a flash of panic, he swung wildly, knocking Onaji back. The man barely stumbled before flipping into a smooth retreat, landing light on his feet. Dorion sucked in a breath. His heart was pounding. His scythe pointed at Onaji as he barked. Haven't you seen the armies ahead of us? We need our full strength to face him. Onaji didn't move, didn't blink. Then he sighed. Young man, he muttered, voice almost disappointed. Have you gone deaf? Dorion's frown deepened. Something in Onaji's demeanor turned sharp, the casual playfulness draining from his face like ink washing off paper. Then his eyes darkened. Didn't I tell you? He lifted his katana. Icicles bloomed along the blade, glistening in the dim light, the air around them turning frigid. It doesn't matter what happens around me. He stepped forward. I'm taking your head, no matter what. Dorion gritted his teeth as Onaji attacked again, meeting the old man blade in a shower of sparks. Alex watched the fight. Without another glance, he turned away, focusing back on the real threat, the Grim Lord and its army of monsters. Then, a notification flashed before his eyes. All players now available for the final trial. Final trial beginning. Ruor. A monstrous bellow shattered the air. The Grim Lord's eyes blazed, golden light burning in its sockets. It threw both hands to the sky, and the effect was instant. A wave of power rippled through the battlefield. The creatures behind it howled and shrieked, their bodies thrumming with newfound energy. The very ground shuddered beneath their voices, a deep, unrelenting tremor that sent loose stones tumbling down the mountainside. Behind the Grim Lord were more monsters. Some looked just like it, towering, skeletal beasts with armor plating their bodies. But there were also twisted creatures, animal-like but wrong, their fur and flesh fused with gnarled branches and rotten bark. Their eyes glowed a sickly green, their breaths slow and heavy. Then there were the humanoid undeads. The players were used to, their faces frozen in grotesque grins just like the vendor. Then came the lava monsters. They lurched forward, their bodies a chaotic mess of molten rock, jagged stone, and flickering embers. Their limbs melted and reformed with every step, like they had no solid shape, just pure, burning destruction. They were hideous. A tangled mismatch of horrors, oozing heat so intense that the very ground beneath them sizzled and cracked. Enough to make any sane player hesitate. Freya muttered, her voice tight with fear. Are we really going to face them all? Alex stepped forward, unbothered, unshaken. Yeah. He watched the monsters, eyes scanning their movements, sizing them up, calculating. What's the best way to deal with them? Blow them up? Maybe. But something nagged at him. The Beast Lord had already seen his power back in the earlier trials. It wasn't stupid. If it expected him to use explosions, then it would have something prepared. Read latest stories on my virtual library empire. Still, no harm in testing it. Alex raised his sword, the blade gleaming under the eerie glow of molten bodies. He tapped into exploding touch. Then, with deliberate precision, he stacked explosion discs onto the blade, one after another, each one a promise of destruction. Then, with a flick of his fingers, Alex activated Dismiss. The explosion discs vanished from his sword, only to reappear mid-air, streaking toward the monster army like silent, invisible bombs. But the Grim Lord reacted instantly. Its glowing eyes flashed, and both of its massive hands shot up. A barrier snapped into existence, a shimmering, translucent wall of raw magic. The discs slammed into it and vanished. Blocked. Alex's brows furrowed. That barrier. It felt familiar. Like the skill the Cockatrice King had used before, a defense skill that rendered all mana-based attacks useless. From behind the barrier, the Grim Lord let out a low, rumbling laugh. Puny human, your tricks will have no effect on me. Then it moved. With one fluid motion, the Grim Lord raised its colossal sword and swung. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, a monstrous arc of force ripping toward Alex. Alex twisted his body just in time. The sword missed, barely, but the sheer force of it wasn't just for show. Boom! The ground where he'd stood exploded, chunks of rock and dirt launching into the air. The impact tore a deep scar into the battlefield, the edges still trembling from the blow. The shockwave rushed past Alex's face, sending his shirt whipping behind him. A few feet away, Ezekiel's breath hitched. He could feel it now, the sheer, overwhelming power they were up against. Freya took a sharp step to the side, eyes locked on the massive crater left by the Grim Lord's attack. The sheer force of it. She gulped. If she wanted to survive this final battle, then one thing was clear, going anywhere near that thing was a death wish. Meanwhile, Alex exhaled slowly. The lingering heat from the attack brushed against his face. That was close. If that sword had connected, there'd be no second chances. He'd be split clean in half. Even Aegis Arcane wouldn't save him from that kind of raw power. But instead of fear, Alex grinned. The Grim Lord was strong. And with its barrier nullifying mana-based attacks, there was only one solution. Close combat was inevitable. Alex raised a hand using multiplicity. Instantly, his copies materialized behind him, stretching their arms with cocky grins. Each of them was eager, ready. Then, Alex activated Foresight. As soon as he did, the Grim Lord reacted. Its burning eyes narrowed as it saw multiple Alexes appear. Then with a deep growl began to move. The massive chains wrapped around its arms dragged across the battlefield, sparking against the stone. Alex stepped forward. The Grim Lord's steps grew faster. Alex matched its pace. The air between them thickened. The ground trembled. Then there was a pause. A single heartbeat stretched between them. Then, boom, they exploded into motion at the same time. Weapons raised. The force of their charge churned the air into a vortex of power. Then, clang, their blades collided and the force of impact shook the entire battlefield. The final battle had begun. Chapter 161, Annoying Shield. The Grim Lord swung its twin massive blades, the chains linking them rattling like thunder as it spun them with terrifying speed. Each strike ripped through the air, the sheer force tearing through the ground, carving deep trenches with every slash. The speed, the precision, the sheer power behind every swing, it was enough to send most warriors into a panic. But Alex was unfazed. His agility stats were too high, and with Foresight activated, he saw the attacks coming before they even happened. He moved like a ghost, weaving, dodging, slipping past every monstrous strike with inches to spare. Then there was an opening, one that only someone with Alex's speed could take notice of. His eyes flashed. Now, with a swift counter, he angled his blade, Shadow Fong, and deflected one of the Grim Lord's swings. Sparks flew. The impact rattled his arm. The thing was absurdly strong, but he used the momentum to launch himself forward. His body blurred. Blur activated. He shot through the air like a missile, blade aimed straight at the beast's glowing eyes. One clean strike. That's all he needed. But then, clang, a barrier snapped into place, identical to the one that had blocked his explosions earlier. Alex's blade slammed into the invisible force field, stopping dead. His pupils shrank. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and immediately kicked off the air, flipping backward. As he landed, he dismissed Shadow Fong and summoned Murzik Fongblade. The twin dagger wasn't ideal for defending the Grim Lord's chainblade. The Grim Lord raised its massive blade, pointing it straight at Alex. This is where you fall, Alex Hunt. Alex tilted his head, his expression unreadable. Then, with a smirk, he replied, "Oh, there is no advantage you have over me that would give you the imagery of your victory." The Grim Lord scowled. "If you have nothing useful to say, then keep quiet." Alex's grin widened. "Silence is far scarier." The Grim Lord's frown deepened. A low growl rumbled from its throat as its armies surged forward, a wave of monstrosities charging with bloodlust. Their numbers were overwhelming. Hundreds, no, thousands. The ground shook beneath their thundering steps, their roars filling the battlefield like a storm about to break. From above, they must have looked like a swarm of death itself, rushing straight for the enemy. But Alex just grinned. Slowly, he curled his fingers. Click. He had planned for this. Earlier, when his explosion discs failed to reach the armies, he had summoned more and redirected them, planting them on the battlefield ground, waiting. And now, the enemy was mindlessly stepping directly onto his trap as they frantically attacked. Alex snapped his fingers. And then, boom, the ground erupted. A chain reaction of explosions ripped through the battlefield, blasting massive craters into the earth. Flames erupted in a violent bloom, engulfing the undead army in waves of scorching fire. Boom! Another detonation sent shockwaves rippling outward, shaking the very ground. Boom! A third explosion roared to life, the force obliterating the weaker undead, scattering their remains into ashes. Then more exploded, turning the battlefield into an inferno. Smoke billowed, rising in dark plumes as charred remains crumbled to the ground. But even with the devastating power of the explosions, some undead still stood. Unshaken, unbroken, Alex narrowed his eyes. More were still coming. Without hesitation, he snapped a command. Immediately, his clones burst forward, sprinting across the scorched earth with wild grins on their faces. Each clone wielded a different weapon: massive broadswords, twin daggers, spears, and a magic staff, all drawn from Alex's vast arsenal, thanks to his loot from the Cockatrice King's cave. The Grim Lord, watching the destruction unfold, frowned. Its glowing eyes flickered with fury as it took in the scene, its undead horde diminished, scattered, burning. Then, its expression twisted into rage. With a guttural snarl, it gritted its teeth and lunged forward. Runes flared to life along its massive arms, glowing an eerie red. Then, whoosh! Fire exploded from its hands. The flames crawled down its arms, surging toward the hilt of its enormous blade. The steel turned molten, glowing red-hot as the flames coiled around it like a living creature. The air around the weapon twisted and warped from the unbearable heat. Then it attacked. Alex's eyes flashed with focus as he narrowly dodged the Grim Lord's devastating strike. Whoosh! The sheer force of the attack split the air, the speed even greater than before. Alex vanished in a blur, reappearing instantly beside the Grim Lord, his blade poised for a counterattack. There, with precise aim, he drove his sword toward the beast's ribs. Clang! The blade slammed into an invisible wall. A magic barrier. Again, Alex's eyes narrowed. The way the barrier activated, almost instant, as if it was automatic. Before he could react further, the Grim Lord swung a massive backhand, aiming to swat him like an insect. Wham! But it only hit a blur, an afterimage. Alex had already moved. In the next instant, his arm latched onto the Grim Lord's massive limb, gripping it tightly. The beast growled in frustration, trying to shake him off, but Alex held on like unbreakable steel. Then, SHRRK, the Grim Lord's arm suddenly shifted. Dark vines shot out from its flesh, twisting like writhing snakes, each tipped with razor-sharp edges. Alex's eyes widened. There was no choice but to let go. He kicked off, launching himself away just as the deadly tendrils lashed through the air where he had just been. Slash! A massive blade came next, tearing downward. Alex twisted in midair, barely dodging. Before he could land, the Grim Lord charged again, its massive body closing the gap instantly. It wasn't giving Alex any room. No space to breathe. No chance to counter. Alex's heart pounded. Then, his mouth opened, and he screamed using sonic howl. A powerful shockwave erupted from his lungs, ripping through the air like an explosion. The attack hit the Grimlod, pushing it backward, but there was no damage. Once again, the magic barrier shimmered to life, blocking the force completely. Alex clicked his teeth in frustration. This confirmed it. The defense was automatic. No conscious activation, no delay, just an unbreakable shield that triggered the moment an attack made contact. Annoying. But Alex wasn't done yet. Experience tales at my virtual library empire. He raised his hand, fingers poised to snap. A single movement and the explosion discs he had placed on the Grim Lord's arm would detonate. That was the plan. Except, nothing happened. Alex's brows furrowed. He snapped again. Still nothing. His eyes flickered to the beast's arm. The discs were gone. Vanished. Just like before. The Grim Lord let out a low, cracked laugh. I told you earlier, human, your puny tricks won't work on me.